The survivors have been deployed. The Infinite Tower has been established. The survival game is officially underway. Floor area 4126 is currently allocating rooms. Room number 609. Initializing character attributes. The fundamental attributes of a healthy adult in the context of the Lin Qian machine are as follows. Strength, 8. Agility, 1. Constitution, 7. Spirit, 9. Traits, Stone Mountain Evaluation Quality. An ordinary individual with a slightly frail physique yet possessing a clear and discerning mind. Survival Guide for Beginners. During the initial 3-day protection period, each individual is granted the privilege to open doors 3 times daily, along with a secure exploration duration of 5 hours. Victory! After the 3-day protection period. On the 4th day, the inaugural survival trial will commence. At that time, all survivors within the region will be forcibly transported to the trial world. Be sure to enhance your abilities in advance. 1. Explore other chambers to acquire resources for survival. Some rooms may pose extraordinary dangers. After the novice protection period, with the exception of the survivor's room, each individual may unlock only 1 door per day. The back door lock will reset after closing. The 3 survivors' rooms require corresponding keycards for entry. The keycards are soul-bound, rendering them impossible to discard, lose, or transfer. Upon death, they may be dropped. The time for secure exploration has concluded. The building has entered its lights-out period. The terrifying overseer will patrol the corridors. The consequences of being caught shall be borne by oneself. In a room of less than 20 square meters, Lin Qian sat on the bed, lost in thought. In his hand, a semi-transparent card bore the clear inscription of 609. A translucent screen of light materialized before his eyes. After a brief moment of silence, the regional news ticker began to scroll frantically. Oh heavens, I have traversed realms. Where am I? I must find a way out. Who has changed my clothes? Let me ponder. I finally have the opportunity to showcase my formidable skills in martial arts. Prepare to tremble, all of you. Have all personal belongings been confiscated? What is the situation outside? Are we being treated like guinea pigs for experimentation? I was just about to take a step further with my goddess, and then it came to this. What does the survival guide mean? Is anyone venturing outside? Is it perilous out there? Most of the information is futile. Everyone is engulfed in confusion. The channel bar is closed. Lin Qian hangs his head low, rubbing his hair vigorously, as he attempts to gather his thoughts. This sudden turn of events lies starkly before him. He fervently wishes it were but a dream. After calming his emotions, he took a deep breath and rose to survey the room. A 20-square-meter room reveals itself at a glance. A bed accompanied by a bedside table. And the remainder comprises doors, windows, and an expansive open space. This section features water, electricity, and drainage. Here, there is an absence of water, electricity, and drainage. The walls and floor are adorned in a pristine white. The nature of the wood remains unknown. It does not resemble conventional ceramic tile flooring. It is not cool to the touch, yet it is notably firm, resembling high-strength plastic. The bed is a standard single wooden frame, adorned with a thin foam mattress, yet devoid of pillows and bedding. Outside the window, a vast expanse of white unfolds, akin to being enveloped within a layer of clouds. There is no discernible scenery, yet a gentle luminosity pervades it, serves as the sole source of light within the room. Within the bedside table lie 2 bottles of mineral water and a small bag of compact biscuits. This constitutes the essential supplies. The oppressive white room, coupled with the discomforting attire reminiscent of a patient's gown, fails to perturb Lin Qian. The wristwatch does not display the date or time, it merely counts down, showcasing a duration of 4 hours and 55 minutes. This represents the time limit for safe exploration. Time stretched on as Lin Qian gazed at the door, a twinge of hesitation coursing through him, uncertain of the circumstances beyond. News from the regional channels continues to circulate rapidly. Everyone is in a state of panic. No one dares to venture outside lightly. Even those who do step out refrain from sharing any information. With no other options available, Lin Qian took a deep breath and resolved to venture out to explore the path ahead. The door lock sprang open. Lin Qian cautiously peered left and right, finding no one in sight. However, he could discern the distant murmur of conversation. The pure white corridor stretches endlessly before me. At the end stands door 608. Its entrance firmly shut. The doorknob aglow with a soft light, signifying that someone resides within. Lin Qian turned her gaze towards room 607, where the light was off, allowing for unrestrained exploration. He strode forward with determination, grasping the doorknob and giving it a firm push. In an instant, the sunlight pierces through slumber. A gentle breeze sweeps by. The fragrance of blooming grass fills the air. Before my eyes lies an endless expanse of prairie beneath a blazing sun. Lin Qian was momentarily stunned, lost in thought for several seconds before regaining his composure. Before opening the door, he had envisioned numerous scenarios, yet he never anticipated this particular scene. He gasped in astonishment as he surveyed his surroundings, discovering that the door behind him was embedded in a withered tree. The hues of the door gradually faded, blending seamlessly with the trunk, yet the outline of the handle remained discernible. In a truly magical forest, a single blade of grass is plucked, crushed, and kneaded, releasing a flavor reminiscent of the grass found in reality. Suddenly, the bushes not far away began to stir. He furrowed his brows and gazed intently, locking eyes with a pair of fierce, beastly orbs. He and that creature were momentarily taken aback. Shing lunged out with a furious roar. It was a famished and ferocious tiger. Lin Qian turned around and opened the door, exiting the room with a fluid motion, while Xiang Di gently closed the door behind her. He leaned against the door, breathless and still trembling with fear. This was his first encounter with a wild beast up close. At this moment, the door of room 608 slowly creaked open, revealing a girl with striking features and voluminous, curly hair, who cautiously peeked out. She and Lin Qian are clad in identical white attire, suggesting a uniformity among the survivors. The two individuals locked eyes, yet remained silent. After a moment of hesitation, the young woman retreated into her room, gently closing the door behind her. Lin adjusted his breathing, while the small interlude lingered in his mind. He approached the room with a sense of curiosity. He continued onward, arriving at the threshold of room 605. He extended his hand, but the light did not illuminate, leaving the space shrouded in mystery. This time, he exercised greater caution, gently twisting the doorknob. The door creaked open, revealing a standard hotel room within. Lin Qian entered the room, surveying the furnishings as he proceeded further inside. This room is anything but ordinary, it is a luxurious suite. Upon entering, one is greeted by a wall-towel wine cabinet and bar. Not far away lies an open-concept kitchen, while to the left is the guest bedroom. He pushed the door open and glanced inside. The guest room was unoccupied. Lin Qian sniffed, detecting a foul odor emanating from the master bedroom. After ensuring that the outer rooms posed no danger, he cautiously retrieved a meat cleaver from the kitchen and made his way toward the master bedroom. Twisting the doorknob, I gently pushed the door open. A putrid odor wafts in, assailing my senses like a noxious haze. I cover my mouth and nose with my sleeve, pressing onward despite the foulness. He pressed the blade against the wall, delving deeper. Upon discerning the situation on the grand bed in the master bedroom, his pupils constricted. Dark brown blood splattered against the pristine white wall. A hand, dangling from the body, clutched a handgun stained with crimson. A foul, blackened hole marred the region of the heart. Although Lin Qian felt somewhat nauseated and uncomfortable, the sight of the handgun brought an unexpected thrill to his heart. He advanced with agility, swiftly seizing the revolver and stepping back to assess the situation. It was a revolver, still holding 5 rounds of ammunition. He loaded the magazine, glancing around for any other items. The place was utterly revolting, and he had no desire to linger. Suddenly, a cacophony erupted from outside. Lin Qian furrowed his brow and stepped forward to draw back the curtains. Outside the window is not a vast expanse of white, but rather a bustling modern metropolis. He is utterly astonished. The entrance of the towering skyscraper seems to bridge disparate worlds. A thunderous roar echoed. Outside the window, the sound of an explosion reverberated. He turned his head to look. In the distance, a fuel tanker lay overturned, flames engulfing the surroundings. People ablaze fled in every direction. Amidst the chaos. Wait. Something is amiss. Lin Qian became alert and noticed that the people on the street were in a state of panic, fleeing in all directions. Some were being knocked down, and the air was filled with harrowing cries for help, accompanied by the sounds of crashing vehicles. A scene of chaos unfolds, accompanied by tumultuous riots. His brow furrowed in deep concern, he prepares to lean out the window for a better view, when suddenly, a noise emerges from behind him. A roar akin to that of a wild beast resounded, deep and gravelly. Lin Qian's scalp tightened as he abruptly turned around, only to find a figure on the bed, its body rigid and upright. One of its decayed eyeballs had fallen out while the other rotated ominously, its blackened, yellowed teeth clattering ghastly. He muttered a curse under his breath, drew the newly acquired pistol, and aimed it at the grieving man's head. Lin Qian, who had never handled a firearm, underestimated the pressure required on the trigger. The bullet veered off course, nearly shattering the ears of the bereaved and sending fragments of flesh scattering. After the bereaved family was attacked, they immediately targeted Lin Qian, who came charging in with claws bared. Lin Qian took a deep breath, steadied his composure, and prepared to confront the situation. He had no desire to squander another bullet. The bereaved fell from the bed, struggling to rise with contorted limbs, lifting their decayed and wretched arms. They howled as they lunged towards the face of the forest. The swaying head of the creature made it difficult for Lin Qian to take aim, as it approached to within a mere step. Without hesitation, Lin Qian pulled the trigger. The bullet struck the center of the skull with precision, causing the back of the head to explode instantaneously. Viscera and fragments splattered everywhere, filling the air with a pungent stench of decay. The bereaved individual collapsed with a thud, falling backward to the ground. After a couple of convulsions, there was silence. A system notification echoed in Lin Qian's mind. Task completed, room cleansing achieved. Reward, storage space increased by 1 cubic meter. The survivor has been detected as the first to complete the task. Reward for the initial completion of the task, 1 anomalous digestive potion. Anomalous digestive potion, administered after the injection. Reward for the initial completion of the task, 1 anomalous digestive potion. Anomalous digestive potion, administered after the injection. Reward for the initial completion of the task, 1 anomalous digestive potion. Anomalous digestive potion, administered subsequently. Gain trait, significantly enhanced digestive ability. Qilin let out a breath, and upon hearing the system notification sound, his taut nerves finally relaxed. The hand gripping the firearm gradually descended, trembling slightly in an uncontrolled manner. However, he swiftly composed himself and began to examine the system's rewards. Thought action. The handgun in my palm transformed into a radiant white light and vanished. Once more action. It reappeared in my grasp anew. Lin Qian's eyes sparkled with realization. He mused inwardly that this storage space was not merely capable of holding items, but could also conceal lethal weapons, serving as a covert means of protection in critical moments. Subsequently, he received the reward for his first kill. A syringe, enveloped in metal, materialized in his hand. This syringe is the size of a small piece of sugarcane, heavy and considerably larger than I had anticipated. Twist off the cap, and the needle emerges. It appears that pressing the button above will initiate an automatic injection. However, Lin Qian did not hasten to inject the substance. He replaced the cap and returned the syringe to its storage space. Who could foresee whether there would be peculiar side effects following the injection? It was better to prepare thoroughly before proceeding. At this moment, the utmost priority is to meticulously search the room. Lin Qian holds a pistol firmly, ever vigilant against concealed threats. He opened the wardrobe and unearthed a meticulously crafted black suit along with a leather holster. Inside the suit pocket lay half a pack of cigarettes, a lighter, a car key, and a document. What left Lin Qian feeling disheartened was the fact that he had turned the room completely upside down, even enduring a sense of revulsion as he searched the deceased's body, yet he failed to uncover a single bullet. Now, only 3 bullets remain in the chamber. They must be used sparingly. In the moments to come, a thorough search shall commence. Lin Qian removed all the bottles from the liquor cabinet, disregarding their utility, and decided to keep them for now. The kitchen utensils, including the knives, were all packed and taken away. In a situation where firearms can only serve as a last resort, these conventional weapons prove to be immensely useful. Regrettably, there is not a single can to be found in the cabinets or refrigerator. Lin Qian silently cursed, "Is this kitchen merely for show?" He continued his search, discovering several bottles of drinking water. He also scavenged pillows, bedding, fire masks, and medical kits from the guest room, leaving no stone unturned, even taking the fire extinguisher. Everything was meticulously packed away. That's it for now. If it doesn't work out, I can always return. I am certain there is nothing worthwhile left to take. Lin Qian left the room, carrying the bedding. A cubic space is limited when the bedding is placed inside, it becomes rather cramped. Fearing that it might jostle the jars and bottles, he decides to hold it in his hands. After all, it is but a few steps back to the second room. Stepping out of room 605, Lin Qian distinctly sensed that the corridor had become considerably noisier. In the distance, a few individuals had gathered, engaged in conversation, yet their demeanor remained distant. He paid no heed, nor did he intend to engage with anyone. He carried his bedding back to his own room. Upon entering, he cast a glance at the opposite room, 608. The indicator light glowed red, signifying that the girl with the voluminous curls had ventured out to explore. Returning to the room, Lin Qian took all the items from the storage space and categorized them, neatly stacking them in the corner by the wall. He then spread the bedding upon the bed. The vacant room has gained a semblance of liveliness with these scattered fragments. The boxes have acquired a touch of popularity. Glimpsing at my watch, I realized that this outing had consumed 2.5 hours. A significant portion of that time was dedicated to the search for various items, leaving me with less than half of the duration devoted to safe exploration. Lin Qian once again opened the regional channel. Oh my goodness! The room next door is a cold storage, filled with an abundance of fish and meat. I am terrified of the possibility of monsters lurking in the room, and thus I hesitate to open the doors to any other chambers. What is there to fear? There is a 3-day grace period for newcomers, after all. Something is amiss. I witnessed someone from the opposite door entering the adjacent room. They have not emerged for over an hour. Just now, the red light outside their door has turned off. This remark has incited widespread panic among the crowd. Surely, it cannot lead to actual fatalities. I initially believed it to be a social experiment, only to discover it was genuine. Is it conceivable that this could be a product of virtual reality technology, with our consciousness residing within a vessel? The encounters are all fabricated, some boldly speculate. Then how shall I account for my hemorrhoids? This can also be virtual. Some have raised doubts. In search of self-defense weapons, a baseball bat or sword would suffice, which can be exchanged for frozen food. I entered a room reminiscent of a warehouse, filled with steel pipes and wooden sticks. Would you like to go upstairs? Excellent. Please display the room number. I shall come to find you. It was at this moment that Lin Qian realized. There was an option to display the room number beneath his profile picture in the regional channel. Please come over, if possible, bring more steel pipes. We can discuss the price. The speaker is the one who has arrived at the cold storage, revealing the room number. Lin Qian shook his head inside. It is indeed reckless to casually disclose one's room number. With weapons at hand and knowledge of the room number, one can only speculate about their intentions. After all, in this place, the existence of moral law is indeed questionable. As expected, 781, brother. Why has everyone fallen silent? Wait a moment. Why is it that none of you are speaking? It is advisable for those above to swiftly take cover, as it seems that someone from across the way has gone to retrieve a package, and there are onlookers who revel in the chaos. Lin Qian closed the chat channel, delving into contemplation. The opportunity to open the door remained only once, thus, a careful decision was imperative. People are gradually realizing that the uncharted rooms are indeed reservoirs of resources. However, the risks and rewards are commensurate, much like the tiger in room 607 next door. Those who are slow to react have likely perished long ago. In contrast, the mourners of 605 sway with prolonged grief, and it is not difficult to take a life with a revolver. Should we slay that old phantom? There may be a reward in doing so. Lin Qian gazed at the firearm in her hand, shaking her head. The tiger was far from being a mere house pet. With 3 bullets at her disposal and little confidence, it would be wiser to explore other rooms. Resolute in his decision, Lin Qian once again opened the door and exited the room. This was his final opportunity to leave, and he had no intention of using it on the nearby chambers. He altered his course and continued forward, while remaining vigilant to the movements of other survivors. At first, everyone was engulfed in confusion and panic. However, once they calmed down, they all joined the exploration team. Occasionally, someone would shout in the channel, announcing the discovery of valuable items. However, those whom Lin Qian encountered in the corridor were rather indifferent, meeting him with an air of suspicion. Lin Qian's expression remained serene, yet his hand discreetly clutched the pistol concealed within his sleeve. His mind was taut, ever vigilant to the sounds surrounding him. He silently noted down the room numbers of several brightly lit red rooms, intending to pay special attention to them in the future. After all, they are neighbors right at his doorstep. Exercising caution is certainly prudent. Forget it. No need to venture far. Lin Qian halted before the door of room 666. Glancing at the countdown. 2 hours remained. Under ordinary circumstances, searching a single room would suffice. He made a swift decision. Turning abruptly, he forcefully pushed open the door to room 666. Muttering to himself, such an auspicious number. May it yield something extraordinary. Before he could finish his words, as the door creaked open halfway, an icy chill surged forth like a relentless tide. Lin Qian immediately sensed danger and turned to flee. However, from the depths of darkness within the door, a shadowy tentacle shot forth with lightning speed, swiftly coiling around his neck, tightening like a constricting python. A formidable force abruptly yanked him into the air, sending him hurtling backward into the room. The door was shut with a resounding thud. The heels of her shoes scraped against the floor. Lin Qian watched as the door closed. Yet she felt no inclination to resist. His cheeks flushed crimson. As he desperately clawed at the tendrils entwined around his neck with one hand. His nails scraping against the scales, producing a rhythmic, pattering sound. No, it won't do. My vision began to blur. Lin Qian gritted his teeth. Drawing his tightly gripped pistol and pressing it against the tentacle. Caring little for the potential harm to himself. Just as he was about to pull the trigger, suddenly, the tentacles swiftly retracted. Lin Qian felt a sudden release around his neck, and his entire body fell backward onto the ground. Immediately thereafter, blood surged back into the brain, and a more intense chill coursed down the spine, spreading throughout the entire body. He greedily inhaled the fresh air, waiting for the dizziness to subside slightly. He rose, kneeling on one knee, while his other hand rested on the firearm, poised to fire at any moment. Before slumber, an impenetrable darkness enveloped the surroundings, rendering everything invisible. Just as Lin Qian contemplated retrieving a lighter from his storage to illuminate the void, a flicker of flame unexpectedly ignited ahead. The flame exhibited an eerie hue, neither yellow nor white, but rather imbued with a tinge of crimson. It cast a silhouette of a figure cloaked in black robes. The figure, tall and slender, nearing 2 meters in height, stood with its back to Lin Qian, deftly manipulating the flame. In the next instant, the flame surged, and with a mere flick of the wrist, the cloaked figure sent an oil lamp eerily floating through the air, gliding towards Lin Qian with the smoothness of a paper boat navigating across the water's surface. By the light, Lin Qian discerned the scene within the room. Surrounded by antiquated display cabinets, filled to the brim with an array of jars and containers, one can faintly discern that some of the contents within the jars still appear to be stirring. In the immediate vicinity, behind the crimson round table, there stood a solitary chair. The figure cloaked in black approached the table with silent grace, taking a seat without a sound. Lin Qian remained oblivious to any footsteps, only perceiving the faint rustle reminiscent of undulating tendrils. Apologies. It has been quite a while since I last welcomed a new guest. I cannot help but feel a surge of excitement. A sudden, hoarse voice resonates within the cramped room, suppressing an overwhelming sense of exhilaration and anticipation. Lin's nerves were taut. His heart drummed fiercely. Yet he feigned composure. Fixing his gaze upon the figure cloaked in black, he inquired in a low voice, "Who are you? What is your intent?" The figure in the black robe remained silent, preoccupied with producing a set of pitch-black cards, which he arranged neatly upon the blood-red circular table. He enticed, "Come now, young one, select a card and let our game commence." 7 cards lay aligned before them, while the cloaked individual rubbed his hands together through the fabric of his sleeves, his face alight with anticipation. Lin Qian chose to disregard the situation, turning to leave, only to discover that she was obstructed by a series of display cabinets, rendering the door completely invisible. A drop of cold sweat trickled down his cheek as Lin Qian turned once more to confront the figure cloaked in black. The figure in the black robe emitted a peculiar laugh. "Abandon all hope before the wager is fulfilled. You cannot return. Beneath the dark robe, something sinister writhed, sending a shiver down Lin Qian's spine. He forcibly suppressed his fear and inquired, "What if I choose not to gamble? What will happen? However, you must remain here with me from that moment on. I yearn for such a moment, to call out and express my longing. Being trapped here alone fills me with an overwhelming sense of solitude, yet the tone of the cloaked figure is filled with delight. Though there is an oil lamp beside Lin Qian, he feels no trace of warmth. Instead, the chill grows ever more intense. He rubbed his stiff fingers, tightened his garments, stepped forward, and spoke, "What are the rules?" He foresees that lingering too long will yield dire consequences. It is quite simple. 7 cards correspond to the 17 numbers. You and I will each draw one and compare their values. I have lost. You may choose one of my 3 treasures to take away. Beneath the shadow of the black robe, a slick sound of friction emerges, as if something were teasing its tongue. You must leave your heart behind, shouting endlessly. Lin Qian, without hesitation, steps forward, placing both hands on the table, yet deep within, his spirit has already plunged to the abyss. Who shall draw the first card? Naturally, it was I, the figure in the black robe, who spoke. Just as my words echoed, a tentacle, adorned with dark scales, emerged from beneath the table. After a moment's hesitation, it gracefully withdrew a card, lifting one corner of the tablecloth. A soft, triumphant sound escaped, revealing that the card was indeed favorable. With a shout, a cold bead of sweat trickled down the corner of the wooden bench. He took a deep breath and reached for the card closest to him, gently lifting the veil. Upon discerning the figures, Lin's pupils constricted abruptly. The smallest digit revealed. He found himself devoid of any chance of victory. In an instant, Lin's heart felt as though it were gripped by an invisible hand. A profound sense of suffocation enveloped him, causing his face to pale and his eyelids to grow heavy. Sweat cascaded down like rain, saturating the edge of the round table. Fear surged forth like a relentless tide, while a chilling sensation penetrated his skin, piercing into the marrow of his bones. His body gradually began to betray his commands.
He staggered, his hands bracing against the table, struggling to breathe. "You seem to be having a streak of bad luck, don't you?" The figure in the black robe pressed its tentacles against its cards, leaning slightly forward to reveal a small segment of its chin, resembling withered wood. "What do you say? Would you like to concede? If you admit defeat, I can lower the stakes." It inched closer, the robe flowing over the round table like a serpent, twisting in an eerie manner. The flickering flames grew dimmer, casting the room into shadows. At that moment, Lin Qian felt as though he had been pulled from the depths of water, drenched in sweat, his lips pale, and his body trembling uncontrollably. "I could take one of your eyes. What do you think? Just one eye, not lethal. As long as you concede, you can survive." As the figure drew nearer, its voice whispered almost into his ear, its seductive tone akin to tossing a lifebuoy to a drowning man. Even Lin Qian found himself urging, "Just give in, surrender, and you'll live." Yet, the last vestiges of his rationality warned him that something was amiss with this gamble. From the very beginning, the black-robed figure had been cultivating an atmosphere of assured victory. It laughed while drawing cards, and its reaction to the numbers was unmistakably revealing. To any observer, this was a foregone conclusion. More troubling was the inequity of the stakes. The 3 items it spoke of were utterly unknown to him. Yet he was being compelled to wager his very life. Thus, even with caution, it should be him, rather than the figure, who hesitated. For the cost of error was irretrievable. What bewildered Lin Qian the most was how he had become so timid. Merely realizing the impending loss of the game nearly caused him to lose control of himself in fear. Fear is natural. Who isn't afraid of death? But to be reduced to such a state was troubling. Various signs led Lin Qian to a suspicion. This game seemed to hinge not on mere luck. For if that were the case, the opponent had already secured victory. Why expend such effort to coax him into surrendering? Lin Qian resolved to take a bold gamble. He was not entirely confident, yet neither was he recklessly uninformed. With great difficulty, he lifted his head to meet the gaze of the black-robed figure. As if a heavy weight pressed upon him. "Reveal the cards." Chapter 4. The trial at the very moment his words fell. The figure clad in black halted abruptly. The overwhelming pressure and sense of dread receded as swiftly as a receding tide. The dimly flickering red flame of the oil lamp hovering behind Lin Qian surged forth with a fervent brilliance, flaring up dramatically. Hiss! The suddenly radiant crimson light appeared to sting the black-robed figure, which emitted a chilling hiss and hastily retreated to its original position. On the gaming table, Lin Qian's cards were revealed, displaying the smallest numeral, 1. He fixed his gaze upon the black-robed figure, panting heavily, yet the bone-chilling coldness had vanished entirely. The warm glow of the flame behind him crackled gently, thawing his stiffened body. With a soft plop, a tentacle unveiled the card before him. It too bore the number 1. Upon witnessing this scene, Lin Qian's tense countenance relaxed instantaneously, akin to a deflated balloon, as he nearly collapsed onto the ground. After a prolonged moment, the black-robed figure finally released a chuckle, albeit devoid of its previous arrogance. 7 playing cards floated, eventually dissipating into a wisp of black mist. Lin Qian cast a fleeting glance, confirming they were all marked with the number 1. Indeed, murmured the black-robed figure as it slowly rose, its hem undulating as if searching for something within. You have triumphed in this wager. As per our agreement, you may select 1 item to take with you. Lin Qian was somewhat taken aback, realizing that the betting method was a ruse, yet the stakes were undeniably genuine. This led him to ponder whether, had he conceded earlier, he would have indeed lost only an eye. A single misstep could lead to irrevocable ruin. Sighing in relief, Lin Qian hesitated as he regarded the array of items presented by the black-robed figure. Not a single truthful word had escaped its lips. Could these artifacts truly be unblemished? Seemingly perceiving Lin Qian's unvoiced concerns, the black-robed figure impatiently flicked its tentacle. Choose quickly and take 1. Stop your prattling. Lin Qian promptly stepped forward, beginning to scrutinize his options earnestly. His confidence was not derived from the black-robed figure's words, but rather from the system notification that emerged in his mind. Ding! Task completed. The Demon's Gamble, Courage. Please select your reward. Hood. Lin Qian's gaze was drawn to the peculiar heart pulsating at the center of the round table. He reached out and gently touched it, information instantly materializing before his eyes. Heart of the Wolf Demon. Upon successful transplantation, gain trait, rapid regeneration. He then turned his attention to the irregular crystal, roughly the size of a walnut, emanating a violet glow, and lightly tapped it with his fingernail. Armor Core. After consumption, gain ability, armor transformation. To his right lay a translucent card, roughly the size of a palm. Regulator Identity Card. Upon use, gain identity, regulator. Upon reading this information, Lin Qian's breath hitched momentarily. Regulator? If memory serves, he had encountered this term in the initial survival guide. After the lights go out, the regulator will patrol outside. After a long contemplation, Lin Qian resolutely made his choice. This one, ding, acquiring a unique item, the regulator identity card, was indeed a significant temptation for Lin Qian, particularly given the allure of the wolf demon's heart. Merely glancing at the phrase rapid regeneration conjured a plethora of cinematic narratives in his mind. However, the prerequisite of a successful transplant quelled his enthusiasm. Setting aside the fact that he was entirely oblivious to the existence of such a procedure, it was evident that the outcome could mirror that of a surgical operation, fraught with the potential for failure. In contrast, the method of utilizing the was explicitly delineated. It merely required ingestion. Nevertheless, the scant information available left much to be desired. Who could ascertain whether there were prerequisites for the transformation ability, let alone the efficacy of the item, both of which remained shrouded in uncertainty? By comparison, the regulator identity card afforded Lin Qian the most comprehensive understanding of any item he had encountered. After making his selection, a tendril swept across the round table, reclaiming the other 2 items beneath the black robe. Concurrently, the display cabinet behind him emitted a series of clicks, revealing a concealed door that finally came into Lin Qian's view. He exhaled in relief, stowing away the card, and promptly turned to depart, harboring no desire to linger in this peculiar place for even a moment longer. As he took only a few steps, a voice suddenly echoed behind him. "Leave, clever one." Lin Qian instinctively glanced back, only to see the figure in the black robe flicking its tendril and silently retreating into the deeper shadows. For reasons unknown, Lin Qian felt an inexplicable sense of melancholy emanating from its silhouette. Compelled by an unseen force, he halted and inquired, "Will I be able to return here in the future?" The instant the words escaped his lips, he regretted them, wishing fervently to slap himself. As expected, the figure in the black robe abruptly paused, eerily rotating as if it were a turning dial. "You will return?" Lin Qian hastily gestured, shaking his head vigorously. "No, no." Before he could finish his sentence, the figure's laughter interrupted him. "Hee, you are indeed unique. Many have passed the test of courage. But you are the only one bold enough to pose that question." Realizing he might have interrupted Lin Qian, it added, "What were you about to say?" "Nothing." Lin Qian's expression turned grave, his chest swelling with pride, as if a red scarf were fluttering in the wind. "Indeed. Very well. I acknowledge your bravery." The voice of the figure in the black robe took on a note of delight, gliding toward Lin Qian, its tendrils shifting to present a semi-transparent card before him. "If you miss me, then come here. Do not be shy." Lin Qian accepted the card with a somewhat rigid expression, and in the next instant, the information on the card materialized before his eyes. Demonic Gamble Teleportation Card. Upon use, it instantly transports the target to the demonic gamble room. Lin Qian raised an eyebrow, instantly realizing that this object was far from ordinary. To transport a target here implied that, should he encounter an insurmountable adversary in the future, he would be able to. Moreover, if he found himself in peril, he could seek refuge here. Even though the nature of the next gamble remains shrouded in mystery, it at least provides a reprieve. The more he contemplated, the more exhilarated Lin Qian became, his eyes shimmering with excitement. A remarkable opportunity. Undoubtedly a remarkable opportunity. Casting his gaze once more upon the enigmatic figure before him, Lin Qian felt a flicker of affinity. Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind, and he carefully pondered his words before speaking. I am just curious. What will the next gamble entail?" Upon finishing his inquiry, he bashfully gestured with his fingers. "Just a hint. Just a tiny hint will suffice. You know I'm rather timid." Silence enveloped the space, and the atmosphere seemed to grow thick with tension. After a lengthy pause, the cloaked figure finally responded. "I cannot disclose the details of the gamble to anyone." Its voice was frigid, as if imbued with anger, and it slowly turned away. Lin Qian sighed upon hearing this, realizing his naivety, and prepared to depart. Suddenly, he sensed something amiss. Turning back to regard the cloaked figure, Lin Qian pondered deeply. The figure moved with the deliberate slowness of a snail, having barely traversed a half-step in that brief moment. Is it hinting at the rules of the next gamble? Lin Qian's eyes brightened, his heart racing with anticipation. Abruptly, a red light flickered, not from an oil lamp, but from the watch on his wrist. The countdown had dwindled to less than 5 minutes. The lights would soon extinguish. So soon? Lin Qian was taken aback. Although it felt as if the previous gamble had stretched into eternity, it had not consumed much time at all. I should hasten back to my room. I understand now. Thank you. He turned and hurried towards the door, not forgetting to express his gratitude for the cloaked figure's hint. Twisting the doorknob, he yanked it open, and the blinding light momentarily robbed him of his vision. Peering back into the room, he found only an expanse of impenetrable darkness. The vibrant oil lamp was nowhere to be seen. This left Lin Qian questioning the reality of his experience. Never mind, I shall return. With a resounding thud, the door slammed shut. In the darkness, silence lingered for a long while, until the sound of the figure's slow movements gradually faded into the distance. Chapter 5. The regulator startled. I realized I had lost my way in the dimly lit corridor. Upon emerging, I found the lights extinguished. Groping my way back to my room, I exclaimed, "What? You're unscathed? Didn't they say monsters appear once the lights go out? What about the regulator? Did you see it? It was pitch dark. I didn't have a flashlight to see anything. Did you hear any noises? I was too frightened to listen while I ran back." "You're asking so many questions. Why not open the door and take a look? Get lost. Do you think I'm foolish?" As Lin Qian returned to his room, he munched on compressed biscuits and sipped mineral water. The excursion to room 666 had indeed drained him significantly, Not to mention the copious sweat he had shed, 2 bottles of water barely sufficed for replenishment. However, this experience had profoundly impressed upon him the terrifying nature of the unknown rooms. He resolved that, unless absolutely necessary, he would never dare to open those rooms marked with peculiar numbers again. Simultaneously, Lin Qian recognized that, apart from the vital resources for survival, the most precious commodity now lay in information about the rooms. With such knowledge, he could at least avoid encountering another perilous chamber like room 666. Even now, he felt a lingering trepidation, fully aware that his success in this gamble was largely attributable to luck. The next venture could yield a very different outcome. What did the dark-robed figure's hint imply? Slow motion, patience? After pondering for a moment, Lin Qian leaned towards the notion of patience, as it, like courage, embodies a positive trait. Never mind, he thought. For the time being, he wished to avoid thinking of that. Lin Qian hesitated, casting vigilant glances around before finally managing to utter, "That sinister fellow." This encounter was undeniably eerie, leaving him with a considerable psychological shadow and prompting a re-evaluation of the rooms within the building. He savored another half of the compressed biscuit. Although it did little to quell his hunger, he was relieved to have plenty of water to wash it down. Ablis. After downing 2 bottles of mineral water, his thirst was instantly quenched. After resting on his bed for a while, Lin Qian retrieved the regulator identity card from his storage space. As for the anomalous digestive agent, he was reluctant to use it for now. Merely seeing its name suggested that injection could potentially transform him into a gluttonous specter, and he did not possess the food reserves for such a transformation. As for the regulator identity card, he did not hesitate too long. After reviewing the item description once more, he decisively opted to use it. Ding! Usage successful. The card in his hand dissolved into a mist of light. Identity acquired. Regulator. Regulator. Level 1 responsible area 600 to 699. Salary. 1 free attribute point daily. Current remaining. 1. Upon seeing the attributes panel detailing the regulator identity, Lin Qian was so astonished that he leaped off the bed. 1 free attribute point daily? Could it be true? He had anticipated some privileges with this identity, but he had not imagined the rewards would be so tangible. The average value is 1, indicating that this attribute, regardless of where it is applied, is twice that of an ordinary individual. Elated, Lin Qian spun around on the ground for quite some time before calming down, preparing to allocate his free attribute points. Ding! Free attribute points allocation completed. Strength aim. Lin Qian, level 1 regulator. Initial attributes. The average values for a healthy adult are set at 1. Strength. 1. 8 agility. 1. 1 constitution. 0. 7 spirit. 1. 9 trait. Stone heart evaluation. Regulator? Who knows how he managed to get in here? Huh. Noticing a change in the final line of the evaluation, Lin Qian furrowed his brow. What does this mean? Why do I feel a sense of contempt? Dismissing the panel and ignoring the disdainful system, Lin Qian clenched his fists tightly, feeling the unfamiliar sensation of power coursing through every muscle. At this moment, I feel capable of smashing a cow. Lin Qian laughed heartily, excitedly performing a series of punches into the air, beads of sweat forming on his forehead before he finally settled down. No, my stamina is still too poor. Tomorrow, I shall allocate my points to Constitution. Resolving his decision internally, Lin Qian glanced at the level and area of responsibility following his regulator identity. Level 1 suggests there is potential for advancement. I wonder if my salary will increase upon promotion. As for the area of responsibility, Lin Qian looked outside the door. According to the system's introduction, it should be working hours for him now. Should I venture out? There are many speculations needing verification. For instance, if my area of responsibility is in District 600, does that imply that every 100 corresponds to a specific area, with other areas having their own regulators? Venturing outside certainly entails risks, such as the unknown methods of advancement. Who knows if it involves regulators fighting each other? However, remaining cooped up in the room is surely not a long-term solution. Lin Qian was cautious, yet not timid. With a determined thought, Lin Qian retrieved the suit he had found in the zombie hotel, donning it over his white athletic attire. The slightly oversized suit made him appear somewhat bulky, It concealed his physical characteristics. He also pulled out a gas mask from his emergency pack, covering his face. He had no desire to be seen by the curious survivor and risk them babbling about his appearance in the channel. The current situation is unclear, yet the system's rules seem to subtly suggest the allowance of mutual slaughter. Upon the death of a survivor, their room card drops, and the belongings within the room naturally belong to the killer. It is always prudent to exercise caution. Securing his gun holster around his waist, he retrieved a revolver from his space and tucked it into the holster. After practicing drawing the gun several times until it became second nature, Lin Qian finally took the hand-crank spotlight from his emergency pack and stealthily opened the door. The dim corridor was shrouded in darkness. As soon as Lin Qian opened the door, the light from his room illuminated a large area, startling him into quickly stepping out and shutting the door behind him. As the door closed, his surroundings were plunged into pitch darkness, with the only visible light source being the indicator light on the survivor's door. Red? At that moment, Lin Qian noticed that the indicator light of room 608 across the hall was astonishingly red. This signified that the girl with the voluminous curls was not present within. Could it be that she was ensnared in some otherworldly realm behind a door? Lin Qian recalled his own experience in room 666, where he had only glimpsed the door again after completing a wager. It was entirely possible that she had encountered a similar predicament. With this thought, Lin Qian cast his gaze down the corridor and was taken aback to discover that rooms adorned with the ominous red light were rather common, appearing at almost regular intervals. Furthermore, he observed that the distribution of these survivor rooms exhibited no discernible pattern. Some were neighbors like his own, while others were adjacent. And there were even instances where solitary rooms stood isolated amidst a cluster of 10 or more. This revelation thwarted his intention to meticulously study the numbering system during this interval. Creak, taking a deep breath, Lin Qian activated his spotlight, and an erratic beam of white light illuminated his surroundings. However, just as he was about to investigate the room numbers more thoroughly, a spine-chilling, eerie hiss echoed from behind him, sending shivers down his spine. Hiss, Chapter 6. The great serpent Lin Qian turned rigidly, the beam of his searchlight shifting in tandem, illuminating a horrifying creature. It was a massive serpent, reared upright, its jet-black scales gleaming ominously as it flicked its dark tongue in and out. Yet, this alone was not enough to render Lin Qian in such a state of terror. More bizarre was the fact that it possessed a humanoid body, draped in a tattered gray robe. Beneath the robe, a pair of hands, similarly cloaked in black scales, dangled limply like a marionette with severed strings, exuding an unsettling aura. The serpent's humanoid portion was nearly as tall as Lin Qian. Its thick head elevated high above its neck, descending menacingly and instilling a profound sense of dread. 3 angular protrusions crowned its head, and its terrifying vertical pupils fixated on Lin Qian, causing his very blood to feel as though it were congealing. Gulping audibly, Lin Qian swallowed hard as cold sweat trickled down his forehead. The serpent's head inched dangerously close until he could taste the bitterness of its tongue, halting just in time. Holding his breath, he ceased the movement of the searchlight, his hand slowly inching toward his lower back. However, just as he prepared to draw his weapon for a desperate confrontation, a sudden rustle erupted from the darkness ahead, the sound of scales sliding against one another gradually receding. Had it departed? Lin Qian hastily resumed, moving the searchlight, the flickering light revealing the serpent's retreating form. Beneath the tattered gray robe, a massive tail swayed from side to side, scraping against the ground with a resounding noise. Seemingly averse to illumination, the serpent's head twisted back as the searchlight swept across it, prompting Lin Qian to freeze in place, listening intently as the sounds faded away. Bang! The door slammed shut. Lin Qian shed his suit, unsure whether it was the heat or fear that drenched him in sweat. He downed half a bottle of mineral water and collapsed onto the bed. I'm done. Let whoever wishes to go. Initially intent on thoroughly exploring the building, he abandoned that thought within mere minutes of stepping outside, retreating into a shell of timidity. From the direction the serpent had departed, he surmised that it was likely a warden from Area 500, its movements resembling those of a patrol. By this logic, Area 700 should have a similar guardian. But Lin Qian had no desire to discover what it looked like. In that fleeting moment, he truly felt as though he had snatched his life back from the brink of death. Judging by the serpent's size, were it to launch an attack, it could likely obliterate him in an instant. Not to mention the possibility of possessing some extraordinary powers. Lin Qian distinctly recalled glancing around when he opened the door, ensuring there was nothing amiss. Yet, upon stepping outside, he turned back to find this creature had inexplicably materialized before him. Prior to that moment, he had not heard the sound of its tail scraping against the ground, indicating that it may have been standing there all along, concealed by some means. Sigh. Never mind. Let's not dwell on these matters. Lin Qian covered his face with the blanket, ceasing all thoughts. Today had indeed been fraught with peril. Utterly exhausted, he tossed and turned in bed for but a brief moment before succumbing to a deep slumber. Upon opening his eyes once more, it was already the following day. He had slept soundly, oblivious to the world. Lin Qian was awakened by hunger, groggily rising from his bed. Before fully regaining his senses, he fumbled around and unearthed the remaining half of a compressed biscuit, crunching it eagerly. After consuming the last of his meager rations and sipping some water, he finally began to feel rejuvenated. Not quite satisfied, he patted his stomach and realized that his appetite had seemingly increased significantly. Yesterday, half a biscuit barely sufficed. Yet today it felt as if he had eaten nothing at all. Could it be due to that minuscule increase in attributes? Reflecting on this, Lin Qian hastily accessed his status panel, and indeed, his wages had been credited for the day, granting him an additional free attribute point. Without a moment's hesitation, he allocated this point to his constitution, raising it to 1. 7 thud. The instant he distributed the points, Lin Qian felt his heart racing, followed by a wave of warmth spreading through his body. Within mere breaths, he was drenched in sweat. After 1 or 2 minutes, the heat finally subsided, replaced by a surge of vitality that ignited an irresistible urge to run several kilometers. To his astonishment, the boost to his constitution had elicited a more pronounced reaction than the increase in strength attributes. He opened a bottle of mineral water and gulped down half of it, eyeing the last remaining bottle with great restraint. Resources were dwindling. It was best to conserve. Having exhausted his basic supplies in just 1 day, it appeared imperative to procure food and water today. Glancing at his watch, he noted that there were still 2 hours until the safe exploration period commenced. With nothing to occupy his time, Lin Qian reclined back on his bed, preparing to peruse the chat channel. 781. Brothers, all the meat in my room has spoiled overnight. I need you to bid on it, as I plan to sell at a bargain once the safe period begins. Upon seeing a familiar name, Lin Qian raised an eyebrow. This fellow was still alive? Hey, buddy, you're still breathing? Someone expressed the same surprise as Lin Qian. 781. Don't even mention it. I regretted displaying my room number yesterday. I was too afraid to step outside, fearing my belongings would be stolen. What has changed? Are you not afraid today? 781. Last night, a guy next door private messaged me. We teamed up. He has got my back and claims he has a gun. Upon reading this, Lin Qian scratched his head. It seemed he was not the only one fortunate enough to acquire a weapon. The moment 781's words left his lips, it was as if water had been splashed into hot oil, igniting the chat channel in an uproar. A gun? Is that true? Are you kidding? I spent all night crafting wooden sticks, managing to make 3 wooden spears, while you all are wielding firearms. Big shot. Looking for a team. Big shot. I'm in District 702. Please take me in. Let us embark on this journey together, for it shall render our exploration of the world beyond the door considerably easier and perhaps even enrich our opportunities for advancement. After uttering these words, the seemingly simple-minded individual known as 781 fell silent, leaving behind a throng of eager participants clamoring to form a team. Lin Qian, amused, closed the chat channel. It remained unclear whether this individual had acted intentionally, but the commotion they had stirred promised an impending spectacle. He hesitated, casting a glance towards the pile of supplies in the corner. Should he trade for some of them? Setting aside the beverages for the moment, the medical kit alone was undoubtedly worth a significant exchange. Yet, Lin Qian quickly dismissed this thought. Only a fool would barter away such a life-saving item. Those drinks, however, some of the stronger ones could serve as alcohol. Nevertheless, Lin Qian preferred to avoid the fray, uncertain of what chaos might unfold in that vicinity. Should a scuffle break out, it could easily escalate into a full-blown melee. Thus, he sighed and resolved to venture forth, seeking to explore the nearby rooms. Glancing at his watch, he noted that over an hour remained. Perhaps it was best to wait. He had no desire to encounter that monster again. With that, Lin Qian reclined upon the bed, closed his eyes, and began to await the unfolding of events. Chapter 7. The survival mission of the death train. As the safety exploration time concluded with a chime, Lin Qian, who had been patiently waiting behind the door, promptly pushed it open and cautiously peered towards the direction of Zone 500. Fortunately, the corridor lay desolate, devoid of any sign of the giant serpent. It appeared that the overseer had vacated the premises prior to the conclusion of the safety exploration time, though his whereabouts remained a mystery. Additionally, Lin Qian observed that several individuals exited their rooms in synchrony with him. It seemed that after a day of acclimatization, many had come to realize that survival in this place necessitated venturing into the world beyond the door to procure resources. It wouldn't be long before disputes over the door would escalate into physical confrontations. Casting a glance at the opposite door, which still glowed ominously with a red light, Lin Qian noted that those who lingered in the realm behind the door had not perished, suggesting that remaining there was indeed a viable option. With no further hesitation, he strode purposefully towards room 611, which had yet to be explored, nervously rubbing his hands together. Here goes. With a firm resolve, Lin Qian opened the door and stepped inside. Creak. The harsh sound echoed as Lin Qian entered the room. As his foot touched the ground, he immediately felt a distinct tremor. He stumbled forward, and the door behind him slammed shut with a resounding bang. Oh no! Lin Qian quickly turned around to push the door open again. Creak! The scene that met his eyes caused his heart to race. This was not a corridor. Within the cramped confines, an unpleasant amalgamation of urine and disinfectant filled the air. Beneath a rudimentary sink, a stainless steel, squat toilet awaited him, and the familiar surroundings rendered Lin Qian momentarily speechless. Was this not the restroom of a train? The oldest kind at that. Beer, beverages, bottled water, peanuts, sunflower seeds, chocolate. Come now, children, lend me your light. Just as he stood bewildered, a small cart unexpectedly collided with his waist, propelled by a woman in a blue wig who urged him on. Though her tone was polite, her expression brimmed with impatience. Lin Qian stepped aside, allowing the cart to pass. At that moment, a system notification abruptly appeared before him. Ding! You have entered the survival instance, Death Train. Death Train, a long-distance train journeying towards distant lands, carrying the hopes of many returning home. Yet unbeknownst to all, a peculiar passenger has infiltrated the ranks. As night descends, terrifying events will unfold. Conditions for return: survive for 24 hours. After meticulously reading the system notification, Lin Qian fell into a prolonged silence. He had never anticipated the existence of a room with such an instance. Thud! Lin Qian struck the restroom door with a heavy fist, producing a dull thud. Hey, buddy, are you going in or not? If not, don't block the way. At that moment, a young man clad in a leather jacket approached, cigarette dangling from his lips. His speech mumbled and lewd as he fidgeted with his belt, exuding an air of urgency. Lin Qian suddenly felt a surge of curiosity, questioning the authenticity of the person before him. He stared intently at the leather-clad youth, causing the latter to feel increasingly uncomfortable under his gaze. What are you staring at? What are you looking at? He took 2 steps back, his gaze filled with wariness as he scrutinized Lin Qian. I am not someone to be underestimated. Lin Qian was at a loss for words. This person was overthinking things far too much. However, he refrained from any explanation and simply made his way towards the carriage. With a flicker of thought, a train ticket materialized in his hand, indicating his designated seat. This appeared in the storage space after the system had completed its prompts, leading Lin Qian to surmise that similar task systems must allocate essential items, like this ticket. As he pushed open the aisle door, Lin Qian was momentarily entranced. An elderly man munching on seeds in the aisle seat, children rolling and crying on the bunk, and groups of middle-aged individuals clustered together playing cards. It was as if he had instantly returned to a world he knew well, rendering everything outside the door a mere illusion. Yet, it didn't take long for Lin Qian to identify aspects that were utterly divergent from the real world. There were no smartphones in sight, as if time had regressed by over a decade, with everyone passing the time in their own peculiar ways. Navigating through the somewhat crowded aisle, Lin Qian observed the actions and demeanor of the passengers, finding it all exceedingly vivid. Their conversations, gestures, and expressions were far from the rigid and bizarre nature of NPCs. This left him pondering the true nature of the infinite building. Was it a nexus connecting various worlds, or merely a virtual realm as suggested by the individual from the channel? With scan information at his disposal, Lin Qian found himself perplexed. After traversing 2 carriages, he finally located his bunk, situated below. The small table was cluttered with fruits and thermoses, while the floor bore remnants of scattered eggshells. Next to him, someone was sleeping, their face obscured by a cap. Lin Qian perched on the edge of his bunk, peering curiously at the passing passengers, yet he discerned nothing out of the ordinary. Stop looking. That thing won't show itself until nightfall. At that moment, an abrupt voice pierced through the air beside him. Lin Qian jumped, swiftly turning to glance at the neighboring bunk. There, the individual removed the cap from their face, gradually rising to reveal a visage etched with the marks of time. He was lean, with graying temples, yet his eyes sparkled with an unusual brightness. Lin Qian remained on guard, his hand subtly moving towards his lower back. The stranger, noticing Lin Qian's demeanor, expressed mild surprise. "What is the matter? Aren't you here for that thing?" This question left Lin Qian momentarily bewildered. "What thing?" The man paused, seemingly realizing he had mistaken Lin Qian for someone else, and hastily attempted to shift the topic. My apologies, I mistook you for someone more seasoned." Observing the man's reaction and piecing together his earlier words, Lin Qian's mind raced, formulating a hypothesis based on the system's prompts. He tentatively ventured, "Could it be you are also?" Upon hearing Lin Qian's inquiry, the man's eyes narrowed slightly, yet he offered no response. Lin Qian deduced that the man was questioning his identity, and after careful consideration, he added another remark. "I have heard that many lives are lost after darkness falls." As soon as these words were uttered, the expression of the person across from me instantly relaxed. I knew it. The moment you approached, I sensed the aura surrounding you." He pointed at Lin Qian, shaking his head with a smile. "You, my friend, are putting on an act, which made me think I had misjudged you. Do you not realize that one's identity cannot be concealed in the eyes of one's peers? A newcomer, perhaps?" He leaned back, crossed his legs, and picked up the thermos on the table, sipping the tea leisurely, embodying the demeanor of a seasoned sage. Lin Qian, with a bashful smile, continued the conversation in accordance with his lead. The elder chuckled, acknowledging, "Indeed, my skills are still lacking, so I cannot help but remain vigilant when venturing out." The man took a few sips of tea, exhaling contentedly as he slowly set down the thermos. "Observing your youth, it is evident that you have already cultivated a certain vigor. Is it inherited or self-taught?" Lin Qian was taken aback. How was he to respond? Chapter 8. The Death Train? Well, it's rather a matter of serendipity. Lin Qian carefully chose his words, fearful of inadvertently revealing his true intentions. "All right, I understand. A fellow traveler, are we?" No need to elaborate. The man gestured, indicating that Lin Qian need not say more. "Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Wang Kuei. The brothers in the industry have kindly bestowed upon me the title Master Kuei. You may simply call me Old Kuei." Lin Qian meticulously observed the expression on Master Kuei's face, noting the unmistakable pride that accompanied his self-introduction. He quickly responded in kind. "Ah, you are indeed that Master Kuei." He feigned astonishment, his eyes widening as if overwhelmed with excitement. "What's this? You've heard of my reputation?" Master Kuei raised an eyebrow, brimming with self-satisfaction. "I have heard a bit. Just a bit. Your past exploits are often mentioned in our circles." Lin Qian leaned in, anxious to divert the conversation before being pressed for specific heroic deeds, leaving no room for further inquiry. "Master Kuei, do you have confidence in dealing with that thing?" Lin Qian's foremost concern was the identity of the so-called special passenger mentioned by the system. Initially, he feared they might encounter a zombie outbreak akin to that in Train to Busan, especially given the unsettling presence of the hotel room zombie. However, Master Kuei's arrival dispelled this notion, suggesting he was already well acquainted with the nature of the threat. "Well, it's hard to say," Master Kuei replied with a chuckle. "But you seem like a decent young man. If any danger arises, just stay close to me. With me around, your life will be safe." Despite the many comrades on the train heading towards that creature, few possessed genuine skill. The information provided was woefully insufficient. Who could predict what complications might arise? Lin Qian, still grappling with the swirling information, seized the opportunity to flatter Master Kuei. "Then I shall rely upon your esteemed guidance." Master Kuei waved his hand dismissively, adopting the demeanor of an old hand in the field. "When traveling, we must look out for one another. Moreover, seeing you reminds me of my younger self, naive and brimming with fervor, charging headfirst without a care. We may not possess the deep foundations of those illustrious families, but we are certainly willing to risk our lives for the cause. What about those sheltered blossoms?" As he spoke, Lin Qian could distinctly sense a tinge of resentment in the other man's tone, clearly harboring long-standing grievances against those so-called prominent families, tinged with a hint of envy. While he engaged in flattery, Lin Qian continued to process the information at hand. Firstly, there were likely others like Master Kuei on the train, all of whom had received advance notice and were specifically drawn to confront that creature. Master Kuei's assumption that Lin Qian was a fellow peer might stem from the fact that, after augmenting his attributes, Lin Qian's capabilities surpassed those of ordinary individuals. This indicated that Master Kuei was certainly no ordinary man and likely possessed abilities far beyond his own. The system has placed itself here, likely not by mere coincidence. The task at hand involves survival rather than the elimination of dangerous entities, as it seems I am currently ill-equipped to contend with such foes. The essence of survival may very well hinge on the guidance of this formidable figure and his companions. Lin Qian rubbed his temples, feeling a surge of cognitive overload. Lost in thought, a hand suddenly appeared before him. "Hey, quickly, put that away lest someone sees it." Lin Qian was taken aback. Glancing at what the figure had offered, a stack of yellowed paper adorned with red ink talismans. Instinctively, he accepted them, and a notification from the system echoed in his mind. "Ding! You have obtained a blood talisman. Blood talisman possesses the ability to suppress malevolent entities. The stronger the entity, the shorter the duration of the effect." Lin Qian was astonished. When he looked at the figure again, surprise flickered in his eyes. Was this person truly a product of the system's design? A mere gesture of goodwill yields such powerful equipment. Counting them, he found 5 blood talismans in total. Malevolent entities. Those were classified by the system as evil beings, perhaps akin to ghosts or monsters. A plethora of cinematic scenes flooded his mind, causing his complexion to pale slightly. It wasn't that he feared ghosts, but, well, Lin Qian conceded he was somewhat apprehensive of them. He clutched the talismans tightly, only to have his hand soundly slapped by the figure. "Be gentle. If you damage them, they won't work." Lin Qian quickly relaxed his grip, placing the talismans on his lap and smoothing them out carefully, anxious that any creases might compromise their efficacy. "Old master, I haven't used these before. Is there any trick to it?" Lin Qian subtly inquired about the talisman's application. "What tricks could there be? Just stick them on your forehead with some saliva." The figure replied nonchalantly. Lin Qian understood, then asked, "Wasn't he their only one? Why are you giving me these talismans?" Upon hearing this, the figure gazed at Lin Qian as though he were a fool. "You don't intend to use these on that entity, do you?" Regret washed over him for having given the talismans to Lin Qian. The lad was clearly a greenhorn, utterly clueless, perhaps even more so than he had been in his youth. He needed to dissuade this reckless notion quickly. These talismans were meant for application on those affected, to prevent Lin Qian from being cornered without an escape. As for confronting that entity, such a novice would only be courting death. Leaning in slightly closer, he whispered, "I have some insider information. I've heard that entity caused quite a ruckus before, claiming the lives of half a street." The figure cast a sympathetic glance at the oblivious passengers around them. Sighing deeply, Luring it onto the train is no easy feat. It tends to gravitate towards crowds. The train has limited lateral space, so if we can block it and eliminate it, losses will be minimized. If we cannot, these people may very well share our fate. With that, he exhaled another sigh. These entities are becoming increasingly prevalent. One day, we won't be able to conceal it. Lin Qian remained silent, his gaze drifting to a newspaper beneath a pile of clutter. Rumors. The tunnel accident in Iron City was indeed caused by cost-cutting measures, and spreading panic will result in legal consequences. The parents of children who perished in the reservoir tragedy have succumbed to psychological disorders, claiming they can still hear their children calling out to them. As for the so-called ghost bus, the truth behind it is rather amusing. With just a cursory glance, Lin Qian could roughly deduce the context of the world. A strange resurgence? It seems that someone like Master Koei specializes in handling such incidents. However, from his words, it appeared he was merely a rogue expert, suggesting that there might still be proper authorities present, though it remained uncertain if they were on the vehicle. If they were, Lin Qian's chances of survival would certainly increase. From the information at hand, Lin Qian realized he was of no assistance against that entity. A conventional weapon like a handgun would be utterly ineffective, and lacking any extraordinary abilities, he was merely an enhanced ordinary person. Contemplating this, Lin Qian turned to Master Koei again, hesitantly speaking. Master Koei, my skills are rudimentary. Could you teach me a couple of self-defense techniques? I fear. As soon as the words escaped his lips, Lin Qian felt a flush of embarrassment. They were strangers, having met for the first time today, and he had already been quite bold by offering the 5 blood talismans. To ask for more felt rather presumptuous. Master Koei, with a sidelong glance, regarded Lin Qian but said little. Internally, he too was uncertain about the night's events. Yet he felt compelled to maintain a facade of confidence in front of the younger man. With a sharp clap, a rolled-up black booklet was tossed towards Lin Qian. This is my secret skill. How much you can comprehend depends on your talent, he stated before reclining back on the bed. What use is last-minute preparation? It was evident he was not as carefree as he appeared. Even as he lay down, slumber eluded him, and he merely closed his eyes to rest. Is this real? Lin Qian hadn't anticipated that he would actually extract something from Master Koei. Hastily, he unwrapped the binding and smoothed out the pages, revealing a yellowed cover inscribed with 2 prominent characters, Breaking Evil. The title alone indicated it was something extraordinary. Eagerly, Lin Qian began to peruse its contents, and soon, a system notification echoed in his mind. Ding! Skill acquired, Breaking Evil. Breaking Evil possesses special effects that harm malevolent entities and spirits. Though the description was not overly elaborate, joy surged within Lin Qian. Initially disheartened by the book's obscure text, he was now pleasantly surprised to find that the system had granted him such a significant boon, enabling him to learn it automatically. Setting the book aside, Lin Qian focused his thoughts, secretly activating the Breaking Evil skill. In the next moment, a faint white light flickered to life at his fingertips, roughly the size of a mung bean. However, this barely perceptible white light caught Master Koei's attention as he lay on the bed. In an instant, he sprang up like a coiled spring, his eyes wide with disbelief as he stared at Lin Qian. You do, he stammered, his expression reminiscent of someone who had encountered a ghost, struggling to articulate a coherent thought. Chapter 9. The Death Train Dusk. What is it, Uncle Koei? Lin Qian was astonished by the shimmering light in his hand and immediately sensed Uncle Koei's ghostly demeanor, prompting a wave of anxiety to wash over him. Uncle Koei's expression was one of sheer horror, his eyes wide enough to stretch the crow's feet at their corners as he struggled to catch his breath, finally managing to suppress his shock. For over a decade, I have devoted myself to this practice, barely scratching the surface. Yet this young lad has only observed for a mere 5 minutes. He muttered to himself, his words barely audible to Lin Qian, who leaned in to inquire. What did you say, Uncle Koei? Rising, Uncle Koei feigned calmness and retrieved a cigarette from his pack. Nothing. Nothing at all. I just need to light one up. He was of modest height, barely reaching 170 centimeters, his slightly oversized work jacket draping over his backside, his figure casting a forlorn shadow. Lin Qian dismissed the thought and instead focused on contemplating the newfound abilities he had acquired. After several attempts to activate them, he suddenly felt a wave of fatigue wash over him, akin to the weariness one experiences after a sleepless night. This must consume energy, Lin Qian surmised, though he was uncertain if this energy was linked to the mental attribute on his status panel. Without further speculation, he resolved to allocate a point to his mental attribute when his free attribute points became available the following day. Glancing at his watch, he noted that merely an hour had passed. Aware of his empty stomach, which had not been satisfied since breakfast, he felt a gnawing hunger. Although there was food on the train, he had no money. He wondered if he could borrow some from Uncle Kuei. Casting his gaze around, he noticed that Uncle Kuei had not returned for quite some time. The discomfort of hunger became unbearable, prompting him to discreetly retrieve 2 empty mineral water bottles from his space, intending to fill them with water to stave off his hunger. As he walked down the aisle toward the compartment, Lin Qian suddenly spotted Uncle Kuei engaged in hushed conversation with a somewhat plump middle-aged man through the glass. Upon pushing the door open, Uncle Kuei turned to see him and gestured for him to come over. Ah, this young brother is also in the field, albeit a novice. Uncle Kuei introduced him enthusiastically. The middle-aged man, however, merely nodded dismissively, clearly regarding Lin Qian with indifference. Come, this is Captain Liu, an official from the agency. Our main task is to cooperate with their operations. Uncle Kuei's warm introduction was abruptly interrupted by Captain Liu, who raised a hand to halt him. Old Kuei, you know well the risks involved tonight. I do not wish for a rookie to jeopardize our mission. Let him keep his distance. With that, he turned on his heel and departed, leaving no trace of goodwill behind. Uncle Kuei chuckled awkwardly and shook his head at Lin Qian. Ah, these regular soldiers have always looked down upon us unconventional types. Never mind, let us not dwell on it. Have you eaten? Shall we grab something to eat? It's my treat. He pointed toward the dining car. Lin Qian's eyes lit up, disregarding Captain Liu's earlier remarks, and he eagerly nodded in agreement. Half an hour later, one more order, please, as Lin Qian continued to devour his meal with remarkable speed. Uncle Kuei could no longer remain seated across from him. Little Lin, how long have you been starving? You've already devoured so many portions. The meals served on the train may not be exquisite, yet for Lin Qian, they are a rare delight. After all, when compared to tasteless compressed biscuits, the warmth of rice accompanied by generously oiled stir-fried dishes is truly satisfying. Lin Qian surmised that his sudden increase in appetite was likely linked to those 2 additional points allocated to his attributes. According to the system's calculations, he possessed nearly double the strength and constitution of an average person, which naturally heightened his consumption needs. He felt immensely relieved that he had not injected that peculiar digestive agent. Otherwise, he could only imagine how much food would be required to sustain him. Having swiftly devoured his 5th serving of rice, Lin Qian contentedly let out a satisfying belch, patting his distended belly as he leaned back in comfort. Noticing the complex expression on old Kuei's face, Lin Qian offered an awkward smile. I apologize for the expense, old Kuei. Next time, it's on me. Old Kuei waved his hand dismissively. What are a few boxes of food? I'm just concerned you might overindulge. Young man, you've quite the appetite. Looking at you reminds me of my younger days. He took a drag of his hand-rolled tobacco and waved his hand grandly, settling the bill before departing. After returning to his bunk, Lin Qian found himself feeling increasingly drowsy. Having recently attempted to break through too frequently, coupled with the significant energy expenditure and an overly full stomach, he felt somewhat lightheaded. Unable to withstand it any longer, he called out to old Kuei, I'm going to take a nap. If anything happens, please wake me. Old Kuei nodded in acknowledgement. Sleep well. It's still a while before nightfall. I'll wake you before it gets dark. Upon hearing the response, Lin Qian succumbed to his fatigue and promptly fell asleep. He slept deeply, and when Lin Qian finally opened his eyes, the sun was setting, casting a crimson glow across the clouds. After a moment of grogginess, he jolted upright, glancing at the neighboring bunk only to find old Kuei's absence. A cold sweat trickled down his temple as a wave of anxiety washed over him. Thankfully, he had awakened in time. Had he not, the scene upon opening his eyes after dark could have been quite dire. It seemed imperative to remain vigilant and never place his hopes on others. Ultimately, the only reliable support one could count on is oneself. Casting a glance at the countdown timer, he realized he had slept for over 6 hours, a significant waste of time. The train carriage had quieted considerably. After a day of upheaval, everyone appeared weary, save for a few spirited individuals engaged in a card game, their laughter occasionally punctuating the stillness. Nothing seems amiss. Or perhaps it's just not dark yet. He peered outside. Twilight was fast approaching. Clearing his throat, Lin Qian suddenly felt a parching thirst and reached for the 2 empty bottles, intent on fetching some water. In his excitement over the meal, he had forgotten to fill them earlier. At the junction of the carriage, as Lin Qian was filling his bottles, a man rushed from another compartment, tugging at the bathroom door, which refused to budge. "How long has it been? Why aren't you out yet?" The man, clearly distressed, knocked forcefully on the bathroom door. "Hey, what's taking so long in there?" Yet, there was no response. The man spat in frustration, choosing not to move to another carriage. Instead, standing at the door with his arms crossed, clearly waiting for someone to emerge from within. Lin Qian felt perplexed. "Are you certain there is someone in there? Perhaps the attendant has locked it." The man turned to Lin Qian and replied, "I saw someone enter with my own eyes. It's been over half an hour now. They're occupying the latrine without any intention of leaving." Lin Qian shook his head in resignation. Maybe they're just experiencing constipation. At that moment, Lin Qian suddenly twitched his nose. It was not a foul odor, but rather a scent masked by disinfectant, a metallic tang of blood. He became alert, first glancing at the man and then towards the restroom. To his horror, he noticed crimson liquid slowly seeping from the bottom gap of the restroom door, spreading out as the train swayed. Suddenly, with a rush, darkness enveloped the window as the train entered a tunnel, and the sound of the tracks became sharply pronounced. Chapter 10. The eerie passengers of the death train. A sudden scream pierced the air as the man beside him noticed the blood seeping out, startling him profoundly. "Train attendant! Conductor!" he yelled, summoning attention and quickly drawing a crowd. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Qian discreetly slipped away from the throng. As he passed by the bunk, he did not linger, but rather continued toward the next carriage, distancing himself further. Meanwhile, the conductor's urgent knocks echoed from behind. "Can anyone inside hear me? We are about to open the door." Lin Qian quickened his pace. At that moment, the lights within the carriage began to flicker, and in the next instant, visibility plummeted. The train speed abruptly decreased, gliding a short distance before coming to a halt. Emergency lights flickered on, yet the illumination remained dim, and the passengers erupted into chaotic chatter. "What is happening? Why has the train stopped? It's so dark. Daddy, I'm scared. Did we lose power? What if we crashed into something?" Lin Qian navigated through the crowd, his anxiety escalating. Though he was unaware of what lurked in the restroom, he believed that fleeing was the wisest course. He intended to evade any confrontation with the unknown entity by retreating to the last carriage. However, some matters cannot be evaded. Upon pushing open another passage door and running a few paces, Lin Qian suddenly slowed, coming to a hesitant stop. The atmosphere in the carriage felt decidedly off. An unsettling silence enveloped this compartment, starkly contrasting the cacophony of the preceding ones. A tall, slender figure sat in one of the aisle seats, motionless, facing away from Lin Qian. He twitched his nostrils, catching a whiff of a familiar odor, akin to that of the zombie from room 605, the stench of decaying flesh. A sense of alarm surged within him as he quietly gripped his revolver and talismans, cautiously retreating. Suddenly, the emergency lights in the entire carriage extinguished simultaneously, plunging Lin Qian's vision into total darkness. Thud! A heavy object fell, akin to someone inadvertently rolling off a bunk, yet no cries of distress followed. Thud! Thud! 2 more sounds echoed in succession. Beads of sweat formed on Lin Qian's forehead as his heart raced. He took a step back, colliding with the passage door, which creaked ominously, causing his heart to skip a beat. The clamor of passengers from the adjoining carriage starkly contrasted the eerie stillness in front of him, as though they were separated by a chasm between 2 worlds. Taking a step back, he slowly closed the door, holding his breath in trepidation, then turned to retrace his steps. He retrieved a hand-cranked searchlight, using its beam to hasten into the preceding carriage, but in his fluster, he accidentally bumped into a passenger's shoulder. "Hey, what are you doing? Are you blind?" The individual seized Lin Qian's arm, vociferously reprimanding him. "My apologies," Lin Qian uttered hastily. Yet he forcefully shook off the grip. With an extraordinary force, Lin Qian sent the man staggering backward, continuing forward without a glance back, recklessly barreling through, provoking a chorus of curses. "Hey, watch where you're going. Why are you running? Are you insane? You might be a thief. Quickly, summon the conductor." Yet, in the next moment, a series of thuds echoed from the rear compartment, followed by the door being flung open with a creak. Thud! Thud! The incessant, dull sounds captured the passengers' attention, prompting them to turn and gaze toward the direction from which Lin Qian had come. "What is happening? Did someone fall?" Curious, one passenger retrieved a flashlight and illuminated the doorway. However, the sight that met their eyes caused every heart to skip a beat. It was a contorted corpse, its neck and limbs twisted at grotesque angles, bulging eyes weeping blood, and a pallid face still etched with a hint of terror, as if it had experienced tremendous fright before its demise. Amidst a series of shrill screams, the flashlight slipped from the grasp of the startled onlooker, crashing to the ground. In a panic, he bent down to retrieve it, fumbling to shine the light back towards the location of the twisted body. Yet, a more horrifying reality unfolded. The corpse had vanished. Where did it go? Where did it go? He shouted frantically, searching in disarray, his voice trembling. Suddenly, a chilling sensation pressed firmly against his back. Crack! The crisp sound of breaking bones echoed, sending the flashlight spinning to the floor, rolling beneath the beds. "Run, run! There's a ghost!" Chaos erupted in the crowd as everyone surged toward Lin Qian's direction. But the aisle was too narrow. When 2 or 3 people squeezed together, they completely blocked the passage. "Get out of the way! Don't block the path! Don't lock the doors! Please let us out!" In a state of sheer terror, those nearest to the door were the first to escape the compartment. Yet they callously disregarded the others behind them, slamming the door shut and locking it tightly. "You beasts! Open the door! I'll kill you! I swear I'll kill you!" The trapped passengers, witnessing this, lost all rationality, shoving and striking one another, desperately vying to flee the compartment. Some pounded on the door, others smashed the windows, while a few hid beneath the beds, creating utter chaos. However, amidst this turmoil, no one noticed at all. Slender shadow, silently approaching from behind. Amidst the overwhelming stench of decay, the gaunt figure slowly raised a withered hand and gently waved. In the next instant, thud thud, like dumplings being dropped into boiling water, a series of contorted corpses fell abruptly from the ceiling of the compartment, crashing into the crowd below. In the midst of the horrific shrieks, the relentless sound of cracking bones filled the air, and within mere breaths, the compartment fell eerily silent. Soon, in the depths of darkness, several contorted corpses silently re-emerged, their feet gradually lifting off the ground as if suspended by some unseen force. In the eerie stillness, only a solitary footstep advanced slowly, approaching the next door, followed by the familiar sound of a door being struck. Bang! Bang! Each impact more forceful than the last. The metallic doorframe visibly warped. The passengers within the carriage had all fled amid the commotion, leaving only a slightly portly middle-aged man. His expression was grave. It was Captain Liu, whom Lord Kuei had introduced to Lin Qian. Staring intently at the resounding iron door, he remained unmoved, seemingly waiting for something, until the door began to buckle, clearly on the verge of collapse. Only then did he make his move, unhurried and deliberate. Captain Liu removed his wristwatch and shed his outer garment, leaving his upper body bare. With a sudden thud, he knelt without warning, his fists clenched, as his body began to tremble violently. A faint crackling sound emanated from his flesh, reminiscent of sizzling fat being scorched. Ugh! Ah! His visage twisted in agony, a wretched howl escaping his lips, as white smoke began to eerily rise from his entire being. "It's so hot, so unbearably hot." Amidst the crackling, his once fair skin suddenly tore open, revealing charred flesh beneath. Thick smoke billowed, the acrid scent of burning permeating the entire carriage. As wisps of flame erupted from Captain Liu, growing ever more fierce. Ah! With a pained scream, flames engulfed Captain Liu entirely. The bright firelight illuminating the dark smoke, faintly revealing him as a figure of fire, struggling to rise, step by step, towards the opposite side. At that moment, the door was breached, and a multitude of bloodied, twisted corpses tumbled into the carriage. Chapter 11, Death Train. The dark compartment suddenly illuminated, filled with suffocating smoke. At the junction of the carriage, Lin Qian stared in horror at the bloodied figure before him, ready to fire at any moment. Yet, the next words from the figure extinguished that thought entirely. What an inexperienced fool, daring to act without understanding the situation. The voice, muddled and bubbling with blood, was vaguely recognizable to Lin Qian. It was indeed the voice of Master Kuei. Master Kuei. He widened his eyes in disbelief. Keep your voice down. Master Kuei pressed a hand over his mouth, casting a wary glance toward the smoke-filled carriage. At that moment, he was shrouded in a blood-soaked robe, as if he had emerged from a pool of blood, thick droplets still dribbling from him. The stench was overpowering, and by the dim light of the flickering flame, Lin Qian could see the veins on Master Kuei's cheeks, resembling blood vessels, writhing like worms, burrowing into his flesh. Master Kuei's eyelids twitched with pain, yet his expression remained unchanged, as if he had grown accustomed to it. The wrinkles on his slightly withered skin became more pronounced, and his pallid complexion evoked a sense of horror. So, the person in the restroom was you. Lin Qian suddenly recalled the pool of blood seeping from the restroom, connecting it with Master Kuei's absence at that moment. The answer was glaringly obvious. I needed some time to prepare to wear this bloodied garment. It's rather troublesome, hence the need for prior action. And you, instead of staying put, why did you run around? Lin Qian fell silent. How could he have anticipated that the figure in the restroom was Master Kuei? If he had known, he wouldn't have fled. However, that explanation was inadequate. Claiming ignorance would expose his earlier pretense of familiarity with Master Kuei's prowess. Fortunately, Master Kuei provided an explanation for him. Young man, lacking insight, this is a malign spirit that has killed thousands. If allowed to grow, it is only a matter of time before it becomes a force of 10,000. Don't think that even all of us combined would have more than a 50% chance of victory. As he spoke, he surveyed their surroundings, observing all those gathered. Lin Qian followed his gaze and counted. There were 5 in total, including himself and Master Kuei. Among them, aside from the bloodied Master Kuei, was a young man wielding a crimson-bladed saber. He appeared to be of similar age to Lin Qian, with a fierce visage, a menacing scar dividing his brows, and clad in combat gear that exuded a chilling aura. He and another individual stood guard at the door, closely monitoring the situation amidst the smoke. Noticing Lin Qian's scrutiny of the two, Master Kuei leaned in closer. Those two are from the authorities, working alongside Team Liu. The one on the right. Do not let his youth deceive you. His murderous intent is formidable. It is said that his decapitating blade has severed the heads of at least 3,000 level spirits. In the past 2 years, he has gained considerable notoriety within the authorities, and it won't be long before he ascends to a leadership position. Regrettably, his temperament was rather foul. Otherwise, he might have forged some connections. With that, he redirected his gaze into the front carriage. The once fervent flames had noticeably diminished, yet the sounds of combat persisted within. The fire ignited by Captain Liu could only weaken a fraction of that vengeful spirit's power. To vanquish it, we had to rely on ourselves. As he spoke, Mr. Kuei produced an antiquated short knife, approximately 30 centimeters in length, from his bosom. The hilt was wrapped in yellowed cloth, and blood dripped rhythmically from the blade, presenting an eerie spectacle. Take the blood talisman I gave you. When the fight ensues, try to fall back. If the situation turns dire, jump out of the window and do not follow the crowd. They will inevitably be pursued. Mr. Kuei's eyes remained fixed on the fire within the carriage, his words growing increasingly urgent. In mere moments, the flames within had dimmed further. Suddenly, a thunderous crash resounded as a figure engulfed in flames burst through the door, crashing heavily to the ground. His flesh resembled charred coal, with only a flicker of flame still clinging to him, exhaling dense smoke and emitting a haunting wail. Captain Liu. Two officials shouted anxiously, yet they remained steadfast at the sides of the carriage door. Hurry, hurry. Ultimately, it was the old Mr. Kuei who advanced and dragged the barely conscious Captain Liu back. Listening to his faint voice, he could not help but inquire, hurry with what? Captain Liu's chest heaved violently as he struggled to regain his breath. Hurry, get away. Before his words could fully escape, a sudden rush of air sliced through the darkness, akin to arrows shot from a bow, arriving in an instant. Thud! A distinct sound of flesh meeting flesh echoed as a figure was violently hurled back, colliding with the rear carriage, with the remnants of fire on Captain Liu's body illuminating the scene. The onlookers beheld a mass of chaotic black lines that inexplicably pierced through the chest of a middle-aged woman. She was seemingly nailed to the carriage, her eyes bulging in terror, hands trembling as they reached for her chest. Yet, in the next moment, the sinister black lines began to emerge from her eye sockets, nostrils, and pores, accompanied by a series of chilling crackles. Her head began to twist grotesquely, and her limbs followed suit until the sound of bones fracturing echoed, causing a muffled scream to die in her throat, leaving her devoid of life. With a swift motion, a flash of the blade severed the entangling black lines, and the contorted woman collapsed heavily to the ground, her limbs assuming bizarre angles. Lin Qian gazed at the corpse before her, her heart racing wildly. However, the next moment brought an even more spine-chilling sight. The severed black lines on the ground began to slowly burrow back into the woman's body. With a nauseating series of crackles, her corpse trembled twice before sitting upright, her neck crooked. She appeared as if possessed, her eyes hollow and devoid of consciousness. In a swift move, Mr. Kuei pressed a blood talisman onto the forehead of the upright corpse. A flash of crimson light signified the activation of the talisman, and the body immediately became still. Run! What are you still thinking about? He shouted towards Lin Qian, then, wielding a short blade, plunged into the carriage alongside the others. Lin Qian, flustered, scrambled to his feet and fled in the opposite direction without glancing back. The harrowing scene he had just witnessed left him drenched in cold sweat. He had seen a living person perish before his eyes, only to bizarrely rise again. Such an occurrence, reminiscent of a horror film, inflicted a profound psychological impact on him. However, after traversing through a carriage, Lin Qian's pace suddenly slowed. His mind began to race. Glancing at the countdown timer, he noted that fewer than 13 hours remained. 13 full hours. The system's mandate was to survive for 24 hours, and he had barely endured through less than half of that time. Not to mention, a significant portion of it was deemed safe. Calculating the time, the malevolent spirit would commence its pursuit after dusk, and considering the delay caused by Team Liu, it amounted to no more than half an hour. Was the remainder of the time destined solely for escape? Lin Qian harbored a lingering suspicion that this task concealed another solution: the elimination of that malevolent spirit. Chapter 12. The stalemate of the death train to vanquish the specter. Lin Qian knew he could not rely solely on his own abilities. Instead, he could harness external forces, particularly those enigmatic individuals under the command of Master Kuei. Through the system prompts and the recent reactions of Team Leader Liu, Lin Qian had already formed a conjecture in his mind. It was highly likely that this group would prove ineffectual against the ghost and, with a significant chance, suffer complete annihilation. If that were the case, relying solely on those few individuals to eliminate the malevolent spirit would render the additional 10 hours of survival akin to a mere vacation. Should those individuals perish, Lin Qian would truly be devoid of any opportunity for a counterattack. If the narrative were to unfold in a conventional manner, their total destruction was almost a foregone conclusion. Thus, the only variable left was Lin Qian himself. He halted, inhaling deeply, and gradually turned around. In his hand, a semi-transparent card materialized, engraved with 3 identical digits, 666. He resolved to employ every hidden card he possessed, ready to fight with all his might, should the situation remain irretrievable in the end. Lin Qian would attempt to confine the vengeful spirit within the confines of a cursed gambling den. If that proved impossible, he would enter it himself. With the prior hints from the figure in the black robe, it wasn't an absolute certainty that he would meet his demise. Of course, this was a last resort. If feasible, Lin Qian would prefer to avoid returning to that haunted place. As for whether the black-robed demon could contend with the vengeful spirit, Lin Qian was utterly unconcerned. The two entities were not comparable, entirely disparate in nature. No matter how bizarre the ghost, its methods of attack were tangible and perceivable, whereas the black-robed demon's techniques were utterly inscrutable. With his resolve solidified, Lin Qian began to prepare with urgency. He stowed away his pistol. If it had any utility, it would surely not be his to wield. Instead, he drew forth a butcher's knife, gripping it in his right hand, while his left clutched a talisman. Lin Qian had observed clearly that the scarred face of the ghostly woman wielded a crimson blade that first glimmered with a white light, subsequently severing the black rope. This white light was strikingly similar to the banishing skill he had recently acquired, albeit on a much grander and more solid scale. The ghost could imbue the entirety of the blade, while Lin Qian could at most empower the tip. Nevertheless, he had gained a semblance of capital to confront the supernatural. Gathering his courage, Lin Qian prepared to launch a counteroffensive. He charged forward with unwavering determination, and as he stepped into the previous carriage, the cacophony of chaos greeted his ears. Team leader Lu, who had been lying here on the brink of death, was nowhere to be found. Only the female corpse, subdued by the blood talisman, remained. To Lin Qian's utter astonishment, just as he lifted his leg to step over the corpse, it twitched, raising its contorted hand and, with a swift motion, tore off the blood talisman from its forehead. Witnessing this scene, Lin Qian's eyes widened in horror. Without the slightest hesitation, he stomped down on the corpse's face, forcing its propped-up body back down. Illuminated by the flickering flames, Lin Qian could distinctly see the black lines on the corpse writhing as they tore through flesh, advancing toward his legs. Reacting swiftly, he spat on the corpse's forehead, and the blood talisman adhered immediately. At the moment the blood talisman made contact with the female corpse, a flash of crimson light flickered, and in the next instant, the black threads that had emerged from the pores hung limply, as if they had lost their signal, falling silent thereafter. Phew, that was close. It is indeed true that coincidence often plays a role. Had I hesitated even for a moment longer or arrived earlier, I might have found myself embroiled in a confrontation with this entity. Who knows what the consequences would have been? As I stepped into the carriage, the first thing that struck me was the acrid scent of charred remains. The flames surrounding us had yet to extinguish, revealing numerous bodies reduced to cinders. All were similar to the female corpse, presumably passengers controlled by that malevolent spirit. It seems that the initial purpose of Captain Lu's outburst was to eliminate these minions, which is indeed good news, indicating that those black threads are fearful of fire, at least of Captain Lu's flames. Treading upon the charred corpses, the soles of my feet emitted a creaking sound as I pinched my nose and pressed onward, soon catching sight of the tense battle unfolding in the carriage ahead. Old Kuei, the blackened Captain Lu, had somehow found himself at the front lines, his arms emitting dark smoke, engulfed by surging flames as he blocked the spirit's path. No sooner had he spoken than Old Kuei, clad in blood-stained attire, leapt down from the roof like a specter, brandishing a short blade wrapped in cloth that shimmered with a ghostly white light, striking fiercely at the malevolent entity. With a swift motion, the seemingly dull blade cleaved through the spirit's head, slicing it cleanly in half down to the throat. However, instead of blood or brain matter spilling forth, there were only countless intertwined black threads. Old Kuei's eyes widened in horror, and he cursed loudly. Damn it! The information you provided was erroneous. This thing has transcended the realm of malevolent spirits. As he shouted, the severed head began to reassemble, the black threads drawing it back together until it was whole once more. I've already stated this. Misjudgment. The only option now is to dismember this creature, separate its limbs, and burn them. Captain Lu shouted, extending his hands as flames erupted, only to be halted by an intricate web of black threads. In a flash, a massive red-bladed knife sliced through the flames, and the scarred-faced warrior lunged forward like a cheetah, executing a horizontal slash aimed at the spirit's head. Decapitation, he roared, his sinewy muscles bulging as he unleashed a fierce strike. Yet, the malevolent spirit did not flinch. In the next instant, countless black threads shot forth like arrows, poised to pierce the scarred warrior's body. Just when it seemed all was lost, a thick spray of blood suddenly erupted. Old Kuei, who had initially bent forward to retreat, recognized the imminent danger and swiftly enveloped the scarred warrior with his bloodied attire, shielding him entirely. Upon contact with the blood-soaked fabric, the aggressive black threads fell limp as if electrocuted, allowing Old Kuei to seize the moment and pull the scarred warrior back to safety beside Captain Liu. "This is untenable. We cannot handle it," Old Kuei gasped, urging Captain Liu in a hushed tone. "We must retreat. Otherwise, we shall all perish here." Yet, Team Leader Liu remained unfazed, his gaze fixated on the malevolent spirit before him, eyes brimming with an inexhaustible thirst for vengeance. "It cannot end like this." His voice was hoarse and chilling, emitting a thick plume of smoke with each utterance. The rate of its growth was terrifying. If he failed to vanquish it today, encountering it again in the future would render success even less likely. Elder Kuei, with a fierce determination, tore at the blood-soaked strands that nearly obscured his face, casting them aside with force. "Very well. If you choose to remain, then so be it. I have reached my limit." Just as he turned to depart, he caught sight of Lin Qian hastening toward him. What are you doing back here? Are you seeking death?" Lin Qian, wielding a meat cleaver, gritted his teeth, fixated on the malevolent spirit locked in a standoff with Team Leader Liu, breath coming in rapid gasps. He noticed a charred corpse lying on the ground beside Liu. From its physique, it appeared to be that of a companion who had been with Scar, reportedly an official member. In such a brief moment, another had perished? Lin Qian's heart plummeted, the hope of slaying the spirit dimming further still. Chapter 13. The Death Train Captain. "Cover me. Let us go for another strike." Scar wiped the blood from his face, his gaze fiercely locked onto the malevolent spirit ahead. With a fierce shout, he tightened the red silk at the end of his large knife, holding it diagonally with both hands, his cheeks flushed as if intoxicated. He shook his shoulders, steadied his stance, and although his actions appeared peculiar, they served to elevate his momentum. Old Kuei sighed at this sight and exchanged a knowing glance with Lin Qian. Let fate decide. With that, he no longer retreated, but leapt into the air with a flourish, hanging upside down from the roof like a bat. "Huh!" Team Liu unleashed his full power, flames roaring forth once again, his body taut as layers of charred skin peeled away to reveal the tender, newly grown flesh beneath. Kuei and Scar charged forward through the fiery curtain, aiming directly for the malevolent spirit. The cold light flickered as the fatal blade energy intertwined, severing the spirit's head with a swift strike, while the large knife cleaved its body in half. Captain, Scar, quick-witted, deftly caught the falling head with his blade and hurled it towards Team Liu. Upon seeing this, Liu instantly redirected his attack, flames erupting from his arms as he leapt. Catching the severed head, he crossed his arms tightly, cradling the spirit's head as he bellowed, "Give it to me! Burn!" With a thunderous roar, black smoke billowed from his body, followed by an explosion of searing flames from his chest. The spirit emitted a horrific wail, its bisected form writhing in agony, black tendrils spiraling in chaos, no longer able to mend its dismembered body. Scar and Old Kuei seized the opportunity, relentlessly hacking at the spirit's remains, their blades raining down until the once coherent form was reduced to scattered fragments, unrecognizable from its original state. Huh! Within the flames, the spirit's head rapidly disintegrated, leaving only a core that writhed like a tangled mass of threads. Liu's anguished screams gradually overpowered the spirit's cries, as the fresh flesh that had just grown was once again seared, leaving him unrecognizable. However, just as Lin Qian believed the tide had turned in their favor, calamity struck unexpectedly. The scattered limbs of the spirit on the ground suddenly trembled, as if stirring to life. The grayish-white skin wrapped in black tendrils cracking open and spreading outwards like a net. Not good. Kuei was the first to sense something amiss and hurriedly attempted to retreat, but it was too late. The black tendrils extended rapidly, ensnaring his ankles and burrowing into his flesh. With a swift motion, without hesitation, Kuei severed his own calf, blood spraying forth as he paid a heavy price for a chance to escape, shaking off the blood-soaked garment and retreating quickly. Scar wielded his large knife with precision, but the encroaching black tendrils pressed him back relentlessly from all sides. "Captain!" His eyes bulging with desperation, he stared at Lu, who was now surrounded by countless impenetrable black tendrils, converging upon him like a great net. Lu seemed to sense his impending doom. He no longer held back and knelt heavily to the ground. "Run!" Amidst a suffocating roar of anguish, a crimson glow began to emanate from Team Leader Lu's body, akin to a bomb poised for detonation. "Yeah!" He raised his head, unleashing a heart-wrenching scream. In the next moment, the flames that erupted and the encroaching black tendrils collided, causing the temperature within the carriage to soar. However, beneath the constricting net of darkness, the flames seemed ensnared, unable to breach their confines. Gradually, the flicker of light within the gaps diminished, and Lu's cries grew increasingly harrowing. "Captain!" Scarface cleaved a path through the chaos, roaring as he prepared to rush in for rescue, only to be seized by Old Kuei. "He is beyond salvation." At that moment, Old Kuei's face was ashen, his blood-soaked attire appeared to writhe, tightening around him with relentless intensity, clearly at its limit. "Get away!" Scarface glared furiously at Old Kuei, shaking off his grip with force. "Are you seeking death?" Old Kuei retorted, urgency lacing his voice. Yet, in that fleeting moment of hesitation, the black tendrils had completely enveloped Lu. Woo-woo! Within the billowing smoke, Lu's agonized wails seemed choked in his throat. He clawed desperately at his face, thrashing violently as if enduring unimaginable torment. The sickening sound of flesh tearing was unmistakable, blood gushing through the crevices of the black tendrils. Spreading out beneath Lu, steaming ominously. The tragic scene sent shivers through the witnesses. Old Kuei grasped Scarface, lowering his voice to implore, "Let us go. If we don't leave now, it will be too late." Scarface's eyes widened, unable to fathom that the captain, who had always cared for him, would meet such a horrific end. Seeing him refuse to heed the warning, Old Kuei sighed, turning to crash through the car window in a desperate bid for escape. Scarface watched helplessly as the figure of his leader grew smaller, the black tendrils stained crimson with blood, the struggles within weakening. He gritted his teeth, eyes brimming with tears, his body taut, gripping his sword tightly. In his vision, Lu's mutilated visage grew clearer, yet the black tendrils had completely overtaken him, reducing him to a mere shell. Parasitized. Suddenly, amidst a violent writhing, a pearlescent orb was expelled from Lu's mouth, clattering backward. The orb, roughly the size of a walnut and reminiscent of a light bulb, illuminated the entire carriage, casting the enormous shadow of the malevolent spirit upon the ceiling, rendering the atmosphere all the more chilling. Scarface forced a grim smile, fully aware that death awaited him, yet he could not bear to witness the malevolent spirit, masquerading in his captain's form, wreaking havoc upon the world. With a decisive pop, he retrieved the glass vial he had clutched tightly in his palm, uncorked it, and downed the crimson liquid within in one gulp. After swallowing, he exhaled deeply, steeling himself as he turned once more to face the malevolent spirit, ready to embrace his fate. Thud, thud. In the next moment, his skin began to flush crimson, veins coursing with rage, transforming his eyes into vessels of fierce malevolence, and his entire being began to emanate wisps of white smoke, as if his very blood had reached a boiling point. His veins bulged ominously, and a blinding scarlet radiance erupted from his blade. Like a vengeful spirit possessed, he appeared even more ferocious than the true specter before him. A frantic roar erupted from him, and with a sudden burst, the figure of the scarred man vanished from sight. In the next instant, infused with the essence of bloodlust, the blade came crashing down upon the malevolent spirit, cutting through with virtually no resistance, cleaving the apparition in twain. Yet, this was only the beginning. His movements were a blur, the blood-red gleam of his blade dancing in a relentless flurry as the specter faced a veritable meat grinder, its body swiftly reduced to disarray, limbs scattering in all directions. D, D, D. The scarred man appeared utterly consumed by madness, devoid of reason, relentlessly swinging his knife with fervor. He sought to reduce the malevolent spirit before him to mere dust, ensuring it could never rise again. Chapter 14, Death Train, the Spark Yet. Even when the malevolent spirit's body was severed into fragments, the black threads intertwined and fused, transforming into a larger tangle. However, devoid of the constraints of a corporeal form, the black threads moved in a disordered manner, easily tangling and knotting together. Judging by the current situation, Scarface must have employed a substance with potent side effects, granting him a temporary surge of strength. Yet, he ultimately lacked the means to inflict significant harm on the malevolent spirit before him, and his defeat was merely a matter of time. In an unnoticed corner, a glowing white orb rolled about, suddenly seized by a hand. The moment Lin Qian touched the white orb, he felt a searing heat emanate from it, akin to a scalding hot potato, nearly causing him to drop it. In the next instant, a system notification chimed in. Ability Spark, remaining 73 upon consumption. Gain the ability of the spark. Spark type, a special spark with supernatural burning properties, with a temperature lower than ordinary flames. Without special fuel, the fire cannot spread autonomously. As he finished reading the system introduction, Lin Qian's eyes brightened with a glimmer of hope. Could this be the source of Team Lu's abilities? He glanced towards Scarface, who was frantically hacking at the malevolent spirit. The latter's movements had evidently begun to slow. Time for hesitation was fleeting. With a firm resolve, Lin Qian bore the searing pain and swallowed the orb whole. Sizzle, the sound of roasting meat echoed from his throat, and Lin Qian's expression contorted in agony as he forced it down. The orb was too large, and a choking sensation gripped him. With wide eyes, he slammed the back of his head against the wall, gradually managing to push the orb down. However, the next moment, the system's notification left him utterly dumbfounded. Unable to digest. Unable to digest. The system's error message echoed repeatedly in his mind. Ignoring the excruciating pain in his esophagus, Lin Qian's heart plummeted and his mind raced. What to do? What to do? Suddenly, his gaze fixated on the last two words of the notification. Unable to digest. 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 An idea sparked in Lin Qian's mind, recalling a reward item he had previously acquired. Without a moment's hesitation, he retrieved the exceptional digestive potion from his storage space, twisted off the cap, and swiftly plunged the needle into his chest. A sharp pain coursed through him as the needle released pressure, injecting a frigid liquid into Lin Qian's body. He shivered from the cold, yet the burning sensation in his abdomen intensified, the two sensations clashing like ice and fire. Soon after, he felt the icy liquid begin to spread throughout his body. Ding! Obtained trait, exceptional digestion, just as the system notification rang in. The series of unable to digest alerts ceased, replaced by a new prompt. In an instant, Lin Qian felt the searing sensation in his abdomen diminish significantly. Exhaling deeply, he collapsed onto the ground, only to discover that he was drenched in sweat. Glancing at the scarred figure, he noticed that its strength was clearly waning. It continued to strike mechanically, yet it could not halt the specter's relentless reconstitution. Hurry! Hurry! Lin Qian urged anxiously within his mind. As the digestion process accelerated, a wave of heat surged from his abdomen, akin to scalding wires piercing through his veins. Hiss! His expression contorted in agony, and he fell to the ground, writhing like a maggot in distress. The scarred figure was momentarily distracted by Lin Qian's anguished cries, and in that brief lapse, it nearly succumbed to the encroaching black tendrils. It's over. Despair began to swell within him, and his movements grew increasingly sluggish. Lin Qian writhed on the ground, gasping for breath, wisps of white smoke escaping his lips. So hot, so scorching. He felt as though he had been thrust into an incinerator, on the verge of igniting and vanishing into ash. However, as the digestion process neared completion, the intense heat gradually subsided. Lin Qian ceased his struggles and cries, lying on the ground, breathing heavily. Ding! Digestion complete. Acquired flame ability, spirit fire. The scarred figure panted heavily. The once easily wielded blade now felt insufferably heavy. He staggered backward, barely able to fend off the black tendrils assaulting from all directions. It seems I am destined to perish here today. Regrets? None to speak of. He only loathed his own weakness. Having witnessed the captain's demise before his eyes, yet being powerless to intervene. Even in a desperate fight, he could do nothing to avenge his captain. The black tendrils began to wrap around his prized blade, rendering it immobile. The specter reformed before him, but at least the captain's body had been completely obliterated by his hand. Was he to become the specter's new vessel? A flicker of despair crossed the scarred figure's eyes. If he possessed the strength, he would rather rend his own body than allow the specter to take possession. Yet it was too late. The black tendrils began to invade his body, sending sharp pangs coursing through him. Resigned, he closed his eyes, awaiting the final moments. In the next instant, a blinding light erupted before him, piercing through his eyelids. The searing heat washed over him, a sensation he knew all too well. The scarred figure opened his eyes abruptly. Captain? Impossible. The captain was dead. Boom! Before he could contemplate further, it felt as though a missile detonated before him, and the world was enveloped in blinding white light. The carriage windows shattered, and the explosive force hurled the scarred figure backward. Cough, cough. Struggling to rise. Amidst the acrid scent of char, the flames enveloping his body began to extinguish rapidly. Scarface rubbed his eyes and gazed towards the direction of the malevolent spirit. A hissing sound filled the air, revealing the apparition engulfed in white flames, emitting a wretched wail. The flames conjured by Team Lu, upon contact with the black lines, behaved like ordinary fire meeting metallic wire. While they could inflict damage, it remained localized and did not spread. However, the scene before him was starkly different. The white flames surged forth like parasitic maggots, swiftly enveloping the malevolent spirit, and the wildly writhing black lines appeared to be soaked in gasoline, igniting swiftly upon the slightest contact. It was evident that the spirit's form was diminishing rapidly. Completely abandoning its assault on Scarface, it turned to face Lin Qian, who at that moment wore a bewildered expression, his hands still mimicking Team Lu's outstretched pose. The sudden eruption had taken even him, the instigator, by surprise. There was no black smoke, nor the searing pain that afflicted Team Lu. This left him feeling that all his preparations had been in vain. Something felt amiss. The spark originated from Team Lu's body. Why did the effects differ so drastically between him and me? A glance at the panel revealed. Spirit fire, remaining 63. What? Their SA consumption rate. Chapter 15. The Death Train. The task was completed with remarkable success. A single burst consumed 10% of the flame energy, leaving Lin Qian feeling somewhat at a loss. The dissipated portion was simply too vast. The attack on the vengeful spirit constituted only a minor fraction, which felt like a waste. Nevertheless, this alone had inflicted considerable damage upon the spirit. Observing its contorted struggles, he noted the density of the black threads had significantly diminished. It was severing those ignited black threads. With keen perception, Lin Qian quickly discerned the spirit's intentions. Raising one hand, he formed a grasping motion in the air, and with a shift of his thoughts, a surge of brilliant white flames erupted from his palm, leaping over 2 meters high, tapping into the elusive connection within his mind. The flames gradually coalesced, ultimately forming a basketball-sized orb of fire that hovered above his palm. It seemed he had grasped a hint of mastery. Lin Qian felt a surge of excitement, enamored with his newfound ability. However, to prevent any unforeseen complications, he knew he must first eliminate the vengeful spirit before him. With renewed confidence, he stepped forward boldly, executing a sweeping motion with his palm. The flames roared forth, fanning out in a brilliant arc, enveloping the spirit once more. A multitude of black threads ignited and dissolved into ash, dispersing into the air. The spirit's struggles grew increasingly feeble, the black threads scattering as if attempting to flee for its life. Yet Lin Qian would not grant it such an opportunity. He fixated on the separating clusters of black threads, periodically launching fireballs to ensure their demise. Ultimately, as the cursed female corpse, marked with talismans, was reduced to charred remains, The essence of the vengeful spirit was entirely eradicated. In the next moment, a system notification chimed in. Ding! Source of danger eliminated. Survival task concluded ahead of schedule. Return could be selected at any time. Kill reward obtained. Purified sewing threads. Ding! Task exceeded expectations. Reward upgraded. Rewards acquired. 3 free attribute points. 1 storage space upgrade card. 1 infinite boxing tournament entry ticket. As the system notifications ceased, Lin Qian sank to the ground. A wave of relief washing over him. He retrieved a bottle of water and gulped down more than half of it. Finally, it was over. With the tension dissipating, a profound fatigue surged forth. The sensation mirrored that which he experienced during the previous experiment with dispelling the curse. It appeared that manipulating flames also drained mental energy. Reflecting on this, Lin Qian attempted to bolster his mental acuity. The effect was remarkably pronounced, akin to a peppermint bomb detonating in his mind, instantly clarifying his consciousness and banishing that overwhelming fatigue in an instant. Oh, Lin Qian's eyes brightened. Indulging in his newfound wealth, he added a bit more to his mental fortitude, then closed his eyes in enjoyment, reveling in the exhilarating joy that seemed to awaken every brain cell. How delightful! He exhaled deeply, preparing to rise. Just then he caught sight of Scar, laboriously propped up beside him. Scar was staring intently at Lin Qian, silent and unblinking. Lin Qian paused, feeling somewhat uneasy under the scrutiny. What is wrong, big brother? He scratched his head, asking in bewilderment. At this moment, the scarred man was covered in blood, his clothing torn in several places, presenting a woeful sight. You saved me, he uttered hoarsely after a prolonged silence. I shall repay you in due time. With that, he turned abruptly, staggering towards the car door, uttering not a single word more. Lin Qian merely shrugged, dismissing the encounter altogether. However, this mission had imparted upon him a peculiar sensation. The individuals within this realm were strikingly vivid, be it Lord Kuei, Captain Liu, or the scarred figure before him. They bore no resemblance to mere NPCs from a game, but rather felt like people one might encounter in everyday life. Lin Qian was suddenly struck by an impulse to disembark and explore whether this was merely a regional instance or an entirely new world. Ultimately, though, he quelled this urge. Aware of his scant knowledge regarding the rules of the infinite building, he preferred to refrain from reckless exploration to avoid unforeseen calamities. Stretching his limbs, Lin Qian traversed the empty carriage to the restroom he had initially pushed open, only to find it retained its appearance as a washroom, not a corridor of the infinite building. It appeared that such mission instances could only be exited through designated means, precluding casual ingress and egress. Patience was thus required, and Lin Qian resolved to conduct a thorough search. His original purpose for venturing out today was to procure food and potable water. Yet he found himself embroiled in this unexpected predicament. Fortunately, the crisis had passed, and the process had been more thrilling than perilous. Lin Qian felt immense relief for having made the right choice. Otherwise, he might still be desperately fleeing from the pursuit of malevolent spirits. However, his successful evasion was largely a matter of fortune. Had that ember-like orb not fortuitously rolled before him, and had he not previously acquired an extraordinary digestive potion, the outcome could have been quite different. If not for desperation, he would have genuinely preferred to avoid the 666 room for a game of cards. In the enveloping darkness, Lin Qian refrained from utilizing the hand-crank spotlight, instead summoning a sphere of ethereal fire to illuminate his surroundings. Remarkably, though this flame's temperature was not akin to ordinary fire, its luminosity far exceeded that of conventional flames, proving to be an exceptional source of light, which Lin Qian found most satisfactory. With a clear objective in mind, he proceeded directly to the dining car he had previously visited with Lord Kuei, making a beeline for the kitchen workspace. Upon opening the door, he was greeted by a chaotic scene, the stove in disarray, yet untouched. As he methodically opened the cabinets below, Lin Qian's smile widened uncontrollably. The refrigerator was stocked with various fish, meats, and frozen foods, while a large steamer emitted steam, containing freshly cooked rice and buns. Boiled eggs and neatly arranged boxed meals were positioned on a corner cart, and Lin Qian spared none, collecting everything along with their containers into his storage space. However, it soon became apparent that the capacity of his storage space was nearing its limits. Remembering the storage space upgrade card received as a mission reward, he promptly retrieved and chose to use it. Ding! Storage space upgrade card successfully used. Following the prompt, Lin Qian checked his storage space once more, astonished to discover that its dimensions had expanded in every direction, doubling in size. Originally, a cubic space instantaneously expanded to 8 cubic units, ample enough to accommodate the spoils of the day. After thoroughly scouring the kitchen, Lin Qian commenced his quest for the crew's supply carriage. It wasn't long before he amassed a considerable collection of beer, soft drinks, bottled water, instant noodles, and sausages. Just as he was poised to continue his meticulous search, he suddenly heard the distant sound of numerous approaching vehicles. Peering out from the car door, he noticed a light illuminating the entrance of the tunnel. The identity of the approaching individuals unknown. Lin Qian hesitated momentarily, but ultimately resolved to abandon his exploration. With a mere thought, he opted to return. In an instant, his vision was engulfed by a brilliant white light, and when he opened his eyes again, Lin Qian found himself in his own room. Surveying his surroundings, he felt a sense of astonishment. However, after 2 days of desensitization training, his resilience had significantly improved, and he was no longer easily startled. Reclining languidly on his bed, Lin Qian began to inventory his treasures. The storage space card had already been utilized, and the free attribute points were self-evident. In a flash of brilliance, 2 items materialized in Lin Qian's hand. One was a small, pitch-black ball of thread, barely the size of a fingernail, and the other was a semi-transparent card. Chapter 16. The Reward of Digestion, Purified Stitching Thread. After consumption, the ability to generate stitching thread is acquired. After much hesitation, Lin Qian finally mustered his resolve and tossed the thread ball into his mouth. Although this item seemed to be connected to that malevolent spirit, the disgust it inspired was overshadowed by the formidable power of the stitching thread he had witnessed firsthand. As anticipated, a system notification rang out the next moment. Digesting. The extraordinary nature of this digestion eliminated any doubts about its feasibility, and the progress bar began to increment slowly. Simultaneously, Lin Qian felt as though a seed within him was rapidly germinating, the excruciating pain causing his complexion to pale and his body to writhe on the bed. Despite his preparations, the agony and the searing heat were unlike anything he had experienced before. As he endured the digestive phase, drenched in sweat, Lin Qian leaned against the edge of the bed, his chest heaving violently. He extended his hand, focusing his will. In the next instant, a fine black thread, slender as a hair, began to emerge from his fingertip, twisting and swaying in the air with a faint sensation of detachment. The extension was excruciatingly slow, akin to squeezing toothpaste, taking ages to reveal just a few decimeters. It was evident that he had a long journey ahead to achieve the terrifying intensity of that malevolent spirit's thread. Grasping the thread with his other hand, Lin Qian discovered its remarkable resilience, comparable to a steel wire. He then summoned spiritual fire to his fingertip, bringing it close. With a sizzling sound, the black thread ignited instantly, reduced to ashes. Lin Qian noted that the thread he had created appeared to be slightly finer than that of the malevolent spirit. It displayed a greater aversion to spiritual fire. Opening the interface, Lin Qian examined the description of the stitching thread. Stitching thread. After purification, it no longer consumes the user's flesh and blood, but requires the flesh and blood of other beings for enhancement. To consume flesh for enhancement, Lin Qian fell into contemplation, realizing why that malevolent spirit gravitated towards populated areas. It was for this very reason. Having completed this reflection, his gaze shifted to a semi-transparent card beside him. Infinite King of Fighters Tournament entry ticket, upon use, immediately teleports to the Infinite King of Fighters venue and grants one opportunity to participate. The Infinite King of Fighters Tournament? This card bore a resemblance to the Cursed Casino's teleportation card, serving a similar function. Although he was uncertain of the nature of this Infinite King of Fighters Tournament, Lin Qian felt a sense of satisfaction. Regardless of the tournament's content, It seemed less perilous than the cursed casino. Should danger arise again, this card would take precedence. Storing it in his inventory, Lin Qian's spirits lifted. Next, he noticed he had unallocated free attribute points. Opening the panel, he was taken aback. How did I acquire 2 free attribute points? Glancing at his wristwatch, realization dawned upon him. Has it already been 3 days? The salary from the overseer had arrived, granting him an additional free attribute point. After pondering for a moment, Lin Qian allocated the 2 points to agility and constitution. In the present day, his methods of attack are predominantly extraordinary in nature. Close-quarters combat is not his forte, and hence he does not feel the urgency to enhance his physical strength. After all, he allocates a small amount of free attributes each day and intends to develop his skills in a balanced manner, ensuring he has no weaknesses. Following this survival mission, his panel statistics have undergone significant alterations. Name: Lin Qian, level 1 regulator. Initial attributes: average values for healthy adults set at 1 strength, 1, 8 agility, 2, 1 constitution, 2, 7 spirit, 3, 9 traits, stony heart, abnormal digestion abilities, spirit fire, corpse stitching evaluation. Possesses a preliminary ability to confront the supernatural. Yet regulator? Who on earth allowed him to be entangled in this? Lin Qian silently rolled his eyes. In the ebb and flow of fortune, I shall eventually compel you, O wretched system, to regard me with newfound respect. With that, he promptly collapsed onto his bed, closed his eyes, and fell into a deep slumber. The day had been overwhelmingly tense and exhilarating, draining both his physical and mental faculties. Another obscured slumber ensued. When Lin Qian awoke, stretching languidly as he rose, he realized that 2 hours of the 3rd day's safe exploration time had already elapsed. However, he remained unperturbed. The experiences of the past 2 days had instilled in him a profound realization. Doors can be opened, but they must not be opened recklessly. Reckless opening could indeed lead to death. He leisurely retrieved a meal from his storage space, astonished to find that it still emanated warmth. It appeared that time within the storage space was suspended, a rather fortuitous discovery, akin to having a refrigerator. Elated with this newfound knowledge, Lin Qian's appetite surged, and he devoured an amount sufficient for 3 people. Having satisfied his hunger, Lin Qian reclined on his bed and began to peruse the regional channel. Upon opening it, he noted that today's discussions were markedly more vibrant than the previous 2 days. Zombie warehouse cleanup mission. Seeking teams. Gather at room 952's entrance. The more participants, the better. Those who join will receive a custom spear. Inside the warehouse, there are canned goods, and rewards will be distributed based on the number of zombies slain. Honesty and cooperation. Fair dealings for all. Hunting. Please private message if you have a bow. Reliable hunting ground room information available. Selling room expansion card X1, which can enlarge room space by 20 square meters. For 100 bottles of mineral water or 50 units of food, no bargaining. While engrossed in the regional channel, Lin Qian suddenly paused at this particular message. Such a thing exists. An opportunity to expand room space? Though intrigued, Lin Qian had no intention of redeeming it. After all, survival supplies were currently scarce. And who would be idle enough to trade for room expansion? While Lin Qian possessed ample resources, his appetite far surpassed that of an ordinary individual, and he had yet to reach a level where he could afford to squander them. After meticulously reviewing the chat records, Lin Qian discerned that 1 unit of food equated to the amount sufficient for an adult male's meal. He pondered who had devised these rules, likely to facilitate trading. After 2 days of acclimatization, the others finally began to comprehend their predicament. If one remains utterly motionless, they are merely awaiting death. To survive, one must bravely venture into the realm beyond the door to procure essential resources. However, Lin Qian discovered that individuals like himself, who prefer solitude, are rather rare. The majority of people tend to band together, utilizing a single opportunity to enter the world beyond the door, allowing all to explore collectively. Yet, Lin Qian held reservations about this approach. While most perceive the dangers within the door's world to be limited to zombies and wild beasts, Lin Qian has personally encountered true horror. In high-risk scenarios such as the death train, unqualified teammates not only fail to assist, but may also elevate one's likelihood of demise. Everyone take heed. Do not, under any circumstances, open room 666. As Lin Qian pondered this, a striking message suddenly captured his attention. The moment this information was released, a flurry of inquiries ensued. What happened? What is going on? What is inside the room? The room with the leper designation must be extraordinary. At this critical juncture, the individuals capable of publicly sharing room information in the channel are exceedingly few. Most keep such knowledge close to their hearts, revealing it only when there is a tangible benefit. I witnessed my neighbor open that door. Before he could even take a step, something from within yanked him inside. And 5 minutes later, the lights in his room went out. I was terrified. I still haven't recovered from the shock. This revelation sent shockwaves through the area channel, igniting a frenzy of messages that erupted like a boiling cauldron. Chapter 17. Invitation to collaborate in the regional chat channel. A lively discussion was underway, while Lin Qian secretly observed with delight. It was only upon reading the contents of the chat that he realized not everyone possessed the audacity to open the door to the unknown. Indeed, there were numerous participants who had yet to venture through a single door. Those like Lin Qian, who had braved the threshold of 4 doors, were considered remarkably bold. Others, having opened 1 or 2 doors and frequently active in the channel, encountered only safe resource rooms, establishing a foundation for trade, ensuring they lacked neither sustenance nor ordinary weaponry. Some even boasted of having opened 3 or more doors, showcasing their prowess to attract members to their ranks. One individual, recently rallying a small group to strategize an assault on a zombie warehouse, had reportedly formed a team of 6 or 7, emerging as a figure of considerable influence at this stage. Moreover, the chat logs contained a wealth of valuable information. Over the past 2 days, he had been preoccupied, alternating between exploring rooms and resting. Yet, many others seemed to have ample time on their hands. They had thoroughly explored the entire floor during designated safe exploration periods, confirming that it indeed comprised a straight corridor structure, requiring approximately half an hour to traverse from one end to the other, a considerable distance. Notably, the rooms at either extremity were numbered 101 and 998, with no rooms numbered 100 or 999. Some had calculated, based on the indicator lights on the doors, that there were approximately 200 survivors on the floor, a rough estimate given the daily fatalities. Surviving on the basic supplies provided within the rooms for the past 2 days had not proven difficult. However, as of today, numerous reclusive individuals could no longer remain idle. It was not merely the depletion of resources that urged them to seek a hearty meal, but rather the looming sense of crisis brought on by the impending unknown trials. The system had made it abundantly clear. Once the novice period ended, the initial survival trial would commence, compelling all participants to partake. Seizing the opportunity, some began to recruit within the channel, even offering favorable conditions such as free weapons to entice potential recruits. At that moment, a particular message caught his attention. Hunting team recruiting, free homemade spears provided. Prey will be evenly distributed. Last time, we lacked manpower and only managed to hunt 2 deer. Interested parties, gather at the entrance of room 615. 615? That was right at his doorstep. While Lin Qian was not particularly interested in the meager spoils of the hunt, the proximity of the room offered a chance to join in and observe. He opened the door and peered out, indeed spotting a few individuals clustered at the entrance of room 615, engaged in discussion. The leader, clad in a motorcycle jacket and helmet, with a katana slung at his waist, appeared somewhat out of place yet stood out conspicuously among the white-clad survivors. By the 3rd day, few remained like Lin Qian, clad in their initial starter gear. Most had scavenged for wearable clothing within their rooms and openly displayed their weapons, eager to showcase their strength. In this era where cold weapons are prevalent among the masses, no one would dare provoke others lightly, for once a conflict arises, none can guarantee their victory. Of course, if one possesses a firearm, it is an entirely different matter. 3 individuals were engaged in discussion when they noticed Lin Qian standing at the doorway, foolishly glancing around. The leader of the trio immediately called out with enthusiasm, "Here. Over here, brother. Come this way." Lin Qian, was taken aback, scratching his head in hesitation as he approached. "What do you want?" Upon seeing Lin Qian clad in white, the three men exchanged glances filled with disdain and contempt, and given Lin Qian's tall and slender stature, they clearly did not regard him highly. Only the leader stepped forward warmly, extending his hand in self-introduction. "Hello, brother, I am Apeng. These two are my good friends. We are about to enter the room for a hunt. Would you care to join us?" He then reached out and took a makeshift spear from one of his companions. The spear, crafted from a mop handle and a fruit knife bound together with tape, appeared rather rudimentary, yet Apeng presented it as though it were an extraordinary weapon. "Do not worry about lacking a weapon. If you agree, this spear is yours as a gift. You need not return it. Consider it a token of our friendship." His demeanor exuded warmth, yet his face remained concealed beneath a motorcycle helmet, obscuring his expression. Lin Qian accepted the spear, inspecting it and noting the haphazard wrapping of the tape, but he said nothing and merely nodded. "All right then. Regardless, even if I am merely joining to observe, it spares me the trouble of opening the door." Lin Qian had long harbored plans to explore several nearby rooms, and this seemed to present a serendipitous opportunity. "Ha ha! Rest assured, brother, we will look after you." The hesitation Lin Qian exhibited was misinterpreted by the other two as cowardice. The burly man among them approached and slapped Lin Qian on the shoulder, appearing to offer comfort while unapologetically flaunting his strength. However, contrary to the image he had envisioned of Lin Qian staggering from the blow, the seemingly frail figure stood firmly, as if anchored to the ground. Instead, the robust man's hand recoiled in pain, as if he had struck a solid rock. Lin Qian turned back, a look of confusion on his face. "You ought to eat more. You are too thin, just a collection of bones. You nearly crushed my hand." The burly man grimaced, awkwardly attempting to justify himself. Lin Qian offered an embarrassed smile, but a flicker of coldness flashed in his eyes. These individuals did not appear to be of good character. He subtly contemplated the idea of leaving. It was not out of fear. Lin Qian had never been particularly timid, perhaps only slightly apprehensive of ghosts. A fear he had mostly conquered aboard the death train, let alone these mere ruffians. He was simply averse to complications, especially when the trouble outweighed the potential benefits. He preferred not to stir up unnecessary issues. Yet at that moment, a faint voice suddenly emerged from behind him. A moment of surprise overtook the trio as they turned, only to find a timid girl of slight stature gazing at them. Noticing their stares, she took a step back in nervousness. Dressed in white like Lin Qian, she seemed to reveal the secrets of a room yet unexplored, exhibiting signs of social anxiety, as if she had mustered considerable courage to initiate a conversation. Her appearance was unremarkable, with a flat physique, and she appeared quite young, exuding an aura of scholarly innocence, reminiscent of a freshly minted college student. "I saw the message in the channel. May I join?" she inquired, her complexion somewhat pale, and her lips chapped, clearly indicating a prolonged lack of sustenance and hydration. "Of course, certainly," replied Apeng, waving his hand and presenting her with a spear of the same inferior quality as the others. The girl accepted the spear awkwardly, unsure of how to hold it. "Do not fear, little sister. I shall protect you," a burly man remarked with a grin, inching closer to strike up a conversation. However, Apeng cast a subtle glare at the man, prompting him to retreat immediately. Chapter 18. The cave. Lin Qian extended the spear in his hand forward. "Never mind. I've changed my mind. I shall return your items. I will not proceed." While he had harbored some doubts earlier, as the other two had been whispering to each other and deliberately preventing him from overhearing, Lin Qian was now nearly certain. These individuals were certainly up to no good. The girl behind him, weighing scarcely 90 pounds, was readily accepted by them without a hint of hesitation. While it might be reasonable to distribute labor according to contribution, they had previously agreed to an equal division, which raised concerns. Even a simple inquiry about her ability to wield a spear would have sufficed, yet none was made. They appeared to welcome anyone without reservation. He deliberately feigned an intention to leave, testing their response. As expected, upon seeing Lin Qian about to depart, Apeng became anxious. "Wait, brother, what seems to be amiss?" He grasped Lin Qian's shoulder, his tone courteous, yet his actions were quite presumptuous. The other two, sensing the tension, quietly encircled Lin Qian. Lin Qian narrowed his eyes slightly, revealing a brilliant smile. This spear is rather poorly crafted. I fear it may not serve me well. Perhaps I shall forego it. Apong was momentarily taken aback by his words, but then burst into laughter. I thought it was something serious. Hey, you there? Come here and lend this brother your spear. With a grand gesture, he took the spear from another person and handed it to Lin Qian. Here, use this one. Lin Qian accepted the spear, feeling its substantial weight and noting the secure construction of its head, entirely unlike the previous one. How about this? Is it satisfactory? I'm giving you my brother's weapon. Isn't that generous? Peng Ji, it's getting late. I doubt anyone else will arrive. Why don't we hurry inside? The burly man beside them seized the opportunity to suggest, seemingly fearful that Lin Qian might escape. Come on, brother, shall we go together? He casually draped an arm over Lin Qian's shoulder, grinning. Lin Qian maintained a calm demeanor, yet internally began to contemplate his options. Should he strike directly? No, that would draw too much attention. It would be better to enter and seek an opportunity within to ascertain the true intentions of this group. His curiosity was piqued. What could have compelled these three to go to such lengths? He offered no resistance as Apeng ushered him toward the entrance. They stood quite close together. My dear sister, do you have the chance to open the door? Upon reaching the entrance, Apeng turned to the girl beside them. Yes, I do. The girl was initially startled, but without further inquiry, obediently lowered her head and stepped forward to open the door. Thank you. Ladies first. Apeng gestured for her to enter, following closely behind Lin Qian. The moment they stepped into the room, their surroundings plunged into darkness. Before them lay not the anticipated grasslands and forests, but a cavernous space reminiscent of an underground grotto, with stalagmites rising and the distant sound of dripping water echoing. This is a narrow passageway, with a glimmer of light emanating from the distant opening. Lin Qian glanced back and noticed that the burly man who had entered last seemed to inadvertently block the entrance, grinning as he fixed his gaze upon him. Come on, brother. Don't be shy. You two just move ahead, Apeng said, drawing his katana with a swift motion, the blade gleaming ominously in the light. The subtle menace in his posture, with the blade pointed towards Lin Qian, was abundantly clear. At that moment, even the girl beside him sensed an unusual tension in the atmosphere, casting a timid glance at Lin Qian, seemingly waiting for his response. Lin Qian remained silent, leading the way forward, his hand imperceptibly adjusting his grip. The girl hesitated briefly, but quickly fell in behind him. You're wise to comply, Apeng's companion snickered. Trailing behind, Lin Qian, holding the spear firmly in one hand, walked with a steady gait, displaying no signs of anxiety. In contrast, the girl behind him trembled, her fingers gripping the spear, turning pale from the pressure. Upon reaching the cave entrance, their vision expanded. It revealed a vast underground cavern, with a gap above allowing sunlight to filter through. Directly ahead lay a sapphire blue lake, its depth indiscernible, reminiscent of the sea. At the center of the lake stood a raised stone platform, upon which rested a treasure chest, its embedded crystals shimmering brilliantly in the sunlight, captivating one's attention. The scene, reminiscent of a game level, left Lin Qian momentarily stunned. A treasure chest? The girl exclaimed upon spotting it, her surprise uncontained. However, the three behind them displayed no signs of astonishment. A sharp click echoed as a bowstring was drawn taut. Lin Qian turned around, his eyes narrowing in realization. The three stood at a distance by the cave's edge, with Apeng handing his katana to the younger man whose weapon Lin Qian had taken. While he produced a compound crossbow from seemingly nowhere, now fully loaded, its cold arrow tip aimed at Lin Qian. Brother, you're quite perceptive. Apeng's voice lost its warmth, replaced by a chilling mockery. If I'm not mistaken, you haven't explored every room, have you? You feign ignorance. Yet your complexion is flushed, your lips are moist, and your clothes are a tad dirty. Unfortunately, you must comply with my orders now. With that, he abruptly shifted his aim towards the girl. You get into the water. His tone left no room for dispute, icy enough to send shivers down one's spine. And there was no doubt of his willingness to shoot. The The girl's already pale face turned as white as paper, although she was unaware of what lurked beneath the water. The distance the three maintained suggested great peril awaited within. I. She trembled, tears welling in her eyes, desperately looking at Lin Qian as if seeking a lifeline. Lin Qian, exasperated, thought, "Why are you looking at me?" He rolled his eyes and suddenly yanked his arm with force. In the next moment, an almost imperceptible black thread in the air suddenly tightened. Ouch! Apong felt a sudden constriction around his neck, staggering as his aim faltered. With a swift whoosh, an arrow grazed the top of the girl's head and plunged into the water, splashing little. Peng Yi. The two men beside him were instantly alarmed and hurried forward. What is this? He discarded his crossbow and frantically groped at the front of his neck, finally grasping a taut, straight thread. The thread was tightly coiled around his neck. Had it not been for the protective collar of his motorcycle gear, his head might have been severed. In the next instant, a glimmer flashed in his hand as a sharp dagger materialized in his palm. Without a moment's hesitation, he pressed one hand against the thread and twisted it, securing it with his wrist, then struck down with the other hand. However, the resilience of the thread exceeded his expectations. The blade struck but left it unscathed. Undeterred, he sawed vigorously twice, and finally, with a sharp crack, the underdeveloped thread could no longer withstand the edge and snapped. At last, salvation. Exhausted, Apong fell to the ground, finally managing to remove his helmet's visor, gasping for fresh air. Peng Yi, are you all right? One of the younger men quickly supported him, concern etched on his face. Meanwhile, the burly man bent down to retrieve the crossbow from the ground. Just then a crisp click echoed from below. Lin Qian held a shimmering silver revolver, the dark muzzle aimed at the burly man, his thumb gently pressing down on the hammer. In the midst of the opponent's struggle, he had completed his aim. It seems you are rather lacking in sharpness. Chapter 19. The Giant Crocodile A Gun. How could he possess a firearm? Upon witnessing the revolver in Lin Qian's hand, the three men were instantly filled with dread. Bang! Without affording them a moment to react, Lin Qian resolutely pulled the trigger. The instant his palm brushed against the crossbow, a gaping hole appeared in the head of the burly man, who then collapsed to the ground, his body convulsing twice before falling still. Lin Qian's expression remained tranquil as he gradually redirected the gun's muzzle towards the remaining two. Brother, let's talk this out. Apeng shrank back, fearfully waving his hands in agitation. I was wrong. We were wrong. He tossed aside his knife and raised both hands high in surrender. However, Lin Qian uttered not a word. He merely exhaled slowly, closing one eye as if to aim. Bang! Another shot struck true, piercing the forehead of Apeng, whose helmeted head jerked back violently, crashing against the stone, extinguishing his life. Ding! Survivor eliminated. Merging target storage space, the sudden notification from the system took Lin Qian by surprise. Upon probing with his mind, he discovered a plethora of unfamiliar items had manifested within his storage space, the capacity slightly expanded, suggesting it had absorbed the contents of the other S space along with all its resources. Such fortunate tidings. Lin Qian was elated. He was aware that a rune card would drop upon the survivor's death, but he had not anticipated the possibility of plundering their storage space as well. The reason for his swift execution of Apeng lay in the fact that he had just discovered this individual possessed a storage space of his own. He could not guarantee what the man might produce in the next moment. Hence, he eliminated the threat without hesitation. Having dispatched two, Lin Qian now aimed his weapon at the last remaining individual. The man's face was ashen, his body trembling uncontrollably. Bro, I didn't tee. Before he could finish his sentence, Lin Qian interjected, You go down. He gestured towards the large lake behind him. Aye. Hearing this, the man became even more terrified, unable to utter a complete sentence. 3, 2. Lin Qian wasted no words and began to count down. The man's legs turned to jelly, his body drenched in cold sweat. Seeing Lin Qian closing his eyes to aim, he hastily shouted, I'll go down. He raised his hands high and slowly approached the water's edge. Lin Qian remained vigilant, keeping his weapon trained on him. Upon reaching the lakeshore, the man took several deep breaths, closed his eyes, and finally summoned a resolve to step into the water. The water quickly rose to his waist, and losing his balance, he fell into the depths. In a panic, he struggled, but eventually regained his footing. As he ventured further, the water deepened, and buoyancy forced him to swim. Though his swimming skills appeared commendable, his nerves hindered his movements. He dared not pause, for Lin Qian's aim was unwavering, compelling him to swim forward while choking on water. After swimming a considerable distance, he sensed no abnormalities around him. Suddenly emboldened, his movements grew bolder. However, at this moment, on the shore, Lin Qian felt a sudden tension in his scalp. Having been fixated on the lake's surface, he immediately discerned an unnatural disturbance in a distant area of the water. Gradually, the outline of a rugged spine began to emerge from the depths, approaching the unsuspecting figure with alarming swiftness. It seemed the individual had momentarily lost his bearings, mechanically gasping for air, utterly oblivious to the imminent peril lurking nearby. As he swam halfway, a sudden miscalculation caused him to choke on water, leading to a fit of violent coughing. He halted his movement, thrashing to turn around. "Big brother, isn't it about time?" He shouted towards Lin Qian on the shore. "You might be mistaken. There's really nothing in the water." Yet, before his words could fully escape his lips, a splash erupted beside him, and a monstrous maw surged from beneath the surface, seizing him whole and dragging him beneath the waves. Gurgling sounds echoed as the water churned violently with bubbles, and after a brief while, it calmed once more. As if nothing had transpired, a bead of sweat trickled down Lin Qian's forehead. He had caught a glimpse of the underwater creature's form, a crocodile measuring no less than 6 or 7 meters in length, a size he had never witnessed before, reminiscent of a prehistoric beast. In comparison, the tiger he had encountered previously seemed no more than a harmless kitten. Initially, he had harbored a curiosity regarding the treasure chest atop the floating island, but upon sighting this colossal crocodile, such thoughts swiftly evaporated. Although he had one bullet remaining, dealing with a creature that could remain hidden beneath the surface proved daunting, especially given its immense size. Lin Qian could not guarantee a precise shot to its vital spot. Resolving not to take unnecessary risks, he turned his gaze toward the two corpses. To his astonishment, he noticed 2 semi-transparent rune cards had inexplicably appeared on the chest of one of the bodies. Approaching, Lin Qian picked them up and glanced at the rune numbers: 503, 518. Upon contact, a system notification promptly emerged. Survivor rune card. Grants access to the corresponding survivor's room. Expires in 3 days. A time limit? Lin Qian was taken aback. What kind of individuals from the 500 zone ventured this far to unlock doors? Surely, they couldn't have thoroughly explored the nearby rooms? Yet, such speculation seemed implausible. Observing the motorcycle gear worn by the corpse, Lin Qian hesitated. The helmet was a lost cause, but the attire appeared salvageable. Given that he had shot the wearer in the head, the helmet was certainly unusable, yet the motorcycle outfit looked pristine and bore some defensive attributes, far superior to his current flimsy, white ensemble. Having personally vanquished a malevolent spirit, Lin Qian was not superstitious about stripping the dead of their garments. He crouched down and began his task, finding it somewhat laborious to do alone. He suddenly remembered the presence of another person nearby, the girl who had been rendered speechless by fear. "Could you lend a hand?" he inquired. After all, he had effectively saved her life, offering assistance wouldn't he hurt. Okay." The girl, startled and pale, snapped out of her stupor and hurried over to him. "Come, lend a hand." With assistance, tasks become significantly simpler. Lin Qian swiftly stripped off the entire set of motorcycle gear, neatly folding it and stowing it away in the storage compartment. He then glanced at the inner lining worn by Ape and shook his head. Perhaps it was best to forego the intimate garments, as they were somewhat unsettling. After collecting the crossbow and the katana lying next to the burly man and securing them in the storage space, Lin Qian surveyed his surroundings but found no other items of value. He prepared to depart. Retreat. Lin Qian moved ahead, and the girl hurriedly followed. Yet she maintained a certain distance from him, evidently perceiving Lin Qian as more fearsome than the 3 who had perished. Lin Qian paid it little mind, but just as he approached the door, he suddenly heard a familiar sound of splashing water. He halted, turned, and crouched down to gaze towards the lake. He beheld the enormous crocodile slowly crawling towards the shore, its mouth stained with crimson blood. Chapter 20. The guardian of the treasure chest, Lin Qian, held his breath. Yet he did not open the door to retreat. He intently observed the movements of the giant crocodile, discerning that it was approaching the two corpses, perhaps driven by hunger. The scent of blood had captivated its attention. Lin Qian crouched slowly, calculating the distance between himself and the beast. Meanwhile, the girl beside him trembled violently in fear, her eyes wide as she fixated on the crocodile, covering her mouth to stifle any cries that might escape. Lin Qian shot her a warning glance, signaling her to refrain from making any sudden movements, and began to strategize in his mind. While it was indeed challenging to deal with such a creature underwater, the situation would differ significantly once it was on land. He focused his thoughts on his storage space and retrieved a crossbow, then sifted through Ah Peng's belongings to find a few arrows and 3 makeshift metal spears crafted from steel pipes and fruit knives. Stealthily, he placed the items gently at his feet, extracted an arrow from the storage, and carefully loaded it onto the crossbow. The tension in the bowstring emitted a faint sound, causing Lin Qian's heart to race. With a click, the arrow was secured. At that moment, the giant crocodile was engrossed in tearing apart the body of a robust man, utterly oblivious to the lurking predator above, eyeing it hungrily. Lin Qian aimed the crossbow at the creature's head. However, due to the angle, he found himself constrained. Reluctantly, he continued to crouch and inch downward. 1 step, 2 steps. Suddenly, the giant crocodile became alert, swinging its head toward Lin Qian's direction. Damn! Lin Qian cursed silently, lunging forward 2 steps with the crossbow in hand. With no time to aim carefully, he pulled the trigger. Whoosh! The arrow tore through the air. Thud! The arrow struck the crocodile's back, embedding itself deep, leaving only a portion of the fletching visible. A low growl reverberated through the cavern, echoing like an ancient beast that instilled dread. Infuriated by the searing pain, the giant crocodile abandoned its meal, opening its cavernous mouth wide as it advanced toward Lin Qian. Gritting his teeth, Lin Qian swiftly loaded a second arrow. Whoosh! Thud! Another arrow found its mark on the crocodile's neck, eliciting yet another roar of fury. However, instead of halting, the creature surged forward with even greater speed toward Lin Qian. This cannot be. Time was running out. The crocodile was now less than 20 meters away and closing in rapidly. With no time to load another arrow, Lin Qian discarded the crossbow, and in an instant, a metal spear appeared in his hand. With his legs apart, he hurled it toward the crocodile's gaping maw with all his might. Whoosh! Empowered by nearly double the strength of an average person, the spear pierced through the crocodile's throat with a sickening thud. Roar! Having sustained multiple injuries, the crocodile lost all semblance of reason, gnashing its teeth around the metal spear, blood spilling from its mouth. Yet its momentum remained unabated as it charged within 5 meters of Lin Qian. However, awaiting it was the dark muzzle of a gun. He had but a single chance. Lin Qian stood rooted to the spot, his feet seemingly anchored to the ground, as he slowly aimed his revolver at the head of the colossal crocodile. As he drew closer, he finally squeezed the trigger. Bang! The bullet pierced through the top of the crocodile's skull at an angle, perforating its cranium. Yet, it did not succumb immediately. Instead, it thrashed its head violently and lunged forward a few meters. Lin Qian was taken aback and hastily retreated, drawing his katana, ready to engage in a fierce struggle. However, mere seconds later, the crocodile's tail suddenly quivered. Its lifted head crashed down heavily, and after a brief shudder, it finally lay still. Still uneasy, Lin Qian withdrew his katana and plunged it into each of the creature's eyes, embedding the blade deep until the system notification chimed. Ding! You have slain the guardian of the treasure chest and earned 1 freedom attribute point. A pleasant surprise. With the system's confirmation, Lin Qian felt a sense of relief wash over him. He sheathed his sword and wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. The perilous encounter had heightened his senses to their limits, and as he relaxed, exhaustion enveloped him. Leaning against the wall, he sat down and pulled out a bottle of drink, gulping down more than half to ease his taut nerves. Noticing the girl nearby, who had also collapsed in relief, he tossed her the remaining dregs of his drink. Although she had not contributed much, she had not caused any chaos either. Had she not restrained herself from shouting, Lin Qian would have had no choice but to flee in disarray. Thank you. The girl, still dazed, flinched at the bottle that landed before her. Once she recognized what it was, her eyes sparkled with delight, and she hurriedly bowed to Lin Qian in gratitude. He waved his hand dismissively, not taking it to heart. The girl stole a glance at him, and seeing him turned away, she dared to open the drink in her hands. Gulp gulp after a long drought. She drank every last drop, savoring the last remnants of the liquid, her expression one of unfulfilled desire. Only upon noticing Lin Qian's gaze did she hastily lower her head, a hint of trepidation in her demeanor. Are you hungry? Lin Qian suddenly inquired. The girl looked up in surprise, hesitating before responding. I am. With a wave of his hand, two plump, white steamed buns materialized before him. The girl's eyes lit up instantly, her desire unmistakable. Can you swim? Lin Qian asked again. The girl froze momentarily, her voice trembling slightly. I can. Lin Qian pointed toward the treasure chest in the middle of the lake. Swim over and bring that to me, and I will reward you with these two buns. At his words, the girl stiffened, her expression shifting to one of evident fear. I. She cautiously began to inch towards the door, seemingly preparing to flee. Lin Qian rolled his eyes. Why did it seem as though he was coercing her? According to the system's indication, coupled with the limited area of the cavern lake, there was simply not enough space for a second crocodile to thrive. Furthermore, after battling fiercely with the crocodile, the lake remained undisturbed, leading Lin Qian to confidently conclude that the waters posed no threat. Regarding his decision to offer a prize for the girl to retrieve the treasure chest, two reasons underpin this choice. Firstly, Lin Qian wished to avoid wetting his clothes. Secondly, his swimming skills were rather inadequate, limited to a mere half-step beyond dog paddling. Should he forcibly enter the water, he risked perishing not at the jaws of the crocodile, but rather succumbing to drowning, which would indeed be quite embarrassing. Noticing the girl's evident fear, Lin Qian chose not to press the matter. After all, to him, she was merely a child. If she was unwilling, then so be it. She could leave. He rose to his feet, contemplating the construction of a raft to retrieve the treasure chest at another time. Inwardly, he mused how advantageous it would be if his stitching thread could possess the agility and swiftness of a malevolent spirit, enabling him to ensnare and retrieve the chest effortlessly from his current position. Unexpectedly, at that moment, the girl spoke up. I can do it. Perhaps encouraged by Lin Qian's lack of coercion, or perhaps driven by her own hunger, she ultimately mustered the courage to agree. Lin Qian raised an eyebrow, teasingly inquiring, Are you no longer afraid of the crocodile? The girl's voice wavered as she replied, I am, but there shouldn't be any more in there. It was evident that she possessed a modicum of common sense. Very well, I shall wait for you on the shore, he replied. The girl nodded and cautiously approached the water's edge. Meanwhile, Lin Qian squatted beside the carcass of the crocodile, extracting the arrows and metal spear, meticulously cleaning them with a cloth before returning them to his storage space. A splash echoed from the shore as the girl entered the water. Chapter 21. Feedback from the stitching line. This colossal crocodile weighed no less than 600 or 700 kilograms. It would be a tremendous waste to leave it here unattended. Lin Qian seized his katana and commenced the dismemberment of the crocodile's carcass, meticulously stripping away the resilient hide to preserve it for future endeavors. As he sliced through the flesh, the severed pieces occasionally quivered and curled, reminiscent of freshly caught fish still imbued with vitality. After laboring for a considerable time, Lin Qian stored the meticulously cut crocodile meat, along with its bones and hide, in his spatial storage, leaving behind only a heap of entrails. Among the innards, he discovered the third room card, which he cleaned and tucked away, intending to explore each location after exiting. However, he held little hope. Of the three, only Ah Peng possessed any real strength, and his spatial storage had already been consumed, leaving behind only a limited bounty. Upon inspecting the spoils, Lin Qian noted that apart from a few weapons, Opang's storage contained an assortment of tools such as wrenches and pliers, with scant provisions, some canned beans and biscuits, no more than 10 units in total. One could consider this individual a relatively advanced player at this stage, adequately equipped with food, clothing, and weaponry. Typically, other survivors would find themselves at his mercy, yet their misfortune lay in encountering Lin Qian, a harbinger of doom. Alas, the bullets had all been expended. Lin Qian sighed as he gazed upon the revolver in his hand. Although he had a crossbow as a substitute, it could not match the stealth and swiftness of a handgun. He returned it to his spatial storage and turned his attention to the two corpses on the ground. The body of the burly man was a gruesome sight, half torn apart by the crocodile, with entrails spilling out. He glanced at the girl swimming in the lake, ensuring she remained oblivious to his actions before extending his hand with assurance. Tentatively, he reached out with the stitching line, directing it toward the corpse. The moment it made contact with the flesh, Lin Qian sensed a peculiar sensation akin to suction emanating from his body. The experience was odd, yet not entirely unpleasant. Closing his eyes to concentrate, he realized that the stitching line within him was akin to a plant absorbing nutrients, slowly growing in strength. When he opened his eyes, he observed that a small portion of the corpse's flesh had indeed been consumed, but the pace remained too sluggish. Initially, he feared that the process of absorption would attract attention. However, with this inefficiency, only the most observant would notice the depletion of flesh. He extended both hands, allowing 10 fingers to gradually emit nearly imperceptible threads, resting them upon the flesh to hasten the absorption. It felt somewhat repulsive. Watching the corpse being rapidly consumed, Lin Qian experienced a wave of physiological discomfort. Yet in the next moment, nutrient feedback from the stitching line, strength 0, 1. The sudden system notification rendered Lin Qian momentarily speechless. It could function this way? Opening the panel, he confirmed the increase in strength by 0, 1. Having just slain the crocodile, he had gained a point of free attribute, which he promptly allocated to strength. In the following instant, his attributes updated once more, bringing his strength to 2, 9 points. Just then, the sound of splashing water reached the shore, signaling the girl's return. Breathless and clad in her clothing while carrying a treasure chest. After a while, she approached Lin Qian, having redressed herself. Water droplets glistened on her skin, and her damp hair cascaded down her shoulders, adorned with remnants of mud and water plants, presenting a rather disheveled appearance. She placed the treasure chest before Lin Qian, breathless and struggling to articulate a coherent sentence. Huff, treasure, for you. Amidst the faint hissing sounds, Lin Qian did not even lift his eyelids, merely nodding in acknowledgement while feigning focus on scavenging the corpses. The food is over there. 2 steamed buns were set aside, housed beneath a plastic food container's lid. Upon seeing the still steaming white buns, the girl found it difficult to swallow. Thank you. She had not anticipated that Lin Qian would truly honor his word. After all, even if he were to renege, she would have no recourse. You work, and I pay. Quite reasonable, Lin Qian replied nonchalantly, remaining engrossed in his task of feeding the sewing thread into the corpses. As the girl stepped forward to retrieve the food, Lin Qian assumed she would depart. However, moments later, a sudden sound of eating emanated from behind him. Lin Qian turned in surprise, just in time to witness the girl devouring her meal voraciously. Noticing Lin Qian's gaze upon her, she anxiously halted, her mouth stuffed with the fluffy buns. Too timid even to chew. Aren't you going to eat in your room? Lin Qian inquired, not perturbed by the interruption, but rather intrigued by the chaotic scene around them. With blood and corpses strewn about, yet she could still manage to eat. The girl shook her head, mumbling, I'm afraid it will be taken from me. Lin Qian diverted his gaze, curiosity piqued once more. In just 3 days, you've only gone without food for a maximum of 2 days. How could you be this famished? The girl, swallowing the morsel in her mouth, lowered her head in embarrassment, her voice barely audible. Before entering here, I was on a diet. Lin Qian suddenly comprehended. He chose not to engage further with her and resumed feeding. Once the girl had satisfied her hunger, she did not linger, offering a brief farewell before exiting the room. It was evident that fear of Lin Qian still loomed over her. Lin Qian quietly awaited the sewing thread to absorb the remnants of the two corpses, ensuring not even the entrails of the giant crocodile or the undigested remains were overlooked, until only stark white skeletons and a heap of impurities remained, finally achieving a thorough cleansing. Opening the panel, Lin Qian felt a flicker of excitement. Name: Lin Qian, Level 1 Regulator. Initial attributes: average values for a healthy adult are set at 1. Strength, 3. 5 Agility, 2. 1 Constitution, 2. 7 Spirit, 3. 9 Traits: Stone Heart, abnormal digestion abilities, Spirit Fire, Sewing Thread Evaluation. Possesses preliminary abilities to counter the supernatural. However, Regulator? Who exactly allowed him to infiltrate this realm? A total of 0. 7 Strength enhancement gained, bringing Lin Qian considerable joy. The flesh and blood of the giant crocodile should also be absorbable, but given the current instability of food sources, it is prudent to reserve them for later use. The higher one's physical attributes, the greater the appetite. Despite ample reserves, Lin Qian still felt a lack of security. Engaging in some physical activity to familiarize himself with his body's strength, Lin Qian finally directed his gaze towards the treasure chest. The chest was modest in size, akin to that of a watermelon, yet it felt surprisingly weighty in his hands, which explained why it had proven burdensome for the young girl. The wooden box was adorned with a luminous white crystal at its center, exuding an aura of enchantment. As he reached out to touch it, a system notification chimed in. Would you like to open the treasure chest? Without hesitation, Lin Qian confirmed his choice. With a soft click, the chest sprang open, releasing a burst of white light. As the radiance dissipated, a semi-transparent card remained at the bottom of the chest. He picked it up, and information immediately appeared. Room Facility Card. Mini Hot Spring Pool. Upon selection, a mini hot spring pool will be generated in the room, automatically replenishing water and maintaining cleanliness daily. Upon reading the card's information, Lin Qian furrowed his brow, feeling that this item offered little enhancement to his combat prowess, which left him somewhat disappointed. However, after a moment's reflection, he realized that the promise of daily water replenishment could be considered a stable resource supply. Moreover, having not bathed for several days and often perspiring profusely, he had begun to feel quite unclean. With this newfound perspective, he acknowledged that although this card might not bolster his strength, it could indeed enhance his comfort and satisfaction, which was still quite valuable. Resolving to indulge in a hot spring bath that evening, Lin Qian tucked the card away and made his way towards the door with a cheerful disposition. Chapter 22. Scavenging the room. Upon stepping out of room 613, Lin Qian glanced at his watch. Less than an hour remained until the safe exploration period concluded. However, he felt no urgency. Unlike ordinary survivors, Lin Qian possessed the identity of a regulator, allowing him to roam freely even after the lights went out. Yet, his colleagues appeared rather unapproachable, and he sought to evade encounters with them, refraining from opening any more blind boxes. Lin Qian navigated to the room of A Peng and his companions based on the room card number. Upon entering, the card vanished automatically, yet another one-time use. As he entered, Lin Qian meticulously searched the chambers of the two lackeys. As he had anticipated, the rooms yielded little of interest. The only notable finds were a few cans and bottles of water, likely distributed by A Peng from his own supplies. Despite dismissing the remaining items, wood, nails, and tape, he decided to pack them all up, adhering to the principle of gleaning every last bit. Finally, he arrived at A Peng's room. As he pushed the door open, he was taken aback. A motorcycle? The scent of engine oil hit him immediately. A brand-new off-road motorcycle was parked beside the bed, with spare tires and oil cans cluttering the corner, making the room feel quite cramped. Lin Qian gaped at the motorcycle, circling it several times to absorb the surprise. Incredible. This guy truly had some prowess. Judging by A Peng's gear, Lin Qian had suspected he might have accessed a warehouse room, but he never imagined that A Peng had managed to bring back a motorcycle from within. What use could this serve? The key was still in the ignition, and Lin Qian twisted it, attempting to start the engine. The roar of the motorcycle filled the small room, belching black smoke from the exhaust. The noise was overwhelming, prompting Lin Qian to quickly shut it off. He hesitated. Should he push it back? After a rough estimation, He realized there was no way it would fit in his storage space. Even if it could, he was reluctant to allow such a large item to consume a significant portion of his limited space, especially if it offered little utility. Yet, leaving it behind seemed wasteful, although most of the rooms he had encountered recently were of a smaller size. He couldn't dismiss the possibility of stumbling upon vast landscapes like the one in room 607 in the future. If his backpack were to upgrade once more, providing ample space, bringing along a motorcycle could prove advantageous. Determined, Lin Qian resolved to push the motorcycle back to his room. However, was it too conspicuous? Transporting it now would undoubtedly attract attention. Yet, if he waited until the lights went out, this was District 500, he might very well encounter Brother Snake. After weighing his options, Lin Qian concluded that Brother Snake was the greater threat. He swiftly gathered the remaining bits and pieces in the room into his storage space and pushed the motorcycle out the door. As expected, the moment Lin Qian appeared in the corridor, steering a motorcycle, he drew the gaze of countless passers-by, akin to a celebrity. Whoa, dude, impressive. Where did you get that? A man clad in a leather jacket emerged from the room, hefting a baseball bat over his shoulder while balancing a large package. Upon turning, he caught sight of Lin Qian, who was engrossed in pushing a cart. What luck? What luck? Lin Qian cheerfully responded, perhaps due to Lin Qian's novice attire. The leather-clad man did not harbor any suspicion. Instead, he approached with an air of familiarity, reaching out to caress the motorcycle. How extraordinary! This building truly has everything. He seemed quite enamored with the machine, fondling it with delight. After a moment, he lifted his gaze to Lin Qian and inquired, "Is it for sale?" Lin Qian was momentarily taken aback, but quickly shook his head. Not for sale. Observing the man struggling with a package and lacking any storage space, Lin Qian thought him less impressive than Brother Peng and doubted the value of whatever he may possess. The abrupt refusal caused the leather-clad man's expression to darken. He flung the package to the ground and raised the baseball bat, deliberately wiping the blood from it with his sleeve as if to showcase it to Lin Qian. Let's negotiate. I truly appreciate this item. Though he framed it as a discussion, the underlying threat was unmistakable. Lin Qian raised an eyebrow, intrigued by the man's audacity. How much can you offer? Sensing an opening, the leather-clad man grinned and extended a single finger. 100 units? At this, he burst into laughter. What are you thinking? 100 units? I don't even have that much myself. 1 unit of food, cash on delivery. He spoke not only without any sense of impropriety, but also attempted to persuade Lin Qian. Oh, brother, keeping this 1T do you any good? Why not sell it to me as a gesture of goodwill? He leaned in closer, feigning familiarity, yet provocatively nudged Lin Qian's chest with his shoulder. To his surprise, the seemingly frail figure before him did not budge an inch, akin to colliding with a steel wall, causing the man to stagger back. Meanwhile, the commotion had drawn the attention of several passing survivors, who paused to observe the unfolding spectacle, eager to witness the outcome. Lin Qian maintained his cheerful demeanor, unperturbed, and slowly raised his hand to deliver a firm pat on the leather-clad man's shoulder. All right. To onlookers, it appeared as a playful exchange between friends. Yet the force of the blow conjured a fierce gust of wind. With a resounding thud, the leather-clad man was caught off guard and fell to the ground. Landing with a thump, legs splayed apart like a child throwing a tantrum in a toy aisle. Ouch, he gasped, feeling as though a boulder had struck his shoulder, leaving half of his body numb. You! After a few moments, he glared at Lin Qian, gripping the baseball bat, ready to retaliate. Click! However, in the next instant, with the cold muzzle of the gun pressed to his forehead, he deflated like a punctured balloon, his anger dissipating entirely. Brother, I was merely jesting. He discarded the baseball bat, his lips quivering as he forced a smile. Lin Qian crouched before him, a nonchalant expression gracing his countenance as he clutched a revolver devoid of bullets. Not buying? Not buying. The man in the leather jacket felt the barrel pressed against his head, rendered immobile, repeating his words fervently, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Yet, Lin Qian had no intention of letting him off easily. What do you have in your pockets? The leather-clad man froze momentarily, his complexion paling further. Cans, he reluctantly replied, his demeanor dismal. Without hesitation, Lin Qian reached out and seized the bundle. "I'll take it." Upon uttering these words, he produced a bottle of mineral water, carefully placing it atop the leather jacket man's head. "Consider it my purchase." Witnessing this, the man's expression soured even more, yet with the gun barrel aimed at him, he lacked the courage to refuse. "I'll sell, brother, I'll sell." Hearing this, Lin Qian finally withdrew his firearm, a cheerful nod accompanying his gesture. Scram! A light-hearted command, and a leather jacket man felt as if he had been granted a reprieve, hastily picking up the baseball bat and fleeing, neglecting the bottle of water that had fallen to the ground. "This is something you discarded. Do not blame me." Adhering to the principle of waste reduction, Lin Qian retrieved the bottle and placed it alongside the canisters on his motorcycle, continuing his journey back. In the midst of the crowd, he was reluctant to reveal his storage space, even pretending to retrieve the handgun and mineral water from his pockets. Nevertheless, the prowess he displayed was enough to instill fear in the onlookers, many of whom scurried into their homes at his approach, avoiding him as one would a plague. Observing this, Lin Qian could only sigh in resignation. "In truth, I am quite amiable." Chapter 23. The regulator's mission. As Lin Qian pushed his motorcycle back to his room, the lights were about to be turned off. Upon opening the package he had seized from the man in the leather jacket, Lin Qian's eyes sparkled with delight. He counted over 20 cans, all filled with meat. What a treasure! A smile spread across Lin Qian's face as he cataloged the spoils acquired that day, discarding the unnecessary items into a corner of his room. With an additional motorcycle, the room appeared less spacious. However, the clutter of various items made it seem somewhat chaotic. Simultaneously, Lin Qian retrieved a hot spring card. Upon selecting to use it, a small hot spring pool materialized before his eyes, accompanied by a system prompt urging him to choose a location for its placement. He opted for a corner and confirmed the setting. In an instant, a radiance flickered and a hot spring pool, occupying approximately 2 to 3 square meters, manifested in his room, exuding wisps of warm steam and showcasing crystal clear water. Had he not seen the hot spring, it might have been fine, yet upon its appearance, Lin Qian felt an uncomfortable stickiness on his body. Without hesitation, he stripped off his stained and bloodied white garment, plunging into the warm embrace of the hot spring. With a splash, he submerged himself, reveling in the comforting warmth enveloping him. After a considerable moment, he emerged, shaking his hair free of water droplets, exclaiming with exhilaration. After thoroughly cleansing his face, Lin Qian leaned back against the edge of the hot spring, gazing at his own reflection in the water. Although his strength had multiplied several times over, his muscular definition was not excessively exaggerated. He felt satisfied, raising his forearm and flexing slightly, observing the sinewy muscles beneath his skin, brimming with unyielding power. Tomorrow marked the commencement of an unknown area trial, and Lin Qian decided not to exert himself any further today. He intended to indulge in a leisurely bath, satiate his hunger, and retire to bed, ready to replenish his energy for the challenges that lay ahead. However, just as he changed into a fresh set of clothes and comfortably settled into bed, a sudden system prompt interrupted his tranquility. Ding! An abnormal intrusion detected. Issuing regulator mission. In the next moment, a floor plan of a corridor materialized in Lin Qian's mind, with a red dot rapidly moving at its center. Upon closer inspection, he noticed a room number marker beside it, 631. Damn, isn't that my designated area? Lin Qian sprang from his bed without bothering to put on his shoes, dashing out barefoot. As soon as he opened the door, a weak, desperate wail reached his ears. "Please, don't kill me. I beg you." Following the sound, he saw the area marked by the flashing red dot. In the darkness, a massive silhouette was discernible, wielding something, accompanied by muffled thuds. Soon after, the pleading ceased. Lin Qian summoned his crossbow, bracing it with one hand, ready to pull the trigger at any moment, while conjuring a ball of spiritual fire with the other for illumination. With a whoosh, the darkness ahead was instantly illuminated by the glow of the spiritual fire. As Lin Qian discerned the scene unfolding in the distance, his heart skipped a beat. Before Lin Qian stood a formidable figure, its skin a deep shade of blue-black, adorned with jagged scars that crisscrossed its body. This creature knelt on the ground, wielding a massive cleaver, rhythmically chopping at an unseen object. Its legs, clad in denim, trembled in sync with each stroke of the blade. Blood splattered across the floor and walls, staining them a shocking crimson. Lin Qian, initially intent on approaching, felt his steps falter, a sense of dread washing over him. An overwhelming aura of danger emanated from the figure, and every fiber of his being screamed for him to flee, lest he lose his chance. Just as he prepared to retreat quietly to his room, the ominous creature abruptly halted its actions. It raised the dripping cleaver and slowly turned its head. Lin Qian's expression froze as their gazes locked, his eyes meeting those of a bloodshot, menacing glare. The grotesque visage sent a jolt of fear through his heart. To his horror, he discerned that the creature's head was that of a stitched-together pig, its neck displaying a stark color disparity. As if the pig's head had been affixed to a headless corpse, a sight both bizarre and unsettling. Upon noticing Lin Qian, the pig-headed monstrosity immediately shifted its focus, rising to its feet and advancing towards him. Lin Qian's gaze fell upon the upper half of a body that had nearly disintegrated into a pulpy mass, and fear gripped him, prompting him to turn and run without a moment's hesitation. Yet, the pig-headed creature, undeterred, quickened its pace, its heavy footsteps echoing like a tank in relentless pursuit, moving faster than Lin Qian could manage. Panic surged within him. He was perilously close to the door, having taken a few steps toward the sound. As he reached for the doorknob, a whistling sound sliced through the air behind him, compelling him to instinctively crouch low. Indeed, the next moment, the serrated edge of the massive cleaver cleaved through the air, striking the door with a resounding clang, akin to the clash of metal. The cleaver rebounded, leaving no mark on the door. Seizing the moment, Lin Qian rolled swiftly on the ground, adjusting his crossbow to aim at the pig-headed creature's head and released a bolt. However, the arrow, which had proven lethal against a crocodile, merely ricocheted off the pig-headed figure's skull, spinning away into the distance. The creature, dragging the cleaver, heaved heavily, lowering its head as its violent eyes fixated on Lin Qian, a bloody grin stretching across its face. In the next heartbeat, the cleaver came crashing down. Lin Qian reacted with remarkable speed, delivering a kick to the creature's legs, using the recoil to evade the descending blade. He quickly regained his footing, discarding the crossbow to draw a fruit knife. The pig-headed monster, swift in its movements, thrust forward after missing its strike, dragging the cleaver upward in a menacing arc. Lin Qian barely managed to sidestep, a few strands of hair severed in the process, as an icy chill swept across his face, raising goosebumps along his neck. Fortunately, the weight of the massive cleaver slowed the creature's motions, providing Lin Qian with a fleeting opportunity to counterattack. Break the curse. He gritted his teeth, channeling his ability to break through barriers, allowing a faint white light, roughly the size of a fist, to envelop the entire fruit knife. In the next moment, he crouched low and swung the blade with great force, aiming directly at the side of the pig-headed creature. With a soft thud, the blade sliced through the creature's skin, creating a gash the length of an arm, and a viscous black fluid, reminiscent of pus, gushed forth instantaneously. However, when Lin Qian attempted to drive the knife deeper, he found it seemingly lodged, unable to penetrate further. Roaring in pain, the pig-headed creature spun around, launching a powerful punch. Lin Qian, caught off guard, was struck and sent flying several meters away, crashing heavily onto the ground. Shaking his head vigorously to clear the haze, Lin Qian felt disoriented from the impact, a sharp pain radiating from his shoulder as he struggled to rise, eventually steadying himself after a considerable effort. As he lifted his head, his face contorted in pain, revealing a grave expression. Through his trials, he had confirmed his suspicions. The creature was indeed an entity of a bizarre and otherworldly nature. Chapter 24. The pig-headed man, upon witnessing the arrows fail to even graze the skin of the pig-headed man, Lin Qian developed a hypothesis. His experiences aboard the death train had granted him a preliminary understanding of the peculiar essence of these beings. Conventional physical harm proved ineffectual against such an entity. Even if it did have some impact, it was negligible. For instance, the suturing thread Lin Qian possessed, while significantly less formidable than the malevolent specter of the train, was still astonishingly fine, so much so that it was nearly invisible in the air unless one scrutinized it closely. It took Apong several attempts with a knife to cut through it. Though it appeared inferior to steel wire, its slenderness belied an impressive hardness. However, Lin Qian had tested it himself. Merely applying the essence of the breaker to the blade was sufficient to sever the suturing thread with the lightest touch, not to mention the ethereal fire, which could incinerate it entirely in an instant. This ability to interact with the bizarre was the key to fair competition. Yet, the capacity to engage with the uncanny varied in strength. For instance, after enhancing his mental acuity, Lin Qian's breaker radiance expanded from the size of a mung bean to that of a fist. However, in terms of density, it was still far inferior to that of the formidable Kuei Yi, let alone the overwhelming brilliance that could envelop an entire blade, as exhibited by Scar. He had discovered that if the breaker radiance strayed too far from his body, it would dissipate in an instant, rendering it impossible to attach to ranged weaponry. Moreover, due to the diminutive scale of his breaker, he could only wield a fruit knife, as larger weapons such as a katana were impractical. The results of his experiments indicated that his breaker could merely breach the pig-headed man's epidermis, failing to penetrate deeper. He surmised that this pig-headed man might indeed surpass the malevolent spirit aboard the train in strength. In truth, had the suturing thread not been so thoroughly restrained by the ethereal fire, the specter on the train would have posed a catastrophic threat. With this thought in mind, Lin Qian ceased his hesitation, raising his left hand, which had been illuminating the space with ethereal fire, and positioning his palm toward the advancing pig-headed man, ethereal fire. In the next moment, flames surged forth from his palm, the pure white tongues of fire fiercely erupting and enveloping the pig-headed man entirely. Roar! The pig-headed man's body was instantaneously consumed by the ethereal flames, emitting agonized shrieks and furious howls as it staggered backward. A foul odor of charred flesh permeating the air, punctuated by the crackling of sizzling fat. This is effective. Lin Qian felt a surge of elation as he stepped forward, intensifying the flames. The fire began to consume rapidly. 50, 40, 30, just as Lin Qian believed victory was assured. The charred pig-headed man suddenly unleashed a furious roar, imbued with a mixture of anguish and rage. Roar! The sound tore through the air, reverberating with a powerful sonic wave that dissipated much of the flames. Lin Qian was momentarily stunned, as if struck by a heavy blow to the head. When he regained his senses, he beheld the pig-headed man, now devoid of skin, charging toward him wielding a massive kitchen knife. Not good. Lin Qian gasped in alarm, urgently channeling all his energy into the ethereal fire, as the ferocious flames once again engulfed the head of the pigman. Despite the excruciating hissing sounds emanating from its charred body, it remained undeterred in its relentless pursuit. The colossal and imposing figure, ablaze with fire, crashed through the curtain of flames, its blood-red eyes reflecting the terror etched upon Lin Qian's face. Cursed be it! Realizing that the flames were ineffectual in halting the advance of his adversary, Lin Qian hesitated not a moment longer and turned to flee. In that instant, he was consumed by regret for not seizing the opportunity to take refuge inside when the pigman had been momentarily repelled by the fire. Had he done so, he would not now be confronting this life-threatening peril once more. Damn it! Next time I shall not be so greedy. He cursed aloud, sprinting for his life. Yet, the sound of the pursuing beast grew ever closer, the ethereal flames clinging to the pigman, casting an ever-expanding shadow of Lin Qian as it charged forth, followed closely by a massive cleaver sweeping menacingly in its wake. Lin Qian reacted with remarkable swiftness, executing a forward roll to evade the impending strike, but the bloodied cleaver, now stained with remnants of flesh, crashed heavily into the wall, resonating with a deep, thunderous hum. Cold sweat broke out across Lin Qian's brow. Had he been a moment slower, his head might well have been severed from his body. With a furious roar, the pigman unleashed its frustration, altering the angle of the cleaver to deliver a vertical assault. One strike, another, and yet another. To the pigman, Lin Qian was akin to a frightened insect, desperately twisting and turning in an attempt to evade the ferocious blows, each narrowly escaping death. With each failed attack, the pigman's fury intensified, its eyes gradually consumed by a sanguine haze, its movements growing increasingly savage. Lin Qian understood that if this relentless assault continued, he would surely perish beneath the pigman's blade. Without a moment's hesitation, he drew forth a translucent card, Unlimited King of Fist Tournament admission ticket. However, just as the enormous cleaver was poised to descend upon him, he prepared to use the ticket to escape, when a fierce gust of wind suddenly erupted from the surrounding darkness. In the next instant, the pigman's gargantuan form was sent hurtling away as if struck by a freight truck, crashing violently against the wall with a resounding thud. The remaining ethereal flames extinguished in an instant, plunging Lin Qian's vision into darkness once more. What in the world? He blinked in bewilderment, struggling to swallow. A faint crackling sound reached his ears, oddly familiar. Lin Qian cautiously raised his hand, reigniting a spark of ethereal fire. In a flash, a familiar silhouette emerged before him. The figure, draped in tattered gray robes, had hands that hung unnaturally, and a thick tail covered in black scales swayed slightly. The crackling sound was the friction of the scales against the ground. Brother Snake. Lin Qian never anticipated that one day he would feel joy upon encountering this terrifying serpent. However, the next moment, the powerful tail covered in black scales lashed out violently towards him. Startled, Lin Qian's heart raced, and he found himself unable to evade in time, just as despair enveloped him, making him feel as though he had escaped the jaws of a wolf only to fall into the clutches of a tiger. A tremendous force struck his left wrist with great intensity. Ouch! Lin Qian let out a heart-wrenching cry as the sound of his wrist snapping echoed through the air, extinguishing the flickering flame of his spirit. The sheer force caused him to tumble sideways, clutching his wrist, beads of sweat forming on his forehead from the excruciating pain. Realizing that the serpent did not seek to end his life but rather detested the light of his spirit flame, Lin Qian felt a wave of helplessness wash over him. Why didn't you just say something? This injury was far more severe than the punch he had received from the pig-headed man. Lin Qian was nearly certain that his left hand had sustained a fracture. Yet, the serpent in the darkness paid him no heed. Accompanied by the increasingly furious roars of the pig-headed man, a cacophony of fierce combat erupted in the shadows. Roar! Hiss bang! Bang! Clatter. Lin Qian had intended to rise swiftly and distance himself, but a sudden rush above nearly grazed his scalp, leaving him too frightened to move. He lay on the ground, his body rigidly straight, attempting to minimize the likelihood of being inadvertently harmed. As for everything else, he could only leave it to fate. Chapter 25. The Cursed Cleaver. The battle did not last long. Throughout the encounter, Lin Qian only heard the furious roar of the pig-headed man, followed by a series of resounding thuds. With a resounding crash, a heavy object fell to the ground, and silence returned to the darkness. Lin Qian slowly propped himself up from the ground, nervously gazing into the shadows. In the next moment, a system notification alleviated his concerns. Ding! Abnormal intruder clearance complete. Reward for participation, freedom attribute points 2. Lin Qian's bewildered expression gradually transformed into one of ecstatic joy, and he sprang to his feet. Truly, it was Brother Snake who was remarkable. He gave a thumbs up towards the darkness. In the dim light, Lin Qian felt an inexplicable sensation, as if the enormous serpent head had glanced back at him before turning away once more. Cautiously, he extended his uninjured right hand and ignited a small flame. With a swift motion, his vision became clear. Not far away, the gray-robed Brother Snake was hunched over the massive corpse of the pig-headed man, gnawing at something. Upon seeing Lin Qian ignite the flame, the serpent's head abruptly turned, its mouth smeared with dark, viscous fluid. Lin Qian's face paled, and he diminished the flame once more, offering an awkward smile. I can't find my way home. Fortunately, Brother Snake seemed unconcerned, resuming its feast upon the pig-headed man's carcass. As Lin Qian cautiously moved along the wall, he finally beheld the grotesque state of the pig-headed man's demise. The once charred body, which he had set ablaze, was now riddled with claw marks, and several gaping holes marred its chest. Yet, what truly shocked Lin Qian were not these ordinary wounds. From the side of the pig-headed man's neck, a pallid hue spread across the neck, chest, and much of the head, with cracks resembling a shattered stone statue, irregularly extending outward. Petrification? Lin Qian was filled with trepidation. He had thought the abilities of the pig-headed man were peculiar enough, but Brother Snake was the true enigma. The entire process from engagement to resolution took less than half a minute, and it had even snapped Lin Qian's wrist in the process. However, at this moment, Lin Qian felt no resentment. Instead, he was immensely grateful. How fortuitous it was that Brother Snake arrived just in time. Otherwise, he would have had no choice but to teleport away to save himself. Losing a hand was trivial. If Brother Snake wished, he could easily part with both. At this moment, a profound sense of reverence for his colleague surged within Lin Qian. Just as he prepared to stealthily return to his room, his peripheral vision suddenly caught sight of the enormous cleaver flung away by the pig-headed man. He glanced at the cleaver, then at the engrossed Brother Snake, and his heart began to race. This might not end well, he thought, even as his body moved uncontrollably towards the cleaver. 1 step, 2 steps. Silently approaching the cleaver, Lin Qian reached out, intending to retrieve it into his storage space through mere touch. However, just as he was about to make contact with the cleaver, Brother Snake suddenly turned its head. Lin Qian's movements froze, cold sweat trickling down his chin and landing on the cleaver. The serpent stared intently at him, its dark tongue flickering, while its tail scraped against the ground, producing a rustling sound. Lin Qian felt a surge of trepidation, remaining utterly still in that tense standoff. After what felt like an eternity of several seconds, the serpent finally turned its head away, resuming its feast on the corpse of the pig-headed man. Lin Qian breathed a sigh of relief, casting aside his apprehensions as he swiftly reached for the butcher's knife, hoping to stealthily claim it and make his escape. However, upon his hand making contact with the knife, he found himself unable to store it in his spatial inventory. Instead, a system notification chimed in. Ding! This item cannot be stored in your inventory. Immediately thereafter, item information emerged. Butcher's knife, a cursed blade that absorbs fear to grow stronger, possessing the power to touch the supernatural. Before Lin Qian could fully absorb the item description, he felt a surge of formidable energy coursing through the blade, instantly radiating throughout his body. He staggered, his muscles swelling, white mist escaping his lips, and a crimson glow igniting in his eyes. The air was filled with layers of anguished screams, pleas for mercy, and roars, as his mind became overwhelmed by a torrent of violent emotions. Kill them. Slay them all. He mumbled uncontrollably, his veins bulging as his hand gradually reached for the hilt of the knife. In a moment of peril, Lin Qian's rationality yanked him back, his hand retracting as if electrified. Gasping for breath, he returned to his senses, feeling the ache of his muscles. He hurriedly sought out the system interface to revisit the part he had not finished reading. Brutal curse. Upon contact, the user's strength will surge by 2 to 5 times with the duration of contact, while their rationality will rapidly decline. Once rationality is completely lost, the user will become a puppet of slaughter controlled by the butcher's knife. Cold sweat trickled down his brow. Lin Qian, still shaken, patted his chest. That was close. Such a perilous item should be left alone. Rising to his feet, he instinctively began to retreat. Yet, after taking a few steps, he turned back. But then again, if I don't touch it, there shouldn't be any issues, right? Lin Qian hesitated to abandon such a weapon, clearly beyond the novice stage. Lying there unattended, an idea sparked within him. Extending his hand, slender threads of stitching emerged from his palm. Having absorbed flesh and blood, Lin Qian's ability to summon these threads had significantly enhanced, their resilience having improved as well. Unfortunately, he still struggled to control them with finesse, relegating them to auxiliary use, likely due to limitations imposed by his mental attributes. Lin Qian had previously discovered that mental attributes greatly influence the control of the stitching threads and the spiritual flames, deducing it to be akin to a form of telekinesis. Several threads intertwined, their strength augmented, as they wound around the hilt of the butcher's knife. Once the threads ensnared it, Lin Qian tentatively attempted to lift it. With a slight exertion, his expression shifted dramatically. It was incredibly heavy. The weight far surpassed his expectations. A preliminary estimate suggested it weighed at least 100 pounds. No wonder it produced such a dull, resonating thud when it struck the wall. Lin Qian could not help but click his tongue. Indeed, it was an otherworldly object that defied conventional judgment. Casting a glance toward Snake Brother, he noticed that the latter had entirely disregarded his intentions, which emboldened Lin Qian further. Although the item was quite heavy, he found himself capable of lifting it with ease at that moment. However, he recognized that his ability to wield it adeptly was somewhat lacking, necessitating an increase in his strength attribute. By a fortunate coincidence, Lin Qian had just acquired 2 points in free attribute points. With a steady salary arriving daily, he felt no need to be frugal and promptly allocated both points to his strength. Name: Lin Qian, Level 1 Regulator. Initial attributes. Average values for a healthy adult are set at 1 strength, 5 agility, 2, 1 constitution, 2, 7 spirit, 3, 9 traits, stone heart, abnormal digestion abilities, spirit fire, corpse stitching evaluation. A powerful individual capable of initially confronting the supernatural, yet woefully unfit to be a regulator. How did he manage to infiltrate this position? The evaluation has changed, albeit slightly. Chapter 26. The survival trial is about to commence with an additional 2 points of strength. Lin Qian effortlessly lifted the butcher's knife. Indeed, as long as he did not directly touch it with his body, the curse could not take effect. He held the knife before him as one might examine a fish, scrutinizing it closely, while using his fractured hand to roast away the bits of flesh and blood clinging to the jagged blade with his spiritual fire. However, to his utter surprise, the remnants of flesh appeared to be an integral part of the knife, entirely unaffected by the flames. And Lin Qian sensed that his spiritual fire had no impact on the weapon whatsoever. Absorbing fear? That seemed somewhat abstract. Lin Qian struggled to comprehend the item description. Growth through the absorption of fear. What did it mean that he should embrace it while watching a horror film? Shaking his head, he ceased his futile musings and proceeded towards the room, gripping the knife firmly. Upon reaching the door, he suddenly recalled the deceased survivor and approached the corpse. As anticipated, a semi-transparent room card lay quietly atop the mutilated body. 677. It was not far, and still within my jurisdiction. Since it has already appeared, it would be prudent to search thoroughly before departing. After all, as a regulator, encountering other regulators would be on equal terms. Through Brother Snake's demeanor, Lin Qian had formed a preliminary judgment that other regulators would recognize him as a colleague and would not initiate an attack without cause. Nevertheless, Lin Qian had no intention of provoking these individuals. After all, the absence of a proactive assault did not equate to an inability to strike. He was acutely aware that if he persistently sought to irritate Brother Snake, the latter would not hesitate to make a meal out of him. He opened the door to room 677 and stepped inside. Nothing particularly remarkable caught his eye, aside from a collection of miscellaneous food items. The room was cluttered with numerous wooden planks evidently dismantled from cabinets and a handsaw. The floor was strewn with wood shavings, and beside it lay a makeshift wooden shield crafted from a door panel and several handles. The craftsmanship was commendable, though fortune had evidently not favored its creator. Based on the state of the room, Lin Qian surmised that this individual possessed some skill, albeit marred by misfortune. Even if he encountered the pig-headed creature, it would surely flee in haste, and Lin Qian felt exceedingly confident that, as a regulator, he stood among the most elite survivors at this stage. After all, the daily accrual of free attribute points was extraordinarily advantageous. Lin Qian had long noticed that acquiring free attribute points appeared to be more challenging than he had initially anticipated. Aside from his salary as a regulator, he had amassed a total of 6 points. The 3 points from the corpse sowing ghost were a hard-earned, fortuitous reward gained through a near brush with death. 1 point from the giant crocodile, while not quite a life-or-death struggle, still required considerable effort. Even a relatively capable team like Pangs was contemplating ways to divert the crocodile to seize the treasure chest, highlighting the formidable nature of the creature. The last 2 points he had just acquired also stemmed from his identity as a regulator. Lin Qian increasingly believed that his choice of the regulator identity card was a sagacious decision. Over time, he was certain he would outpace all others significantly. Certainly, provided that one does not act recklessly. After thoroughly scouring the room, Lin Qian made his way back home. Upon returning to his quarters, he placed the slaughtering knife in the corner and unloaded various pieces of wood. It was only then that he realized, to his dismay, that he had become quite disheveled. After shedding his clothes and quickly rinsing off in the hot spring, he casually donned a garment and began to tend to his fractured wrist. The freshly acquired timber proved useful. He selected a suitably sized plank and positioned his broken wrist upon it, preparing to secure it when a sudden thought flashed through his mind. Subsequently, he closed his eyes and manipulated the corpse sewing thread, guiding it through the flesh to the site of the fracture. Since the thread was fully integrated with his being, its movement within him caused no discomfort whatsoever. He ensnared the fractured area, tying it tightly, and gradually realigned the bones. Enduring excruciating pain, Lin Qian felt the bones shift within the flesh, slowly mending the fracture. Once the broken ends aligned perfectly, he skillfully wrapped the thread around the bone, securing it until his wrist no longer swayed uncontrollably with movement. The procedure was a resounding success. Lin Qian wiped the cold sweat from his brow, a satisfied expression gracing his face as he regarded his wrist. He had not anticipated the thread's additional capabilities. In that moment, his spirits soared, realizing that the corpse-sewing thread held myriad applications yet to be explored. For instance, if he were to suffer a knife wound, no matter how deep, as long as it did not damage his internal organs, he could swiftly employ the thread to suture and staunch the bleeding. Lin Qian speculated that, should his mental attributes reach a certain threshold in the future, he might even perform intricate procedures, such as instantaneously stitching severed blood vessels. The more he pondered, the brighter his eyes became. Considering the thread's remarkable immunity to conventional physical attacks, he envisioned that once it matured sufficiently, allowing him to summon a multitude of threads, he might protect his internal organs or even form an external soft armor. Shaking his head, he curtailed his wandering thoughts. Achieving such feats felt far too distant. Nevertheless, it instilled within him a profound sense of anticipation for what lay ahead. Although the internal fixation of his wrist was complete, any slight movement still elicited unbearable pain. However, it appeared that due to his enhanced constitution, the swelling was not overly pronounced. Using a knife, he split the wood into strips the width of his fingers, crafting a double-layered splint closely adhering to his wrist, securing it with a thread to provide external protection. This would prevent any undue strain on the wrist. Reclining back onto his bed, Lin Qian sighed. He was still unaware of what the trial tomorrow might entail. One of his arms was already incapacitated, and his opposite shoulder bore injury, though fortunately, it did not hinder his mobility. Despite facing the challenge in a weakened state, Lin Qian remained resolutely confident. Compared to the gains of the night, this minor injury was quite tolerable. Closing his eyes, he soon slipped into a deep slumber. Ding! The novice protection period has ended. The inaugural area survival trial is about to commence. Survivors are requested to prepare themselves. The system's prompt echoed in his mind, rousing Lin Qian from his sleep. After stretching lazily, he suddenly jolted awake. The survival trial. As he glanced at the countdown, he noted that only a few minutes remained for preparation. Fortunately, there was ample time. Lin Qian swiftly rolled out of bed and checked his wrist, finding that the swelling had completely subsided and the pain had significantly diminished, though he still could not move it freely. The recovery was quite rapid, likely attributable to his physical constitution. He took a look at his interface, noticing that a point of free attribute had been credited, but he chose not to utilize it immediately, planning instead to allocate it upon entering the trial world. The chaotic items from last night had already been safely stored in his storage space. The only preparation remaining was the formidable butcher's knife. This weapon was indeed a lethal instrument. Not only did it possess supernatural characteristics and curse effects, but even when wielded as a common weapon, Its terrifying weight could easily dispatch most foes with a single strike. After some contemplation, Lin Qian meticulously wrapped the temporarily unnecessary crocodile skin around the butcher's knife, layer upon layer. After ensuring that the curse was effectively contained, he secured the wrapped knife firmly to his back with corpse stitching thread. Once he donned his oversized suit jacket, it became nearly imperceptible to the untrained eye. He took a few steps. While it felt somewhat heavy, the overall impact was minimal. Just as he was finishing his preparations, the system notification chimed in. Teleportation countdown. 1. Chapter 27. Eerie Blood Campus. Entering the instance, a sensation of falling. Blinding light and dizziness enveloped him. Upon reopening his eyes, Lin Qian found himself seated. The familiar furnishings around him induced a moment of disorientation. Blackboard, desks, and podiums all appeared remarkably antiquated, cloaked in layers of dust, with cobwebs adorning the corners. An abandoned school? The thought flickered through his mind when, in the next moment, a system notification chimed in. Ding! Entering the survival trial instance. Eerie Blood Campus. Return condition. Survive for 72 hours. Special collectible for the instance. Ghost blood can be exchanged for corresponding resources in the survival shop. Lin Qian raised an eyebrow and hastily summoned the unfamiliar survival shop. Survival shop. Limited to the survival trial instance. Currency. Ghost blood. Unit. Drop. Acquisition method. Automatically obtained by defeating targets. Items. Escape card. Price 1. Effect. Immediately exit the trial instance. Completing the return. Purified Ghost Blood 1. Price 10. Remaining quantity. 10 effect. After consumption. Significantly enhances physical constitution. Alien Blood Core. Price 100. Remaining quantity. 1 effect. After consumption, grants the ability. Alien Blood. There were only 3 items, with a vast disparity in prices. Among them, Lin Qian was particularly intrigued by the solitary alien blood core, which promised an ability upon consumption. He had gradually deciphered some nuances from the item descriptions. Those that indicated an immediate effect upon consumption had no prerequisites, while those requiring digestion typically entailed certain conditions. For instance, the spark he had collected on the death train had conditions for digestion that he had yet to meet. Fortunately, he possessed an extraordinary digestive potion that allowed him to bypass these conditions. Feeling a glimmer of opportunity, Lin Qian licked his lips, his avarice once again taking the reins. The immediate priority was to ascertain the combat prowess of the malevolent spirits within this instance. He didn't need to ponder deeply. Merely glancing at the task description and the instance's name suggested it was yet another supernatural scenario. However, Lin Qian now possessed means to confront the supernatural, fortified further by a cross-level divine weapon at his back, rendering him entirely unperturbed. He was, without a doubt, well suited for the challenge. Casting a sweeping glance around the classroom, he noticed the desks and chairs were strewn haphazardly, as if a spirited chase had once unfolded within. With a casual kick, he cleared the obstructive furniture and pushed open the classroom door, stepping outside. Coincidentally, the adjacent classroom also opened at that moment, revealing a middle-aged man clad in a jacket. Their eyes met, and for a brief moment, both were taken aback, rendered speechless. The man appeared to be in his 40s, bearing the marks of life's trials. Yet his eyes sparkled with an unusual brightness. He was tall and robust, but his thick, furrowed brows lent him an air of melancholy. Lin Qian was observing him, and he was observing Lin Qian in return. As if discerning something, the man's eyes narrowed slightly, yet his expression remained unchanged. He then subtly inclined his head towards Lin Qian in a gesture of acknowledgement. Lin Qian, in turn, remained silent and nodded in response. He could perceive that this individual possessed remarkable physical attributes and exuded a distinctive aura. Although he did not pose a significant threat, it was evident that he was among the elite survivors, certainly superior to that of Peng. Noticing that he carried nothing, akin to strolling leisurely after a meal, it was likely that he also possessed a spatial storage capability. In the arena of trials, most survivors would undoubtedly band together for warmth. However, Lin Qian was accustomed to solitude and had no intention of seeking collaboration. Thus he prepared to depart directly. Yet, after taking only a few steps, the classroom door ahead unexpectedly swung open, revealing a figure stepping out. Upon recognizing the individual, Lin Qian was momentarily taken aback. A voluminous curl? Emerging from the classroom was none other than the curly-haired girl from room 608, with whom Lin Qian had a brief encounter on the first day. An encounter that had left a lasting impression on him. The girl, startled by the sound, turned around to see Lin Qian approaching. She too paused, evidently recognizing him. Hello. What a coincidence. Realizing that casually referring to someone by nickname might be somewhat impolite, Lin Qian took the initiative to nod and greet her. The girl appeared considerably more disheveled than on the previous occasion. Her curls were interspersed with dried leaves, and in addition to her inner white garment, she wore a vest made of animal hide. A dark longbow was slung across her back, and a bamboo-woven quiver hung at her waist, filled with similarly dark wooden arrows. A short dagger, equally dark, was sheathed at her side. At first glance, she resembled someone who had just returned from a wilderness survival expedition, appearing quite unkempt. Hello. The girl instinctively took a step back, her voice carrying a coldness that starkly contrasted with her seemingly soft and adorable demeanor. Lin Qian, already disinclined to engage in lengthy conversations, noticed her guardedness and smiled, casually nodding as he prepared to leave. He sensed an unmistakable intensity emanating from the girl, and her retreat confirmed her wariness towards him. It seemed that all three were subtly aware of each other's capabilities, which added an intriguing layer to the encounter. Was it intuition, or perhaps linked to a certain attribute? Lin Qian speculated that this instinct might be related to agility. Through several days of comprehensive attribute allocation, he had begun to ascertain the enhancement range corresponding to each attribute. Among them, the agility attribute primarily reinforced not only reflexes but also this elusive perception. Initially, Lin Qian had assumed it was due to his mental attribute, but later realized that was not the case. His mental attribute was already 4 times that of an ordinary person, yet that sensation was quite faint. Nonetheless, for Lin Qian, it was sufficient. He did not require an intricate understanding of the nuances. It sufficed to discern whether he faced any potential threat. As Lin Qian was about to depart alone, a voice suddenly echoed from behind. Please hold on. The speaker was a middle-aged man who was presently observing the outside world from the window, his expression somewhat grave. Lin Qian and Peng Peng simultaneously halted their steps and turned to look back. I believe this task is beyond the capacity of a single individual. Since our paths have crossed, it must be fate. I propose we collaborate. With that, he stepped forward, extending his hand first. Wu and Shu, just call me Old Wu. 3 points of strength. The name, bearing the unexpected and incongruous air of a scholar, was indeed surprising. What astonished Lin Qian even more was the revelation that this man possessed 3 points of strength, even if his initial attributes were above the norm. Reaching 3 points would be impossible without having acquired at least 1 point of free attribute. Lin Qian was well aware of the great difficulty the average person faced in obtaining such free attribute points. However, after Wu Wenshu expressed his intention, Lin Qian and Peng Peng remained silent for a considerable time, causing the atmosphere to descend into an impasse. Wu Wenshu, undeterred by the awkwardness, simply held his hand aloft, gazing at the two while awaiting a response. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Qian shrugged. After all, this was merely an exploratory phase, and having an additional ally could save time. Very well, he said, stepping forward to shake Wu Wenshu's hand and offering a reserved introduction. Lin Qian, 3 points of spirit. Spirit? Upon hearing that Lin Qian's primary attribute was spirit, Wu Wenshu was momentarily taken aback, though he did not display any emotion, instead shifting his gaze to the yet-to-respond Peng Peng. Chapter 28, The Enigmatic Blood Campus, the Trio Team. Shortly after Lin Qian expressed her stance, the girl with curly hair finally spoke. Upon hearing her merely state her name, both Lin Qian and Lao Wu assumed that she was reluctant to divulge further details about herself. Then Lao Wu, thinking the conversation had reached a lull, was about to continue discussing their collaboration when, in the next moment, 2 words emerged from her throat as though forced out. 3 points. A prolonged silence ensued. Noticing that she seemed to have more to say, Lin Qian and Lao Wu stared at her, blinking in anticipation for her to elaborate. Yet, the more they waited, the more indifferent Xia Qing appeared. Her cheeks visibly flushed. Her lips murmured as if she were concocting something profound. Agile, at last. She managed to articulate the final two words, prompting Lin Qian and Lao Wu to simultaneously exhale in relief, feeling an overwhelming sense of release. Your phrasing is rather unique, Lao Wu teased, but to his surprise, Xia Qing immediately turned to face the wall, her hands clenched into tight fists, seemingly lost in thought. Lin Qian and Lao Wu exchanged glances, each reading a question in the other's eyes. After a moment, with her back to them, Xia Qing once again struggled to speak. Nervous. I will not be able to speak. The words tumbled out in disjointed pairs, causing Lin Qian's head to bob in rhythm. Upon hearing her words, both displayed expressions of understanding. Ah, so she's a slight stutter. Lin Qian's internal musings escaped her lips, drawing a peculiar gaze from Lao Wu. Is that truly polite? As anticipated, upon hearing Lin Qian's remark, Xia Qing reacted more intensely. Her head drooped, and she slowly crouched down, burying her face in her knees, as if profoundly affected, wishing to vanish into the ground before them. I'm so sorry. So sorry. Lin Qian offered an awkward smile. However, this brief interlude served to bridge the initial distance between the three. Once Xia Qing regained her composure, Lao Wu took the lead in discussing the matter of the quest. To speak candidly, I have only heard of the existence of supernatural quests within the regional channel, but I have never personally experienced one. However, it is said that ordinary weapons cannot harm ghosts, so if we wish to ensure safety, we must seek items here that can combat these entities. His line of thought was clear, yet as he spoke, his gaze flitted between Lin Qian and Xia Qing, seemingly gauging their reactions. Lin Qian maintained a gentle smile throughout, revealing no change in her demeanor, while Xia Qing remained quietly bowed. Suddenly, a distinct rumble echoed from Xia Qing's stomach, prompting both to glance at her. Noticing her signs of social anxiety, Lin Qian quickly waved her hands. No, no, no. We won't ask. She casually retrieved a warm leftover meal from her space and offered it to Xia Qing. No need to be polite. Eat well to work hard. Xia Qing lowered her head to receive the boxed meal, her lips beginning to brew a response. Lin Qian once again intercepted the conversation. No need for thanks. She quickly averted her gaze, locking eyes with old Wu across the table, only to see him unable to suppress the twitching of his lips. I continued, disregarding Xia Qing, who silently moved to the side to eat her meal. After all, she could not partake in the discussion. Old Wu resumed the previous topic with Lin Qian. I had briefly observed the layout of the school. It was structured in a C shape with a total of 4 floors. We 3 were positioned in the central part of the topmost floor. Why not start our search for clues and key items from the 4th floor and work our way down? I suggested. Since this is a trial, it is unlikely they would design an unwinnable scenario for us. There must be clues that will ensure our survival. Lin Qian had no objections, as he would likely follow the same approach if he were to act alone. Xia Qing hastily finished her meal and approached the 2, signaling that we could set off. The 3 of us maintained a subtle distance from one another, revealing a lingering sense of wariness, but perhaps due to the boxed meal. Xia Qing and Lin Qian's proximity was noticeably closer. Let us commence in this direction, Old Wu declared, taking the lead as the one who proposed collaboration, with Lin Qian following closely behind and Xia Qing trailing at the rear. After searching several classrooms, we found no clues. The only certainty was that this place had been abandoned for quite some time. As we proceeded down the corridor and reached a corner, we were greeted by a staircase. Lin Qian faintly heard whispers from below and was about to peek when Old Wu suddenly pulled him back. Confused, Lin Qian turned to follow Old Wu's gaze towards a bulletin board positioned at an angle behind them, and his eyes suddenly fixed on the scene before him. There, a desiccated corpse was grotesquely pinned to the wall by a dark nail, its posture contorted in an unnatural manner. Beside it, a crooked line of text read, "You must hide well. Do not let me find you." The eerie sight sent shivers down both Old Wu and Xia Qing's spines, causing them to tense up. While Lin Qian stepped forward thoughtfully, closely examining the corpse for quite some time, before finally raising his hand to touch the nail embedded in the corpse's head. As he expected, the system prompt sounded a moment later. Black nail, a long nail forged from a special material known as black gold, possessing the ability to interact with the supernatural. His eyes brightened, and without regard for the corpse, he grasped the black nail and pulled with force. The nail, measuring over 30 centimeters, was effortlessly extracted by his bare hands, and with a thud, the corpse fell heavily to the ground. When he turned back to look at the others, he found they had retreated several meters away, with Xiaqing even drawing her bow, clearly prepared to shoot. Why so tense? Lin Qian found it somewhat amusing. Seeing the corpse unresponsive, Old Wu finally exhaled in relief, regarding Lin Qian with admiration. You truly have a daring spirit. Are you not afraid of it coming back to life? Lin Qian glanced around, then chuckled softly. I neglected to mention that I once encountered a supernatural instance, during which I learned that malevolent spirits typically refrain from roaming under the sun. This top floor, adorned with skylights, is bathed in ample sunlight. Thus it should be devoid of any unforeseen incidents. Upon hearing this, Old Wu could not help but glance at the gloomy sky outside, perplexed by the origin of the sunlight. The experience proved to be quite enlightening. Behold, this is the item you seek that can harm the supernatural entities. Lin Qian handed the black nail to the two individuals for their examination. After they perused the information, Old Wu, filled with admiration, returned it to Lin Qian. Brother Lin, your skill is indeed remarkable. Even had I suspected this item might be of use, I would not have dared to engage with it. His observation was astute. Lin Qian's audacity to extract the nail stemmed not only from the knowledge that malevolent spirits do not venture during daylight, but also from a profound confidence in his own abilities. Moreover, he is adept at interpreting certain matters based on the system's hints regarding the instance. This place is designated by the system as the Cursed Blood Campus, with the unique collectible being ghostly blood, while a desiccated corpse is affixed to the wall. Whence does the blood originate? Chapter 29, The Sinister Blood School. Ying, you currently lack means to confront the supernatural. Take this black nail for self-defense. Lin Qian did not reclaim the black nail, but instead handed it to Old Wu. For him, there was no shortage of ways to combat the paranormal. What he truly required was a companion to share the burden. Although his understanding of Old Wu's character was limited, at least their current objective aligned: survival. Old Wu accepted the nail without hesitation, fastening it to his waist. Seeing that he did not store the black nail away, Lin Qian realized that this individual possessed a degree of understanding. Since he was willing to accept it, he was not fearful of Lin Qian claiming it for himself. Regardless, this item was originally acquired by Lin Qian. Its retrieval appeared effortless, yet not everyone dared to approach and extract that nail. Without lingering, the trio continued their exploration around the corner. It struck them as peculiar that only the three of them seemed to occupy the entire fourth floor. Old Wu, listening to the discussions emanating from below, noted that many seemed to be gathered in deliberation, while their floor remained eerily quiet. Perhaps it was better this way. Where there are many, there are greater troubles. Lin Qian pushed open a door, revealing an office in disarray, as if it had been ransacked. Bending down to pick up a folder that appeared to contain student record from certain class, he had barely flipped through 2 pages when he noticed Xiaqing, who was rummaging through a metal cabinet, suddenly stepped back, her hand poised on her bow. What is it? Lin Qian and Old Wu reacted simultaneously, preparing for confrontation. The metal cabinet creaked open slowly, and when they discerned its contents, both were taken aback. Inside was a small, frail girl, curled up tightly, emanating a repugnant odor. Her hair was brittle, her complexion sallow and gaunt. Aside from her school uniform, she was draped in an oversized black robe. The robe, intricately sewn with golden threads, resembled a modified version of a Taoist garment, exuding an air of complexity. What is going on? Is she alive? Old Wu tightened his grip on the black nail at his waist, while, unexpectedly, his other hand brandished a dark handgun. He whispered to Lin Qian, "What should we do?" "Uncertain. I will investigate," Lin Qian replied, discreetly clutching a fruit knife as he advanced a couple of steps. "Be cautious," Old Wu murmured, readying himself for action. "Little sister, why are you hiding here?" Lin Qian tentatively greeted as he approached the cabinet. Yet, the girl never opened her eyes. She merely trembled, murmuring in a barely audible tone, "You cannot see me. You cannot see me." Seeing her state, Lin Qian slightly relaxed his guard and reached out to touch the girl. However, just as his hand brushed against the black robe, an unexpected system notification echoed in his mind. Black robe, a protective garment crafted through special techniques, effectively shielding against the probing of malevolent spirits, possessing a degree of resistance to supernatural attacks. Lin Qian was taken aback. This was indeed a special item. Meanwhile, the little girl seemed to sense the warmth emanating from Lin Qian's palm. Her trembling body gradually relaxed as she cautiously opened one to furtively glance at him. "Are you colleagues of Uncle Xie?" she uttered with a quivering, hoarse voice tinged with tears, as though afraid of awakening something dreadful. Lin Qian was momentarily taken aback. "Uncle Xie? Colleagues?" Although he was uncertain of the circumstances, he nodded gently in an effort to earn the little girl's trust. "Indeed, we arrived late." Upon hearing this, the girl appeared to find solace, her body collapsing weakly as tears streamed down her cheeks. "They're all dead. They're all dead. The teacher is dead. Uncle Xie is dead." Lin Qian instinctively lifted her in his arms. Yet upon contact with her skin, he felt a jolt within. She was cold. The little girl was icy all over, devoid of warmth, akin to a lifeless corpse. He exchanged a glance with Lao Wu and Xia Qing, signaling them to keep their distance, while he spoke gently to the girl. "What is your name?" "Ying." Through the fragmented descriptions from Ying, Lin Qian gleaned the grim events that had transpired within the school. It began 2 months prior, when students suddenly fell ill with alarming frequency. Dizziness, vomiting blood, cold limbs. None of the remedies proved effective, and hospitals were a loss. Suspecting an unknown contagion, the entire school was swiftly quarantined. Both students and teachers were unable to leave, confined to subsist on the provisions provided. Days passed, and then tragedy struck. A female teacher was found dead, reportedly in a horrific manner. Following this revelation, a group claiming to be an investigative team entered the school to probe the incident. Among them was Uncle Xie. According to little Ying, Uncle Xie was exceptionally kind, tall, and handsome, quite popular among the children. He brought toys, gifts, and delectable treats for Ying and her classmates, while casually inquiring about certain matters. He asked us who had consumed the soup from the cafeteria that day. I replied that the soup was delicious, and everyone in our class, including our teacher, had partaken. After that, Uncle Xie fell silent. He stated that our ailments stemmed from the unclean soup, yet by that time, we had already recovered and felt no discomfort. I asked Uncle Xie when we could return home and see our mothers, but he did not respond. At this point, Ying pouted unhappily. Lin Qian remained silent, listening intently. A conjecture began to form in his mind. Suddenly, the girl appeared to plunge into a painful memory, her pale face marked by terror. "They've gone mad. They've all gone mad. The teachers and classmates have gone insane. They began to fight each other, and the classroom was drenched in blood. I was so frightened that I hid away. Only when the outside fell silent did I dare to stealthily emerge. Hunger gnawed at me, compelling me to seek sustenance. Then, I encountered my mathematics teacher, who had transformed into a monstrous being. He declared his intent to devour me, and terror gripped my heart as I fled. However, his long legs swiftly closed the distance between us. In that moment, Uncle Xie appeared, driving a black nail into the teacher, urging me to hide. He informed me that the 4th floor was illuminated by sunlight, a beacon of safety, for the creature feared the light. Thus I fled to this refuge. I felt an overwhelming hunger and fear, remaining hidden for what felt like an eternity until Uncle Xie finally returned. He was injured, blood soaking his chest. He uttered that he was on the brink of death, then removed his garment, insisting that if I wore it, the monster would be unable to find me. He reassured me that his colleagues would come to my rescue and implored me to survive, to evade the creature's grasp. I waited for what seemed an interminable span. Initially, hunger plagued me, but gradually it waned. Fear consumed me, and I remained in my sanctuary, dozing off when fatigued, awakening to count the stars in silence. The monstrous sounds outside were frequent, Yet with Uncle Xie's garment, I felt secure from their search. The girl seemed to have finally found a confidant, her words flowing forth in a steady stream. I longed to return home, to my mother. As she spoke, her voice gradually softened, eyelids growing heavy. After murmuring a few final words, she succumbed to a deep slumber. Lin Qian held her tightly, brows furrowed with concern. Chapter 30, The Sinister Blood Campus. In the prolonged silence, Old Wu was the first to break the stillness. How shall we handle this child? Lin Qian remained silent, rummaging through the sleeping Yingying's belongings. As he had anticipated, within the folds of the black robe lay a neatly folded piece of paper. Upon unfolding it, he discovered that one side bore the school's expenditure sheet, while the reverse was densely inscribed with a multitude of words. I am Xie Min, the second-tier captain of the Central South District. By the time you read this letter, I shall have succumbed to my own black nails. The ghostly blood has invaded my entire being. I refuse to become a part of that abomination. Upon reading the first line, Lin Qian immediately thought of the mummified corpse nailed to the wall outside. Was this the Uncle Xie that Yingying had mentioned? He was taken aback, surprised by the proximity of their connection. He continued to read on. This is a meticulously orchestrated revival of a malevolent spirit. Someone has applied for the position of the school chef, secretly mixing a vial of primordial ghost blood into the soup, intending to use the school as a breeding ground for malevolent spirits, with the aim of rapidly nurturing a ghost king. The ghost blood thrives on the flesh and blood of the living, growing rapidly and ultimately transforming into lifeless corpses driven solely by the instinct to kill and consume. They devour one another, merging and evolving, the horror of their existence multiplying as their numbers dwindle. If you arrive in time, you may find lurking living corpses in the corners of each floor during daylight, indicating that there remains a chance for extermination. However, if your search yields no signs of living corpses, do not hesitate. Flee immediately and request Ghost King-level disaster support from headquarters. This little girl is the only contingency I can leave behind. Her constitution is remarkably unique, granting her a natural resistance to supernatural entities. The process of transformation by ghost blood becomes exceedingly arduous within her. If necessary, she may be used as bait to lure the remaining bloodthirsty spirits into a trap. Furthermore, under no circumstances should you venture to the basement, especially not during the day. Absolutely not. Having finished reading the letter in one breath, Lin Qian fell back into a profound silence. What was written in that letter? Noticing Lin Qian's troubled expression, Old Wu hastily approached and inquired softly, "What does it say?" "Take a look for yourself." Lin Qian casually handed over the letter. Old Wu's gaze swiftly scanned the contents, his expression growing equally grave. Through the letter, Lin Qian confirmed several of his suspicions. This school seemed to exist within the same realm as the death train scenario they had previously encountered. Captain Liu, who wielded the power of the fire seed, and Xie Min, adorned with black nails and a black robe, appeared to be figures of captain rank within the official forces of this world. Although he had not witnessed Captain Xie's prowess firsthand, judging by these two artifacts, it was highly probable that he was not as formidable as Captain Liu. Lin Qian had previously speculated that the reason behind team leader Liu's agonizing process of harnessing his flammability, along with the flame's color not being the pure white of spiritual fire, and his expression indicating a lesser lethality against the stitched corpse lines than his own, was likely due to his inability to successfully digest the fire seed. Instead, it seemed he employed alternative methods to tap into the power contained within the seed. Otherwise, it wouldn't have rolled to Lin Qian's feet unscathed. From this perspective alone, Lin Qian undoubtedly possessed combat capabilities on par with a captain. Not to mention, he wielded the formidable tools of the stitched corpse lines and the butcher's knife. With this newfound clarity, Lin Qian's thoughts became increasingly lucid. He decided to search for any concealed living corpses as well as the bodies of Xie Min and the other team members. Old Wu nodded decisively. "All right, I will follow your lead." Unbeknownst to them, the voice of authority within the team had seamlessly shifted to Lin Qian. As for Xia Qing, she had little to contribute, expressing no objections regardless of the duo's decisions. "I have an injury, Old Wu. Can you carry her?" Lin Qian inquired, cradling Yingying in his arms. Yes, I will prepare. Old Wu did not hesitate. Having read the letter, he understood the significance of the little girl and knew she must be brought along. He retrieved a sweater from his storage space, cut it with a dagger, and wrapped it around Ying's waist, securing her on his back in a crosswise manner. All set. To Lin Qian's surprise, Old Wu seemed entirely unfazed by Ying's cold body temperature, maintaining his usual demeanor. He is capable. Lin Qian nodded approvingly and stepped outside to commence a thorough search of the fourth floor. However, after investing a full half-hour, the three of them turned the fourth floor upside down without uncovering anything of value. With no other option, they proceeded to the third floor to continue their search. Upon reaching the third level, Lin Qian heard a commotion in the distance. Upon closer inspection, he saw a group of individuals constructing a barricade with desks and chairs, effectively blocking the corridor and preventing anyone from passing through. One man shouted loudly, "Bro, haven't you read the system introduction? Ghosts, ghosts, ghosts. Do you even know what a ghost is? You think these rickety desks and chairs will hold them back? Then tell me what we should do. You explain it." Another man retorted, frustration evident in his voice. Has anyone here experienced a supernatural instance before? Who knows how to handle this? Are we just supposed to sit here and wait for death? 3 days. 3 days. We want to survive even one day. We're all going to die. We're all going to die. The man constructing the barricade screamed, his face flushed with rage, displaying signs of a mental breakdown. However, he was not alone in his near collapse. The man arguing with him was similarly incensed, and in a fit of anger, he kicked down the makeshift barricade. "Stop blocking the way. You're being a nuisance. You're asking for trouble." In an instant, the two men were locked in a struggle, their bodies toppling the stacked desks and chairs, creating utter chaos in the area. Surrounding them were a dozen individuals, most clad in white, their faces ashen. Some were crouched in corners with their heads in their hands, while others prayed silently, enveloped by a profoundly oppressive atmosphere. Lin Qian cast a fleeting glance at them, opting to disregard their presence entirely. The group occupied the positions of two classes in a C-shaped corner, given the passage of time without incident. There seemed to be no cause for concern. Searching this side, Lin Qian promptly bypassed those two classrooms, preparing to commence the search from the third room. The sudden appearance of the three individuals, who remained silent and entirely indifferent to the crowd, immediately captured the attention of many, causing even the two engaged in a scuffle to instinctively cease their actions. "Hey, where did you all come from?" Someone shouted loudly, their tone far from amiable. Lin Qian and Old Wu did not even lift their eyelids, pretending not to hear. However, Xiaqing was gripped by social anxiety, feeling exceedingly tense. When someone noticed the bow and arrow she carried, their eyes lit up with intrigue. "Beautiful lady, where did you acquire that bow?" The man who had just kicked over the makeshift barricade stepped forward with a jovial demeanor, attempting to strike up a conversation. Xiaqing, feeling increasingly anxious, took a few steps back, her lips quivering as she stammered, I. After a prolonged silence, she failed to articulate a single coherent word, which rendered the man somewhat impatient. "Given your delicate appearance, you hardly seem like someone who would handle a bow. How about we trade? I have a self-made spear here." Sensing that Xiaqing might decline, he hastily added, "I'm a member of the shooting club, and my archery skills are quite commendable. This bow will certainly perform differently in my hands than in yours. Plus, you can join us, and I will ensure your safety." As he spoke, his gaze began to appraise Xiaqing's figure, a smug smile creeping onto his face. Even in the face of death, one must savor life to the fullest. However, in the next instant, his smile faltered, frozen in place. Lin Qian and Old Wu almost simultaneously raised their pistols, aiming directly at the man's head. With a click, Lin Qian pulled the trigger of the revolver. Does the shooting club teach marksmanship? Chapter 31, Deceptive Blood Campus, Conflict, Copper Coin Sword Brothers. Please, do not be agitated. The man's complexion turned ashen at the sight of the two guns trained upon him. He raised his trembling hands and took a step back, forcing a strained smile. "You may search inside. I shall remain here at the entrance." Old Wu gestured to the two individuals and took up his position at the door with his handgun, ensuring that the group did not act recklessly. Lin Qian and Xiaqing swiftly completed their search of the interior, but despite their thorough rummaging, they found no significant clues. Upon exiting, they noticed a girl observing them from a distance, deterred from approaching by old Wu's imposing presence. Lin Qian was taken aback to find a familiar face. "She claims to know you," old Wu inquired, turning to Lin Qian. "Indeed, we have met once," Lin Qian replied nonchalantly. The girl had assisted Lin Qian the previous day in retrieving a treasure chest from the lake within the giant crocodile's chamber, and she was surprised to encounter her again so soon. As Lin Qian emerged, the girl's expression brightened. She had just begun to question her own eyes, but there stood the formidable figure she recognized. She was acutely aware that this individual was not one to be compared with ordinary survivors. Only the day before, Lin Qian had effortlessly dispatched 3 survivors along with a giant crocodile, leaving her profoundly impressed. "Big brother, may I accompany you?" she asked cautiously, nervously clutching the hem of her clothing. Old Wu remained silent, instead looking to Lin Qian, his intention clear. It was Lin Qian's decision to make. Lin Qian scrutinized the girl, his brow furrowing. Keeping someone of such limited capability within their ranks seemed somewhat unnecessary. Sensing Lin Qian's inclination to decline her request, the girl hastily interjected, "I will be obedient. I promise to follow all your instructions." Please, her voice quivered with emotion as she reached the end of her plea. Lin Qian fell into silence, contemplating her words before ultimately arriving at a conclusion. "Old Wu, entrust the child to her. The true peril arises when night falls. During the day, having an extra hand is not a disadvantage." Old Wu nodded and unfastened Ying from his back, handing her over to the girl. "Your task is to keep her safe. Remember, do not touch her black robe unless I command it." With that admonition, Lin Qian turned away to resume the search. The girl's expression brightened as she hugged Ying tightly, but the next moment, she felt the chilling temperature radiating from the girl in her arms, causing her steps to falter slightly. "Stay close." Old Wu's voice cut through her thoughts, and the girl shivered, quickly shaking off her distractions to follow the trio closely. Having searched more than half of the 3rd floor, they had yet to encounter any living corpses or colleagues of Xiamen, but they did come across several survivors. Some huddled in classrooms, while others positioned themselves at stairwells, observing the situation. Noticing Lin Qian and his group searching, some began to conjecture that they might possess some knowledge and attempted to approach. However, under the intimidation of Old Wu's firearm, they ultimately dispersed, keeping their distance and refraining from further interference. Soon, the search of the 3rd floor concluded. Still no significant findings. Lin Qian frowned, a sense of foreboding creeping over him. According to the words of Xiamen Xin, if the scattered living corpses cannot be found, it signifies that the blood demon has merged into a formidable entity. However, if that is indeed the case, what purpose would trials serve? Everyone might as well await their demise. Lin Qian firmly believes that the system would not issue a task that is destined for failure. There must be a glimmer of hope. Continuing down to the 2nd floor, the group proceeded downwards in search, soon arriving at the 2nd floor. As they descended the staircase, Lin Qian noticed an increased number of survivors on this level. Dozens lingered in the corridor alone, and in the distance, a cluster of individuals appeared to be embroiled in a heated argument. "Let us go over and take a look." Lin Qian signaled discreetly, and the group silently edged closer to the crowd. Even from a distance, shouts of anger could be heard. "You shameless lot! It was I who discovered this treasure, and you simply want to snatch it away? Huh! You claim it's yours, yet I say it's mine. Who amongst us can prove it?" Several individuals had cornered a muscular man clad in a tank top, tension palpable in the air. The man gripped a small, exquisitely crafted copper coin sword, approximately half a meter in length, its blade secured by red threads that held the coins together, evoking a sense of antiquity. The encircling group wielded identical stainless steel machetes, their intentions unmistakably clear. In just one glance, Lin Qian surmised the unfolding situation. The weapon in the man's possession was likely an item belonging to Xiamen's team. Moreover, his unwillingness to relinquish it, even while cornered, suggested he had indeed seen the item information provided by the system. "What do you think?" Lao Wu leaned closer to Lin Qian, inquiring in a hushed tone. "There are too many people. It's unwise to act." Lin Qian, equally envious of the copper coin sword, recognized that making a move to seize it would inevitably attract the attention of the other survivors. It was difficult to ascertain whether any of the onlookers were concealing their true abilities. Should an opportunity arise for one to attack from the shadows, it would be exceedingly difficult to defend against. Let us retreat to the first floor. Not wishing to stir the waters, Lin Qian decisively chose to leave. With so many individuals on the second floor, even if there were items of interest, they had likely already been discovered. The absence of chaos thus far indicated that no living corpses were hidden on this level. Lin Qian's heart sank further. Now only the first floor remained. As the group descended to the first floor, they were met with the sounds of chaotic fighting from above, shouts of anger, cries of anguish, and numerous individuals scattering in panic. Bang! Bang! Suddenly, 2 consecutive gunshots reverberated, stunning the crowd into silence for a few seconds, only to be followed by a cacophony of screams. There has been a death. Someone has died. A figure rushed down the stairs, and in their frantic state, lost their footing, tumbling down and striking their head against the steps, instantly losing consciousness. Indeed, with so many people around, it was impossible for just the 2 of us to possess firearms. Lin Qian's vigilance heightened. To be honest, he felt composed when facing ordinary vengeful spirits. Yet when confronted with a gun, he found himself devoid of any means of resistance. At that moment, old Wu beside him suddenly gestured, and in the next instant, a police anti-explosion shield, roughly the size of a half-door, materialized before them, thudding heavily onto the ground. "Take this, just in case," he said. Lin Qian was momentarily taken aback as he reached out to receive the shield, weighing it in his hands. It felt substantial. "Thank you." There was no need for further words. Despite their brief acquaintance, a fundamental understanding had already begun to blossom between the 2. The material is reinforced, but can only withstand small-caliber rounds, old Wu cautioned. Lin Qian nodded and stowed the shield in his storage space. "You 2 will have to manage without one. Carrying it would hinder your movements. In the event of a gunfight, take cover behind us," old Wu explained to the 2 women. Xiaqing, showing no objections, merely nodded in agreement, while the girl cradling Ying appeared taken aback, quickly waving her hands to dismiss any concern. After a brief preparation, the group resumed their exploration of the first floor. Chapter 32, The Mysterious Blood Campus. To the surprise of many, the first floor was far less bustling than the second, even quieter than the third, with the corridors eerily empty and devoid of any human presence. This was, however, quite reasonable, for the first floor was the closest to the underground, which, according to Xianmin's hints, had likely transformed into a lair for vampires. Without sunlight, even the daytime posed significant dangers. As night fell, free from the constraints of daylight, the vampires would emerge from the depths in search of prey, making the first floor the first to suffer the consequences. "Be cautious. With the scarcity of sunlight, there should be something here," Lin Qian sensed, anticipating some discoveries on the first floor. Yet, scarcely had his words left his lips when a terrified scream pierced the air from a distance. "Ah, a ghost!" Lin Qian was momentarily taken aback. What a coincidence! Without a hint of hesitation, the 3 dashed toward the source of the voice. As they rounded the corner, they collided with a man whose face was contorted in sheer terror. The man was sprinting for his life, and upon seeing them, he was first startled, then lost his footing and fell to the ground, only to be overtaken by a sudden wave of joy. "Wuge, you finally arrived." Lin Qian was taken aback and turned to look at old Wu. Despite his usual calm demeanor, slapped his forehead in exasperation upon seeing the man before him. "Oh, Wuge, you made me search high and low for you." The man was impeccably dressed, his appearance meticulously polished, even sporting hair gel. It was difficult to fathom that amidst a crisis where everyone else was consumed with survival, he still had the audacity to groom himself. Nevertheless, one could not deny that he stood out, possessing both height and charm, reminiscent of a leading man straight out of a romantic drama. However, his pathetic demeanor was almost unbearable to behold. Upon encountering old Wu, he seemed to have found his anchor, shifting forward to cling to Wu's leg, his face breaking into a wide grin as he began to wail. "Wuge, if you had come any later, I would have never seen my brother again." Old Wu's face turned a deep shade of anger, gritting his teeth. Get up. Stop making a fool of yourself. At this, the man finally realized his surroundings. Glancing around to find everyone staring at him, and instantly felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. My apologies. He hastily rose, dusting off his trousers. And as his gaze swept over the others, it halted abruptly on Lin Qian's face. A fellow traveler. His eyes lit up, as if he had encountered an old friend in a foreign land, and he immediately extended his hands toward Lin Qian, eager to shake hands. Hello, hello. With a resounding clap, Old Wu struck the back of his head, causing him to stumble slightly. Stop talking nonsense. He shot a glare at the man before turning to Lin Qian with an apologetic expression. This fellow is my neighbor. He has been shadowing me for some time, and isn't quite all there. Please forgive him. Lin Qian waved his hand dismissively, smiling at the man with curiosity. You mentioned I'm a fellow traveler? What is your occupation? Upon hearing this, the man straightened his posture, a proud expression adorning his face as he patted his chest. I am a sales champion-level gold medal male model, the king of ducks. Suddenly, his words were abruptly interrupted by a sharp slap from Old Wu. Model, he corrected, grasping the man by the collar to smooth over the situation while whispering a warning. These two are not to be trifled with. If you wish to avoid trouble, keep your mouth shut. Upon hearing this, the man promptly sealed his lips, obediently falling silent. Lin Qian, displaying a look of exasperation, decided not to press the matter further. You mentioned there was a ghost. Where is it? The man, upon hearing this, appeared to finally recall the recent events and eagerly leaned towards the corner to look. Fortunately, there was no one pursuing them. He let out a sigh of relief and patted his chest. Old Wu kicked him lightly. I'm asking you a question. The man snapped back to attention and whispered to the group, that thing is in the innermost water room. I was just thirsty and wanted to get some water, but as soon as I opened the door, I was hit by a wave of the stench of blood. Before I could react, I felt something gripping my ankle. I barely escaped its clutches and then ran into you all. We should leave quickly. What if that thing comes after us? After saying this, he attempted to pull Old Wu away from the spot, but was immediately shrugged off. If you're afraid of dying, then get lost and don't follow us, Old Wu said with disdain. No, Wuge, I need to stick with you. You can't abandon me. The man's expression turned pained as he pleaded for mercy. Old Wu remained silent, instead glancing at Lin Qian. Lin Qian understood he was seeking her approval and nodded in agreement. If the girl could join, there was no reason for Old Wu's lackey to be excluded. The man, noticing Old Wu's gesture towards Lin Qian, felt a jolt of surprise in his heart. He had witnessed Old Wu's prowess firsthand and was taken aback to discover that the leader of the group was not him. This indicated that the individual before him was undoubtedly even more formidable. He bowed to the group, donning a serviceable smile as he introduced himself. Hello, everyone. My name is Duan Feng, room number 781. I hope to be well taken care of by the esteemed individuals here. Lin Qian was momentarily taken aback. Was there truly someone who directly shared their room number? Wait, 781? Suddenly, this room number struck a familiar chord within her. After a moment of deep thought, Lin Qian clapped her hands in realization. Oh, it's you, the one who came from the cold storage. The only person in the regional channel who chose to display their room number. She abruptly halted, suppressing the urge to call him a fool. Duan Feng nodded cheerfully. That's right, it's me. Lin Qian marveled at the coincidence, feeling a peculiar sensation wash over her. She then glanced at Old Wu. So, does this mean he's the one with the gun that you mentioned, the neighbor next door? Old Wu's face displayed a profound sense of resignation, the wrinkles around his eyes seeming to deepen at that moment. It's me. Lin Qian could not contain her laughter, utterly astonished that these two were indeed a pair. Before long, he noticed the girl beside him, cradling Ying, who had been quietly staring down. I have yet to learn your name. Shall we introduce ourselves? As she lifted her gaze, a look of surprise crossed her face, as if she had not anticipated being acknowledged. I am Su Yun, and my room number is 570. Under Duan Feng's lead, everyone inexplicably began to share their room numbers. Lin Qian reintroduced himself. Lin Qian, room 609. Observing Xia Qing's anxious expression as she began to nervously move her lips, he took the initiative to speak on her behalf. She is Xia Qing, my neighbor across the hall, room 608. Xiaoqing let out a sigh of relief and cast a grateful glance at Lin Qian. He waved dismissively, indicating it was no trouble at all. Finally, there was Wu Wanshu, whose room was adjacent to Duan Feng's, numbered 779. The group had now expanded to 5, and with Duan Feng's loquacious nature, the atmosphere became considerably more lively. Chapter 33, Blood of Deceit in the Campus. The blood demon in the water room, be cautious. That thing is right inside. Duan Feng whispered anxiously, closely trailing behind Old Wu at the entrance of the water room. Why are you following me? Old Wu's forehead bulged with veins, his irritation palpable as he nearly struck Duan Feng. I'm here to help. Even if I lack combat prowess, I can at least serve as a shield for you. Duan Feng proclaimed, thumping his chest with bravado, prompting Old Wu to quickly restrain him. Get away. Staying out of trouble would be a great help, Old Wu admonished. In the front, Lin Qian signaled for silence, and the group immediately fell quiet. Perhaps I should take the lead, considering my primary attribute is strength, Old Wu suggested, brandishing a riot shield as he moved closer to Lin Qian. Not necessary. Just wait behind and support me, Lin Qian replied, pulling out a fruit knife and peering into the dark water room, faintly hearing heavy breathing. He extended a hand, summoning pure, white, spiritual fire that illuminated the space, captivating the attention of the others. However, their astonishment quickly morphed into horror as they beheld the grotesque scene within the water room. In the corner, a twisted and deformed creature, its flesh a gruesome mash, lurked like a beast, its humanoid form entirely unrecognizable, resembling a large, skinned gibbon. Its elongated arms dragged on the ground, and its head appeared like a mutilated chunk of meat, devoid of any discernible features. Even more repulsive were the countless red, worm-like tendrils writhing across its body, the sound of their slimy movement audible in the tense silence. Surrounding the creature was a perimeter of these red tendrils, marking its territory like a grotesque nest. Lin Qian's pupils contracted, not out of fear of the creature's appearance, but due to a haunting familiarity with the red tendrils. They bear a striking resemblance to the bloody garment worn by the old man. The images in his mind overlapped with the scene before him. The bloodied garment bore similar red tendrils, yet they were not as densely clustered or as unsettling as those before him. Blood of deceit, the bloodied garment. Could there be a connection? Lost in thought, he was abruptly roused by Old Wu's urgent warning from behind. Watch out! In an instant, Lin Qian felt a blur before him, followed by a bloodied claw lunging toward his face. He instinctively recoiled, the claw emerging from the shadows, its writhing red tendrils flailing violently, sending chills down his spine. A cold sweat trickled down Lin Qian's forehead. Such speed! It was fortunate that he reacted swiftly. Otherwise, he would surely have been injured. It appeared that even the reflected sunlight had an effect on the creature, though other forms of light seemed ineffective. Judging by the creature's reaction, it harbored no fear of the spiritual fire. Gazing at the overcast sky, Lin Qian pondered. Logically, moonlight is merely reflected sunlight. I wonder if it would have any effect on them. Due to the previous train halting within the tunnel, the matter could only be verified tonight. At that moment, Old Wu retrieved several flashlights from the storage space. I have infrared and ultraviolet spotlights. Let us see if they prove useful. Since the monster could not emerge, the group stood at the doorway, commencing their experimental phase. The results, however, were somewhat disheartening. The creature remained utterly unresponsive. It seemed the sun in this realm possessed a unique energy, and if only there were a mirror, one could manipulate it. Alas, neither of their storage spaces contained a sufficiently large mirror. Let us confront it head-on, Lin Qian declared, leaving the others momentarily stunned. Confront it head-on? With what? Old Wu raised the black nail. With this? Isn't that too perilous? The black nail measured merely 30 centimeters, roughly the thickness of a chopstick, and was inferior even to a dagger. How could it possibly contend with the creature within? Lin Qian chuckled, shedding his oversized suit jacket, and with a mental command, the stitching line of the corpse unfastened the cleaver from his back. With a clang, the marble floor beneath was marred by crack. Cautiously unwrapping the crocodile skin that enveloped it, Lin Qian extended his hand, and the black stitching line promptly unfurled, ensnaring the handle of the cleaver. The others felt a shiver run down their spines and instinctively took a step back. What kind of technique is that? Old Wu furrowed his brow, increasingly convinced of Lin Qian's inscrutable depths. The rewards from clearing the supernatural dungeon were no trivial matter. Lin Qian offered no further explanation, simply hefting the cleaver and swinging it with vigor to gauge its heft. The cleaver, weighing over 100 pounds, produced a whistling sound as it sliced through the air, causing the group to retreat another few steps. That blade, it's still stained with blood. Duan Feng, hiding behind Old Wu, grimaced and pointed at the cleaver. Is this guy even human? All were astonished by Lin Qian's bizarre methods, except for Xia Qing, who merely blinked, lost in her own thoughts. Brandishing the cleaver, Lin Qian ignited a spirit flame for illumination and charged directly into the dark water chamber. A low, terrifying roar erupted from the creature upon Lin Qian's entrance. Its bloodied arms raised high as it lunged forward. Lin Qian had anticipated this. He steadied his legs, sank his waist, twisted his hips, and with every muscle taut, swung the cleaver with all his might. The gust of wind howled as the not-so-sharp blade struck the airborne creature, cleaving it cleanly in two. Thick, viscous blood splattered forth, tainting Lin Qian's previously pristine visage with a hint of savagery. The severed halves of the monster thudded to the ground, still clawing and flailing towards Lin Qian. Unperturbed, he raised the cleaver once more, delivering a relentless barrage of chops and blows, reducing the creature to a mound of flesh. Ding! Low-level blood demon slain, earning 2 units of demon blood. Only upon hearing the system notification did he finally cease his assault. Exiting the water chamber, those outside instinctively recoiled 2 steps. Lin Qian, regaining his composure, glanced down to find himself drenched in blood, resembling a villainous slayer straight out of a film. He paid little mind to it and instead instructed the others, "You should search separately. There are likely similar creatures lurking on the entire first floor. Eliminate them all, for it will be far more challenging to deal with them after nightfall. As long as we remain in areas where sunlight can reach, we are safe. Avoid recklessly approaching the monsters, and we shall encounter no trouble." The 4 of them took flashlights from Old Wu and began to search independently. Lin Qian, however, chose to sit down for a moment, taking a brief respite before splashing his face with a bottle of mineral water. These low-tier blood demons were not particularly difficult to vanquish. They merely possessed a tenacious vitality, requiring a few extra strikes to subdue. Summoning the exchange interface, Lin Qian opted to spend a drop of ghostly blood to acquire a return card, and in the next moment, a semi-transparent card materialized in his hand. It resembled the room teleportation card, suggesting that items with similar functionalities shared this appearance. With his card in hand, Lin Qian felt a renewed sense of confidence. Even when faced with mortal peril, he could choose to return instantly. But first, he intended to meticulously scour this instance, collecting every resource he could possibly gather. Chapter 34, The Bloodshed Campus. Sweeping the first-floor goodness, Brother Qian, you are truly formidable. As the 4th blood demon was swiftly dispatched by Lin Qian, Duan Feng could not help but exclaim in sincere admiration. Wiping his face with the damp towel handed to him by Su Yun, Lin Qian waved his hand dismissively. These are merely minions. The real peril lies in the basement, where the truth will be revealed tonight. The 4 blood demons yielded 7 drops of ghostly blood. Lin Qian, without further ado, exchanged them for 4 return cards, distributing them among his companions. The day is waning, and danger may strike at any moment. Take these. If you encounter peril, use them to return immediately. His companions were taken aback, especially Su Yun, who hesitated for a long while before daring to accept her share. Astonished that she had received one at all. What are you planning, Brother Lin? Old Wu, pocketing the card, inquired without expressing gratitude. I am determined to take a risk. Lin Qian replied, revealing his intentions candidly. Given that we have this trial task, it is unlikely there won't be another. The difficulty of the next task will certainly increase, so this is an opportune moment to rapidly enhance our strength. To survive in the Infinite Tower, strength is paramount. Old Wu nodded in agreement with Lin Qian's perspective. I will accompany you. Although I may not be of much assistance against the supernatural, I can handle other troubles. Old Wu was not merely speaking empty words. During the recent encounter with the blood demons, the commotion had attracted a group from upstairs seeking to investigate. Duan Feng attempted to block them, but was easily shoved aside, ultimately requiring Old Wu to brandish his weapon to drive them off. Lin Qian felt fortunate to have encountered such reliable allies. The survival tasks in this region were not like ordinary dungeon missions. With more people came more conflicts. Although Lin Qian was strong, he still needed to exercise caution around small factions, especially with other armed survivors present. While Old Wu lacked experience and means to combat the supernatural, he was adept at dealing with other survivors. A casual glance revealed calluses on his hands, and his quick reflexes and keen observational skills suggested a military or police background. As for Xia Qing, Lin Qian had yet to witness her in action, but his instincts told him she possessed exceptional abilities. Her agility likely exceeded 3 points, and her perceptiveness was astonishing. Not only had she been the first to notice the 3 blood demons lurking, but she had also previously detected Ying hiding in a cabinet. The remaining 2 companions were less noteworthy. Duan Feng was tall and had a decent physique, but was merely a robust, ordinary person without any enhancements. Su Yun, on the other hand, had average physical abilities and was somewhat timid, but was obedient and perceptive. During their time together, she had gently soothed Ying back to sleep on 2 occasions when she awoke. After a long day of exertion, hunger set in, and the group found a relatively clean classroom to eat. Over this period of interaction, they had grown more familiar with each other, shedding the initial awkwardness of their first meeting. In the team, only Lin Qian and Old Wu possessed storage space. The 2 swiftly retrieved an array of food, leaving the remaining 3 in a state of astonishment. Lin Qian first changed into a fresh outfit, then produced a series of meal boxes, fluffy white buns, and canned meat, while Old Wu unveiled packages of barbecued meat and fruits wrapped in foil. The food they extracted formed a small mountain atop the assembled desks. Instantly, the classroom was filled with tantalizing aromas, accompanied by the sounds of eager swallowing. Duan Feng, fortunate lad, had access to a cold storage next door. He sold half to exchange for resources, and the rest had been cooked and stored in his storage space. Lin Qian and Old Wu, disregarding decorum, devoured the barbecued meat while engaging in indistinct chatter, whereas the other 3 were more reserved, savoring each bite with careful deliberation. Lin Qian observed that the higher one's attributes, the greater the demand for sustenance seemed to be. Surprisingly, Duan Feng, tall and robust, ate less than Xia Qing. Soon, the group had their fill, and after a brief respite, they began to deliberate on how to confront the impending night. It appeared impossible to exit the teaching building. I had attempted this earlier, and regardless of whether through the main entrance or a window, there existed an invisible barrier preventing passage, likely a restriction of the instance. Upon hearing Old Wu's words, Lin Qian fell into contemplation. It seemed prudent to select a location that was easy to defend, yet difficult to attack. The 4th floor? But that would not do. Consider this. When night falls, the bloodthirsty creatures emerge to feed, and everyone would instinctively flee to the perceived safety of the 4th floor, inevitably drawing the creatures in pursuit. Watching the dimming light outside, a sense of urgency enveloped the group. I have a bold idea. Lin Qian lifted her gaze, her eyes shimmering with a hint of excitement. You mean? Old Wu furrowed his brow, suddenly gripped by an unsettling premonition. We shall find a place to hide on the 1st floor tonight. Lin Qian rubbed her hands together, unable to suppress her eagerness. If any bloodthirsty creatures come searching, we will dispatch them swiftly to prevent attracting more. As numerous creatures ascend, we shall barricade the staircase leading to the basement. Thus, when dawn breaks, these creatures will have no choice but to seek refuge in the shadows. At that point, we can eliminate them one by one, rendering the task as simple as harvesting vegetables. The more she spoke, the more exhilarated she became, entirely oblivious to the slightly pale expressions of her companions. Isn't this a bit too risky? Old Wu hesitantly interjected, having long sensed a hint of recklessness in Lin Qian, but never anticipated such an audacious plan. What is there to fear? We all possess escape cards. In the event of danger, we can teleport back. Lin Qian's rationale was compelling. Then let us proceed. What preparations are necessary? Old Wu gritted his teeth, deciding to join Lin Qian in her reckless endeavor. The bloodthirsty creatures within this supernatural instance were not truly supernatural beings. They resembled monsters with formidable healing abilities, and as they possessed physical forms, they could be obstructed. Just moments ago, while purging the blood demons on the first floor, Lin Qian had already tested that even a katana, a rather ordinary weapon, could inflict harm upon the blood demons. However, the wounds would heal at an astonishingly rapid pace, whereas the cleaver could render them entirely incapable of healing. There are 2 staircases. Our immediate task is to seal one off, leaving the other as an exit for the blood demons. Lin Qian turned to Old Wu. We, as the primary force, will utilize the storage space to transport these chairs and benches, releasing them once we reach the staircase. Old Wu nodded in agreement. All right, I'm with you. Duan Feng also expressed his enthusiasm. I can assist as well. Although I lack storage space, I possess strength. He struck a pose, showcasing his muscles. Enough chatter. Let us get to work. Old Wu couldn't help but give him a swift kick. Noticing that Su Yun and Xia Qing were eager to join in, Lin Qian quickly intervened. You two should refrain. Su Yun, just take care of Ying, and Xia Qing, keep watch over that group upstairs. If anything happens, alert us. With the division of labor established, the trio commenced their fervent task of collecting tables and chairs, bustling about like a swarm of locusts. Chapter 35, The Sinister Blood School. As night fell, the harvest began. The first basement level appeared to be the school's cafeteria, shrouded in darkness, with faint, viscous sounds of movement echoing within. Lin Qian, driven by curiosity, ignited a spiritual flame, but after a mere glance, he was instantly covered in goosebumps. The entire basement had transformed into an incubator for blood demons, the air thick with a nauseating stench. Everywhere on the walls, tables, and ceiling, writhing red threads intertwined with pools of haphazardly assembled flesh and blood. At the center, a massive blood cocoon pulsated like a heart, emitting a faint red glow. As Lin Qian surveyed the scene, a grotesquely deformed head suddenly emerged from the viscous mass, snapping open a gaping maw towards him. Silence! Silence! The voice, reminiscent of an aged man, was raspy and laced with malice. The frenzied cries reverberated throughout the basement, startling Lin Qian, who could scarcely believe that this blood demon was capable of producing human-like sounds, like a stone causing ripples in water. The remaining dormant blood demons were awakened one by one, struggling to rise from the flesh and blood, their predatory gazes fixed upon Lin Qian. A bead of cold sweat trickled down his forehead. Confronted by the menacing stares of the blood demons, even he could not suppress his trepidation. There were far too many. Upon rough estimation, there were at least 100. In a way, this was somewhat reassuring, for according to Xiamin, fewer blood demons indicated higher individual combat prowess. We must quickly seal this area. Night is approaching. As the darkness outside deepened, Lin Qian hastily signaled to Lao Wu and Duan Feng to accelerate their efforts. To enhance efficiency, Lin Qian retrieved all items from his storage space to facilitate the transport of more tables and chairs. Lao Wu, seasoned and adept, bound the tables and chairs together with steel cables, stacking them to block the stairway and prevent structural collapse. After considerable effort, they piled the furniture high enough to completely seal one side of the passage. Upon completing this task, Lin Qian glanced outside, noting that dusk was nearly upon them. Yet their work was not finished. They needed to gather the remaining clutter near another stairway to enable swift blockage of any descending routes. Without time to rest, the group resumed their labors. They nearly emptied the entire first floor, leaving no item untouched, even the office cabinets and podiums, until they had sufficiently filled the other side of the passage, ready to block it with minimal movement. Should we seal the route leading here first? Duan Feng asked, wiping the beads of sweat from his brow, panting heavily. No need, leave a gap. There will surely be stragglers searching for us, and we shall swiftly eliminate them. With nearly everyone upstairs, the primary target of the blood demons would not be on them, unless they stripped Ying of her black robe. Xiamin's letter had mentioned that, compared to fresh flesh, it was Ying, tainted with the original ghost blood, that the blood demons craved the most. Now, with their escape secured, Lin Qian found himself increasingly intrigued by the purification of ghost blood. Perhaps a clue was gleaned from colleague Xiamen. Aside from a few curious glances, no one ventured down to the first floor, which spared Lin Qian and the others considerable trouble. To be candid at times, survivors can be far more perilous than the monsters themselves. The group nestled in the far corner, concealed behind the blocked staircase, awaited the arrival of nightfall in silence. At last, the light faded completely, and the subterranean vampires commenced their movements. The sound of crashing echoed, as something assaulted the furniture barricading the staircase. A bead of sweat trickled down Lin Qian's brow, relieved that the commotion persisted for several minutes before finally subsiding. Should the vampires breach their defenses, their position would surely be the first to face assault, forcing them to use their cards to escape. Everyone exhaled a collective sigh, cautiously peering out to listen to the sound beyond. A roar erupted, piercing the silence. Quickly, silence, Old Wu urged. Something is amiss, the numbers seem off. Lin Qian closed his eyes, straining to discern the sounds, his brow furrowing in concentration. Judging by the scale of the noise, there were at most 2 or 3 dozen, whereas Lin Qian had previously witnessed at least 100 in the depths below, indicating that many more vampires remained dormant beneath. If I'm not mistaken, they must be guarding that massive blood cocoon. Lin Qian harbored a vague suspicion that the calamity of the king-level ghost Xiamen had mentioned was likely related to that very cocoon. What shall we do now? Old Wu inquired. With only 2 or 3 dozen, we need not remain so cautious. We can simply seal the entrance and fight our way up, layer by layer. Lin Qian gripped the butcher's knife with the thread of the corpse, a surge of eagerness coursing through him. Are you certain? Old Wu frowned, sensing Lin Qian's recklessness. If they were surrounded, escape would prove exceedingly difficult. At that moment, Duan Feng unexpectedly stepped forward, dramatically tossing his hair. In such critical times, it is precisely individuals like myself who must take charge. Old Wu's expression soured. Who do you think you are? Duan Feng, adjusting his attire, wore an air of arrogance. One who willingly dedicates himself to the organization. You stay here and guard. I will lure the monsters. Once they are drawn here, we can tackle them together, resolving the matter effortlessly. Old Wu smacked the back of his head. Have you lost your mind? Duan Feng chuckled, retrieving a return card from his pocket. Fear not. I possess this trinket. In an emergency, I can teleport away, and I shall not perish. Furthermore, after an entire afternoon of clearing, I have garnered a basic understanding of these creatures. Though swift, as long as we maintain distance, there remains room for maneuvering. Besides, throughout the entire afternoon, it was Qinggu who toiled, while I lent little assistance. Thus, I feel somewhat uneasy about the division of this return card. Unbeknownst to Duan Feng, as he spoke, Su Yun in the corner silently lowered her head. Old Wu remained silent, instead turning his gaze toward Lin Qian. Be cautious and do not overreach. Lin Qian cautioned after a moment's contemplation, ultimately acquiescing to Duan Feng's request. Surviving within the brutal confines of each perilous scenario requires more than mere reliance on others. It necessitates the audacity to dream and the tenacity to strive. Lin Qian had not anticipated that, despite Duan Feng's seemingly carefree demeanor, he possessed such clarity of thought. Very well, you may proceed. Do not dwell too much on my absence. Duan Feng nodded vigorously, his face alight with a sense of purpose as he departed. Lao Wu watched his retreating figure disappear, shaking his head in resignation. Alas, that fool. Lin Qian arched an eyebrow. What, are you worried? Lao Wu chuckled. Though our acquaintance spans only a few days, it hardly warrants such concern. Yet, this lad possesses a certain foolish bravery. While others are paralyzed by anxiety in this unfamiliar realm, he has already breached the first threshold. Unlike us, who quickly grasp the situation, he charges forth without a second thought. Lin Qian could not help but smile softly at this observation. Let us see if he can succeed this time. The group fell silent, waiting at the corner for Duan Feng to lead the adversaries back. Before long, within just 2 or 3 minutes, a beam of light from a flashlight suddenly appeared at the staircase's entrance, followed closely by a figure scrambling in distress. By the build and the familiar flashlight, it was none other than Duan Feng. At this moment, He was devoid of the composure he had displayed upon leaving. His face a mask of terror as he ran and shouted, two of them, incoming. In the next instant, two grotesque, distorted figures leaped from the staircase. One was grotesquely corpulent, its gaping maw lined with chilling teeth, while the other was long-limbed and gaunt, its claws embedding into the walls as it darted forward, poised to pounce on Duan Feng. Whoosh! At that precise moment, a swift, piercing sound sliced through the air as a black arrow expertly grazed Duan Feng's head, striking the lean specter and causing it to lose its balance and crash to the ground with a thud. Such accuracy! Lin Qian marveled, turning to gaze at Xia Qing, who had readied her bow once more. He had not anticipated her archery skills to be so formidable. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A flurry of arrows followed, each one deftly intercepting the bloodsucker's advance. Although the arrows lacked the power to harm the supernatural beings, they lodged themselves within the creatures' bodies, hampering their agility upon rapid regeneration. In this regard, they proved even more effective than firearms. Lin Qian admired Xia Qing enviously before glancing down at his own crossbow. Better not let Duan Feng perish at the hands of those fiends, only to fall victim to my own errant shot. With a self-aware sigh, he stowed it away once more. As Duan Feng bolted with his eyes shut, narrowly evading capture, he rounded the corner, passing by Lin Qian. Now, it was time for the primary combatants to showcase their prowess. Lin Qian gripped his prepared blade, its edge glinting ominously. Beside him, Lao Wu held a shield in one hand and his self-crafted spear, its tip reinforced with black nails, ready to confront the impending threat. After taking a few steps back, Xia Qing readied her bow and arrow, prepared to provide support at any moment. Su Yun secured Ying onto her back, wielding a powerful flashlight with both hands to illuminate their surroundings, sparing Lin Qian the necessity of using one hand for spiritual fire. This cooperative method had been tested during their prior encounter with the blood demons on the first floor, but now they faced an even more formidable challenge. Lin Qian took the initiative, stepping forward as he allocated his previously unused free points directly into strength, elevating it to an astounding 5 points. A surge of uncontrollable excitement coursed through him as he confronted the two menacing blood demons approaching swiftly. With a wild laugh, Lin Qian brandished his cleaver and charged ahead. Roar! The grotesque blood demon opened its massive, gaping maw, emitting a chilling roar. Yet in the next instant, a fierce gust of wind swept through, and its body was torn apart as if it were mere fabric. With a sickening sound, the flesh from its shoulder to its ribcage was violently ripped away. Boom! Lin Qian's movements were bold and sweeping, the rotating cleaver functioning like a meat grinder, simultaneously demolishing the blood demon while creating a massive breach in the door frame and wall. In an instant, flesh and bricks flew through the air, creating a scene of utter carnage. Die for me. Chapter 36, Blood of Deception in the Campus. Purified blood of the ghost. The combat prowess of these two blood demons was evidently superior to the ones encountered during the day. Yet they were still unable to withstand the relentless assault of Lin Qian, who advanced like a meat grinder. The sound of flesh being torn apart echoed continuously as the corpulent blood demon was swiftly dismembered beneath the slaughtering knife, its roars soon becoming indistinct. Thick clots of blood splattered across the battlefield, and Lin Qian, drenched in gore, pressed ever closer. Click! Click! The emaciated blood demon seized an opportunity to nimbly scale the wall, digging its claws into the surface to ascend rapidly. In a flash, it reached the ceiling, its legs coiled as it prepared to pounce on the nape of Lin Qian's neck. Whoosh! At that moment, a pitch-black arrow shot forth from the light, striking the emaciated demon just as it leapt. Its head pierced by the arrow, the creature's body swayed, causing its claws to loosen. It tumbled heavily to the ground beside Lin Qian. Hiss! Before it could land, the demon adeptly adjusted its posture, opening its mouth to emit a shrill, piercing scream towards the light. However, in the next instant, a dark spot rapidly enlarged before its eyes. Old Wu, seizing the moment, charged forward, his black iron spear piercing through the freshly landed, emaciated demon's skull with a satisfying thunk, pinning it firmly against the wall. Hiss! Hiss! Unlike the previous arrow strike, the moment the black iron spear penetrated the emaciated demon, it thrashed about wildly as if caught in a boiling pot. Its sharp limbs flailing chaotically, clawing at the walls and causing debris to scatter. Gritting his teeth, Old Wu pressed forward, exerting his full weight to suppress the struggling demon. Gradually, the creature's resistance waned, its arms drooping until it lay still. Meanwhile, Lin Qian had already dismembered the corpulent demon, now using the slaughtering knife to chop the flesh into filling for dumplings. Ding! Killed an intermediate blood demon, gained 5 drops of ghost blood. Only upon hearing the system's notification did Lin Qian drag the knife from the meat paste and glance towards Old Wu. Seeing the emaciated demon pinned against the wall. Motionless, he was slightly taken aback. Is there a system notification? Old Wu shook his head. No. Lin Qian wiped the blood and viscera from his face, his brow furrowing. That means it's not dead yet. This black iron spear seems to have a suppressive effect on blood demons, but it will take some time to finish it off. Let me handle it, Lin Qian declared, unwilling to wait any longer, as he approached with the slaughtering knife. Old Wu had no objections. After all, it was Lin Qian who had acquired the black iron spear, and he was merely benefiting from it. Unlike Lin Qian, Old Wu had already obtained the card he sought, and he had little interest in the remaining exchange items. With the assistance of Old Wu's black iron spear, Lin Qian easily dispatched the emaciated blood demon, encountering no resistance whatsoever. Ding! Killed an intermediate blood demon, gained 4 drops of ghost blood. With the system notification echoing in his ears, Lin Qian's ghost blood count reached 11 drops. Let's take a break. The blade was indeed too heavy. Even Lin Qian found it somewhat taxing to wield continuously. The group retreated to a clean classroom to recuperate. Due to his exceptional digestive properties, Lin Qian felt no need for excessive contemplation and directly opted to exchange for a drop of purified ghost blood, eager to test its flavor. Gazing at the glass vial that materialized in his palm, he couldn't help but lick his lips. Purified ghost blood, digestive requirement, 2 points of constitution, effect, increases constitution by 1 point consumption limit. 3 times? It actually displays a digestive requirement. Lin Qian was quite surprised. He had not encountered such a prompt when using the fire seed or the stitching thread. Was it due to the nature of the exchange from the system? The fire seed was scavenged, and the stitching thread was a boss drop, which indeed differed in nature from this item. In that case, even without his extraordinary digestive traits, Lin Qian met the digestive requirements. However, this increase of merely 1 point in constitution and the limit of 3 times seemed somewhat lacking. Feeling a tinge of disappointment, Lin Qian had anticipated a more substantial enhancement, perhaps gaining 3 to 5 points. Yet he soon realized that due to his status as a regulator, he gained a point of free attributes daily, causing him to somewhat undervalue these points. In fact, the vast majority of survivors likely hadn't even acquired a single point. And individuals like Old Wu and Xia Qing, with attributes exceeding 3 in any one category, were already considered top-tier warriors. Understanding this, Lin Qian dismissed his disappointment. A few points less were inconsequential. After all, he could consume it 3 times. With a decisive motion, he crushed the vial's neck and poured the purified ghost blood into his mouth. He savored it carefully. It was palatable, lacking any unpleasant flavor, albeit slightly viscous. The next moment, a system notification chimed in. Digesting. This time, the digestion process was remarkably swift, and the reaction was not nearly as intense as that experienced with the fire seed and the stitching thread. A wave of coolness coursed through Lin Qian's body, making him shiver. Was it over already? Doubtful. He hastily opened his status panel to check. Strength, 6, 5 agility, 2. 1 constitution, 3, 7 spirit, 3. 9 his attributes had indeed increased, yet his evaluations remained unchanged. Lin Qian scratched his head, feeling somewhat disoriented. He needed to clean up. Just then, a slender hand suddenly extended towards him, offering a damp towel. Turning to see it was Su Yun, he accepted it and casually wiped the residual blood from his face. Su Yun carried the sleeping Ying on her back, her expression tinged with anxiety. Each member of the team had their roles. Even Duan Feng actively took on the crucial task of luring monsters. Only she felt superfluous in the group, prompting her to volunteer for logistical support, retrieving arrows for Xiaqing and wiping shields for Old Wu, as if fearing she would be looked down upon by the others. Lin Qian returned the soiled towel and, driven by curiosity, asked, "Now that you have the card, why not choose to return directly?" Upon hearing the words, Su Yin was momentarily taken aback, her anxiety intensifying. After much hesitation, she finally managed to utter a phrase. "What shall we do next time after returning?" Lin Qian could not help but chuckle lightly. "Well, quite honest, you are a perceptive individual. Forget about this for now. Go and clear the remains in the corridor. It will be best to pile everything into a single room and create a pathway to avoid anyone accidentally slipping on the mess later." Upon hearing Lin Qian's instructions, Su Yin was first stunned, but then her expression brightened. Though the task was rather grim, it signified Lin Qian's acknowledgement of her presence. Thank you," she expressed gratefully with a deep bow, her voice trembling. Be gentle. Careful not to drop the child." Lin Qian reacted swiftly, stepping forward to support her, not out of concern for the bow she had given, but rather for the delicate infant on her back. I apologize. Realizing her excitement had gotten the better of her, Su Yun's cheeks flushed a deep crimson as Lin Qian began to gather the tools to clear the passage. Duan Feng felt restless. "I will assist as well." Lin Qian shot him a glance. "You stay seated." Duan Feng immediately complied, returning to his seat, his hands clasped between his knees, sitting up straight with a posture of obedience. Chapter 37. The Bloodthirsty Campus. The giant-handed blood demon approaches. It's coming. It's finally here. My goodness. It looks utterly terrifying. Hearing Duan Feng's frantic cries from a distance, Lin Qian and his companions immediately braced themselves, ready to confront the impending threat. This marked the sixth wave of monsters summoned that night. The previous waves consisted of solitary blood demons, easily dispatched thanks to the control effects of the black spike spears. Meanwhile, Lin Qian had collected 17 drops of ghost blood, yet he refrained from hastily exchanging them for purified ghost blood, hoping to accumulate 100 drops to acquire the rare blood core. After all, that item was limited with only one in existence. However, Lin Qian was not concerned about others getting ahead of him, as the current count of purified ghost blood remained at 9, one less, which was his own exchange. While others were desperately hiding from the blood demons, hunting them down, Lin Qian's group had already established a proficient slaughtering assembly line, each member performing their role with remarkable efficiency. Suddenly, a series of resounding thuds echoed from the staircase. The group turned their attention towards the source of the noise, only to find Duan Feng running frantically, his expression one of sheer terror. Glancing behind him, a colossal shadow gradually came into focus. Upon recognizing the creature, even Lin Qian could not help but curse. What in the world is that monster? Its head appeared to be a grotesque amalgamation of tumors, its massive form lacking a lower body. A single enormous arm swelled and dragged its deformed body forward, moving with surprising speed. The thudding sound was the result of its giant hand striking the ground, sending shivers down their spines. As the creature pursued Duan Feng, an eerie, childlike wail echoed in their ears. "Woo-woo, play with me, play with me." The moment Lin Qian realized the source of the cry was the giant-handed blood demon, a chill ran down his spine. He had previously heard the blood demons emit sounds resembling human voices while blocking the basement, but he never anticipated encountering one in such a manner. Prepared for the encounter, he sensed that something was amiss. His warning felt somewhat superfluous. Merely observing the creature's size made it clear that it was far beyond the capabilities of the previous demons. Duan Feng, in a state of panic, ran past the others, crashing into a wall, but not stopping. He swiftly turned and dove into the farthest classroom corner, clearly terrified. Lin Qian brandished his cleaver, stepping forward to face the threat. "Woo-woo, thud, thud, play with me." The terrifying monster emitted a childlike wail, adding an unsettling layer to the atmosphere. Yet Lin Qian remained unfazed. As the giant hand descended upon him, he swiftly dodged backward, narrowly avoiding its grasp. With a firm step forward, he swung his cleaver downward with all his might. With a satisfying thud, the ever-reliable cleaver did not disappoint. It cleaved a massive gash into the monster's hand, causing its cries to turn piercingly shrill. Wah! Lin Qian was on the verge of launching a frenzied attack when suddenly a tremendous force surged from beneath him, lifting him off the ground. Reacting swiftly, he utilized inertia to deftly flip his body in midair, aiming for a graceful backflip landing, only to forget that he still wielded a butcher's knife. The same force that propelled him sent the knife careening, pulling on his arm. Caught off guard, Lin Qian lost his balance and clumsily tumbled 2 meters away, the knife scraping against the ground with a jarring screech. Witnessing Lin Qian being so decisively overturned for the first time, Old Wu recognized the gravity of the situation. Rather than retreating, he steadfastly advanced with his riot shield, determined to buy Lin Qian some time to recover. After enduring a blow from Lin Qian's knife, the massive hand of the blood demon appeared to descend into a frenzied state, wildly thrashing and indiscriminately assaulting the surrounding walls. Thunderous crashes echoed as the doorframes splintered. Bricks flew, and clouds of dust erupted. The sheer destructive force gouged a hole into the wall, evoking a terrifying image of what would happen if such power were directed at oneself. Old Wu felt his scalp prickle, but gritted his teeth and pressed forward. Seizing the moment, he thrust his spear into the gap created by the massive hand retraction. With a sickening squelch, the black nail pierced flesh, eliciting a ghastly wail from the blood demon. Old Wu's face lit up with triumph, success. Yet, the very next moment unfolded before his eyes in a way that left him astounded. The once unfailing black nail seemed to lose its potency against the blood demon, which began to thrash violently, crashing against the walls. To everyone's astonishment, the massive hand abruptly swung down, striking the ground with ferocity. With a sickening sound, it pierced through the spear as if it were merely a nail, causing the black nail's tip to breach flesh and lose its suppressive effect. Can it truly function this way? Old Wu's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. However, before he could gather his thoughts, the massive hand swept toward him, delivering a crushing blow to his right shield. He barely managed a muffled grunt before being sent sprawling backward. Boom! Old Wu collided forcefully with the wall, dizziness engulfing him, and a metallic taste of rust spread in his mouth. Damn it! He cursed silently, slowly kneeling as he struggled to regain his composure. Swoosh! 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 Sensing the urgency, Xiaqing began a rapid barrage of arrows, the dark projectiles embedding themselves into the massive hand, yet they proved utterly ineffective. Wah! Play with me. Lin Qian stood once more, gritting his teeth as he fixed his gaze on the frenzied blood demon, his mind racing. The disparity in strength was overwhelming. A direct confrontation was futile. His eyes flickered toward the black nail spear that had been flung aside by the massive hand. This weapon undoubtedly affected it. Otherwise, the reaction would not have been so intense compared to the wounds I inflicted. It simply required time to manifest its effect. He needed to devise a plan to retrieve it. Resolute in his decision, Lin Qian unhesitatingly opened his panel and allocated the recently granted attribute points into his mental faculties. In an instant, Lin Qian's mind cleared, and the world before him appeared more vivid. As he observed the colossal hand swinging towards him, he quickly retreated to evade it. Amidst the thunderous roar, he seized the opportunity to spin around and wield his butcher's knife with great force, then deftly manipulated the stitching thread to release the handle. With a whoosh, the knife flew from his control, piercing through the air and directly embedding itself into the chest of the giant-handed blood demon. With a sickening squelch, the blade penetrated the demon's body without hindrance. A more agonizing wail erupted as the blood demon, racked with pain, hastily retracted its hand to extract the knife from its chest. Seizing this moment, Lin Qian swiftly flicked his wrist, sending the stitching thread flying to precisely ensnare the black spike spear, rapidly retracting it into his grasp. He grounded the spear, forcefully stomping on the wooden shaft to break it, then picked up the black spike and charged towards the blood demon with rapid strides, driving the spike fiercely into the giant hand. With a powerful kick, he forced the spike deep into the flesh, leaving no trace behind. Utilizing the recoil, he deftly flipped backward, increasing the distance between them, his movements fluid and mesmerizing. A chilling wail of terror echoed from the giant-handed blood demon in the next moment. Chapter 38, Eerie Blood Campus, Wounded Boom. Boom. The black spikes plunged into the colossal hand, leaving the blood demon unable to attend to the butcher's knife at its chest as it began to frantically swing its hand, smashing everything around. Lin Qian, caught off guard, was once again swept away, tumbling into the classroom, spitting out a mouthful of blood-stained saliva. Lin Qian sprang up from the debris like a carp leaping from the water, maneuvering toward the back door in search of an opportunity to reclaim the butcher's knife. As he anticipated, the blood demon found itself unable to extract the black spikes from its body. The writhing blood vessels began to wither and contract, its vitality rapidly diminishing. Its movements slowed, and the cries became increasingly muffled, eventually devolving into monstrous roars. At last, with a resounding thud, the massive hand crashed to the ground, its fingers, of varying lengths, curled feebly, soon falling silent. Seizing this moment, Lin Qian rushed forward to reclaim the butcher's knife, not daring to delay for even a second, and activated the human meat grinder mode once more. With a series of splattering sounds, amidst the chaos of blood and flesh, a small, unidentifiable object was suddenly propelled from the mass, clattering against the ceiling before rebounding to the floor, emitting a crisp sound. Lin Qian barely glimpsed what it was, instinctively turning towards the source of the noise, only to be interrupted by the sudden alert of the system. Ding! Killed a high-level blood demon. Gained Ghost Blood 13? Looking down at the remaining portion of the colossal hand, Lin Qian was momentarily stunned. Was that it? In his line of sight, the blood vessels on the giant hand rapidly desiccated as if drained of moisture, and the entire hand seemed to shrink, resembling the deceased blood demons. In an instant, Lin Qian realized that this state was connected to the mysterious object that had been dislodged by the butcher's knife. "Flashlight, please," he called, and upon receiving the flashlight thrown by old Wu, he immediately began to carefully search the ground. A few onlookers were taken aback and attempted to assist, but Lin Qian raised his hand to stop them. "No need. I found it." In the next moment, he picked up an irregular crystal faintly glowing with a red hue. This crystal was roughly the size of a pinky finger, translucent and shimmering, with vein-like patterns inside, causing a subtle sting when held. The system notification chimed in. Ghost Blood Crystal can be absorbed by the core. An exceptionally succinct item description. The core? Lin Qian immediately thought of the core. This meant that it could not be used just yet. Casually storing the Ghost Blood Crystal in his storage space, Lin Qian glanced at his Ghost Blood count. Ghost Blood 30. The reward from a single high-level blood demon equated to the total yield of several previous ones. Yet the risks had also escalated exponentially. From the recent battle, it was evident that high-level blood demons were not merely larger and stronger. Unlike the primal instincts of the mid to low-level blood demons, high-level blood demons exhibited nascent intelligence, capable not only of mimicking human voices, but also of expelling the black spikes from their bodies in a timely manner, which posed a considerable challenge. He sat against the wall, his brow furrowed, while old Wu approached, grimacing. "What should we do? Continue?" Lin Qian did not respond, but instead gazed into the distance at Duan Feng. "Are you all right?" Duan Feng's complexion had turned slightly pale as he struggled to rise. "Not really. I feel a bit unwell." At that moment, Su Yun, standing behind him, trembled and pointed at his back. "Be back." Duan Feng was momentarily taken aback by her words and quickly turned to look behind him. "What is it?" While he was puzzled, Lin Qian and the others could see clearly. As he turned, a gaping wound, several inches long, on his spine was oozing blood. More horrifyingly grotesque, writhing red threads were entwined around the wound. Old Wu's expression changed dramatically as he rushed forward. "When did this happen?" Duan Feng was startled. "What? I didn't see anything." His voice was laced with evident panic. "Look for yourself." Old Wu produced a stainless steel thermos, using its reflective surface to show Duan Feng. As Duan Feng beheld the gash on his back, he was immediately taken aback. Another scream escaped him as he stumbled back, his mouth agape. "It's over. I didn't even realize I was attacked." Lin Qian's expression darkened. "This can't be the work of that giant blood demon." The wound looks like it was inflicted by a sharp object. Why didn't we notice it before? In a flurry of anxiety, Duan Feng glanced at Old Wu. Am I infected? Will I die? Old Wu's brow furrowed as he exchanged a knowing look with Lin Qian. Both recalled Xiamin's letter. He had seemingly succumbed to his injuries inflicted by the blood demon, ultimately choosing to perish beneath his own black nail. Lin Qian gazed at the black nail in his hand, then at the bewildered Duan Feng. Shaking his head, he resolved that he could not commit such an act. Duan Feng had risked himself for the sake of the entire team. What should we do? With his mind racing, Lin Qian suddenly had a flash of inspiration. He waved his hand, and a blood talisman materialized out of thin air. Acquired from Master Kuei, this talisman was said to suppress malevolent entities. Perhaps it could control the blood infection afflicting Duan Feng. Without further ado, Lin Qian stepped forward and firmly placed the talisman on Duan Feng's forehead. Duan Feng looked at Lin Qian in confusion, the talisman fluttering with his breath. No effect? Observing that the talisman did not emit a crimson glow, Lin Qian's heart sank. He quickly removed it, grasped Duan Feng's shoulder to turn him around, and pressed the talisman onto the writhing wound. With a swish, the talisman adhered tightly to the injury, a familiar red light flickering to life. Phew! Thankfully it worked. Lin Qian sighed in relief, his tense demeanor slightly easing. Ouch! So hot! What is happening? Duan Feng felt a searing pain emanating from the wound, desperately wanting to turn around to see, yet unable to do to the angle. Frantically pacing in circles. Stay still. As Lin Qian spoke, Duan Feng immediately fell silent, obediently standing beside him with his mouth shut and remaining motionless. This talisman can temporarily suppress the wound, he explained with a grave expression. Therefore, Lao Wu's words trailed off, the implication unmistakable. Lin Qian nodded. Beside them, Duan Feng could no longer contain his anxiety. So what will happen? To say it plainly, I can handle it. Despite his bravado, his voice trembled significantly. Lao Wu sighed and closed his eyes. However, Lin Qian's hesitant tone caused Lao Wu to instantly open his eyes, his gaze intense as it fixed upon him. Of course, this is merely my conjecture. Upon seeing the glimmer of renewed hope in Lao Wu's expression, Lin Qian hastily issued a disclaimer. To say it directly, Lao Wu expressed his stance. Based on my previous deductions, the capabilities of this are likely linked to or influenced by the ghostly blood. Lin Qian carefully organized his words. He was not lying. Ever since he took the first drop of purified ghostly blood, he had harbored this suspicion, which is why he had been saving his ghostly blood quota for that. Moreover, the recently acquired ghostly blood crystal further solidified his hypothesis. Chapter 39, The Blood-Cursed Campus Offensive Maneuvers time is of the essence, so I shall speak plainly. Utilizing the blood core may, albeit with limited probability, resolve the issue of the ghost blood infection. However, the odds are not favorable. Previously, we vanquished all the blood demons and acquired a total of 45 drops of ghost blood. The expenditure for 5 escape cards was 5 drops, and I redeemed the purification of ghost blood for 10 drops, leaving us with 30 drops remaining. My original plan was to discuss the distribution of resources after dawn. Yet, given the current predicament, we must alter our strategy. In my estimation, we must amass 100 drops of ghost blood tonight. We can no longer afford to remain here idly. This necessitates a proactive approach. Such a course of action entails greater risks and potentially greater rewards. Yet the rewards are solely for me, while the risks are shared among us all. Lin Qian spoke with a calm demeanor, and the others listened in silence, their emotions carefully concealed. The reasoning behind my words is simple. Even if we gather 100 drops of ghost blood, the blood core can only be utilized by me as a prerequisite. Lin Qian is not a philanthropist, and despite our somewhat pleasant collaboration, our acquaintance spans less than a day. Thus, it is imperative to lay the terms clearly. Beyond this, I shall not claim any of the remaining rewards. He then turned his gaze towards Duan Feng. Furthermore, I possess one last desperate measure. If the blood core fails to save you, you must immediately use an escape card to return and then hasten to room 666. However, I can only disclose one aspect of this gamble. Whether you survive thereafter is left to fate. Upon concluding his remarks, Lin Qian fell silent, awaiting the group's deliberation. Ultimately, the entire situation boiled down to a single word: gamble. A gamble on whether the blood core could save Duan Feng. A gamble on whether we could collect 100 drops of ghost blood before dawn. A gamble on Lin Qian's integrity. A gamble on time, on life, on luck. With so many uncertainties, any rational individual would need to ponder gravely. However, just as Lin Qian finished speaking, he noticed a hand raised. He looked over in surprise, finding that it was Su Yun, who was carrying Ying Ying on her back. She glanced nervously at the others, took a deep breath, and spoke with unwavering determination. Regardless of the circumstances, I will follow your lead. Although her presence and contributions within the team had been minimal, she now expressed her resolve without hesitation. Following her, Xiaqing also raised her hand, nodding silently at Lin Qian. Lin Qian reciprocated her nod, and then turned his attention to Old Wu. Old Wu regarded him intently, offering a subtle nod in agreement. From his reaction, Lin Qian discerned that while he did not fully trust him, he was willing to take a chance. Finally, Duan Feng remained silent, not daring to voice his stance, uncertain if the others were willing to risk their safety for him. At that moment, feeling the weight of their gazes upon him, he became somewhat choked with emotion. I truly did not expect everyone. Just as he began to gather his thoughts, his voice quivering, he was abruptly interrupted by Old Wu's sharp command. Enough with the sentiments. Let us commence our actions without delay. Having reached a decisive conclusion, several individuals promptly adjusted their demeanor, preparing to ascend back to the upper floors. On the third floor, a metal storage cabinet. Creaking softly, a woman cautiously pushed open the cabinet door, peering through the narrow gap. She held her breath, the tension causing beads of sweat to dampen her collar, silently praying that the creature would depart after consuming her companion's remains. However, just as she believed the coast was clear and contemplated fleeing the cabinet in search of another ally's hiding place, a chilling scream suddenly echoed in her ears. Silence! Silence! Her heart leapt in her throat, trembling with fear, yet she dared not make a sound, slowly suppressing her terror as she closed the cabinet door. She understood that any noise would provoke the beast to pounce with ferocity. Not even the metal barrier would provide protection. Her companion had met a similar fate. Merely a cabinet away, she could still vividly recall the desperate pleas and mournful cries of her friend, followed by the gruesome sounds of the creature tearing flesh. Just when she thought the monster would return, a man's furious roar resonated from a distance. Silence, you fool! This was followed by a cacophony of sounds. Idiot! The woman seized the opportunity to shut the cabinet door, cursing inwardly. Even the group on the fourth floor could not contend with this beast. This man was likely driven mad by fear to act so recklessly. Yet, the tumult outside persisted longer than she anticipated, failing to subside as quickly as she had imagined. Watch out for its claws! A robust, middle-aged man's voice echoed. The woman paused. Were there others? Shortly after, several voices chimed in. Excellent shot. Sister Qing, you are my savior. This was the voice of the initial man. It's pinned down. Do not allow it to free itself. The middle-aged man's voice followed. Clear the way. I shall sever its arm. After the final voice, cold and resolute, a series of slicing sounds erupted, accompanied by the creature's anguished wails. Silence. A piercing sound, like flesh being punctured, abruptly halted the cacophony. Meanwhile, outside the cabinet, in the corridor of the third floor, Lin Qian slowly withdrew his hand from the brain of the long-clawed blood demon, tightly clutching a blood crystal slightly larger than before. As the crystal was forcibly extracted, the familiar blood demon before Lin Qian crumpled to the ground, as if losing its signal. In the next moment, a system notification chimed. Ding! High-level blood demon slain. Acquired blood essence 17. The 3 mid-level and 1 high-level demons on the second floor had collectively yielded 22 drops of blood essence for Lin Qian, adding to the current 17. Blood essence 69. As they swept through the chaos, their teamwork became increasingly seamless. The black nail was entrusted to Xiaqing, who utilized a small knife to fashion it into a black nail arrow. Initially, she attempted to use her own black bow, only to discover that due to issues of weight and balance, her aim was severely compromised. Subsequently, Lin Qian offered her his crossbow, the formidable strength of which resolved her accuracy concerns. With no weapon at his disposal, Old Wu could only wield a shield with both hands to assist Lin Qian in fending off attacks. Amidst the encirclement of numerous blood demons, his contribution proved far more significant than that of Xiaqing. As for Duan Feng and Su Yun, the two novices could only clutch the blood talismans and wooden shields provided by Lin Qian, trailing behind at a distance to guard against any potential threats, especially Duan Feng, who, after sustaining an injury, limped noticeably, appearing even more feeble than Su Yun. It seemed that only this one remained on the third floor, with the rest likely situated above. Retrieving his shield, Old Wu wiped the blood from his face, gasping for breath. "Let us take a break." Lin Qian, equally exhausted, felt like a dead dog. It appeared dawn was approaching. Casting a glance out the window, Old Wu plopped down onto the ground. Just as Lin Qian was about to utter something, he suddenly noticed Xiaqing drawing her bow, aiming at something behind him. Who is it? Chapter 40, Cunning Blood Campus. Ascending to the fourth floor, a voice trembled. "Did I make a move? I am a living person." With a creak, a cabinet door swung open, revealing a woman who cautiously stepped out with her hands raised. Upon recognizing her as a survivor, the tension among the group dissipated instantly. Lin Qian cast a fleeting glance in her direction before averting his gaze, remaining silent. Xiaqing gradually lowered her bow and arrow, retreating quietly back into the ranks. Noticing the lack of acknowledgement from the others, the woman took the initiative to strike up a conversation. You all are not coming down from the fourth floor, are you?" she inquired, clearly attempting to fill the silence, despite having just fled from that very floor herself. "I heard from a few who escaped that someone on the first floor has been luring the monsters down." As she spoke, her eyes instinctively darted to the back of the crowd, landing on Duan Feng, indicating she had witnessed the luring process firsthand. As she edged closer to the group, seemingly eager to integrate herself into this newfound team, she suddenly heard the bloodied young man at the center speak, his tone calm. "What is happening on the fourth floor?" "Oh." Nearly all the survivors on the fourth floor, led by someone named Su Mian, she responded promptly, realizing that he was inquiring about the situation. Observing the reactions of others, it was evident that this young man was the leader of the group. If she could endear herself to him, perhaps she might join their ranks. They must be far stronger than the group upstairs, capable of confronting the monsters directly. As these thoughts coursed through her mind, a look of distress unexpectedly crossed her face. They forced me to come out and attract the monsters, threatening to kill me if I didn't obey." Tears cascaded down her cheeks, smudging her heavy makeup and creating a stark contrast. She seemed to have forgotten her own disheveled appearance, unaware that no one had the luxury to notice her subtle expressions. "How many are there?" Lin Qian interjected, casting a glance back at her. There are many. Aside from those hiding, all the remaining survivors are with them." She stammered, her emotions interrupted, momentarily choking on her words, yet compelled to answer. "Why did they make you lure the monsters?" Lin Qian inquired, feeling as though asking was as futile as not asking at all, rolling his eyes internally. Su Mian's plan is to trap the monsters in a room, claiming that they can be easily killed once the sun rises. Upon hearing this, Lin Qian's expression shifted. He had not anticipated that someone else would conceive a strategy akin to their own. How do they intend to trap them? He pressed further. Su Mian and another individual possess special abilities that allow them to absorb objects into their bodies and release them later. It's quite peculiar. At this point, the woman shuddered involuntarily. Lin Qian exchanged a glance with Lao Wu, both sharing an expression of incredulity. Isn't it merely a storage space? The way she described it was so eerie that, had he not possessed such an ability himself, he might have been deceived by her words. Initially, their plan unfolded seamlessly, successfully trapping two monstrous creatures within the confines of the classroom. However, an influx of monsters surged from the fourth floor, and she swallowed hard. After that, I lost track of events. My companions and I seized the moment to slip away and have since been hiding here. Mentioning her companions, her expression dimmed. Alas, my companions. Yet, Lin Qian showed no intent to let her continue, rising to stretch her limbs and gesturing to the others. Let us head to the fourth floor. Upon hearing this, the older Wu and the others remained unperturbed, while the woman's countenance shifted dramatically. "Don't go." She stepped forward, grasping Lin Qian's arm with urgency. Lin Qian turned back with an indifferent gaze, meeting the woman's tear-filled eyes, full of heartfelt concern. "The fourth floor is swarming with monsters. If you go up there, you will surely perish." Her voice trembled with sincerity. Unexpectedly, Lin Qian forcefully shook off her grip without a moment's hesitation. As the group turned to ascend the stairs, the woman, undeterred, followed closely behind. "Please believe me. We cannot go to the fourth floor. Why can't we just stay on the third floor?" She stood frozen, watching as they climbed the stairs. At that moment, Duan Feng, trailing at the back, suddenly turned his head, revealing an unabashed smirk on his pale face. "Sister, your expression is quite dismal. If I'm still alive one day, I shall impart some winning strategies to you, absolutely. What are you rambling about? Hurry up. Hey, I'm coming. I'm coming." Before he could finish, he was interrupted by old Wu, who quickly caught up. As the group's figures faded from view, the woman remained rooted in place for a long while. Suddenly, her demeanor shifted. She clenched her teeth, hatred flickering in her eyes, discarding her earlier pitiable expression. "Go, go. It would be better if you all perished. What are you pretending for? Clearly, staying on the third floor with me is the safest option. Why seek death?" Venting her frustration, she stood there cursing for a few moments before recalling her own precarious situation. Glancing nervously into the surrounding darkness, she shivered and swiftly crept into a nearby cupboard. Meanwhile, on the fourth floor, returning to the initial point, Lin Qian felt no familiarity. The stench of blood hung heavily in the air, far more potent than on the other floors, accompanied by faint sounds of flesh being devoured in the shadows. As her flashlight swept across the area, it illuminated a grotesque bloodsucker feasting not far away. Its body was hunched into a C shape, adorned with multiple arms, resembling a large insect in a most hideous manner. Upon noticing the group, it abandoned its half-eaten meal, swaying as it charged towards them. Whoosh! In the next instant, the bowstring twanged, and a black nail pierced through its body. With a thud, the hideous bloodsucker collapsed, offering no resistance. Lin Qian approached, dispatching it with practiced ease. And after reducing it to a bloody pulp, she wiped the blood from her face with a swift motion, adding another 4 drops of ghost blood to her collection. Ghost blood, 73. As anticipated, it was of little value. Having slain numerous vampires, Lin Qian had long discerned their patterns, regardless of their size. The greater the attack power of a vampire, the more blood they would yield upon defeat. These vampires, grotesque in appearance, each followed a distinct evolutionary path. The ones that merely appeared repulsive lacked both speed and strength, rendering them mere cannon fodder. Were it not for the necessity of collecting blood, Lin Qian would have hardly bothered to draw her blade against such wretched creatures. Just as she was about to seek her next quarry, she was halted by a gesture from Xia Qing beside her. Casting a puzzled glance, she observed the grave expression on Xia Qing's face, her brow furrowed in concern. Subtly, Xia Qing's ears twitched as she gazed toward the distant corner. There, many. In truth, Lin Qian had already heard the cacophony emanating from around the corner, even without Xia Qing's warning. Roars, hisses, and indistinct cries intertwined, and upon preliminary estimation, there were at least a dozen. It seemed they were colliding with something, occasionally producing loud crashes. What to do? Should they engage? Chapter 41, Cursed Blood Campus. A gathering of over 10 bloodthirsty demons loomed ominously. Should Lin Qian choose to engage in direct confrontation, he would be plunging into one of the most perilous battles of the night. To make matters worse, he could distinctly perceive the presence of higher-ranking demons among them. More than one, in fact. What should he do? He turned his gaze toward the window, where the first light of dawn began to break. If he did not make a decision soon, it would be too late. Once the demons retreated underground, there would be no opportunity left. Damn it! He resolved to fight. Lin Qian gritted his teeth, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. His words caught everyone off guard. They had not anticipated that Lin Qian would indeed make such a choice. After all, there were over a dozen blood demons. Considering their combat prowess, facing 3 mid-tier demons, or even a single high-tier one simultaneously, was already their limit. Old Wu was about to voice his concerns when he was interrupted by Duan Feng. There is no need for everyone to risk so much for me. It makes me feel rather guilty. His complexion had grown even paler, and his tone more feeble. The blood talisman over his wound had just expired, and Su Yun had applied a new one. You think too much. This is for my own sake. Lin Qian shot him a glance, speaking candidly. The ruthless rules of the infinite building were akin to a colossal beast relentlessly pursuing you, ever ready to devour you whole. Your speed must match the escalating dangers. Otherwise, everyone would be no different from Duan Feng at this moment. Hold on to the escape card tightly and follow my lead. Adapt to the situation. Time was of the essence, and there was no room for idle chatter. Lin Qian brandished his cleaver and surged forward, with Xia Qing close behind. Old Wu hesitated for a moment, but quickly fell in line. Upon turning the corner, Lin Qian glanced toward the end of the corridor and felt his scalp tingle. A multitude of grotesque blood demons was huddled together, violently battering against a massive door at the far end. Thud! Thud! With each heavy strike, the plaster around the doorframe crumbled away, yet the door stood resolute. Before long, the demons became aware of Lin Qian's presence and turned their attention toward him. Delicious! Delicious! One particularly terrifying high-tier demon, its body emaciated yet head disproportionately large, bared its ghastly white teeth, a chilling grin spreading across its blood-soaked visage. Delicious! It staggered toward Lin Qian, its unsteady gait causing its massive head to collide with the walls, sending bricks flying, yet its speed only increased a menacing force. Following its lead, the other demons launched their assault on Lin Qian, the cacophony of their movements reminiscent of an army charging forth. Leaping, crawling, rolling, various grotesque and hideous blood demons converged into a chaotic mass, an eerie sight that sent shivers down one's spine and raised goosebumps across the skin. Xia Qing and Old Wu, who had followed closely behind, bore witness to this horrifying scene, their hearts sinking as they could not help but glance anxiously at Lin Qian. However, in the face of the ferocious onslaught from the bloodthirsty demon army, Lin Qian displayed not an ounce of fear. Instead, he wore a calm demeanor. With a clang, he suspended the slaughter knife before him, gently lowering it until the tip touched the ground, producing a crisp sound. Under the tension of the corpse thread, the blade swayed like a spinning top, its blood-soaked surface reflecting the increasingly bright light from outside. 20 meters, 15 meters. Lin Qian's seemingly fragile figure remained rooted to the spot, merely raising his hand towards the hilt. Old Wu's eyes widened in curiosity. He had long wondered why Lin Qian only tethered the hilt with a black thread, never grasping the knife. At this moment, the answer appeared to be unfolding. Delicious! Delicious! Roar! 10 meters, 5 meters, the surging horde of demons drew ever closer, the thick stench overwhelming. A faint sound resonated, and the slaughter knife ceased its swaying. Lin Qian's slender hand finally gripped the hilt firmly. Thump, thump. His heartbeat echoed clearly in his ears, yet it began to fade like an echo. In the next moment, his profound, obsidian eyes suddenly ignited with a hint of madness, a crimson glow rising from the depths, gradually engulfing his irises. Visions of anguished cries and pleas for mercy flooded his mind. The world before him turned a bloody red, and a savage fury spread within him, consuming his reason. Slay them. He arched his back, muscles swelling, the taut fabric of his clothing straining under the pressure. All must be slain. Lin Qian clenched his jaw, seemingly wrestling against the tempest of rage within, his expression a portrait of struggle. Saliva dripped uncontrollably, his heavy breaths akin to a beast awakening, his state growing increasingly frenzied. Delicious, until the large-headed demon lunged forward, mouth agape, aiming to bite into Lin Qian's head. Beware! Old Wu, initially stunned by Lin Qian's bizarre state, was jolted awake by this scene, his voice rising in a piercing shout. Yet at that moment Lin Qian moved. Old Wu could not discern Lin Qian's action. He only saw a flash of the blade, and the large-headed demon's skull was cleaved in twain, split from bottom to top. Delicious! The voice seemed tinged with confusion. Yet the response was not an answer, but but a frenzied assault akin to a storm. Hud, hud, hud. Before the two halves of the large-headed demon hit the ground, they were mercilessly hacked into countless pieces, scattering widely. Slay. All must be slain. Clang. The blade struck the ground, and Lin Qian suddenly lifted his head, eyes ablaze with ferocity, a beast-like growl emanating from his throat. Death! In the next instant, he thundered forward, charging into the throng of demons, as if released from a bowstring. The blade flickered, his movements devoid of rhythm, each strike faster and more vicious than the last. Swish! A barbed tongue shot from the crowd of demons, aiming to ensnare Lin Qian's neck. He boldly seized the wretched tongue, yanking it with great force, thereby dragging a feeble, emaciated vampire out from the throng of its kind. In a swift motion, he unleashed a flurry of strikes, cleaving the creature mid-air into oblivion. Immediately following, with a resounding thud, he delivered a powerful kick into the abdomen of a corpulent vampire, twisting his body to sweep aside those nearby. The butcher's blade followed suit, crashing down in a relentless flurry, accompanied by a cacophony of gruesome squelches as flesh and blood erupted forth. Chop! 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 Lin Qian's movements became increasingly rapid, his blade trailing a haze of indistinct shadows, leaving behind a gruesome tableau of severed limbs and dismembered bodies. With each blow, the force of his strikes reverberated, causing the nearby walls to crumble and creating immense, gaping holes, until even the metal doorframe collapsed under the onslaught, propelled away like a cannonball, shattering the bodies of two vampires in its wake. The crimson glint in Lin Qian's eyes intensified, and he succumbed to an uncontrollable fit of laughter, spittle flying wildly. The vampires, undeterred by any semblance of fear, continued to surge forward, yet they were utterly incapable of halting Lin Qian's relentless advance. 10-8, 5, like wheat in a field, the vampires fell before him, leaving behind a writhing mass of dismembered flesh on the ground. Chop! Lin Qian's ferocious roar echoed throughout the entire educational building, causing the hidden survivors to shrink back in terror. It was utterly horrifying. Goodness, was this a boss fight? Chapter 42. The Deceptive Blood Campus. Breaking free from control with a resounding pop, Lin Qian crushed the last vampire's head with sheer force, eradicating all the creatures within the vicinity. The entire corridor became a gruesome tableau, filled with a viscous amalgamation of flesh and blood that surged towards the door. Splashing sounds echoed as Lin Qian pressed forward, his fierce gaze shimmering with a crimson glow, fixated on the obstructed door at the end of the passage. From that direction, he could sense a palpable aura of terror. He waded through the remnants of the slaughter, his back arching and seemingly swelling, as if preparing for something ominous. Behind him, several witnesses were still reeling from the shock, only to discern Lin Qian's unsettling demeanor. This was bad. He appeared to be spiraling out of control. Old Wu, sensing the gravity of the situation, was filled with alarm. What could they do? Lin Qian's ferocity had exceeded their expectations, leaving them too frightened to intervene. Suddenly, a piercing scream erupted from below. Intruder! I will kill you! I will kill you! The shrill voice belonged to a woman, laden with boundless malice and resentment, reverberating closer and closer, momentarily disorienting the onlookers. Lin Qian was evidently affected as well. He halted abruptly, shaking his head violently. Subsequently, his steps faltered, and he began to slash at the air before him with his knife. Old Wu clutched his ears, dizzy from the sound, and turned his attention toward its source, only to witness Lin Qian's abnormal behavior. What was happening to him? Xia Qing staggered slightly, her eyes honing in on Lin Qian's struggle. Observing his tormented expression and the erratic swings of the butcher's knife, she suddenly sprang into action. With a swift motion, she drew her bow and released an arrow that struck the knife with a metallic clang. Roar! Provoked by the attack, Lin Qian whirled around, a low growl rising from his throat, his features twisted in a menacing snarl. Old Wu and the others recoiled in fear, unable to suppress their instinct to retreat. Yet, Xia Qing remained steadfast, raising her hand to draw another arrow. With another sharp twang, the arrow found its mark, striking the butcher's knife once more. The blade jolted backward. The connection between his palm and the handle stretching as blood vessels tore apart, as if they had fused together only to be violently ripped apart. Lin Qian's gaze regained a flicker of clarity, and he hastily grasped the knife's body, pulling with all his might. A cry of anguish escaped his lips as the knife was forcibly wrenched from his grip, clattering several meters away. Simultaneously, his swollen form returned to normal, and he slumped against the wall, collapsing into a sitting position, his chest heaving as if crushed by a massive truck, every bone feeling as though it were fracturing, leaving him unable to raise even a finger. Struggling to look towards Xiaqing and the others, his body succumbed to gravity, and with a dull thud, his head fell into the mud. Xiaqing and Old Wu rushed forward to support Lin Qian. Goodness, is Brother Qian all right? Duan Feng's complexion had turned as pale as parchment, yet he still found the energy to worry about Lin Qian. Fortunately, it was merely a feint. Old Wu placed his hand on Lin Qian's neck and finally exhaled in relief. Come, lend a hand. Let's carry him inside. He called to Duan Feng, his gaze subtly sweeping across the distant corner of the roof. Their miniature surveillance camera was slowly pivoting, adjusting its angle. Meanwhile, behind the block door, a bespectacled man wiped the cold sweat from his brow and turned to the silent man beside him. Mian Ge, it seems we have been discovered. Su Mian remained silent, his eyes fixed intently on the laptop screen, the copper coin sword in his hand spinning back and forth as if deep in thought. He wore a black trench coat, the bulge at his waist revealing the handle of a gun, intentionally displayed to intimidate certain individuals in the room. Who are these people? And why have we never seen them before? One person inquired, puzzled. I cannot speak for the others, but I recognize him, another replied, pointing at Duan Feng on the screen. He is 781. I exchanged flesh with him using a flashlight. Oh, now that you mention it, I recall. After a few exchanges, the room fell into a prolonged silence once more. Clearly, everyone was still reeling from the shocking and bloody scene they had just witnessed on the monitor. Among them, the man in the corner reacted most strongly. He cowered against the wall, clutching his head and mumbling incessantly, "It can't be him. How could it be him?" If Lin Qian were present, he would certainly have found it amusing, for this man was the one who had previously attempted to rob the leather-clad figure. However, now he appeared pitiful, his face bruised and battered, and even his leather jacket had been stolen, leaving him clad only in a thin tank top. Boss, that guy seems to be unconscious. The knife in his hand is definitely suspicious. Just then, someone stealthily leaned towards Su Mian, whispering conspiratorially, "Why don't we seize this opportunity?" Before he could finish, Su Mian interrupted him with a swift gesture. The others nearby erupted in indignation. Are you out of your mind? If you want to die, don't drag us down with you. The speaker was none other than the burly man who had previously been surrounded by 4 others after acquiring the copper coin sword. However, that sword now lay in Su Mian's possession, while the 4 would-be robbers had vanished without a trace. His outburst prompted several others to echo his sentiments. Have you gone blind? Did you not see him slice those monsters as if they were mere dumpling filling? Do you think you are stronger than the monsters? More resilient? Purely foolish. We only need to stay hidden here. The monsters cannot breach our sanctuary. The crowd became fervent, vehemently denouncing the one who had proposed the reckless idea. Su Mian once again raised his hand to silence the clamor of the crowd, his brow furrowed in deep contemplation. He gazed out the window, where the dawn had fully broken, marking the arrival of the new day. He continued to watch, instructing the bespectacled man to inform him when that individual awoke, as he intended to seek a conversation with him. He patted the shoulder of the glasses wearer with a few words of caution before retreating to lean against the wall, closing his eyes to feign slumber. The onlookers exchanged glances, bewildered by Su Mian's intentions. Only the bespectacled man let out a soft sigh, realizing that even Su Mian dared not provoke that enigmatic figure. As he stared at the screen displaying a blood-soaked, muddy corridor, a chill crept into his heart. What manner of monster could achieve such a feat? Had he not witnessed it with his own eyes, he would scarcely believe that a single individual could be responsible. Was he truly still considered human? Chapter 43, Cursed Blood Campus. Fusion of alien blood crystals. Lin Qian found himself ensnared in a nightmarish dream. wherein he succumbed to madness and brutally slaughtered every acquaintance he knew. Approaching the mirror, he lifted his gaze only to be horrified by the grotesque transformation of his head into that of a fearsome pig. Suddenly, he jolted awake, sitting upright in alarm. The moment he regained consciousness, excruciating pain coursed through his body, leaving him breathless and on the brink of fainting once more. "You are awake." Su Yun, who had been dozing beside him, lifted her head in response to the commotion and hurriedly came to support Lin Qian. "How long have I been asleep?" Lin Qian clenched his jaw tightly, stifling the urge to vocalize his discomfort, and managed to inquire with great difficulty. "From the countdown, it appears to be well past noon." Su Yun glanced at her wristwatch and replied, "What about Duan phone?" Panic gripped Lin Qian's heart upon realizing the extent of his slumber. "He is fine. Wu Gawunti let him sleep and is guarding the door," she reassured him. Hearing this, Lin Qian released a sigh of relief. The cold sweat from his pain dripped down him as, with Su Yun's assistance, he struggled to lean against the wall and stabilize himself. With a mere thought, the system panel materialized before him. Ghost blood, 168. Upon seeing the balance of ghost blood, Lin Qian was taken aback. So much. How many did I actually kill? He strained to recall, but his memory seemed to halt at the moment when the large-headed blood ghost was about to pounce on him. Beyond that, everything faded away, as though he had experienced a blackout. Lost in thought, he noticed Su Yun quietly offering him 2 blood crystals. "I found these inside," she said softly. Lin Qian accepted them, understanding dawning upon him. To his surprise, there were 2 high-tier ones, which explained the quantity. The average yield from mid-tier blood ghosts was merely 4 to 5 drops, but high-tier ones yielded around 15 drops each, totaling nearly 30 from the 2. Calculating in his mind, he realized that he had garnered a total of 95 drops this time, almost enough to forge an alien blood core. His heart surged with excitement at the thought of the alien blood core. Without hesitation, he accessed the exchange interface and initiated the redemption. Ding! Redemption successful. With great effort, Lin Qian raised his palm, and in the next instant, a red crystal, the size of a ping-pong ball, materialized in his hand. The crystal's edges were perfectly formed, shimmering with a soft glow, and within, a liquid sloshed about, refracting ethereal colors. Without a moment's pause, Lin Qian tilted his head back and swallowed a whole. Gulp! After a laborious swallow, he closed his eyes, patiently awaiting the completion of digestion. Digesting alien blood core. With a faint pop, Lin Qian sensed something within him shatter, followed by an eruption of searing heat akin to molten lava, slowly permeating through his limbs and bones. Ugh! In an instant, he felt as though he were seated upon an electric chair, his cheeks flushed, teeth clenched tightly, and veins bulged in his neck. Witnessing his alarming reaction, Su Yun gasped in shock and instinctively took a step back. What is happening? At that moment, Old Wu happened to walk in. Upon seeing Lin Qian's state, he rushed over to support him. He consumed something. Su Yun stammered in response. Realizing the situation, Old Wu quickly opened the exchange interface, and, to his astonishment, saw that the number next to the core had indeed dropped to 0. Understanding that Lin Qian must have fused with the core to be in such a condition, Old Wu began to relax. Yet he firmly gripped Lin Qian's shoulders to prevent him from thrashing too violently, lest he injure himself further. This digestion process was far longer than the previous one involving the fire seed, and the agony was incomparable. Lin Qian felt as though every nerve in his body was being relentlessly scoured by scalding ocean waves, akin to a torturous ordeal. Digestion complete. At last, the melodious system notification rang out like a celestial choir, and Lin Qian's struggling form instantly stilled, though his chest heaved violently. Observing this, Old Wu also released his grip, wiping the beads of sweat from his forehead. To be honest, had Lin Qian not been gravely injured, Old Wu would have struggled to hold him down. Lin Qian hung his head, drenched in sweat, his eyelids drooping weakly. "Are you all right? How do you feel?" Old Wu leaned closer with concern. Huff Lin Qian remained silent, merely gasping for breath. Just as Old Wu's heart began to rise in anxiety, Lin Qian unexpectedly curved his lips into a satisfied smile. It was the delightful surprise brought forth by the system notification. Ding! Ability acquired. Blood acquires evolutionary abilities, allowing the consumption of flesh to gain attributes, traits, and heal wounds. Current trait, Nunding. Detecting a fusible trait, suture line. Do you wish to fuse? Lin Qian paused momentarily, then promptly chose to fuse. Beginning fusion. As the notification chimed, Lin Qian suddenly sensed something within him being enveloped by a searing heat once again. Pain contorted his features, but fortunately, it was brief, concluding after mere seconds. Ding. Fusion successful. Devouring ability enhanced. Acquired trait. Bloodline. Ability to solidify threads from blood. Strength influenced by blood quality. Can consume flesh through bloodlines instead of traditional feeding. The incessant notifications echoed in Lin Qian's mind, leaving him momentarily stunned. He never anticipated that the suture line could merge with the ability. What an unexpected operation, akin to combining similar items. However, it was indeed fortunate that could acquire attributes through the consumption of flesh, and a suture line had a similar effect. Otherwise, he would have to make tough decisions regarding which ability to prioritize in the future. Lin Qian extended his hand, attempting to manipulate the bloodline. However, the next instant, puff, completely beyond Lin Qian's expectations. Almost the moment his intention was set in motion, several blood lines shot forth from his palm, scattering and piercing into the insulated ceiling above, taut and straight. Whoa! Lin Qian was taken aback, instinctively retracting his neck. How powerful! In the past, the stitching thread resembled the slow extrusion of toothpaste, whereas the current bloodline is akin to a forceful stomp upon a tube of toothpaste, erupting forth with a velocity several times greater. He tugged at it with considerable effort. It was reasonably resilient. Drawing forth a knife, he applied a slight pressure, and with a sharp snap, it severed effortlessly. Its strength pales in comparison to that of the stitching thread. Lin Qian furrowed his brow, yet it soon relaxed. A quantitative change brings about a qualitative transformation. A few additional strands would suffice. It is not impossible to enhance. The system's introduction had alluded to the correlation between strength and the potency of the blood. He proceeded to experiment with both spiritual fire and the dispelling technique, discovering that the bloodline did not exhibit the same vulnerability to fire as the stitching thread did, yet remained entirely defenseless against the dispelling technique, snapping upon contact. As for the flexibility of mental manipulation, it was comparable to that of the stitching thread, for Lin Qian's mental attributes were still insufficiently developed. No matter how hard he endeavored, his control remained somewhat clumsy and unyielding. However, the bloodline differed from the stitching thread in that it possessed a propulsive initiation process and was not constrained by the dimensions of a spool. Thus, it could be extruded in unlimited quantities. Of course, there were drawbacks. Excessive force could easily lead to a loss of vitality. Chapter 44. The Sinister Blood Campus. Consumption. Lin Qian was engrossed in experimenting with his newfound abilities when a sudden wave of hunger washed over him. It was not merely a hunger in his stomach. Rather, it felt as if every cell in his body was in a frenzied thirst. He craved sustenance. Huff, huff. Lin Qian panted heavily, turning his gaze towards the door. There lay a substantial heap of flesh and blood. Whoosh! With a flick of his wrist, dozens of blood threads shot forth, piercing directly into the mound of flesh. Absorb. With a mere thought, a faint crimson glow began to travel along the blood threads, akin to a straw drawing in and consuming the energy contained within the flesh. Sizzle simultaneously, accompanied by swirling white smoke. The mass of flesh rapidly diminished, as if it were melting away like snow. Huff! Lin Qian exhaled deeply, leaning back with closed eyes, a look of pure enjoyment adorning his face. A wave of tingling sensations washed over him. He could distinctly feel his body rapidly mending. The agonizing pain gradually soothed until it vanished entirely. As the discomfort dissipated, the system's notification chimed in. Strength 0. 1. Constitution 0. 1. A series of notifications followed, their speed remarkably surpassing that of the suturing lines, akin to fishing. In a matter of mere breaths, Lin Qian had completely absorbed the pile of flesh. The unexpectedly immense gains ignited a spark of excitement in his eyes. Eagerly, he sprang to his feet, his sudden movement startling those around him. However, noticing his agility and absence of injury, they remained rooted in astonishment without intervening. Lin Qian strode out with great strides, stepping into the muddy heap of flesh, inhaling deeply, and spreading his arms wide. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A series of piercing sounds erupted, akin to fireworks bursting forth, as countless blood threads radiated from his arms, enveloping the surrounding flesh entirely. Absorb, he silently commanded, and in the next instant, crimson light converged from all directions, causing the flesh to dissolve at an accelerated pace. Strength 0. Strength 0. 2. Constitution 0. 2. In an instant, Lin Qian's interface was inundated with system notifications, his attributes soaring as if they were being recharged. Dazzling to behold. He closed his eyes, reveling in the bliss of every cell being filled with nourishment. Feeling that the torment he had endured was finally vindicated. It was worth it. Soon, the notifications ceased, and Lin Qian opened his eyes to find the air thick with the fog of dissolving flesh, accompanied by an acrid and unpleasant odor. Cough, cough. He stumbled back, choking, and quickly withdrew the blood threads into his body, retreating a few steps to escape the foggy area. Opening his attribute panel, he gazed at the new values displayed, his heart racing uncontrollably. Name, Lin Qian, Level 1 Regulator, Strength, 9, 6 Agility, 2, 1 Constitution, 5, 8 Spirit, 4, 9 Traits, Stone Heart, Abnormal Digestion Abilities, Spirit Fire, Blood of the Other Evaluation, a warrior of extraordinary potential. Yet, as a regulator, he is lamentably weak. With a strength of 3, 1, and a constitution of 2, 1, Lin Qian has remarkably gained a 5, 2 attribute enhancement. He raised his arm, clenched his fist with vigor, and felt the terrifying power coursing through his muscles. A faint red energy visible beneath his skin. His injuries had completely healed. Flexing his wrist, the discomfort from his previous fracture had vanished entirely. He had finally reached his peak condition. At that moment, Lin Qian felt capable of shattering a bull with a single punch. A surge of eagerness to find an opponent for a test of his newfound strength. And this item. Extending his hand, Lin Qian retrieved 5 ghost blood crystals of varying sizes from his storage space. If memory served him correctly, these could be absorbed by the blood core. Absorb. With a thought, a multitude of blood threads surged from his palm, enveloping and consuming the 5 ghost blood crystals. Soon, their outlines diminished rapidly, a chill coursing through Lin Qian's palm and into his body, causing him to involuntarily shudder. Ding! Absorption complete. Acquired blood trait, Ghost Blood, possesses the ability to suppress the supernatural. Suppression intensity increases with the quantity of absorbed ghost blood cores, enabling the perception of nearby ghost blood. Suppress the supernatural? Lin Qian had anticipated acquiring another attribute from the ghost blood crystals, only to be surprised by the acquisition of a new blood trait. Suddenly, he sensed a familiar scent wafting through the air, causing his nostrils to twitch. Turning toward the adjacent classroom, he pushed the door open and stepped inside. Upon entering, Lin Qian was startled by the pale visage of Duan Feng. The latter sat by the bed, clutching the curtains, his body swaying precariously as if on the verge of collapsing. Upon seeing Lin Qian, he lethargically raised his gaze. "Qian, brother, you're awake?" His speech was halting, oblivious to the drool trickling from the corner of his mouth. "Damn, has his condition deteriorated this rapidly?" Lin Qian hurried forward, grasping Duan Feng's arm and inspecting his back. He noticed that the talisman affixed to the wound had lost its efficacy, the writhing red threads clearly exhibiting signs of spreading. As Lin Qian pulled Duan Feng, his head drooped, his body swaying like a sandbag lifted by unseen hands. Lin Qian had no time for further inquiries. He pressed his hand against the wound. Blood threads extended outward, and upon contacting the writhing red threads, they immediately ceased their movement. A similar suppression effect to that of the blood talisman. Lin Qian surmised, but this was not sufficient. He directed the blood threads to extend deeper, penetrating into Duan Feng's flesh. Hiss! In a half-conscious state, Duan Feng shuddered in response to the excruciating pain, attempting to struggle, but Lin Qian pressed him firmly to the ground with a swift motion. Do not move. Upon hearing his voice, Duan Feng's struggles diminished significantly, yet his body continued to convulse involuntarily, his face pressed against the ground as he gasped incessantly. Utilizing his acute perception of the ghostly blood, Lin Qian extended the bloodline to encompass all infected areas within Duan Feng's wounds, directly absorbing it. With a hiss, a plume of white smoke erupted from the wound, prompting Duan Feng to cry out in agony, his body arching like a boiled shrimp. Lin Qian withdrew the bloodline, rising to his feet and gazing down at Duan Feng. All done. Now only superficial wounds remain. With some time for recovery, you will be fine. In his perception, the aura of ghostly blood had dissipated from Duan Feng's body, indicating a successful procedure. Although the process diverged from his initial expectations, the outcome was nonetheless favorable. Thank you, Brother Qian. I cannot repay this life-saving grace. Duan Feng lay on the ground like a defeated dog, panting heavily, yet he still managed to express his gratitude to Lin Qian. All right, enough of that. Lin Qian promptly interrupted his rambling. There's no need for you to remain in this state. It will be better to use a departure card to return for recuperation, he suggested with a frown. No way. To Lin Qian's surprise, upon hearing this, the seemingly lifeless Duan Feng suddenly summoned a surge of strength, resolutely refusing. We share life and death. We endure hardships together. I ask for nothing in return. With a resounding thud, the door slammed shut, leaving Duan Feng alone, desolate on the floor. I have not finished speaking yet. Chapter 45, Deceptive Blood Campus. Su Mian's transaction, it must be this way. Whether he survives or not ultimately depends on his own fate. After Lin Qian completed the operation, taking advantage of Duan Feng's unconscious state, Old Wu assisted in suturing the wounds on his back. After a basic bandaging, he forcefully administered a few antibiotics. Discarding his disposable gloves, Old Wu wiped the sweat from his forehead. Lin Qian sat in the corner, silently observing the butcher's knife he had just retrieved, relentlessly attempting to recall the memories of that moment, though ultimately to no avail. Old Wu approached, eyeing the knife warily. It cannot be stored in the storage space, and I dare not touch it carelessly. Thus, I must find a nearby place to guard it against theft. If the knife could be taken away, Old Wu would certainly not risk staying here, vulnerable to sudden attacks. After all, at times, humans can prove far more terrifying than mindless monsters. During Lin Qian's unconsciousness, Old Wu and Xia Qing remained vigilant of the movements of the group behind the corner door. Fortunately, they showed no intention of emerging. Otherwise, he would have to carry Lin Qian and abandon the knife for survival. They were likely the same group the woman from the third floor had mentioned, though the exact number inside remained unknown. As fate would have it, just as the two were discussing this matter, a series of footsteps echoed from outside the door. Damn it! Old Wu immediately drew his gun and rose to confront the threat, only to be seized by Lin Qian. It's fine, sit down, he said. According to Old Wu, this group possessed surveillance equipment. Since they refrained from entering while he was unconscious and chose to come now, it at least indicated their unwillingness to engage in conflict. He gestured subtly to Xia Qing at the door, who promptly cleared the entrance. Following this, Su Mian, clad in a black trench coat, entered with a smile. Ah, big boss, it's a pleasure to meet you. I have nothing to offer you. He lowered his stance upon speaking, and right behind him, 3 attendants in white entered, carrying a plethora of steaming dishes. At Su Mian's indication, they placed the food on the table and hastily exited the room. You all haven't eaten yet, right? Come, don't be shy. He plopped down on a stool. I'm quite hungry myself. I'll join you. Lin Qian observed him with a calm expression, remaining silent. Su Mian felt a chill under Lin Qian's piercing gaze. Images of Lin Qian slaughtering vampires and the horrific scenes of consumption flooding his mind. At that moment, Lin Qian appeared to him no different from a monster. He felt fear, yet could not display it before others. He had no desire to be there, yet was compelled to be present. Su Mian, slightly anxious, stood up, his smile becoming somewhat awkward. If there is something to discuss, please speak plainly. Lin Qian's voice was cold and devoid of inflection. Su Mian surreptitiously wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, carefully considering his words. Big boss, you have single-handedly slain so many monsters. You must have an abundance of ghost blood for exchanging for escape cards. I have come here today to inquire if it would be possible to procure some escape cards from you. He slightly hunched over as he spoke, stealing glances at Lin Qian's expression, only to find that the latter's face remained as impassive as a statue, showing no signs of change. Of course, it is not for my own sake. In fact, I successfully vanquished a monster in the restroom on the second floor and acquired a drop of ghost blood. Thus I possess an escape card. Mentioning this, his posture straightened somewhat, but he quickly recalled that this living legend had slain over a dozen monsters, causing him to hunch down again. I am doing this for the sake of everyone, to ensure that more people can survive. He spoke with a tone of righteous determination, deliberately raising his voice, fearing that those hidden away in the rooms might not hear him. So, you consider yourself a person of great compassion? Lin Qian was thoroughly annoyed by such cunning displays of affection and felt little inclination to engage. It cannot be said to be great compassion, Su Mian said, subtly inching closer. Look, we have merely faced the first survival instance in this area, and already half of us have perished on the first day. If this continues, there may be scarcely anyone left by the time we return. Human life is the most precious resource. He clenched his fist, his voice lowered in excitement. Without these individuals, who will explore the uncharted rooms? Once the novice protection period ends, each person will only have one chance to open a door each day. It is simply insufficient. Lin Qian chuckled softly, understanding the implications of Su Mian's words. You wish to seize this opportunity to win over people's hearts, so that they will serve you in the future? He articulated Su Mian's thoughts with precision. Surprisingly, Su Mian showed no sign of embarrassment at being exposed. Instead, he nodded in affirmation. Indeed, Lin Qian raised an eyebrow, finally giving Su Mian a proper look, noting his remarkable audacity. So, how do you intend to make your offer? Su Mian, upon hearing this, spread his hands wide. Everything. His expression was utterly candid. Whatever the big shot desires, take it all. Moreover, I can assure you that as long as we survive and return, all resources acquired in the inner world must yield a 10% tithe to you, as a form of protection fee. Additionally, once any door information is confirmed, it will be reported immediately, for what could be more precious than life? Wouldn't you agree? He spoke while subtly gesturing towards Old Wu, an unspoken attempt to bridge the distance. Given these circumstances, why should I not take the lead myself? Lin Qian posed the pivotal question. Su Mian was momentarily taken aback, then suddenly clapped his hands together, bursting with excitement. That would be splendid. If the big shot has this intention, I shall undoubtedly follow in your footsteps, vowing to be your loyal aide. Lin Qian raised a hand, interrupting Su Mian's incessant chatter. You may return for now. I will inform you once I have made my decision. Upon hearing this, Su Mian was momentarily taken aback. He hesitated, wanting to voice his thoughts, but upon catching a glimpse of Lin Qian's suddenly cold expression, he immediately refrained from further discourse. After exchanging a brief greeting, he exited the room. The moment he stepped outside, he quickly wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, and the smile on his face faded away. Upon returning to the gathering place, Su Mian donned a serious demeanor once more, his brows slightly furrowed and his gaze profound. How'd it go, boss? What did Mian Gu say? A group of individuals encircled him, each clamoring with eager inquiries. Su Mian sat in silence for a moment before finally speaking. This individual possesses not only terrifying strength, but also an exceptionally keen insight. He discerned at a glance that I am no ordinary person. His voice was low and resonant, easily eliciting the emotions of those around him. I sensed his intent to forge an alliance with me. So I seized the opportunity to present our request on behalf of everyone. He agreed rather readily, but he requires some time to prepare. As you may have noticed, that has already been exchanged by him, hence we currently lack sufficient. However, in consideration of my standing, he has decided not to return for the time being, likely to prepare for the slaying of additional monsters to accumulate the required numbers for all of us to return. With a sigh, he lamented such a significant favor. I wonder how I shall ever repay it. Chapter 46, Deceptive Blood Campus, Dessert After Dinner. What are your thoughts? Watching Su Mian walk away, Lin Qian inquired about Old Wu's perspective. There were thoughts, yet a wise man. Old Wu offered his judgment. As I mentioned before, all subsequent gains are to be at your discretion. Thus, this matter requires your discussion. A prompt response would be preferable. Lin Qian directly disclosed the remaining quantity of ghost blood to Old Wu, preparing to honor her promise. Old Wu gazed deeply at Lin Qian, seemingly surprised, then shook his head with a chuckle. We're not fools. Your ability to keep your word indicates that we are fortunate to have encountered a principled and formidable individual. However, if you were to climb the ladder unreasonably, it would be exceedingly ungrateful. You performed all the deeds, and the monsters were vanquished solely by your hand. Our contributions are minuscule and insufficient for us to share in your bounty. Merely surviving in this instance is a monumental favor, and we have no right to request more. Moreover, do you believe that the substantial offer from that group is merely coincidental? It is because they have witnessed your prowess firsthand, willing to part with a piece of their flesh to forge a connection with you. Were the roles reversed, we might not have been so fortunate. Lin Qian listened quietly to Old Wu's words, contemplating in silence for a moment. Have you all deliberated? Old Wu nodded. I consulted Xia Qing. Her thoughts aligned closely with mine. As for Duan Feng, considering you risked your life to save him, there is no need to inquire. The two of them tacitly avoided mentioning Su Yun, as her contributions to the team had not reached a level warranting her opinion. She was merely a minor follower. In light of this, I shall handle the remaining ghost blood according to my own strategy. Lin Qian stood up, stretching her limbs, and accessed the exchange interface, directly opting to redeem 6 drops of purified ghost blood. In an instant, the balance of ghost blood plummeted to 8 drops. She uncapped 2 vials and downed their contents. The reaction was even more subdued than last time. Lin Qian felt as though she had swallowed an ice cube, its chill fleeting. Opening her attribute panel to confirm, her physique had silently risen from 5.8 to 7.8, though the evaluation remained unchanged. This is a remarkable item. Lin Qian tossed the remaining 4 vials of purified ghost blood directly to Old Wu. He instinctively reached out to catch them, and upon inspecting the information, he was momentarily taken aback. Such a precious item. For me, he was somewhat incredulous. You and Xia Qing each take 2 vials. Hold on to them for now, as further exchanges are still possible. If your physique reaches a sufficient 2 points, consume it immediately. In this place, strength is the foundation of all. Old Wu remained in a state of shock, glancing between Lin Qian and the purified ghost blood in his hands. Are you not providing them with the escape cards? He could not suppress his confusion, for from any perspective, investing in a large group would yield greater returns than merely investing in 2 individuals. No need. Lin Qian continued to stretch her limbs, acclimating to her transformed body. Go tell them that there is nothing to be done. They need only wait quietly. Do you agree to the transaction? Old Wu felt he had an inkling of Lin Qian's intentions. Lin Qian nodded, flicked his wrist, and the bloodline swiftly drew near with the butcher's knife in hand. Wait. Old Wu's heart raced as he glanced outside at the sky. Aren't we waiting until night? Suddenly, he realized he might have misjudged the situation. No need. Lin Qian strode out of the classroom with the butcher's knife, leaving Old Wu with a graceful silhouette. Huh, are you going by yourself? The typically composed Old Wu was taken aback by Lin Qian's audacity, momentarily losing his composure. At the doorway, Xia Qing was dozing off in a daze, only feeling a gust of wind rush past her. When she opened her eyes, she caught sight of Lin Qian's figure turning the corner. She rubbed her eyes, feeling somewhat disoriented. Turning around, she bumped into Old Wu, and the two exchanged blank stares, utterly at a loss for words. Upon reaching the 3rd floor, Lin Qian stood before the high-level blood demon and extended his hand, causing the bloodline to shoot forth. With a hissing sound, flesh and blood rapidly dissolved. Strength 0, 1, Constitution 0, 1. Until fully absorbed, Lin Qian ultimately acquired 0, 2 in strength and 0, 2 in constitution. He furrowed his brow slightly. That seems rather minimal. According to his estimations, the yield from a high-level blood demon should be no less than 0, 7, yet it was only 0, 4. Could this be due to the increase in attributes? While pondering this, he suddenly heard a commotion ahead. Looking up, he was surprised to see the woman from the third floor last night. "Have you been hiding in the cupboard all this time?" The woman, disheveled, peeked out from behind the cabinet door, her expression anxious. Were you driven down?" Lin Qian was at a loss for words and, uninterested in idle chatter, turned to leave. "Hey, where are you going? Take me with you." Unexpectedly, the woman chased after him, shouting as she ran. Clack! Suddenly, she halted, obediently closing her mouth, raising her hands, and slowly backing away, her eyes filled with terror. Seeing her retreat, Lin Qian finally holstered his revolver and proceeded to the second floor. The woman stood frozen for a moment, her face once again contorted with resentment as she cursed Lin Qian through gritted teeth. "What show-off? You short-lived wretch. Sooner or later, you'll die at the hands of a monster. It would be best if your brain were crushed and swallowed." After venting her grievances, she suddenly heard footsteps from upstairs and, like a startled bird, hastily retreated into the cupboard. Lin Qian continued his path of consumption, sweeping from the second floor to the first, leaving no trace of even the low-level blood demons, devouring them entirely. After tallying the results, he found that, along with the one from the third floor, he had consumed a total of 3 high-level, 9 mid-level, and 4 low-level demons, yielding only 9 attribute points. It is worth noting that this was not significantly less than the scale of the fourth floor, yet the returns were barely half. At this moment, Lin Qian has come to the realization that the higher his attributes, the lesser the benefits he derives from consuming food. However, this is quite reasonable. After all, as his level increases, the quality of food must also rise accordingly. Otherwise, if he were to establish a large-scale breeding facility in the future, it would be akin to taking a giant leap forward, which is simply unrealistic. Although he feels a tinge of disappointment, he acknowledges that there has been some progress. Name: Lin Qian, Level 1 Regulator, Strength, 10, 2 Agility, 2, 1 Constitution, 9, 1 Spirit, 4, 9 Traits, Stone Heart, Abnormal Digestion Abilities, Spirit Fire, Otherworldly Blood Evaluation, a blood warrior with immense potential. However, as a regulator, his weakness is rather lamentable. His strength has increased by 0.6, officially surpassing 10 points, while his constitution has risen by 1.3, bringing him close to the coveted 10-point mark. The evaluation remains unchanged, which leaves Lin Qian feeling somewhat perplexed. He had anticipated that surpassing 10 points would herald some form of transformation, but it seems he had overestimated the significance of this milestone. Chapter 47 Blood Curse Campus. The wise blood demon agility and spirit are woefully inadequate, resulting in an unbalanced development. The 2 attributes that once stood at the pinnacle have regrettably become the lowest. Lin Qian feels a slight discomfort. Henceforth, he shall allocate his future attribute points primarily to these 2 aspects. Lin Qian possesses a hint of obsessive-compulsive disposition, disinclined to allow such disparities among his attributes. However, before addressing that, he must first deal with the gathering of these bloodthirsty creatures. With the system panel dismissed, Lin Qian stands at the corner of the staircase on the basement level, gazing into the abyss below. A low growl reverberates, as if something has sensed his presence. His nostrils flare, and within his perceptive range, a multitude of slumbering blood demons are now awakening, with one particularly powerful entity radiating the most potent aura. Stationed near the central blood cocoon, amidst the chilling rustling sounds, the awakened blood demons converge towards Lin Qian, many of whom are advanced beings capable of mimicking human voices. "Intruder, we shall slay you!" Suddenly, a piercing shriek erupts from the depths of darkness, laden with venomous malice and resentment, both mournful and jarring. In an instant, Lin Qian feels as though his mind has been struck heavily, plunging him into a momentary daze. Shaking his head in surprise, he peers deeper into the shadows. Mental attack? Such a phenomenon exists? Perhaps due to his elevated mental attributes, his reaction is markedly swifter than that of others. Lin Qian is not deterred. Rather, his eagerness intensifies. He steps forward, measuring the distance of light and shadow, identifying the nearest safe zone to the encroaching darkness. With a giddy smile, He raises both hands, unable to contain his excitement. Let us see if I can consume them raw. As the words leave his lips, hundreds of blood threads shoot forth from his palms, piercing directly into the throng of blood demons. Roar, squeak, like a droplet of water hitting hot oil. The amassed blood demons instantly erupt into chaos. However, Lin Qian soon retracts the blood threads, shaking his head in disappointment. Regrettably, this approach proves futile. Even with their low intelligence, the blood demons cannot simply stand idle, allowing themselves to be consumed after being struck. With a sigh, Lin Qian brandishes the butcher's knife that lies at his feet. It appears he must process them before indulging. Raising his gaze, his eyes are filled with an insatiable hunger for sustenance. Boom! With a thunderous crash, the marble steps beneath him shatter under immense force, propelling him into the darkness like a cannonball. Roar! The crimson glow of the blood threads flickers as they sweep through the horde of blood demons, accompanied by a whirlwind of whistling and the incessant sound of flesh being torn apart, blood and limbs flying in all directions. With a squelch, a twisted, severed arm hurtles from the shadows, landing on the steps, still struggling with fervor. Yet, as it catches a glimpse of sunlight before it can react, the blood threads yank it back with brutal force. He closes his eyes, utilizing his sensitivity to the ghostly blood to assess the surrounding onslaught. With grandiose swings of his butcher's knife, he unleashed bloodlines that radiated in all directions. The strength of 10 enabled him to slaughter amidst the horde of blood demons like a relentless meat grinder, as the encroaching assailants fell one after another, disintegrating into a rain of flesh. Lin Qian disregarded all caution, not shying away from attacks. He unleashed a barrage of violence while simultaneously feeding on the bloodlines, with wounds healing almost instantaneously as they formed. Strength 0. Constitution 0. 1. The system notifications incessantly rang in his ears, but as he killed with increasing speed, the frequency of the alerts began to dwindle. He pressed forward, treading on the bloodied remnants that barely reached his calves, delving deeper into the darkness. At last, his butcher's knife met resistance, and the roars around him gradually morphed into a cacophony of human-like voices. Punish! Punish! I must tell the teacher. Get away! Come to me! Come to me! Anger, resentment, age, innocence, various voices intertwined, converging into a deafening illusion of humanity, leaving him in a state of disorientation and dread. Lin Qian had previously suspected that the cryptic utterances of these high-ranking blood demons might be fragments of memories from some deceased individual within the school. And now it seemed his conjecture was spot on. With the high-ranking blood demon joining the fray, Lin Qian found himself no longer invincible, beginning to retreat while continuing to fight. The bloodlines proved far more agile than the stitching threads, allowing him to deftly control his range of attack while absorbing the surrounding flesh. Some blood vessels from severed limbs still writhed, only to be completely consumed as gas. This was a new discovery for Lin Qian. He no longer needed to pulverize the blood demons into minuscule pieces, merely reducing them to manageable sizes, rendering them incapable of resistance, allowed him to absorb them directly, significantly enhancing his efficiency. Just as he was methodically executing his guerrilla tactics, perhaps realizing that the blood demons would eventually be obliterated, the most formidable entity at the center could no longer remain passive. Useless, you bunch of worthless fools. A venomous shriek pierced through the air, causing Lin Qian's pupils to constrict. It was not due to a mental attack, but because the content had changed. This creature possessed intelligence. He suddenly recalled the crooked characters etched on the wall by CMN. Having long pondered who had left them, it now seemed he had found the answer. However, before he could fully regain his composure from the shock, he sensed that the entity was moving, and swiftly at that, accompanied by a piercing whistle. Something in the darkness was rapidly approaching. Lin Qian had no time to react. In the next moment, a terrifying force crashed into his chest, sending him hurtling backward like an arrow released from its bow, shattering a heap of glass as he landed heavily on the ground. Coughing, a mouthful of blood surged up his throat, and as he raised his head, still unable to rise, he sensed the entity charging towards him with lethal speed. An intruder. Death. After a fleeting moment of dizziness, a sharp sensation pierced through his abdomen, as if something had penetrated his very being, driving immense force into the ground. Lin Qian exhaled sharply, only to feel his body lifted effortlessly, a cold hand gripping his head with an intent that seemed to threaten to tear him apart. Suddenly, a voice laced with confusion emerged. A faint crimson glow flickered, and from the wound on Lin Qian's abdomen, numerous strands of blood began to entwine around the arm of the intelligent blood demon. As the suppressive force of ghostly blood commenced its counteraction, in that moment of gasping respite, Lin Qian swiftly retracted the blood strands from his palm, and with a decisive crack, he grasped the cursed butcher's knife tightly. In the next instant, he slowly opened his eyes, a dangerous crimson light rapidly expanding within his pupils, fixating intently on the monstrous entity that dared to assail him. Hot breath escaped his mouth and nostrils as his muscles swelled ominously, his body expanding dramatically in an instant. Chapter 48, Sinister Blood Campus. Support at the stairway on the third floor. A flurry of hurried footsteps echoed. Old Wu led the way, hastily descending, closely followed by Xiaqing and Su Yun, who cradled the girl Ying in her arms. Upon hearing the commotion, the woman on the third floor swiftly concealed herself within a cupboard, peering out to see the group, and instantly relaxed her tense demeanor. They resembled a bunch of reckless fools, rushing towards their demise. She murmured softly, abandoning any thoughts of mingling with them for protection. However, in the next moment, 4 or 5 more individuals hurriedly descended the stairs, led by a man clad in a trench coat, wielding a shotgun with an air of urgency and a hint of confusion etched on his face. As he came into view, the woman was drenched in cold sweat, desperately attempting to hide, but it was already too late. Su Mian raised his gaze and locked eyes with the woman. He abruptly halted, furrowing his brow as if trying to recall something. Oh, it dawned on him. Soon, a look of enlightenment spread across his face. The woman's complexion turned ashen, and she hastily waved her hands. Not before she could finish a protest. Su Mian raised his hand and fired a shot. Bang! At the moment the gunfire erupted, the woman's body was propelled like a rag doll, crashing heavily against the cupboard door before sliding down helplessly. Cough gurgle, the woman stared in disbelief, her eyes wide, struggling to rise, her legs thrashing against the floor as she attempted to speak, but only gurgling sounds emerged. Blood seeped from numerous wounds, staining her clothing crimson. She desperately extended a finger towards Su Mian, her face contorted with vengeful fury, as if cursing him. What nonsense is she babbling about? Just die already. Su Mian flicked the smoking barrel of his gun, hardly sparing the woman another glance, and motioned to the few who had followed behind him. Hurry up. On the first floor, observing Su Mian, who arrived panting, Old Wu's brow slightly furrowed. What happened? He inquired, referring to the recent gunshot. Su Mian took a breath, straightening his posture. That woman had another fool with her earlier, who willingly volunteered to attract the monsters. In the end, she slipped away under our cover, leading to the failure of our plan and the deaths of many. Ultimately, she was trapped in a room and couldn't escape. I thought those 2 would have perished at the hands of the monsters, but it seems one survived, which made this quite convenient. Let's not dwell on that. He waved his hand dismissively, adopting a nonchalant expression before turning his gaze toward the pitch-black basement. You spoke too quickly. I didn't catch that. Are you saying that the esteemed individual rushed in here to slaughter in order to exchange for an escape card for us? Su Mian's voice escalated, clearly incredulous. Has he lost his mind? Although I have witnessed Lin Qian's terrifying prowess, I still do not believe he could emerge alive from that place. Especially considering this, Wu claims to have seen nearly 100 monsters inside. The scene was beyond his imagination. Slay them all. How? At that moment, Lin Qian's furious roar echoed from within, followed by a piercing scream that erupted, leaving a few in shock, as if struck by a heavy blow, momentarily dazed before gradually regaining their senses. That voice again, what manner of creature is this? Su Mian felt beads of cold sweat trickle down his forehead, his heart racing with trepidation as he gazed into the depths of darkness. I still cannot comprehend, even if he did charge in alone, What could we possibly do to assist? He spread his hands, his voice trembling slightly, clearly struggling to suppress his panic. There is no time for idle chatter. Night is fast approaching, and should he encounter any mishap, do you truly believe we can survive these 2 nights on our own? Old Wu, brandishing a newly forged black spike spear, was already prepared for battle. Wait, you cannot possibly intend to rush in as well? Su Mian was taken aback, his eyes widening in astonishment at Old Wu's demeanor. Madness. Each of these individuals is more deranged than the last. Old Wu cast him a sidelong glance, exasperation evident on his face. I am no fool. I want to throw my life away for no reason. He nodded towards Su Yun, and in the next moment, she cautiously removed the black cloak enveloping the sleeping figure of the small creature, revealing its pallid countenance. It had been a long time since it had awakened. What does this mean? Su Mian, bewildered at the tense atmosphere among them, was utterly perplexed. Suddenly, a joyous shriek pierced the air. It's you. At last. I have found you. The group staggered back, disoriented from the shock. If I can consume you and absorb the last drop of blood, it shall awaken immediately. Get away. Do not hinder me. Chop. The sounds of a fierce struggle erupted once more from within. Just as they were recovering from the previous onslaught of mental assault, a harrowing scream filled the air, and in an instant, a massive, emaciated arm shot forth from the darkness, crashing down upon them. What in the world is that? Su Mian recoiled instinctively, turning his head only to see the terrifying arm writhing towards him. Damn it! With a swift motion, both Su Mian and Old Wu struck simultaneously, their respective weapons, the copper coin sword and the black spike spear, pinning the arm firmly to the ground, rendering it immobile. However, the next moment, another sound sliced through the air, and they turned to witness a shadow soaring through the air, crashing with a resounding thud against the wall. Chop! The shadow suddenly rose, shattering the marble beneath its feet. It was none other than Lin Qian, wielding a butcher's knife. At this moment, he was drenched in blood, his hair disheveled, eyes blazing with fury, muscles rippling like roots entwined upon him, his stature towering nearly 2 meters tall, appearing even more terrifying than the average monster. D. Another piercing scream echoed through the air, momentarily disorienting a few individuals. Yet, in his frenzied state, Lin Qian seemed utterly oblivious, resolutely charging once more into the abyss. Wielding his slaughter knife, the others could not help but swallow hard. Was it truly necessary for us to engage in such a perilous battle? Su Mian's lips trembled slightly as he struggled to maintain his composure, already feeling a sense of retreat. It was utterly terrifying. In comparison to the chaos stirred by Lin Qian, the initial stage blood demon that they had painstakingly defeated after half an hour seemed trivial and unworthy of comparison. As his words faded, a massive, monstrous silhouette surged forth from the darkness. The group, filled with dread, instinctively sought to evade, only to realize that the creature had a singular target, lunging directly at Su Yun, who was holding Ying Ying. This was dire. Old Wu's eyes widened in horror as he attempted to intervene, but it was already too late. Chapter 49. The Enigmatic Blood Campus. The Slaying of the Cunning Blood Demon Ah. Faced with the terrifying blood demon charging towards her, Su Yun was struck with paralyzing fear, unable to suppress a scream as her limbs momentarily froze. Quick dodge, Old Wu rasped, but it seemed as though Su Yun had not heard him. She resignedly closed her eyes just as the demon's claws were about to descend. It is over. Just as despair enveloped Old Wu's heart, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. In the next moment, Su Yun's form transformed into a radiant orb of white light, vanishing from her place, leaving behind the unconscious Ying Ying, who began to plummet toward the ground. The blood demon's sharp claws lunged towards Ying Ying with relentless force, but at that critical juncture, a fair hand suddenly extended from his side, seizing Ying Ying's garment and yanking her back from the brink of peril. Boom! The claws struck air, and with tremendous force, debris was sent flying, leaving 5 deep gouges that traced from the wall to the floor. Xiaoqing, propelled by inertia, rolled across the ground several times, her arms tightly shielding Ying Ying. Just as she came to a halt and intended to rise, The blood demon had already closed in, its claws descending once more. Hiss! Ignoring the searing rays of sunlight, the demon emitted a cloud of white smoke, its tendril-like blood vessels writhing frantically as its colossal claws lunged toward Xiaqing's head. "Get lost, you pesky insect!" Xiaqing's expression shifted dramatically. Just as she prepared to evade, the demon's shriek momentarily clouded her focus. By the time she regained her senses, it was too late. With less than a second to react, she resolved to take a singular action. Instead of using an escape card like Su Yun, she forcefully flung Ying towards Old Wu. Xiaqing did not look back. She closed her eyes, bracing for the impending attack. Boom! However, the next moment, a resounding crash erupted from behind her. The anticipated strike did not land upon Xiaqing. Instead, a shattered tile grazed her cheek. Bewildered, she turned to see the terrifying blood demon had been kicked into the wall by Lin Qian, its flesh exploding in a gruesome display, leaving only a pair of thrashing legs outside. Chop! Lin Qian's fierce visage, bulging, resembled that of a beast as he alternated between punches and slashes, mercilessly pummeling the demon beneath him. Bang! 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 Xiaqing, too close for comfort, was caught off guard as foul demon blood splattered across her face. She quickly regained her composure and scrambled to her feet. Old Wu reached out, pulling her up to the first floor, his gaze filled with lingering fear. "You are far too reckless, daring to reach out like that," he observed closely, noting how Xiaqing had reacted quickly, preparing to dodge as the demon emerged. Yet, just as she was about to move, she saw Ying on the verge of falling into the demon's grasp, prompting her to abandon her bow and recklessly leap into action. Su Mian silently appeared beside them, admiringly wishing to pat Xiaqing on the shoulder. What bravery! As soon as the palm descended, Xiaqing instinctively recoiled like a startled bird, swiftly evading the gesture while casting a vigilant glance at him. Su Mian's hand hung awkwardly in midair, taken aback by Xiaqing's unexpected reaction, and he sheepishly rubbed his belly. Ha ha! It appears that the company of great individuals surrounds the boss. He deftly shifted the topic, directing his gaze towards Lin Qian, who was still relentlessly attacking the vampire, unable to suppress his admiration. Goodness, this fellow is truly formidable. The creature has ceased its movements, yet he remains undeterred. Perhaps he had inadvertently drawn Lin Qian's attention as the latter's actions gradually slowed. With a menacing glare, Lin Qian turned his head, his fierce eyes locking onto Su Mian. Su Mian's complexion paled, startled into a hiccup, and the words he had yet to finish became lodged in his throat. Beside him, Old Wu's expression mirrored his unease as he began to retreat cautiously. Wait a moment. What do you two mean by stepping back? Su Mian sensed that the situation was taking a dire turn. He swallowed hard and also began to step back, his eyes fixed on Lin Qian. Suddenly, he realized that Lin Qian's gaze was not directed at him, but was instead focused on a bald lackey beside him, whose face had turned ashen, lips trembling, and pants noticeably dampened. Is he looking at him? Su Mian understood. He must have been drawn in by the scent of fear. Just then, a thunderous noise erupted. Lin Qian's face contorted in a struggle as he forcefully slammed his head against the nearby wall, sending bricks and debris flying. With a series of resounding crashes, Lin Qian's low growls gradually lost their terrifying edge. He wrenched the butcher's knife free, his body deflating like a punctured balloon, collapsing to the ground. Gasping for breath, every muscle in his body screamed with a familiar agony, an indescribable pain consuming Lin Qian as if innumerable steel needles had pierced him. Any slight movement felt torturous. He clenched his jaw, gripping the remnants of the vanquished vampire that were still dissolving under the sunlight, struggling to channel his bloodline's power. With a hiss, wisps of white smoke rose as flesh and blood accelerated their dissolution, and Lin Qian's body began to heal. Torn muscles swiftly mended, broken bones gradually reformed, and even the enormous wound on his abdomen started to close. As onlookers cautiously approached, they beheld Lin Qian, who had only moments ago been incapacitated, now standing with an impassive demeanor, his tattered clothing stained with blood, yet emanating an undeniable aura of strength. He nodded silently to Old Wu and Xiaqing. choosing not to utter a word. Having learned from past experiences, Lin Qian maintained a semblance of rationality despite the urgency that necessitated the use of the butcher's knife. He retained memories of the subsequent events. Had it not been for Old Wu and Ying's timely arrival, drawing the attention of the vampire horde, he would have found it exceedingly difficult to escape the onslaught of that intelligent vampire and a dozen high-ranking ones. It was unexpected that the intelligent vampire's desire for Ying would reach a level daring enough to disregard the effects of sunlight, thus providing Lin Qian with the opportunity to effortlessly eliminate it. After all, he was unafraid of the sun. Once again, gazing into the pitch-black underground, Lin Qian was consumed by greed and excitement. The remaining few high-ranking vampires posed no threat. After easily dispatching them, it would be a delightful time for feasting. Moreover, Lin Qian's keenest curiosity revolved around that blood cocoon. Would consuming the last drop of blood awaken it? This implied that what lay within could very well be the ultimate boss. Lin Qian recalled the words of the intelligent vampire as he stepped cautiously into the darkness. "Boss, what else do we need to prepare?" A junior member quietly inquired from behind Su Mian. "What do you mean?" Su Mian retorted, elbowing the young man in the chest with a grimace. "Even if I knew, I couldn't tell you. That a matter of brotherly understanding between us." Chapter 50, Eerie Blood Campus, the ghostly infant name. Lin Qian, Level 1 Regulator, Strength, 14. 5 Agility, 2. 1 Constitution, 13. 2 Spirit, 4. 9 Traits, Stone Heart, Abnormal Digestion Abilities, Spirit Fire, Anomalous Blood Evaluation, a Blood Warrior possessing basic combat abilities, whose fighting prowess pales in comparison to even the most mediocre Level 2 Regulator's hounds. It is truly baffling how he ascended to the status of a regulator, utterly shameless. System, you are being verbose. Upon witnessing the alteration in evaluation, Lin Qian initially felt a surge of joy, but his countenance swiftly fell upon reading the content. His suspicions were confirmed. Indeed, the higher the attribute points, the lesser the benefits derived from consumption. The 70-plus blood demons he had vanquished yielded a meager total of 8. 5 attribute points, with the intelligent blood demon alone accounting for 2. 3. Not to mention the cost of healing his injuries. In the end, absorbing intermediate blood demons barely resulted in a 0. 1 gain, leaving only the high-level ones capable of consistent output. Lin Qian realized that what he now required was a higher-grade source of sustenance. Now, only you remain. He stepped cautiously toward the pulsating blood cocoon at the center, a sense of eagerness welling within him. From the words of the intelligent blood demon, he surmised that a slumbering entity lay within, and should it awaken, its terror would undoubtedly surpass that of the intelligent blood demon. The vast blood cocoon shimmered with a faint red light, pulsating rhythmically as all the writhing blood threads converged here, seemingly nourishing the cocoon. However, having absorbed all the flesh and blood in the underground level, Lin Qian noted that the absence of a target caused the blood threads to writhe with increased urgency. Displaying signs of agitation, Lin Qian extended his hand, brushing against the blood cocoon. His palm sank slowly into its surface, the texture cold and soft, reminiscent of human skin. An extraordinarily peculiar sensation that caused him to furrow his brow. At that moment, whether it sensed impending danger or not, the mysterious entity within the cocoon suddenly began to struggle, and the blood threads on the ceiling and floor erupted into chaos. The faint red glow intensifying as if something were about to break free. Lin Qian's gaze sharpened, and without a moment's hesitation, he seized his blade and plunged it directly into the blood cocoon. A squelching sound erupted as a copious amount of viscous liquid flowed from the incision, and, simultaneously, Lin Qian was beset once more by the wrathful curse. His form rapidly expanded, bones creaking as muscles pressed against them, a fierce red light igniting in his eyes. However, having experienced the earlier outbursts, Lin Qian was now somewhat familiar with the process of the curse's eruption. Gritting his teeth, he steadied his mind, suppressing the initial wave of malevolent thoughts, and plunged headlong into the blood cocoon, hacking away with reckless abandon. With a whoosh, the interior of the blood cocoon became a scene of indiscriminate carnage as Lin Qian surged forward like a relentless meat grinder. only to suddenly find a massive hand appearing within his line of sight. The hand swiftly glided through the blood cocoon, reaching Lin Qian in the blink of an eye. With a resounding thud, Lin Qian's head was struck with a violent blow, causing a wave of dizziness to envelop him. His feet slipped, and with a muffled thud, he fell into the blood cocoon. The next moment, a piercing wail of an infant suddenly echoed through the air, just as Lin Qian struggled to rise. He was once again assailed by the terrifying sonic waves, leaving his mind in a daze. What in the world is this? The cry was far more horrifying than the shrill shriek of a vengeful spirit, and it showed no signs of abating, only intensifying with each wave. With a grimace, Lin Qian gritted his teeth, resolutely abandoning any resistance against the curse of the butcher's knife, allowing his fury to consume his reason. Chop! In the next instant, he succumbed to a state of uncontrollable rage, his strength doubling as he transformed into a fearsome beast, disregarding the searing pain in his head, and wielding the butcher's knife against the blood cocoon with reckless abandon. With each slashing sound, the cries began to falter, replaced by Lin Qian's primal roars of fury. Kill! Slay them all! At the heart of the blood cocoon, a colossal creature endured the relentless onslaught of strikes while flailing its limbs in a desperate attempt to retaliate. The monster's body was ensnared by writhing tendrils of blood, its enormous head adorned with a single, tightly shut eye. Rows of sharp teeth grated against one another, producing a chilling sound as it struggled. Unlike other blood demons formed from flesh and sinew, this creature possessed a dark, bluish-black skin that offered palpable resistance to the butcher's knife. Nevertheless, Lin Qian's relentless assault had reduced one side of the beast to a bloody mess, and amidst its anguished howls, the single eye trembled violently, hinting at the possibility of it opening. Yet, in his frenzied state, Lin Qian remained oblivious to this detail. At last, the massive eye, the size of fist, was forcibly torn open, a flicker of eerie crimson light flashing through, only for the eyelid to shut once more. As that crimson glow swept over him, Lin Qian's frenzied hacking suddenly froze, his body feeling as if it had plunged into an icy abyss, the curse inexplicably suppressed, and his awareness gradually returning. What is happening? The moment he regained his senses, Lin Qian immediately sensed something amiss. His blood felt as though it had been frozen, rendering him completely immobile. He desperately turned his eyes, horrified to see the ghostly infant climbing up his arm, its mouth wide open, filled with sharp teeth, poised to bite off Lin Qian's head. Damn it, move! Lin Qian was drenched in cold sweat, cursing inwardly as he struggled to regain control of his body. 1 second, 2 seconds. The ghostly infant's movements were slow, as if savoring a delicacy, inching closer to Lin Qian's head. His vision was gradually consumed by the monstrous maw, and just as it was about to bite down at that critical moment, he finally moved. Swish! Thud! He plunged the blade into the throat of the ghostly infant, and without the protection of its dark, mottled skin, the knife pierced through effortlessly, dragging Lin Qian's entire arm into the creature's maw. The ghostly infant seemed taken aback by Lin Qian's swift recovery, letting out a wretched howl as it attempted to sever Lin Qian's arm with its bite. Lin Qian reacted with remarkable speed, tossing a chaotic assortment of items from his storage space into the infant's mouth to thwart its jaws. With every ounce of strength, he commanded the blood threads to erupt within the ghostly infant's body. The blood threads shot forth like fireworks, penetrating the flesh within. A fierce determination sparkled in Lin Qian's eyes as he resolved to absorb. In the next instant, the ghostly infant emitted a muffled scream, its immense struggle sending Lin Qian's body spiraling along with it. Ignoring his injuries, Lin Qian clung to its teeth to prevent being flung off, while wrapping his legs around the creature's neck, exerting every effort to control the blood threads as they feasted upon the infant's flesh and blood. Strength 0, 2, Constitution 0. 3. Chapter 51. Cunning blood in the campus. Eradicating the source as a series of system notifications echoed. The struggles of the ghostly infant intensified. Lin Qian clenched his teeth, occasionally receiving blows from the infant's frantic limbs, the terrifying force eliciting muffled groans from his lips as blood sprayed from his mouth and nose. his bones and organs suffering grievous injuries. Yet, in the next moment, the nutrients gained from his consumption swiftly healed his wounds. This cycle repeated itself, as Lin Qian clung to the ghostly infant like a stubborn piece of gum, refusing to relent. At last, the infant's thrashing began to weaken. A glimmer of hope ignited within Lin Qian, believing the creature could no longer endure. However, upon raising his gaze, he was met with the sight of that blood-soaked, singular eye beginning to tremble, attempting to open once more. Damn it, not again. Fear surged within Lin Qian's heart, yet he could not afford to hesitate. He quickly grasped the infant's eyelid with great force, simultaneously manipulating the blood threads to forcibly stitch the gaping eyelid shut. Realizing it could not open its eye, the ghostly infant grew frantic, desperately writhing to escape the control of the writhing blood tendrils. It broke free from the blood cocoon and began to wreak havoc on the ground, violently smashing into whatever lay in its path, gnashing its teeth on the debris it had stuffed into its mouth. Boom, boom. In an instant, debris flew in all directions within the underground layer. Chairs were sent tumbling, and the horrifying force unleashed itself without restraint, transforming the area into a desolate ruin. Lin Qian felt as though he were taming a rampaging wild bull, dizziness clouding his senses as he endured relentless blows. He gritted his teeth, aware that he could not afford to lose consciousness. Doing so would mean certain death. Thus, the ghostly infant attacked indiscriminately, akin to a plow tearing through the earth, while Lin Qian resolutely clung to its head, voraciously absorbing its flesh and blood. Eventually, the infant's skin, once a deep, dark hue, began to wither, resembling a deflated balloon as it collapsed to the ground, gradually becoming still. In the next moment, the system notification rang out. Ding! Eradication of the source of danger complete. The survival trial of the area has concluded prematurely. You may return at any time. Rewards for the kill: purified original ghost blood. Rewards for the kill: ghost eye ability crystal. Ding! Task exceeded expectations. Rewards upgraded. Personal contribution reward: free attribute points 9. Strange gold coin 1. Area-wide reward: free attribute points 3. A cascade of notifications resonated in Lin Qian's mind, allowing his taut nerves to finally unwind. Moments later, he clumsily rose from the ground, only to find beneath him a deflated, dark, ghostly hide. Though his physical injuries had healed, the exhaustion of his spirit was undeniable. Thankfully, the bountiful rewards from the task offered some solace to his young heart. Opening the attribute panel, Lin Qian first needed to ascertain his current status. Strength: 17. 6 Constitution: 16, a total gain of 6. 1. All derived from this ghostly infant. This does not account for the frequent healing of his injuries during the encounter. Otherwise, the gains would be even more astounding. In light of the principle that higher attributes yield diminishing returns, Lin Qian confidently asserted that the profits from this ghostly infant would undoubtedly surpass the combined gains of all remaining blood demons. Feeling a surge of satisfaction, Lin Qian glanced once more at the system's reward of free attribute points. Remaining free attribute points: 13. Lin Qian was taken aback. The personal contribution reward, coupled with the regional collective bonus, amounted to 12 points. Thus, the solitary remaining point must be the supervisor's salary. Had the stroke of midnight on the second day already passed? Unbeknownst to him, he had been entangled with the ghostly infant for such an extended period. 13 free attribute points were a veritable windfall, and Lin Qian, unwilling to hoard them, promptly adhered to his prior strategy of allocation. 5 points in spirit, 8 in agility. Lin Qian sought equilibrium, directly addressing his deficiencies. In the next moment, his mind felt as though it had been submerged in a frigid spring, all fatigue and muddled thoughts evaporating. He discovered that his hearing and vision had sharpened remarkably. Even in the darkness, he could mentally simulate the surroundings. A significant update to his attributes had occurred. Name: Lin Qian, Level 1 Supervisor, Strength: 17. 6 Agility: 10. 1 Constitution: 16 Spirit: 9. 9 Traits: Stone Heart. Abnormal digestion abilities: Spirit Fire, Alien Blood Evaluation. A battle-hardened warrior of alien blood, his combat prowess is sufficient to serve as a hound for a level 2 supervisor. The good news arrived. The evaluation had changed, marking Lin Qian's first acknowledgement from the system. Lin Qian felt a twitch in his eyelid. Hound? What does the system mean by that? As he pondered existentially, he suddenly heard the sound of footsteps approaching. A group of over a dozen individuals gathered at the foot of the basement stairs, glancing warily in Lin Qian's direction. Lin Qian casually stowed away the ghost skin on the ground and approached the crowd. These individuals were all unfamiliar faces, many still clad in white attire, likely survivors who had descended from the 4th floor. Upon seeing Lin Qian wielding a butcher's knife, they instinctively held their breath, parting to create a passage. As Lin Qian navigated through the throng, he finally spotted Old Wu and Xiaqing among them, including Su Mian and the others. All those who had previously guarded the stairway bore ashen faces, appearing dazed, with some even still unconscious. Clearly, the cries of the ghostly infant had inflicted an unbearable assault upon them. Even Lin Qian, with nearly 5 points in spirit, struggled to withstand it, ultimately relying on the curse of the butcher's knife to counterbalance, let alone them. What is happening? Is it resolved? Su Mian's gaze wandered, and with the assistance of others, he barely managed to steady himself. Old Wu, equally bewildered, looked towards Lin Qian, evidently having just noticed the system notification. Exceeding expectations. What does that mean? 3 points? Su Mian exclaimed in bewilderment, then glanced around. Everyone has. The surrounding individuals wore expressions of barely contained excitement, vigorously nodding in agreement. My goodness. Su Mian was taken aback, stiffly turning to face Lin Qian. His memory lingered at the moment just before the ghostly infant cried out. Yet now, witnessing Lin Qian standing before him unscathed, he could hardly fathom the events that had transpired. Qian father. With fervor, he pushed away those supporting him, suddenly dropping to his knees with a face full of solemnity. Just as Lin Qian reached out to embrace the awakening Ying, he was taken aback by Su Mian's unexpected display. What are you doing? Lin Qian stepped back, regarding Su Mian with a look of incredulity. Why are you all just standing there? Kneel before Qian father. Su Mian bellowed, veins bulging on his forehead, commanding everyone to kneel alongside him, his words spewing forth with fervor. Thud! Thud! Upon his command, 7 or 8 people in the crowd immediately knelt, while many others appeared utterly bewildered, seemingly unable to grasp what had just occurred. Su Mian paid no heed to the indifferent onlookers. Instead, he swiftly turned to Lin Qian, his face a mask of reverence, arms raised high as he bowed deeply. I thank you, Qian father, for your life-saving grace. Chapter 52, Deceptive Blood Campus. What is happening, boss? Wasn't this supposed to be resolved together? The burly man leaned closer to Su Mian, unable to suppress his curiosity. You truly overestimate me. To be honest, I nearly soiled my pants just now. Although Su Mian indeed aspired to solidify his position of authority and wield a certain degree of influence, he was not foolish enough to claim credit for something he did not deserve. The previous scene had been far too terrifying. Upon witnessing the commotion, Lin Qian could not help but feel a wave of frustration wash over him. What are you all doing? Get up quickly. At his words, Su Mian immediately rose, grinning widely, showing no sign of embarrassment despite the subservience. Master Qian, from now on, our group will follow your commands. If you tell us to go east, stop. Lin Qian Hatsi Su Mian. I have merely fulfilled our agreement and have no interest in entangling myself with a large group of people. Upon hearing this, a more genuine smile graced Su Mian's face. He had surmised correctly. Lin Qian, being an eccentric individual, was indifferent to the title of leader and primarily concerned with the advancement of strength. Yet while Lin Qian had no need for them, Su Mian was in need of Lin Qian. Previously, he had established dominance with the gun in his hand, swiftly securing his position. Should Lin Qian become his ally in the future, that relationship would wield far greater influence than any firearm in the eyes of others. Any attempts at persuasion or bribery hinged upon the foundation of formidable deterrence. After bidding Lin Qian a polite farewell, the group transformed into beams of white light and vanished from sight. Too many thoughts. Lin Qian shook his head. Still not particularly fond of individuals like Su Mian. I actually have a favorable impression of him now, Old Wu suddenly remarked. He is a clever man, capable of making the most correct choices in the shortest amount of time. When he sought assistance from Su Mian, the latter hesitated for merely a few seconds before agreeing. Any doubts were only raised upon arriving at the scene, for he understood that all matters are reciprocal. There is no scenario where one solely requests help without the other being unable to reciprocate. Lin Qian was initially unaware of the events, but upon hearing Old Wu's words, he finally understood. You all go back first. I must go wake that kid, Duan Feng. As Old Wu spoke, he casually removed the black spike from the spear and returned it to Lin Qian. Keep it, it's a gift. Lin Qian shook his head, for he had already acquired the ability to suppress ghostly blood, rendering the black spike somewhat superfluous for him. Old Wu, not one to linger, expressed his gratitude before limping upstairs. Xiaqing also appeared haggard, and noticing her eyelids drooping, Lin Qian promptly sent her back to rest. Soon, the entire teaching building was left with only Lin Qian and the girl in his arms, Ying. With a sigh, Lin Qian realized that his attempts to save Ying were futile. Unlike Duan Feng's situation, Ying's body had been too deeply tainted by the initial ghostly blood, making it impossible to purge. Yet, due to her unique constitution, she still retained her reason and consciousness. Lin Qian remained uncertain whether she would ultimately transform into a monster. However, the system indicated that all sources of danger had been eradicated, confirming that, at least for the time being, no issues would arise. Uncle Qian, how did they all suddenly fly away? Just as Lin Qian hesitated on how to arrange for Ying, the little girl suddenly spoke. Lin Qian was taken aback, and then he found the situation somewhat amusing. Be good, call me brother, he gently encouraged Ying. Brother Qian, she responded cheerfully. All right, good. Lin Qian fell silent, carrying Ying as they exited the teaching building. As I had anticipated, once the task was completed, the area restrictions were lifted. Standing on the overgrown brick path, Lin Qian looked up at the sky. The morning light was dim, still shrouded in a haze reminiscent of smog. At that moment, a sudden light appeared in the distance, and several motorcycles were heading towards the school. Lin Qian, feeling wary, retreated back into the building to observe from afar. Under his watchful gaze, the vehicles came to a halt at the school entrance, and a squad of armed soldiers disembarked, their synchronized footsteps echoing as they spread out to secure the entrance. The door of a rugged vehicle swung open, revealing a burly man draped in a coat. His muscles bulged, the loose garment failing to conceal his physique, and he wore sunglasses, frowning as he directed his gaze towards the teaching building. Captain Hu, this elementary school is the last outbreak point in the quarantine zone. Prior to the loss of control, a Level 2 squad had a record of attendance, led by a captain named Xiamin, the imposing figure known as Captain who removed his sunglasses, exposing eyes tinged with a blood-red hue. His nostrils flared slightly, a hint of suspicion flashing in his gaze. Are you certain this was a large-scale infection event caused by ghost blood? The person beside him paused, glancing at the documents in hand. Indeed, Captain Hu narrowed his eyes slightly. Then something is amiss. I only sensed the presence of two individuals. No sooner had he spoken than he suddenly froze. One of them has vanished. He focused on the entrance of the teaching building, where a frail figure limped into view. Alert! The soldiers swiftly raised their weapons, aiming at the silhouette. Hold on. Captain Hu raised his hand, signaling everyone to remain calm. He stepped forward alone, approaching the figure. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was a little girl, causing his brow to furrow involuntarily. He silently looked down at Ying, who gazed back at him, their eyes locked in a silent standoff. Suddenly, the little girl extended her hand, offering a crumpled piece of paper. Captain Hu took it and quickly scanned its contents, his expression growing increasingly grave. It appears to be man-made. He glanced back at Ying, only to find the little girl swaying unsteadily, her eyelids beginning to droop. Grasping the collar of her clothing, Captain Hu lifted her as one would a chick, carrying her along. Search the teaching building for any clues. I must see which deity has taken it upon themselves to complete my task. After issuing the command, He did not linger for a moment, casually tossing the unconscious Ying into the back seat before driving away from the scene. In the Infinite Building, room 609, Lin Qian, upon returning, immediately shed his clothes and plunged into the hot spring with a splash, exhaling a long sigh of relief. Finally, a chapter has come to a close. Who was that formidable figure, able to sense me from such a distance? As Lin Qian soaked in the warm waters, he pondered over the imposing man. Never mind. In time, there will surely be an opportunity to understand more. Shaking his head, Lin Qian chose not to speculate further, opting instead to await future revelations. Now that it has been established that this instance and the Death Train instance exist within the same world, it is inevitable that similar scenarios will arise again. The rewards from this instance were exceedingly generous, yielding not only a plethora of attribute points, but also numerous additional prizes. Lin Qian splashed the water joyfully. It was once again time for the exhilarating moment of claiming his spoils. Chapter 53. Rewards. He extracted the 3 rewards from this mission from his space and arranged them neatly before him. Reaching for the first item, he examined it closely. The glass vial, roughly the thickness of his thumb, contained a dark red plasma. Gently shaking it, he noticed a faint crimson glow flickering within. Purified initial ghost blood. Upon consumption, it allows one to break through the first limit of the power attribute. Consumption requirement: 100 points of strength. The first limit? What does that mean? Lin Qian furrowed his brow, encountering yet another area of ignorance. Shoving aside what he couldn't comprehend for the moment, he picked up the second item. It was a red crystal the size of an eyeball, somewhat reminiscent of ghost blood crystals. Ghost Eye Ability Crystal. Upon consumption, it grants the ability Ghost Eye. This aligned perfectly with his assumptions. The name of the item essentially conveyed its purpose. Without hesitation, Lin Qian tossed it into his mouth as if it were candy. Soon, a cool sensation spread throughout him, accompanied by a stinging sensation in his eyes. Lin Qian blinked vigorously, unable to resist the urge to rub them. After a while, the discomfort subsided. His eyes glistened with tears, and though red-rimmed, his expression was one of eager anticipation. Ability Ghost Eye consumes mental energy to suppress the target. Shall I give it a try? Lin Qian mused to himself, and with a fleeting thought, he attempted to activate the Ghost Eye ability. The moment it was triggered, he felt as if his brain had been nearly drained of energy. Almost immediately, a red glow emanated from his eyes, sweeping across an area of approximately 2 to 3 meters before vanishing in an instant. Is that all? Although there was no target, and thus no visible effect, Lin Qian was acutely aware of the power of the Ghost Eye from personal experience. The range was somewhat limited. He massaged his temples, feeling a fogginess in his mind reminiscent of when he had overexerted himself using the previous ability. With nearly 10 points of mental energy, could he only use it once? It was far too draining. Such consumption could only be regarded as a trump card, not to be used lightly. Yawning, Lin Qian picked up the final item. It was an irregularly shaped gold coin, inscribed with the number 777. Strange gold coin can be used to purchase items in a peculiar shop. The description was blunt and devoid of useful information. Instead, the number engraved on the coin piqued his curiosity. 777. The peculiar shop must refer to room 777. Recalling his experience in room 666 sent a shiver down his spine, prompting him to hastily return the coin to his storage space, preferring not to dwell on it. Unless absolutely necessary, Lin Qian vowed never to approach any room with a leopard number again. Time for sleep. After taking stock, he dried off and dove into the soft embrace of his blankets. Before long, the sound of his steady, rhythmic breathing filled the room. Upon awakening, Lin Qian stretched luxuriously, his bones cracking in response. Glancing at the time, he realized that over an hour of safe exploration remained. Not long after awakening, it was already morning upon his return. Lin Qian deduced that the time of safety exploration commenced around 8 o'clock, based on the paycheck timing at midnight. Thus, it must be approximately 11 o'clock now. Perhaps due to the enhancement of his mental attributes, he felt his energy restored at an accelerated pace. Rising to his feet, Lin Qian experienced a refreshing clarity. Though his slumber was brief, it had swept away all fatigue, and his mental vigor was fully replenished. He activated the regional channel, and several private messages appeared. 412-6779, 412-6781. Lin Qian murmured the numbers, suddenly recalling that Old Wu and Duan Feng's room numbers seemed to correspond to 779 and 781. The preceding digits must represent the area code. There were 4 messages in total, all from previous team members. Lin Qian clicked to accept 3 of them, inadvertently overlooking the last one, 412-6570, which belonged to Su Yun. There was no particular reason for this. Lin Qian simply felt there was no necessity to add her. Upon opening the private chat interface, he noticed that Duan Feng and Old Wu's avatars were illuminated, while Xiaqing's avatar was dim, indicating her absence from the area. Had she entered the inner world? Just as Lin Qian pondered this, a message popped up. Duan Feng, wow. Brother Qian, you're awake. Seeing that this fellow had regained his energy made Lin Qian chuckle. Lin Qian, so your injuries have healed? Duan Feng, yes. That guy Su Mian sent me some special medicine, and it works wonders. Duan Feng, but enough about that, Brother Qian. Could you please describe in detail what transpired afterward? I was awakened by Wu Gu and found the mission completed upon opening my eyes. Plus, I received 3 additional attribute points. Duan Feng. After our return, everyone has been discussing it, yet no one has revealed what actually happened. I'm dying of curiosity. Duan Feng, hello? Brother Qian, are you still there? Lin Qian, uninterested in further chatter, promptly closed the dialog box. Even through the screen, he could vaguely sense Duan Feng's incessant prattle. With nothing pressing to attend to, he decided to take a stroll. After circling the room a couple of times and fiddling with his motorcycle, he found the cramped space somewhat stifling, leading him to step outside for a breath of fresh air. Having just emerged from a fierce battle, Lin Qian was in no rush to embark on the next quest. After all, he held the identity of a regulator, allowing him to explore the room at his leisure. As he opened the door, Lin Qian was momentarily taken aback. A figure was slumped despondently at the entrance. Upon noticing Lin Qian's emergence, she quickly stood up, nervously arranging her hair. It was Su Yun. I apologize. It was an urgent situation, and I accidentally took this. Here, I'm returning it to you. Su Yun anxiously handed over an item. The black robe belonging to Xia Min, neatly folded. Oh, all right. Lin Qian accepted it casually, tossing it into his storage space. To be honest, had Su Yun not returned it, he might have nearly forgotten about its existence. Nevertheless, it was his gain, and possessing an extra item was certainly preferable to having one less. As he was about to depart, he noticed Su Yun exhibiting a hesitant demeanor. Is there something else? Lin Qian inquired, his brow furrowed. No, I merely wish to apologize. I feel utterly powerless for failing to protect Ying and for having used the escape card without authorization. Her voice dwindled, and her eyes began to glisten with unshed tears. Overwhelmed by guilt, Lin Qian waved his hand dismissively, indicating that it was of no consequence. Is there anything else? He gazed calmly at Su Yun. No, nothing more. Perceiving Lin Qian's lack of desire to continue the conversation, Su Yun dared not linger further and quietly turned away. Qiandad. At that moment, a spirited voice echoed from afar. Lin Qian did not need to turn around. He could discern who it was from a distance. Hee. Su Mian sprinted to Lin Qian's side, abruptly saluting in a rather awkward manner. Report. Lin Qian sighed, feeling weary. Speak. Su Mian took 2 steps back and produced several items from his possession. We have assessed our gains and selected a few items worthy of your esteemed consideration. Initially disinterested, Lin Qian's attention was suddenly piqued as his gaze swept over the objects. Room expansion card 2, storage space upgrade card 1, military night vision goggles 1, fragmentation grenade 2. Noticing the subtle shift in Lin Qian's expression, Su Mian's heart swelled with delight. He discreetly cast a glance at Su Yun's departing figure, quietly chastising her. You squander every opportunity given to you. Clinging to powerful allies is an art form. Perhaps you should learn it. Chapter 54, 777. How much better I feel. After utilizing 2 room expansion cards, Lin Qian's living space has expanded to a generous 60 square meters. What was once slightly cramped has now transformed into an expanse of openness. The storage area has also received an upgrade, with its dimensions increased by 1 meter in length, width, and height, culminating in a volume of 27 cubic meters. With ample capacity now at his disposal, Lin Qian has neatly stowed away his motorcycle and other sundries into the storage space, alleviating the persistent odor of motor oil that lingered in the room. Perhaps it is time to acquire some furniture. As Lin Qian surveyed his surroundings, pondering whether to transfer some items from the inner world, a private message popped up. 9:31, Su Mian, Qingge, I have made some inquiries regarding the matter you asked about. Although the individual in question has perished in the school instance, his neighbor witnessed him entering room 777 and subsequently exiting without any indication of being unable to leave. Upon reading Su Mian's lengthy message, Lin Qian fell into contemplation. He had casually requested Su Mian to investigate the situation surrounding room 777, never expecting such prompt results. Lin Qian understood. Also, please refrain from calling me Qingge. It sounds rather peculiar. Su Mian acknowledged. May I call you Qian bro from now on? Lin Qian did not respond, tacitly consenting to the new address. Moments later, another message arrived. Su Mian, you haven't dined yet, have you? My neighbor is a chef, and the room is equipped with pots and a stove. His culinary skills are quite commendable. I shall compile the current menu for you shortly, and you may order at your leisure. I shall serve as your culinary courier. Lin Qian raised an eyebrow, feeling a tug of temptation. It had indeed been a long time since he savored freshly prepared meals. Lin Qian, sounds good. After relishing the sumptuous lunch delivered by Su Mian, the safety exploration time was drawing to a close. Lin Qian leisurely donned his night vision goggles, contemplating the circumstances. Just to be safe, he secured the cursed butcher's knife, swathed in crocodile skin, at his side. Once the lights were extinguished, Lin Qian stepped out of his room. He glanced towards the direction of the 500 district, noting the desolate corridor devoid of Snake Brothers' presence. Turning away, he made a beeline for room 777. He declined Su Mian's offer to send someone to assist him in exploring room 777. If it was indeed a shop, there must surely be goods to be found. It would be prudent that the information regarding any items available for purchase remain undisclosed to others. Navigating without hindrance, Lin Qian encountered no other regulators and arrived directly at the door of room 777. Taking a deep breath, he prepared to expend his singular opportunity to open the door for the day, pushing it open without hesitation. Ding ding. As the door swung open, a melodious chime resonated, akin to the familiar sound that alerts a shopkeeper of a customer's arrival. Lin Qian stood at the threshold, observing the brightly lit room within. A massive window dominated the space, reminiscent of a pawnbroker's setup, with a wooden counter strewn with a disarray of yellowed papers, devoid of any human presence. He stepped inside, closed the door behind him, and attempted to reopen it. Once Lin Qian confirmed that he could open the door at any moment, the tension that had been coiled within him began to ease slightly. It seemed that Su Mian's information was indeed precise. Not all leopard dens were as perilous as 666. As he surveyed his surroundings, he realized the foyer was rather modest in size, while behind the counter stretched a narrow corridor that seemed to vanish into darkness, faint sounds echoing from its depths. Oh, why would someone come knocking at this hour? A slightly hoarse voice resonated, drawing nearer, as if someone were speaking through pinched nostrils. No, please don't call out. Not now. Suddenly, the tone shifted to one of panic. The next moment, a piercing and tragic scream reverberated from the shadows, sending a terrifying wave of sound rushing towards Lin Qian. His expression shifted dramatically. Just as he was about to turn and flee, the rapidly approaching sound wave struck him, as if his head had been struck by a heavy hammer, plunging him into darkness and overwhelming dizziness. He stumbled, desperately clutching the doorknob to maintain his balance, narrowly avoiding a complete fall. Just then, a burst of white light exploded before him, and shortly after, a small figure emerged briskly from the shimmering dust, anxiously gazing towards Lin Qian. Oh no, oh no, oh no! Upon realizing Lin Qian's reaction, the diminutive figure could not help but voice its confusion, its previously anxious expression shifting to one of surprise. Lin Qian gritted his teeth and vigorously shook his head. Although the dizziness had somewhat subsided, his vision was still filled with double images, making it hard to discern the newcomer's appearance. This sensation was eerily familiar, akin to the cries of a ghostly infant, both targeting the mind. Yet this was far more potent. After a lengthy moment, his vision finally aligned and the dizziness dissipated. Wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, Lin Qian instinctively looked down, only to be startled by a pair of bulbous yellow eyes staring back at him. Oh dear, his nerves instantly tensed, and he instinctively reached for the cleaver at his back. "You're unscathed?" The voice, now hoarse, carried an air of disbelief. Sensing no malice from the figure, Lin Qian relaxed slightly, yet remained vigilant. "What do you mean?" He was perplexed by the remark. He had only just regained his composure. How could one claim he was fine? How could a newcomer like you, who has only recently arrived, withstand the scream bug's attack without fainting? The small figure fixated its gaze on Lin Qian, inching closer with curiosity. It barely reached Lin Qian's knees, its skin a glossy black covered in wrinkles. With a disproportionately large head, sunken cheeks, and alarmingly large eyes adorned with wispy white hairs on the eyelids, its pointed ears stood erect, with sparse white fur scattered atop its head, rendering it a rather grotesque sight, reminiscent of a cat that had been unceremoniously plucked. Sniff, sniff, it brought its nose close to Lin Qian, inhaling deeply, only to suddenly step back, exclaiming, "You carry the scent of that fellow." It stared at Lin Qian in disbelief. "You have entered room 666 before?" Lin Qian was momentarily taken aback by the inquiry. "How do you know?" He could hardly fathom that such a matter could be discerned. "You won the wager." "How is that possible?" Upon hearing Lin Qian's instinctive response, the bald creature appeared even more astonished. As if seeking some form of explanation, it extended its short arm towards Lin Qian. Instinctively, Lin Qian attempted to evade, but to his dismay, it felt as if the air had solidified. No matter how hard he tried, he could not move. "What on earth?" He widened his eyes, helplessly watching the creature rise on its toes to touch the back of his hand. The moment that icy palm made contact, Lin Qian felt as though an invisible gaze was probing all of his secrets. "Ah, I see." The creature's eyes sparkled with a mysterious light, and its puzzled expression gradually softened. Raising its head, it looked at Lin Qian with a hint of surprise, as if it had discovered a precious treasure, exuding an extraordinary warmth. "I never expected to encounter a stone-hearted person once more after all these years." Chapter 55. The Stone-Hearted Being. Stone-Hearted Being? Upon hearing the words of the bald creature, Lin Qian was momentarily taken aback, recalling the stone-hearted trait that had accompanied him since the beginning. "Isn't it written in the trait section of your panel?" The bald creature, rubbing its diminutive hands, circled around Lin Qian, scrutinizing him from head to toe. "This is an exceedingly rare talent." Lin Qian was further astonished. "You can actually see my panel?" He then caught the pivotal point in the creature's words. "An exceedingly rare talent?" Lin Qian gazed at the bald creature. "Are you implying that my stone-hearted trait is a rare gift?" He had always believed that the stone heart symbolized steadfastness and composure, but it seemed that the reality was far more complex than he had initially thought. The bald creature nodded. "Extremely rare. Our linguistic information differs, hence the nuances in the translated meanings of the panel. All I know is that the talent you possess is referred to as a stone-hearted being in our world. This talent grants you formidable immunity against mental attacks and manipulation. And as your mental attributes increase, so too does your immunity in stages. It is precisely for this reason that you emerge alive from room 666 and triumphed in the wager. That wager was never about luck. It hinged on whether the participants could maintain their rationality amidst mental suggestions. Suddenly, it burst into a fit of chortles. I suppose that fellow never anticipated encountering a stone-hearted being. I can hardly wait to see his expression after losing the wager." Lin Qian furrowed his brow. The weight of the information contained in the creature's words was substantial, and he needed time to digest it. "Rest assured, by your understanding, maintaining rationality in the face of danger may not seem like a talent. Many can achieve it with sufficient experience or training, and it is not uncommon. True talent, however, cannot be acquired through training. It continued its lengthy explanation, its excitement seemingly slightly tempered. No wonder, as a newcomer, you could withstand the attacks of the screaming bug. The bald creature remarked, while inexplicably producing a uniquely designed firearm from its possession. The gun's shape resembled a trumpet, its mouth sealed, and it gleamed with an eerie glow. Could this be the source of the earlier sonic attack? Lin Qian speculated, sensing a hint of foreboding. Noticing Lin Qian's curious gaze, the bald creature waved the trumpet-like gun. This is my latest invention, the screaming gun. Inside is a specially treated screaming worm, which requires a lengthy cool-down period after each use. The downside is that the user also suffers from the attack. What do you think? With your talent granting immunity to most attacks, this gun is perfectly suited for you. This can be considered a weapon of mass destruction. To be honest, Lin Qian is quite eager for it. What price? The balding creature extended 5 short fingers, revealing 5 peculiar coins. Lin Qian shook his head in resignation. I possess only one. The creature was evidently taken aback. Do you truly have one? Lin Qian frowned. The creature's reaction suggested that the rarity of these strange coins exceeded his expectations. Where else could one acquire more of these unusual coins? Habitually, he inquired, not expecting to receive an answer. Strange coins are typically obtained only from quest rewards. However, if you happen to encounter rare materials, you may exchange them for coins with me. The creature scurried behind the counter, climbed onto a chair, and finally commenced official business. By analyzing your panel attributes, I have filtered these usable items for you, all priced at 1 coin each. The ability to read panels is my unique privilege. Had that tentacled creature possessed this skill, it would not have met its downfall. With a smile, the creature waved its hand, and a flash of white light revealed 3 items on the wooden counter. Lin Qian stepped forward and touched them in succession. Potion of Beauty. Upon consumption, the user will transform into their most beautiful self, with the duration influenced by the extent of the transformation. Golden Excrement Ability Crystal. Upon consumption and digestion, gain the ability of Golden Excrement. Blindfold. When worn, vision will be completely lost, rendering one a true blind person, restored upon removal. Lin Qian withdrew his hand and stared at the balding creature behind the counter, utterly speechless. What utter nonsense! Although this shop is indeed called a strange shop, this is excessively peculiar. What? Nothing to your liking. Noticing Lin Qian's discontented expression, the creature waved its hand, and the 3 items vanished instantly. You may return after some time to see. I will strive to organize more items for you. However, do not hold too high hopes. The usable items before the first limit here are truly scarce. Upon hearing this familiar terminology, Lin Qian was instantly invigorated. What is the first limit? The creature's loquaciousness made Lin Qian reluctant to depart. When a certain attribute reaches 100, you will touch the limit and will be unable to increase further. At that point, you must employ special items to break through the limit in order to continue growing. This was quite similar to what Lin Qian had surmised. Speaking of which, I must caution you, before your spiritual attribute surpasses the first limit, it is advisable to avoid any association with room 666. That individual has undoubtedly learned of your talent and will certainly seek various means to eliminate you, extinguishing this significant threat before you have the chance to grow. After all, the demons are most adept at mental control abilities, and you are considered their nemesis. Upon hearing this, Lin Qian felt an involuntary twitch in his eyelids, recalling how he had previously clutched the room 666 key card as a last resort. A wave of dread washing over him. Could it be that all of that fellow's previous behaviors were merely a ploy to deceive me? Lin Qian felt a chill in his heart. This building was indeed fraught with peril, and a single misstep could lead to a fate of being buried without a trace. Contemplating this, he cast a slightly altered gaze toward the bald creature. How much of his words could be deemed truth? For the moment, he suppressed the chaotic thoughts swirling in his mind, raising his hand to retrieve the dark, ghostly infant skin from his storage space and placing it upon the counter. You mentioned earlier that rare materials could be exchanged for gold coins. I wonder if this item qualifies? Upon seeing business at hand, the bald creature immediately perked up. Reaching out to touch the cold, ghostly skin, his eyes once again shimmering with a mysterious light, as though he were appraising it. Soon, he withdrew his hand and flashed 2 fingers at Lin Qian. 2 coins. Lin Qian did not hasten to agree. Instead, he inquired, "What will be purchased here for 3 gold coins?" The bald creature pondered momentarily before delivering his verdict. "With those 3 items, you may take them all in one go." Lin Qian promptly reclaimed the ghostly infant skin and turned to leave. Farewell. Chapter 56. Regional Passage in light of your remarkable talent. Allow me to offer you a word of caution. The voice emanating from behind momentarily halted Lin Qian's actions as he reached for the door. Regarding the cursed weapon you carry, such crude means of isolation cannot entirely prevent the curse's encroachment. It will inevitably seep through, influencing you bit by bit. Employing that ghostly skin as a barrier would yield far better results. Lin Qian fell into a brief silence before nodding in acknowledgement. "Thank you." After expressing his gratitude, he pushed open the door and departed from room 777. The chime of the doorbell gradually faded, restoring tranquility to the room. Suddenly, a cacophony of gleeful laughter erupted from behind the counter, and with a pop, the figure of the bald creature vanished into thin air. Upon returning to his room, Lin Qian obediently removed the butcher's knife from his person. He peeled away the dried crocodile skin and replaced it with the ghostly hide, wrapping it meticulously. "No wonder I felt more impulsive than usual lately. It seems this object has been influencing me all along." He harbored no doubts regarding the bald creature's final words. Various signs confirmed that this fellow was not deceiving him. However, the other statements warranted careful consideration. Lin Qian retrieved paper and pen, beginning to meticulously dissect the information. Although this journey had not yielded any substantial advancement, it had deepened Lin Qian's understanding of the infinite building circumstances. Clans, worlds. These entities appeared not to be mere NPCs. Each possessed a unique narrative. Moreover, the black-robed fiend in room 666 had seemingly mentioned that many had entered before him. If we are not among the first, where have those who came before us gone? Following this thought, Lin Qian placed a significant question mark at the end, setting down his writing tools without dwelling excessively on it. The information acquired thus far was still insufficient for any meaningful deductions. During the remaining time, with nothing pressing at hand, Lin Qian commenced practicing the manipulation of his bloodlines within the now more spacious confines of his room. Many previously inconvenient tasks could now be attempted. He arranged several wooden boards at a distance, took aim, and with a swift motion, dozens of bloodlines shot forth, piercing the wood with a satisfying thud. With a substantial increase in his mental attributes, both the speed and agility of the bloodlines had markedly improved. While their powers still fell short of that malevolent spirit's strike aboard the death train, they now wielded the strength comparable to a thrown spear, effortlessly penetrating flesh. With a flick of his wrist, the bloodlines, along with the wooden board, soared back, and with a resounding crash, Lin Qian delivered a powerful punch, shattering the board and carelessly tossing it aside. Through relentless practice, his control over the bloodlines steadily ascended. Uncertain of how much time had passed, feeling a distinct weariness settling over him, Lin Qian ceased his training, quickly took a shower, and retired to bed. The following day, he was awakened by a series of system notifications. Ding! The first regional survival trial has concluded, unlocking the regional passages. The connected areas are 4127 and 4128. The blank rooms within these regions will be randomly reassigned to new worlds. The second regional trial will commence in 15 days. Please strive to enhance your strength and endeavor to survive until then. Lin Qian sat on the bed, disheveled hair framing his face, wearing a somewhat bewildered expression. What is happening? Why am I only receiving this notification now? Could it be that we concluded the trial prematurely and must await the notifications after the other regions finish? Upon opening the regional channel, he found it in a state of uproar. However, according to Su Mion's calculations, after the eerie blood campus instance, only around 60 survivors remained in their entire region, rendering it far less vibrant than at the outset. Wow, an upward staircase has appeared at the end of 998. I've got 101, and the staircase leads downwards. This must be the passage to other regions. What do you say? Shall we venture into the other areas? Let us not act rashly. Who knows what the situation is like in the other regions? Will they welcome strangers? Exactly. There are no rules or laws here. If you go over there and they swarm you, killing you and taking your room card, who will seek vengeance for you? So what should we do? Pretend this doesn't exist. I suggest everyone refrain from acting impulsively today and avoid exploring rooms at random. No one can be certain how the people from other regions will react. At that moment, Lin Qian received a private message. Su Mian, Qian. What instructions do you have regarding this matter? Lin Qian, handle it as you see fit. Lin Qian held little interest in the opening of the regions. Yet he was exceedingly curious about the prompt regarding the reassignment of the blank rooms. What did blank rooms signify? Did it refer to rooms where tasks had been completed, or those belonging to deceased survivors who had lost their usage? Speculating would yield no answers. Lin Qian decided to investigate personally. Stepping out of his room, he was struck by the unprecedented hustle and bustle in the passageway, with numerous individuals gathering at both ends to prepare. Within the regional channel, Su Mian was issuing commands. In addition to temporarily halting exploration of the rooms, he instructed everyone to avoid recklessly entering other floor regions and organize members on both sides to prepare for potential conflict. With the rule that killing would allow one to seize all of the opponent's resources, it was prudent to anticipate the worst from unfamiliar peers and prepare accordingly. Confrontations were not to be feared, but rather the possibility of ambushes at the door. Lin Qian found himself in agreement with Su Mian's perspective, yet he had no intention of getting involved. As the hidden boss of the entire region, he deemed these trivial matters suitable for others to fret over. His sole focus was on rapidly enhancing his strength. With 15 days remaining until the next regional trial, half a month was not a long time. He casually intercepted a hurried individual carrying a sack. The person initially displayed impatience, but upon recognizing Lin Qian, promptly became compliant. Qian, brother Qian. Recalling the admonition of the esteemed Su Mian, the individual stifled the word father with great effort. Lin Qian, unwilling to squander time, gestured towards the door of room 607. Are there any door-opening opportunities left? Please assist me in opening it. During the designated exploration period, Lin Qian endeavored to conserve his door-opening chances as much as possible. Yes, there are. The person wasted no words, tossing aside the sack. He promptly twisted the handle and opened the door. Once again, he was greeted by the familiar expanse of the grassland, a gentle breeze caressing his face, refreshing to the soul. All right, you may carry on with your tasks. Lin Qian acknowledged as he stepped inside. Certainly, brother Qian, should you require anything, do not hesitate to command me. Perhaps due to his assistance to Lin Qian, the individual bore an expression akin to winning a grand prize, bowing in astonished gratitude before shouldering the sack and departing with a lightness in his step, as if endowed with newfound strength. Who would have thought? I, Lin, have returned once more. Standing once again in this familiar locale, Lin Qian felt an inexplicable surge of emotion, reminiscent of a triumphant return to seek vengeance after having achieved great success. Drawing a deep breath, he shouted towards the heavens, Huzi, come forth and receive guests. Chapter 57. A return to familiar grounds. Defeat the treasure guardian. Earn 1 freedom attribute point. Open the treasure chest. Acquire room facility card. Constant temperature planning plot. Upon seeing the system notification, Lin Qian paused momentarily. Another room facility card? A planting plot? Lin Qian's eyes sparkled with intrigue. If he could obtain vegetable seeds, would it not be possible to enjoy fresh vegetables in his own room? Although he was not currently lacking in food, who wouldn't desire a taste of something delightful? After collecting the bloodline, only a nearly intact tiger skin remained on the ground. Lin Qian planned to have someone process it into a carpet to place beside his bed, a memento of sorts. The tiger's flesh and blood had granted Lin Qian a total of 0, 3 in strength attributes. He estimated this to be roughly equivalent to a high-level blood ghost, which still posed a degree of danger. Alongside the supervisor's salary, he gained an additional 2 points in freedom attributes. Accessing his panel, he allocated both points to his mental attribute, finally surpassing the 10-point threshold across all attributes, elevating him to a new level. Name, Lin Qian, Level 1 Supervisor, Strength, 17. 9 Agility, 10. 1 Constitution, 16 Mental, 11. 9 Traits, Stone Heart, Abnormal Digestion Abilities, Spirit Fire, 18. Alien Blood, Bloodline Ghost Blood. Ghost Eye Evaluation, a battle-hardened warrior of alien blood, adept at combating the supernatural. His combat prowess is sufficient to serve as a hound for a Level 2 Supervisor. The evaluation had undergone slight changes, albeit not significant. After stowing away all his spoils, Lin Qian glanced around, noting the vastness of the area, yet aside from the tiger. There appeared to be no other creatures present, just an endless expanse of grassland, with no discernible boundaries. Lin Qian, please keep an eye out for vegetable and fruit seeds. Stepping out of room 607, Lin Qian casually sent a message to Su Mian. Su Mian understood. By the way, when do you plan to dine? I'll have the royal kitchen prepare in advance. It must be said, Su Mian was quite astute. The tasks assigned were never met with unnecessary inquiries. Lin Qian, no need. Having rested yesterday, Lin Qian was determined to explore the inner world more thoroughly today. In a place like this, diligence was always rewarded. At the entrance of room 605, Lin Qian employed his old tactic, intercepting a passerby to assist him in opening the door. Following the eerie blood campus incident, the entire area recognized this living legend. There was no need for further explanation, and the individual promptly stepped forward to open the door. No changes? Upon entering the room, Lin Qian surveyed his surroundings, his brow slightly furrowing. The stench of decay wafted from the innermost bedroom. The layout remained familiar, yet it was evident that someone had entered after Lin Qian, removing various items from cabinets and leaving chaos in their wake. He recalled distinctly that upon defeating the zombie, the system had notified him of completing the initial cleaning task. An initial cleaning task. This implied the possibility of intermediate and advanced tasks. Lin Qian was uncertain, but sensed he had a means to confirm it. Enduring the foul stench, Lin Qian entered the bedroom and attempted to absorb the corpse of a zombie using his bloodline. The decaying flesh dissolved at an astonishing rate within mere seconds. Only a skeletal frame remained on the floor. There were no gains to be had. This outcome was anticipated by Lin Qian, as with his current attributes. Even a tiger could only yield a mere 0. 3, let alone a feeble zombie with combat capabilities inferior to that of an average person. Approaching the door, he knocked on the wall. The sound was not dull, indicating it was not a load-bearing wall. Taking 2 steps back, Lin Qian delivered a forceful kick. Boom! Amidst the rumbling noise, bricks shattered and fell, as Lin Qian created a breach in the wall. After several more kicks, he enlarged the gap enough to crouch through, peering outside to find the dark corridor of the hotel. Emerging through the opening, Lin Qian donned his night vision goggles and ventured forward along the corridor. Suddenly, his ears perked up, detecting the unmistakable sounds of zombies from the adjacent room. With a decisive kick, Lin Qian flung open the door, and to his surprise, encountered 2 zombies with bloodied mouths staggeringly approaching him. One stumbled over a table lamp on the floor, struggling to crawl. Having faced the blood demon incident previously, Lin Qian found little excitement in confronting zombies again. With a casual flick of his wrist, the bloodline shot forth, piercing through the 2 zombies, causing their bodies to dissolve rapidly, their low growls abruptly silenced. How dull! Noticing the absence of system notification, Lin Qian felt a tinge of frustration. Thud! Thud! The sound of door kicking echoed through the dark corridor as Lin Qian continued to search, effortlessly absorbing any zombies encountered and collecting interesting supplies as if on a leisurely outing. Oh, a fine find. At last, Lin Qian discovered an intriguing item in one of the guest rooms. It was an old double-barrel shotgun, still functional despite its age. Its previous owner had chosen to end their life in the bathroom, a gaping hole in the back of their head, decisively eliminating the chance of becoming a zombie. A far more brutal choice than the revolver-wielding individual who opted for a heart shot. After rummaging through his backpack, he unearthed 2 boxes of shotgun shells, with ample ammunition, over 50 rounds. Elated, Lin Qian was relieved to no longer rely on an empty revolver to intimidate others. After reloading the shotgun, he stored his spoils in his inventory and continued to kick open doors in search of more treasures. Soon, he had thoroughly scoured the entire hotel floor, but unfortunately, the occupancy rate seemed low, leaving many vacant rooms. Lin Qian had only managed to collect a few sets of bedding for replacement, with little else of value to take. Fortunately, the hotel had multiple floors. Lin Qian decided to explore upwards first, planning to methodically investigate each level before ultimately exiting the hotel. With a swift swing of a fire axe he had picked up, he severed the chain on the corridor door and stepped onto the second floor of the day. As soon as Lin Qian took a step, a series of low growls echoed from a distance. Turning towards the source of the sound, he beheld a dozen zombies meandering through the corridor, all simultaneously lunging in his direction. With a furrowed brow, Lin Qian noticed that one particular zombie, distinct from its counterparts, was sprinting towards him with an uncanny speed, outpacing the others as if it were jogging. Could this creature be evolving? Lin Qian marveled, raising his hands. He awaited the moment this zombie entered his attack range, then swiftly pierced it with lethal precision. After absorbing all the zombies in the corridor, he finally received his first system notification. Constitution 0. When a wave of relief washed over him, stirring an impulse that nearly brought him to tears. Thankfully, his efforts were not in vain. Even the tiniest gains matter, and with the sheer volume of zombies present, the benefits of a complete absorption would undoubtedly be significant. Chapter 58. The Gesso. Dear brother, you must handle that with utmost care. It is not merely a firewood stick, and it could easily misfire. In front of room 101, a group of 7 or 8 men crouched in a row, their hands clasped atop their heads, faces etched with fear and regret. They lamented their folly in heeding the provocations of that so-called dog brother, who had proclaimed that the new area was a territory ripe for the taking, asserting that the one who seized the initiative in claiming authority would become the leader. Alas, their bravado led them to take the lead, foolishly displaying their strength with a warning shot, only to have their heads blown apart by a gunshot, their lifeless bodies now lying nearby, still warm. Is this what you wanted, to seize authority? Su Mian mused, having inexplicably procured a stool from somewhere, and now seated himself boldly across from them, observing their reactions with a growing sense of incredulity. Are you implying that this dog brother is indeed a figure of authority on your floor? His disbelief was palpable. Yes, indeed, individuals like you, possessing firearms, are a rarity. There are scarcely a few of us on this entire floor fortunate enough to wield such power. A young man with yellow hair at the forefront of the group eagerly responded, his face bruised and battered, his right arm twisted in an irregular manner, causing him to grimace in pain at the slightest movement. He had been brutally injured. The instigator of this chaos was a tall, lanky lackey behind Su Mian, who had not anticipated that this motley crew would be as fragile as paper, crumbling with the slightest confrontation. He dismissed the enormity of his own strength, which exceeded 4 points, and had unleashed it fully, leaving ordinary individuals utterly defenseless. Noticing the disdainful gaze from the lanky lackey, the young man recoiled instinctively, unable to mask his overwhelming fear. Monsters. They're all monsters. Something is amiss. I want to go home. Su Mian, with the muzzle of his gun gently tapping against the young man's forehead, remarked coldly, I will ask, and you shall answer. The young man, drenched in cold sweat, nodded fervently. How many individuals are currently on your floor? Not more than 200. Su Mian felt a heaviness in his heart as he narrowed his eyes slightly. What is the nature of your regional trial task? It takes place on an island, requiring survival for 3 days. There are many ferocious beasts surrounding us. On the very first day, over 10 people perished, and numerous others were injured. The memory of horrific scenes seemed to shake his voice. What beasts are you referring to? Su Mian pressed on, unwilling to relent. Wolves, tigers, lions, pythons, and yes, there are snakes and various venomous insects, truly terrifying. The young man continued, seemingly emboldened by his own words, until he noticed the unsettling expressions on the faces around him, causing his fervor to wane. Did I say something wrong? He inquired cautiously. Nothing at all. Su Mian nearly spat the words through clenched teeth. The two subordinates behind him exchanged glances, each reading the same question in the other's eyes. Why? Compared to the terrifying monsters in school, wolves, tigers, and leopards could almost be considered elegant. If they could switch scenarios, they might even contemplate cuddling up to sleep with them. Is the death of a mere dozen individuals truly significant? Their entire region now boasted only about 50 survivors. Taking a deep breath, Su Mian suppressed the tumultuous emotions within and continued to inquire. In the trial task, have you encountered anyone who stood out? Or, to rephrase, who among your floor possesses the greatest strength? The blonde-haired man answered without hesitation. It's Brother Dashin. I've heard he was once a hunter, very formidable, armed with a gun, an adept at setting traps. That singular tiger bone armor was exchanged by him, and even our brother dog shows him respect. Su Mian raised a hand to interrupt. Is there anyone else? Well, there's Boscow as well, but his personal strength is not impressive. However, he excels at winning people's hearts, with a dozen or so followers. Brother Dog looks down on him, claiming he is the type to stab you in the back. Listening to this account, Su Mian rested the butt of his gun against his chin, lost in thought. After a long pause, he suddenly issued orders to his two subordinates. You two, accompany him to confirm the situation. As he spoke, he retrieved a grenade from his storage space and handed it to one of his subordinates. Take this in critical moments. Prioritize your own safety and ensure your escape. He turned to the other. You stay at the corridor's entrance, observe the situation with binoculars, and return immediately if anything seems amiss. The rest of you, keep an eye on this group of fools. Once his instructions were given, he hurried off to the other side. Brother Mian, what troubles you? Room 998's door was ajar, and the bespectacled man was inside, adjusting the latest drone he had acquired. Upon Su Mian's entrance, he asked without looking up, having heard every word Su Mian spoke through his radio communicator. Closing the door behind him, Su Mian casually sank into the sofa. With your intellect, you can't possibly guess what concerns me? The bespectacled man focused intently on his laptop screen, typed as he replied slowly. I surmise you are terrified, worried that other regions might also harbor monsters like Brother Qian. Su Mian spread his hands. Why else would I be so cautious? We are fortunate to have encountered a formidable figure who barely regards us, allowing us to benefit without facing any oppression. But what if another equally powerful and volatile individual like Brother Qian emerges? How shall we cope? You witnessed that scene firsthand. It should be clear that it would not be difficult for him alone to annihilate us all. Who wouldn't be afraid? As he spoke, he pulled out a pack of cigarettes and a lighter. Please, do not smoke in my room, the bespectacled man interjected without reservation. Su Mian remained speechless, but silently retracted the cigarette case. I resolved to take the initiative. He rose to his feet, finally making up his mind. After all, the likes of Qiangu are truly rare beings, a one-in-a-million occurrence. I refuse to believe that fortune would smile upon us so generously, across 3 districts. Encountering a second entity of such monstrous caliber seems improbable. Upon hearing this, the bespectacled man finally lifted his gaze. What do you intend to do? Su Mian smiled. I aim to gain absolute control over the other 2 districts, ensuring that only Qiangu reigns above us. Through encounters with the Dog Brothers group, Su Mian realized just how terrifying the enhancement of those 3 points of freedom would be for survivors at this stage. Although their numbers had dwindled to just over 50, each was among the elite. Having collectively endured harrowing trials of life and death, and sharing a common object of reverence, their hearts were unervingly unified, creating a bond as strong as a single rope, devoid of the rival factions that plagued the Huangmao level. A group of formidable and cohesive individuals poses a terrifying threat to the other floors of the same era. Chapter 59. Fury with a thunderous crash. The colossal zombie before him collapsed, accompanied by the system's notification. Lin Qian wiped the beads of perspiration from his forehead, utterly exhausted, and sank to the ground. At last, it was over. Clearing the hotel of all the zombies across more than 30 floors posed no challenge for him. It was devoid of any real threat. Even the giant zombie on the first floor, akin to a mini-boss, was insufficient to compel him to draw his weapon. He could easily manage it with mere bloodline power. However, it was purely a laborious task, undeniably taxing. For the first time, Lin Qian experienced the essence of piecework compensation. An average of over a dozen zombies yielded merely 0. 1 in attributes. Fortunately, the sheer volume compensated for the effort, with nearly 1,000 zombies populating the 30-story hotel and 6-story office building. After effortlessly absorbing the last giant zombie, Lin Qian began to assess his rewards from this endeavor. Firstly, he calculated his attribute gains. With 4, 2 in constitution and 3 in strength, he realized that his total attribute increase was merely 7. 2. Considering the thousands of zombies he had vanquished, this was disheartening. Thankfully, the presence of several evolved zombies had elevated his overall yield. Notably, the final giant zombie alone contributed 0. 2 to his strength, or else the outcome would have been even less gratifying. Moreover, in his haste to increase efficiency, Lin Qian had not meticulously searched each room, resulting in limited material gains. Nonetheless, he managed to acquire several handguns of various models, along with a few bulletproof vests and some bomb disposal equipment from the zombies. He planned to have Su Mian dispatch personnel to thoroughly search the hotel afterward, while he would selectively take only what was useful, leaving the rest for his subordinates to utilize. After allocating the 3 free attribute points from the system reward to his mental prowess, a refreshing sensation washed over him, alleviating his fatigue. Today, he had employed his bloodline power excessively, and even with a mental stat of 11. 9, he was nearing exhaustion. He then retrieved the Fury Potion awarded by the system and scrutinized its information. Fury Potion, upon injection, grants the ability of Fury. Lin Qian noted that the appearance of the Fury Potion bore a striking resemblance to the peculiar digestive potion he had encountered earlier. As if produced by the same manufacturer, he swiftly removed the cap and, without hesitation, injected it into his chest. In an instant, a searing heat coursed through his body, radiating to his limbs. Yet, Lin Qian remained unperturbed, having endured the agony of merging with the fire seed and the alien blood core. This level of adverse reaction was hardly sufficient to rattle him. Before long, the heat subsided and the potion was fully absorbed. A new ability appeared on his status panel. Fury, upon activation, significantly enhances strength attributes. Duration influenced by constitution attributes. Upon effect's conclusion, enters a state of weakness. Lin Qian raised an eyebrow. A splendid find, perfectly attuned to his unique attributes. His physical attributes of strength and constitution have developed remarkably swiftly, and fortuitously, this ability directly benefits those 2 attributes. Isn't that a stroke of luck? However, it remains uncertain whether it can synergize with the curse effect of the butcher's knife. If it does, his explosive power could reach an astonishing intensity. I shall experiment upon returning to my room. Resolute in his decision, Lin Qian casually examined his updated attribute panel. Name, Lin Qian, Level 1 Regulator, Strength, 20. 9 Agility, 10. Une Constitution, 20. 2 Spirit, 14. 9 Traits, Stone Heart, Abnormal Digestion Abilities, Spirit Fire, 18. 4 in Blood, Bloodline Ghost Blood, Ghost Eye, Berserk Evaluation, a battle-hardened warrior of foreign blood, adept at combating the supernatural, possessing formidable explosive power. His combat capability surpasses that of a Level 2 Regulator's Hound, with all attributes of strength and constitution surpassing the threshold of 20. Lin Qian felt a warm satisfaction in his heart, realizing that his previous efforts had been worthwhile. Time to clock out. Returning home, a glance at the clock revealed that he had long surpassed the safe exploration phase. This is the advantage of being a regulator. Most people would choose to stay overnight in the behind-the-door world at this time, but Lin Qian had no such worries. I wonder where Brother Snake has gone. It's been days since I last saw him, and I find myself missing him a bit. Upon returning to the corridor of the Infinite Building, Lin Qian looked around but still did not see Brother Snake. Could it be that I am the only regulator left on this floor? Approaching his room, just as he was about to open the door, he suddenly heard a commotion in the distance. Following the sound, he noticed the illumination of the 700 district, where someone hurriedly burst through a door, pursued closely by a figure. Lin Qian's senses heightened, and he peered through his night vision device for a closer look. Yet, Due to the distance, he could only discern two figures engaged in a fierce struggle, creating quite a racket. A conflict among survivors? It didn't seem likely. However, the system had not issued a regulator task, nor had the previous locator map appeared. Perhaps it was due to the fact that this was outside my jurisdiction. Hence no notification. As Lin Qian pondered, the two figures entangled in combat had already determined a victor. The one who had been at a disadvantage suddenly produced an unknown object and forcefully plunged it into their opponent's body. In the next moment, Lin Qian observed the injured figure staggering to their feet, swaying as if intoxicated, desperately attempting to remove the mysterious object embedded within them. The scene was increasingly familiar to Lin Qian, prompting him to approach a few steps closer. Only when he witnessed the downed individual conjuring a shield from thin air, preparing to charge the enemy into the door, did Lin Qian recognize this familiar figure. Old Wu. His call startled Old Wu out of the shadows. Who? Old Wu quickly turned, drawing his firearm and aiming towards Lin Qian. However, in the next moment, a second figure unexpectedly surged forth from within the door, colliding with him and sending him sprawling to the ground, its hands grasping menacingly at his throat. Gurgle, gurgle. Was it merely a figment of his imagination? Lin Qian could faintly discern the sound of bubbles, as if someone were drowning. Damn it! Realizing the gravity of the situation, Lin Qian dashed towards Old Wu, swiftly unfastening the ghostly skin from the butcher's knife. Whoosh! The crimson brilliance of the bloodline sliced through the darkness, instantly piercing the eerie figure that had ensnared Old Wu. Uft! Drip, drip! An unsettling sound caused Lin Qian to furrow his brows, as if some liquid were gushing forth from the punctured opening. Furthermore, in his perception, the bloodline seemed to have penetrated a water-filled human skin balloon, proving even more fragile than a decaying corpse, devoid of any sensation of bone or muscle resistance. Absorb. A thought flickered, yet it yielded no response. What is happening? It was the first time he encountered something he could not absorb, leaving Lin Qian utterly perplexed. He hastily maneuvered the bloodline to ensnare the figure, then yanked with force. Puffed. Splash. However, the scene that unfolded before him in the next instant left Lin Qian utterly astounded. The outline of that body grotesquely distended in response to Lin Qian's tremendous pull. And then, akin to a water balloon being constricted to the point of bursting, the skin ruptured, unleashing a torrent of unidentifiable liquid that drenched Old Wu entirely. Ding! Anomalous intruder eliminated. Reward acquired. Freedom Attribute Point 1. Chapter 60. Swiftly allocating attribute points at the moment the system notification echoed. Lin Qian felt as if his heart had skipped a beat. Immediately following was an indescribable ecstasy. Such a stroke of fortune. He even disregarded Old Wu, who was sputtering from the water, and hastily launched an attack on another shadow affected by the black nail. With a swift thrust, the shadow shattered into fragments. Ding! You have slain an anomalous intruder and received a reward. Free Attribute Point 1. Another identical notification chimed. Cough! Cough! Thank you. Old Wu, now drenched and looking as if he had rolled in the mud, rose awkwardly, his face smeared with muck and debris. Shoo! Lin Qian quickly stepped forward, interrupting Old Wu's gratitude. As he noticed the door beginning to close automatically, he reached out to halt it. Peering into the world beyond the door, he discovered a fishing village nestled by the river, surrounded by dilapidated wooden houses exuding a strong scent of decay. The moonlight was veiled by mist, and the distant sound of water splashing echoed as several figures slowly emerged from the depths, aimlessly wandering about. The task required the elimination of all cursed villagers. With that black nail in play, I managed to slay quite a few by day, but I never anticipated so many lurking in the water, rising as night fell. Old Wu quickly composed himself and approached Lin Qian, succinctly outlining the situation within the door's realm. A cleansing task? Lin Qian had assumed such missions were exclusive to the world of zombies. The village was eerily silent. Not a living soul was in sight. Not even the sounds of chickens, dogs, or insects. Only the squelching footsteps in the muddy shallows reverberated along the shore, creating an exceedingly strange atmosphere. Yet, Lin Qian's eyes sparkled with fervor, his heart racing uncontrollably. Old Wu, lend me a hand. He suppressed his excitement and firmly patted Old Wu on the shoulder. Bring a few over. I have some hypotheses to test. Without a moment's hesitation, and without needing a reply, Old Wu dashed into the world beyond the door, his figure gradually fading into the mist. Lin Qian stood at the threshold, casually stowing away 2 waterlogged, pale human skins into his storage space. Under his scrutiny, these skins were devoid of any flesh or blood, carrying a pungent odor. Moreover, the garments on these skins bore no resemblance to modern attire, resembling instead coarse linen of ancient times. Given the dilapidated architecture of the fishing village, Lin Qian surmised that this world likely possessed an ancient backdrop. Suddenly, he recalled the pig-headed creature he had encountered earlier. It had been bare-chested, its lower half clad in tattered, blood-soaked linen trousers, similarly uncharacteristic of modern styles. At the time, he had dismissed it, but upon reflection, the attire bore a striking resemblance to that of the human skins. That creature had also emerged from the world beyond the door. Could it have been part of the same cleansing mission? The more he pondered, the more fervent his heart became. The previous uncertainties regarding his future dissipated in an instant, replaced by a sense of urgency and purpose, as if a plethora of tasks awaited his attention. Just then, Old Wu returned, emerging from the thickening mist, flanked by 4 or 5 clawing villagers. Previously, the 2 entities were dispatched with alarming swiftness. Yet this marked Lin Qian's first opportunity to scrutinize the visages of these water ghost villagers. Their figures were corpulent, encrusted with mud and aquatic vegetation, their eyes resembling the pallid orbs of deceased fish. Despite lacking flesh and bone, their movements were surprisingly swift. It was no wonder that Old Wu had fled in such a disheveled manner, armed with only a singular supernatural weapon, the Black Nail. Its suppressive power required time to take effect. One was manageable, but multitude would undoubtedly overwhelm him. Hurry, hurry, hurry! Observing that Old Wu had attracted such a multitude, Lin Qian could not suppress the upward curve of his lips, his gestures more enthusiastic than any seasoned salesperson. Old Wu was the first to charge forth, while Lin Qian sidestepped, taking cover at the doorway, skillfully controlling the bloodline to ensure the door did not close automatically. Soon, the first water ghost villager followed him out, and Lin Qian reacted with alacrity, thrusting his other hand forward as the bloodline shot out, swiftly ensnaring the creature before yanking it back with force. With a splat, the familiar scene unfolded, flesh ruptured, and murky water sprayed everywhere. Ding! An anomalous intruder has been slain. Reward: 1 free attribute point. With a flick of his wrist, Lin Qian discarded the torn flesh as the second entity approached in quick succession. Whoosh! Splat! The familiar chaos ensued once again. Ding! Lin Qian executed his maneuvers with the finesse of a factory worker, and soon the last water ghost, clad in a raincoat, was dispatched, netting him yet another 5 free attribute points. He turned, unable to conceal his excitement as he looked at Old Wu. Old Wu instantly grasped his intent. I've rested enough. With that, he plunged back into the inner world. Take the nail, just in case. Lin Qian tossed the black nail, which Old Wu caught effortlessly before vanishing into the thick mist. This time, Lin Qian waited a little longer. After a while, Old Wu re-emerged, followed by 4 water ghosts. Ha ha! He finally arrived. Lin Qian couldn't help but chuckle, resuming his post. With no hint of difficulty, he dispatched the entities, earning another 4 attribute points. Jackpot! Jackpot! Ha ha ha! Lin Qian's grin widened, rediscovering the joy reminiscent of leveling up after finding a bug in a game. Old Wu, visibly fatigued, sat on the ground for a moment before embarking once more. His efficiency had evidently declined. He could only lure 1 or 2 back at a time. Ultimately, after wandering for what felt like an eternity in the inner world, Old Wu returned, panting, dragging a limbless water ghost behind him. With a splat, the system's notification chimed. Just as Old Wu collapsed, he suddenly revived with newfound vigor. I've completed the task here. He looked at Lin Qian, his expression slightly stiff. The system rewarded him with a weapon without hesitation. He waved his hand, and a sleek, pitch-black spear materialized before him. Lin Qian, still reveling in the excitement, became intrigued upon seeing the spear that Old Wu had presented. The fish spear measures approximately 1.5 meters in length, feeling heavy and substantial in hand. Crafted entirely from metal, its tip is sharp and piercing, with a flat blade leading to a reverse hook. On the opposite side, two fin-shaped barbs glisten with a chilling light. The moment Lin Qian grasped the spear, a sensation of prickling numbness coursed through his palm. Upon discerning the system's notification, he promptly hurled the weapon away, producing a resounding clatter. Cursed fish spear possesses the power to touch the supernatural curse of the malignant water upon contact. It gradually absorbs the user's bodily moisture while swiftly depleting that of the target. When saturated, it will return the absorbed moisture to the user, and in a state of thirst, it will accelerate the absorption of a user's bodily fluids. Get away. Roll far from me. Lin Qian was utterly alarmed. No wonder he felt as if something had voraciously siphoned a significant portion of his blood the instant he made contact. In an instant, all interest in the spear dissipated, replaced by a deep-seated aversion. As a blood warrior, his blood was the foundation of his strength, and he could not afford any waste. Moreover, considering that he enhanced his power by consuming flesh and blood, this object felt like a competitor vying for his sustenance. Chapter 61. All attributes above 20. Old Wu gazed at Lin Qian in disbelief. Take it. I have no use for it. Besides, I can't let you toil away for nothing, Lin Qian said, waving his hand dismissively, exuding an air of generosity. I have already acquired 2 points of free attributes from the task rewards. As he uttered these words, Old Wu felt a pang of guilt. It was Lin Qian who had done all the work, yet he was the one reaping the benefits. Such an arrangement felt fundamentally unjust. Upon hearing this, Lin Qian glanced at his panel. Free attribute points. 16. The remuneration from the overseer had just been dispersed. This meant that tonight, he had accumulated a total of 15 points of free attributes. Why fret over such trivial matters? We're brothers. He firmly patted Old Wu's shoulder, his tone rising with enthusiasm. Old Wu winced from the forceful pat, yet his eyes shimmered with gratitude. Lin Qian, his brother, was truly magnanimous. He offered this sincere assessment in his heart. In that case, I shall not refuse, Old Wu declared, no longer hesitating, and promptly picked up the fish spear. Earlier, he had felt that this item was not rightfully his, thus he had not even examined its attributes. However, upon realizing the curse effect, Old Wu's expression shifted dramatically, and he hastily attempted to store it in his inventory. Yet the next moment, the merciless system notification resonated. Ding! This item cannot be stored in your inventory. With a clatter, the fish spear was unceremoniously discarded once more. Turning around, he found Lin Qian wearing a delightfully mischievous expression, clearly relishing the moment. Old Wu felt somewhat embarrassed. Ultimately, it was Lin Qian, drawing from his experience, who tossed him the discarded crocodile skin. Wrapping the spear with it would not entirely nullify the curse, but it would provide some protection. As Old Wu began to unfurl the dried crocodile skin to envelop the fish spear, Lin Qian suddenly recalled something and advised, "Wait for me here at the entrance. Do not wander off or close the door. If you hear any noises or sense something approaching swiftly, do not hesitate. Enter the world behind the door immediately. The area within has been thoroughly cleared. If you encounter any other overseers, hiding there will pose no risk." With that, he hurriedly departed. Old Wu's task room was 759, merely a few steps away from room 777. Lin Qian intended to ascertain whether the villager skins he had obtained that day held any value for exchange. Consuming an opening opportunity, the familiar chime resounded. 1 minute later, Lin Qian emerged from room 777, his face clouded with disappointment. Regrettably, the bald monster had informed him that these were merely ordinary skins, their curse power having long since dissipated. It seemed that not all skins could be compared to the ghostly ones. With a sigh, he realized he would have to seek opportunities in the future to earn peculiar coins for that screaming gun he had long coveted. Lin Qian had been unable to shake his obsession with that item. Nonetheless, it is fortunate that the ghostly skin remains quite beneficial to him. Without this artifact to shield him from the curse of the slaughtering knife, he would inevitably be influenced mentally during missions, leading to impulsive actions, a latent peril. Thus, he feels a twinge of reluctance at the thought of parting with it, and he must persuade Lin Qian to sell it. Upon returning to 759, he found Old Wu already having wrapped the fish spear securely, seated on the ground, gulping down mineral water with 7 or 8 empty bottles scattered nearby, which prompted a suppressed chuckle from Lin Qian. "Where to?" Old Wu asked, taken aback. "Given your stench and grime, how can you possibly sleep comfortably without a wash? Come to my room, soak in the hot spring, and I'll lay out a makeshift bed for you to endure the night." Lin Qian glanced at his watch, noting that it was already late at night. Old Wu, upon hearing this, felt a stir of temptation. Having been here for quite some time, he had yet to enjoy a proper bath. Yet he hesitated, feeling somewhat embarrassed since Lin Qian had already assisted him so much. It seemed trivial to trouble him with such a minor request. "Perhaps I should just rinse off in a bucket back home. Oh, spare me the excuses." Lin Qian interrupted decisively. "Let us go." He took the lead toward his room, leaving no room for refusal, his steps brimming with an unusual swagger due to his elevated spirits. The passage remained tranquil, still devoid of any sign of Snake Brother. Upon pushing open the door to his room, Old Wu followed him inside. "Is it really this spacious?" he exclaimed in awe at the sight of Lin Qian's room. Lin Qian shed his outer coat and removed the heavy, slaughtering knife strapped to his back, feeling an immediate sense of relief. He had no time to set up the expansion card that Su Mian had given him. "The hot spring is over there. Feel free to use it. No need to worry about making a mess. It cleans itself automatically every day." Lin Qian gestured. "Why don't you go first? I'm the one who is dirty." Old Wu appeared as though he were a rustic lad, visiting a wealthy relative for the first time, visibly awkward. "I want TB bathing today," Lin Qian replied, for he had more pressing matters at hand. He approached the makeshift training ground constructed of wooden planks, opened his attribute panel, and began allocating points. With 16 points of free attributes, his highest stockpile yet, using them felt almost indulgent. With a flurry of clangs, the attribute panel underwent a significant transformation. Name: Lin Qian, level 1 regulator, strength 20, 9 agility 20, une constitution 20, 2 spirit 20, 9 traits, stone heart, abnormal digestion abilities, spirit fire 18. Other blood, bloodline ghost blood, ghost eye, frenzy evaluation, a battle-hardened warrior of other blood, adept at combating the supernatural, possessing terrifying explosive power. His combat prowess is sufficient to overwhelm the majority of level 2 regulators' hounds. Why am I still being compared to hounds? Lin Qian sighed, too weary to comment further. This incessant comparison to dogs was tiresome. With 6 points in spirit and 10 in agility, he had successfully surpassed the 20-point threshold in all 4 attributes. With a swift motion, a piercing sound sliced through the air as hundreds of bloodlines coiled together to form a blood whip, akin to a cannon shot, shattering the wooden plank 10 meters away into splinters. At last, the essence of it had revealed itself. It was only today that Lin Qian glimpsed the shadow of the malevolent spirit aboard the death train in that very strike. With a flick of his wrist, the blood whip swept across, obliterating an entire row of wooden planks, sending wood shavings flying. The tremendous noise startled Old Wu, who was indulging in a hot spring, prompting him to draw back the curtain, his face a canvas of astonishment. "What do you think? Impressive, isn't it?" Lin Qian beamed at Old Wu, reveling in his triumph. "Indeed, quite remarkable." Old Wu chuckled awkwardly, while inwardly he pondered, is this fellow truly human? Could he be a boss masquerading from some inner world? Shaking his head, Old Wu dismissed such chaotic thoughts. After all, Lin Qian had saved him numerous times. If there ever came a day when he harbored murderous intent and sought to reclaim his life, Old Wu would harbor no grievances. Ah, how delightful it is to soak in the hot springs. Chapter 62. A new day. Old Wu is a commendable comrade. He possesses a calm demeanor, steadfast reliability, a wealth of experience, and considerable strength. His character is fundamentally honest, although he initially harbors a sense of wariness towards everyone and is not easily trusting. Once he determines that someone is worthy of his trust, He is willing to place his complete confidence in them. However, Lin Qian vowed that if this fellow dared to spend another night in his room, he would undoubtedly deliver a powerful kick to Old Wu's face. Get up. Stop sleeping. As the time for safe exploration approached, Lin Qian, having endured a sleepless night, could no longer contain himself. He leaped out of bed and rushed to Old Wu's makeshift mattress, grinding his teeth as he delivered several forceful kicks to his rear. Though he had heard snoring before, he had never encountered such an unpleasantly thunderous sound. The noise was akin to someone using a power drill on his skull, causing his brain to feel as though it might explode. To make matters worse, due to his recently increased agility attribute reaching 20, Lin Qian had not yet fully acclimated to his heightened sensory perception. Even with his ears stuffed with cotton, he could still faintly hear the cacophony, which remained intolerably loud. What is going on? Awakened abruptly by the rough wake-up service, Old Wu hastily lifted his head, struggling to open his bleary eyes, appearing quite disoriented. Lin Qian's hair was tousled, and his eyes were bloodshot. Despite the enhancement to his mental attributes leaving him not particularly tired, he was indeed tormented by the noise, feeling an overwhelming urge to howl. Nevertheless, considering Old Wu's contributions, he stifled his irritation. Time to get up for breakfast. There was a mountain of tasks awaiting them today. On a marble dining table salvaged from a suite in a zombie-infested hotel, a sumptuous feast lay piled high, fragrant and steaming. Lin Qian and Old Wu devoured their meal like hyenas, their chopsticks moving with the speed of a whirlwind as they nearly resorted to eating with their hands. They quickly filled their bellies, leaving the mess behind to be stored away in their spatial inventory, to be discarded later in the inner world with a casual toss. Ready to switch to a new table. Perfect. After all, his focus for the next few days was on the zombie world, having completed both the basic and intermediate cleansing tasks. He might as well tackle the advanced ones as well. Not bad. The flavor is delightful, Lin Qian remarked. Old Wu, having overindulged, sat back in his chair, rubbing his belly. The meal had been prepared by a renowned chef under Su Mian's command. Lin Qian consumed several times more than Old Wu, yet showed no signs of discomfort. His abdomen remained flat. Ever since acquiring the extraordinary digestive trait, he had not visited the restroom. Ding! You have gained 1 regulator point. Suddenly, a notification sound echoed unexpectedly. Huh? Lin Qian paused, quickly opening his panel to scrutinize the identity description following his name. Level 1 regulator, 1100, He sat up excitedly, glancing at the time. The safe exploration period had just begun. Was this the tally of last night's accomplishments? Lin Qian was filled with excitement. After reading reviews that mentioned the existence of secondary regulators and hunting dogs, he grew curious about how one could elevate their regulatory status. It appeared that completing tasks within one's designated area was not the sole means to achieve this. Seizing opportunities in other regions could also yield rewards. The boundaries of a region seemed not to be a limitation. At worst, one would simply lack a task tracking feature. His eyes sparkled with possibilities for clever maneuvers. Alas, the rewards and points were rather meager. Was it due to the weakness of those water ghosts? Or did an anomalous intrusion in a single room only merit a single point? Many aspects required practical experimentation. After a quick tidying up, Lin Qian skillfully strapped on his butcher's knife, ready to embark on a new day of toil. As he pushed open the door, he was taken aback by the sight before him. Come on, hurry up. 121. 121. Keep up at the back. A row of battered newcomers was performing frog jumps with their hands clasped atop their heads, while 2 armed overseers monitored and directed the rhythm. What on earth is this? Lin Qian inquired with a frown. Oh, Qian Yi. The 2 overseers, upon seeing Lin Qian, promptly jogged over to salute him. Qian Yi. Good morning. Attention. Their expressions were serious, standing tall and straight, eyes fixed ahead, reminiscent of school children awaiting a teacher's inspection. Report, Qiange. These individuals are rebels from other floors. Miangu instructed us to let them practice freely. Su Mian's directive, when mentioned in Lin Qian's presence, always required the addition of the diminutive suffix for distinction. Qiangu was a respectful, serious address for an elder brother, while Miangu felt more like a nickname for a neighborly cousin. Other floors? Lin Qian was somewhat astonished. Have you taken control of other floors? Beside him, Old Wu was equally astonished. So soon? If memory serves, the regional passage was only opened yesterday. Their chests swelled with pride, faces beaming. The group of individuals crouched on the ground, hands on their heads, were utterly aghast. How could these terrifying monsters show such deference to this slender young man? Yesterday, this guy yanked my hair and knocked out 6 of my teeth with a single punch. Blood streamed into my eyes, yet he remained unfazed, looking fearsome enough to make me soil myself. Now he presents this bashful demeanor. What is going on? Madness. This world has gone mad. At that moment, Su Mian's figure emerged from the far end of the passage, followed by a tall, robust man restrained by 4 or 5 individuals. Qian Yi. Upon spotting Lin Qian, he quickly offered a respectful bow, entirely disregarding the bewildered expressions of those from other floors. ISN Tihi the boss. Must he also salute this fellow? Lin Qian glanced at the man whose hands were cuffed, his face marred with bruises. Yet those surrounding him were not faring much better, each bearing injuries. What's going on? He casually asked. The boss of the 28th floor, somewhat capable, refuses to comply with us. We're preparing to have a serious conversation with him, Su Mian remarked, casting a glance at the imposing figure, his tone tinged with a hint of admiration. Those individuals, basking in the glory of Lin Qian, each possessed 3 points of freedom attributes. Yet, despite such an overwhelming advantage, they nearly faltered against this fellow. Deception, ambush, traps, poison, compounded by his terrifying close combat prowess. The entire evening was spent in a game of hide-and-seek within the realm of the door. Haha, do you truly think you can make me yield? So many of you against a single me. And in the end, it was only through the use of advanced technology that you managed to secure a hard-fought victory. What a pitiful bunch. Bah! The burly man spat on Su Mian's hair and attempted to headbutt the person beside him, only to be firmly restrained by several others, rendering him immobile. Su Mian wore a somewhat speechless expression as he retrieved a handkerchief from his storage space to wipe the saliva from his hair. Can we maintain some semblance of hygiene? Chapter 63. Borrowed Treasures. Lin Qian yawned and smacked his lips, feeling a sense of boredom. He glanced toward the Old Wu beside him. Should I give it a try? Upon hearing Lin Qian's words, Old Wu approached with a smile, casually setting down the fishing spear. Free him, he instructed, gesturing towards Su Mian and the others. Su Mian had previously emphasized the importance of those around Lin Qian, so the group dared not slacken their efforts and swiftly unshackled the burly man's handcuffs. What, are you the boss? The burly man asked, rubbing his wrists and frowning at Old Wu. I'm not. He is, Old Wu chuckled, pointing to Lin Qian. Are you joking? This little chick's physique. I'm afraid I might break him with a little force. The burly man boomed, his voice resonating loudly. Old Wu's expression turned serious. You'd best watch your words. The burly man keenly sensed the shift in Old Wu's demeanor and immediately became cautious. Oh, is that what you mean? You want to spar with me? He assumed a stance, firmly grounding himself, clearly a practitioner of martial arts. Old Wu, unwilling to waste words, charged forward with a direct kick aimed at the burly man's chest. The burly man quickly raised his hands to block, but in that instant, his expression changed drastically. Such immense strength. There was no way to withstand this directly. In a moment of crisis, he attempted to evade, trying to dissipate the force. But Old Wu's movements were astonishingly swift. One leg lifted while the other planted firmly. Using the burly man's hand as leverage, he sprang into the air, twisting and spinning, with the other leg following up with a powerful kick. This attack was too fierce to avoid. The burly man crossed his arms to shield his head. Crack! The unmistakable sound of a bone breaking echoed as the burly man's massive frame was sent flying several meters, sliding across the ground before finally coming to a halt. Gasping, he shook his head, grimacing in pain as he struggled to rise, clutching his broken forearm, his eyes wide with disbelief. One move, just one move. It was not merely a display of overwhelming strength. Even his own techniques had been completely read. A master, a rare and skilled master. The burly man's expression lost its arrogance as he, with great difficulty, performed a respectful fist salute, despite his broken arm. I concede, Senior. Old Wu glanced at him, casually returning the salute. Needless to say, or else I would have been the one to lose. He returned to Lin Qian's side, picking up the fishing spear. Quite agile for your age. Have you trained in ballet? Lin Qian jested. Do you fancy it? I could learn, Old Wu replied. After spending time together and growing accustomed to each other's company, the two had gradually formed a rapport. Old Wu had discerned Lin Qian's temperament, realizing that he was not difficult to get along with. Qiangu, I nearly forgot about this, Su Mian suddenly interjected, stepping forward. He extended his hand, retrieving 2 items from his storage space. In his left hand was a bundle of paper, and in his right, a golden glass sphere. What is it? Lin Qian asked, somewhat puzzled, but nonetheless reached out to accept them. The paper bag appeared unremarkable, yet the instant his fingers brushed against the golden glass sphere, a system notification promptly emerged. Golden fruit seed. Matures 30 days post-planting. The fruit can swiftly replenish mental energy consumption. In one fleeting moment, Lin Qian's lackluster demeanor transformed, his eyes widening in astonishment. Where did you acquire this? He exclaimed, casting a surprised glance at Su Mian. I seized it, Su Mian replied, his expression innocent. Did you not instruct me yesterday to procure some seeds? Here they are, various ordinary vegetable and fruit seeds, which I had dried and packaged. This particular one was obtained from another floor. Lin Qian furrowed his brow. Do not let me hear you speak of such things again. As he spoke, he returned the seeds to his inventory. The moment Su Mian heard Lin Qian's words, a chill ran down his spine, and he lowered his head, beads of cold sweat forming at his temples. Seized. That is the work of a thief. We merely borrowed. Can they be equated? Lin Qian stated with righteous indignation. Su Mian's heart raced, nearly reaching his throat. He suddenly recalled that he had not informed Lin Qian of his conquest of other floors. As he frantically pondered how to make amends, the tension dissipated upon hearing Lin Qian's words, and he quickly forced a smile. Yes, it was borrowing. We are borrowing. Hey. Wiping away a bead of cold sweat, Su Mian, as a paragon of the new era, experienced for the first time what it meant to be in the presence of someone formidable. Oh, right, Brother Qian, there are other rewards. Noticing Lin Qian seemed inclined to return to his room, Su Mian hastily interjected. With a swift motion, 2 items were extracted from his storage space. What? There's more. Lin Qian raised an eyebrow, delight illuminating his features. Each day brought forth unexpected surprises. He reached for the topmost translucent card, and the item information appeared. Summoning card. Input the number to summon a designated survivor. Upon their agreement, they will be instantly transported to the current area. Such a thing exists. Lin Qian marveled, inspecting the card closely before attempting to enter Lao Wu's number. In the next moment, Lao Wu received a notification. Usage failed. The recipient declined the summoning. The card remained intact, indicating that a failed attempt did not consume the item. He tried entering Lao Wu's number again, but this time, no notification was sent to Lao Wu. Is there a do not disturb function? Quite intriguing. Lin Qian stowed the card away and shifted his gaze to the other item. It was a pure white bone armor, constructed of interlinked bone fragments, with 2 sharp fangs adorning the arm guards and gauntlets, presenting a peculiar design. Lin Qian lifted it, and with a shake, the bone fragments produced a crisp sound. Brother Qian, this item is the ultimate prize from trials in other regions. Once stored in your inventory, you can choose to don it directly upon retrieval, Su Mian whispered, leaning in closer. Really? Lin Qian's eyes sparkled with interest. It could be utilized in such a manner? He promptly attempted to store the bone armor and retrieve it once more. Would you like to wear tiger bone armor? Yes. In the next instant, a flash of white light enveloped him, and Lin Qian felt a tightening sensation as he raised his hand once more, now fully adorned in the tiger bone armor. The connecting cord of this item appears to possess the remarkable ability of automatic size adjustment. Lin Qian stretched his limbs, feeling no hindrance. It fit him perfectly. As for the weight, it was essentially akin to being unencumbered for Lin Qian at this moment. He removed the butcher's knife and extracted the ghostly hide ensnared by the tiger bone armor, producing a crisp snap. A splendid find. Lin Qian expressed his satisfaction. As long as Brother Qian is pleased. Su Mian chuckled sheepishly. By the way, could you send some personnel to wait for me at the entrance of room 605? It contains a hotel from a zombie instance. I have cleared it, but due to time constraints, I didn't conduct a thorough search. Recalling the armor, Lin Qian remembered this matter and, fearing he might forget, called out before heading back to his room. A thoroughly cleared zombie hotel. Su Mion's eyes brightened. This was a primary source of firearms at this stage. The thought of Lin Qian single-handedly clearing out the entire hotel of zombies made his heart skip a beat. That was close. This seemingly humane figure almost made me forget the monstrous reality. I must exercise caution in the future. Chapter 64. Experimentation and point allocation rules. The temperature-controlled cultivation plot differed somewhat from Lin Qian's imagination. Approximately 1 square meter of soil was enveloped in a membrane resembling a water bubble, with a light bulb the size of an egg suspended above it. As Lin Qian's hand penetrated the membrane, he could distinctly feel the warmth and humidity within. Would you like to sow seeds? Golden fruit seed? Yes. Upon confirming the selection, the seeds in his hand immediately vanished, replaced by a small mound of earth that rose in the center of the plot. Ah, how intriguing. I did not expect the system to facilitate automatic planting, which certainly alleviates a considerable amount of work for me. Having retrieved the seeds from the paper packet, Lin Qian casually selected a few and scattered them around the outer perimeter. Whether they would bloom and bear fruit remained to be seen in a few days. Upon arriving at room 605, Lin Qian found over a dozen individuals already waiting, many of whom bore fresh bruises and injuries. Brother Qian. Upon seeing Lin Qian, several individuals immediately straightened their posture, prompting others to mimic their behavior. Is there a shortage of personnel? Noticing the limited number of staff on this floor, Lin Qian inquired casually. I can immediately recall more personnel, replied a tall, slender man at the forefront without hesitation. No. I'm merely curious about what the others are doing. I hardly see anyone in the corridor. Lin Qian waved his hand, indicating that there was no need for alarm. Report, Brother Qian. They're all exploring rooms on other floors. Lin Qian was momentarily taken aback by this information, feeling somewhat perplexed. Why venture to other floors for exploration? According to Brother Mion's assessment, the difficulty of rooms on our floor is generally higher, and the majority involve supernatural elements. Thanks to your influence, Brother Qian, our attributes have already surpassed those of our contemporaries by a significant margin. However, tackling supernatural instances requires a high threshold to minimize casualties. We chose to explore other floors. Lin Qian raised an eyebrow. Is that so? He had indeed overlooked this aspect. Reflecting on it now, he recalled that last night, even with his superior attribute points, he struggled against a group of water ghost villagers, let alone the others. Not to mention, the strength of those water ghosts was undeniably no less than 5 points, and they were immune to most physical attacks. Aside from Lin Qian, who possessed bug-level abilities, anyone else encountering them would find it exceedingly troublesome. Are the dungeons on other floors significantly easier? He inquired. Indeed, based on our attributes, they pose little challenge. And since everyone operates in teams, even when facing beginner-level supernatural instances, there's a high survival rate. That is reassuring. Lin Qian nodded, signaling to open the door. A battered individual quickly stepped forward to expend a charge and unlock the door. Lin Qian led the way, with the others following in a steady stream. The incessant cycle of killing grew increasingly tedious, especially as the returns and attribute points dwindled before his eyes. Lin Qian found it increasingly difficult to muster enthusiasm. Rather than searching each building individually, he opted to locate a car equipped with a sound system, parked it across the street, cranked the volume to maximum, and awaited the arrival of zombies to meet their demise. Bang! Bang! Standing atop the vehicle, Lin Qian indiscriminately fired his handgun at the building, the glass shattering in response. The clustered zombies tumbled down with a cacophony, some landing on their heads, rendering them motionless. With an increase in agility, his marksmanship had noticeably improved. With a modicum of practice, while not achieving perfect accuracy, he was nearly there. Unfortunately, firearms proved to be somewhat ineffective in the realm of supernatural quests, becoming rather superfluous. Suddenly, a thunderous crash echoed as a distant car was crushed under a heavy object, and a colossal zombie leapt from the building, landing with remarkable steadiness. An evolved specimen, Lin Qian was instantly invigorated. This towering zombie, exceeding 2 meters in height, boasted exceptionally muscular legs, devoid of skin. Its dark red muscles exposed to the air, having long ceased to resemble humanity. It emitted a low growl, propelling itself over 3 meters in a single leap, charging directly at Lin Qian. However, in the next moment, a blood whip swept through with tremendous force, striking the evolved zombie as if it were a mere insect swatted by a fly, causing it to vanish midair with a resounding thud. The creature's body was drawn into a nearby shop, shattering a row of shelves. Before it could rise, the blood whip coiled around its waist rapidly split into hundreds of tendrils, burrowing into the zombie's flesh, swiftly dissolving and absorbing it. Strength 0. 1. Upon hearing the system's notification, Lin Qian fell into a deeper silence. Was this all that a boss-level zombie was worth? A sigh escaped him. Leveling up was becoming increasingly arduous. Meanwhile, within the hotel floors. Hey, did you just see that? A bruised, middle-aged man trembled as he glanced at his companions. That guy down there just instantaneously dispatched hundreds of zombies. It's terrifying. Even Brother Sean would likely be no match for such a monstrous entity. No wonder they held him in such high regard. It seemed he was the hidden boss of this level. Enough chatter. Let's get to work. Someone muttered in discontent. Stop staring at him. Dealing with us. Just those little minions are sufficient. Damn it. What is going on with this level? The numbers are absurdly low, yet the combat prowess is formidable. Not to mention the presence of a colossal monster. No more complaints. We can only blame our bad luck for matching with a monstrous tier. Suddenly, their discourse attracted the attention of a supervisor. Hey, what are you all talking about? A loud shout startled several individuals, causing them to shrink their heads and promptly focus on their tasks. As night fell, the door to room 605 slowly creaked open. Roar! Roar! A zombie, its head ensnared in a burlap sack, was hurled from the doorway, followed by a second, then a third. Don't close the door. Just stand guard at the entrance. Lin Qian instructed, clapping his hands as he stepped out, his expression filled with anticipation. No mission prompts? Upon entering the corridor, Lin Qian furrowed his brow. Logically speaking, this should be within his jurisdiction. Any unusual intrusion should trigger a system alert. Yet this time there was none. He attempted to absorb one and felt a sudden heaviness in his heart. No alert? Lin Qian, undeterred, gestured towards the individuals inside. Kulme. The group had already prepared, using riot forks to subdue a zombie and push it outside. The creature roared, flailing its arms wildly, yet it could not escape their grasp. Still, there was no alert. Lin Qian's brow furrowed deeper. Could it be that he would no longer have the opportunity to accumulate points as he did yesterday? Had the system detected cheating? Such intelligence. No, I must try again. Relentlessly, he ventured back through the door, and the door to room 605 closed behind him, leaving only a few zombies ensnared in burlap sacks, emitting low, desperate growls in the corridor. Chapter 65. The Cleaner. After a considerable time, Lin Qian once again opened the door and stepped out. Behind him, a massive, evolved zombie was tightly bound by bloodlines, roaring and struggling in vain. Ding! Anomalous intrusion detected. Issuing overseer task. Just as Lin Qian dragged the zombie out of the room, the system notification sounded. Finally, it had arrived. Lin Qian's eyes sparkled with excitement as he unhesitatingly dispatched the zombie and absorbed its essence. Ding! Anomalous intruder eliminated. Reward granted. Free attribute point X1. With a sigh of relief, Lin Qian felt a weight lift from his shoulders. What a thrill! Although it had taken considerable effort, the outcome was quite satisfactory. At least it proved that grinding points was feasible. The system was not as intelligent as he had previously imagined. Suddenly, Lin Qian glanced around, sensing something amiss. Where were the other zombies? He uttered a soft gasp. The corridor was utterly devoid of the shadows of the zombies he had previously brought out. Who would dare to venture out at this hour to take them back to their rooms? The thought amused him. He scrutinized the area with his flashlight, only to discover that not only had the zombies vanished, but but even the blood-stained footprints on the floor had been meticulously cleaned. This was rather peculiar. Lin Qian recalled a puzzling observation from before. After the encounter with the pig-head man, the bloodstains left in the corridor were always scrubbed spotless, as if nothing had ever transpired. Furthermore, the murky water and weeds splattered by the water ghost villagers from last night had also disappeared without a trace. Could it be that the infinite building possessed an automatic cleaning function? Intrigued, Lin Qian decided to investigate further that night. Upon returning to his room, he casually tossed two unfortunate zombies into the corridor and took a seat on a chair, waiting patiently while munching on some food. It appeared that triggering the overseer task had certain prerequisites. Common zombies were too weak to meet the task's requirements. Only evolved zombies would suffice. As he ate, Lin Qian contemplated the situation. This posed a challenge. Evolved zombies were already scarce, and most nearby had been eliminated by him. If he wished to maintain a steady supply, he would need to venture further afield, which would incur significant time costs. However, as the benefits of eating diminished, if no other options presented themselves, he would have no choice but to resort to this rudimentary method of grinding for attributes. Reflecting on this, it became clear that attribute points could not simply be accrued at will. The dungeon that Old Wu encountered last night was akin to a windfall from the heavens. Weak monsters that met the task criteria in ample numbers. Alas, it was uncertain whether he would encounter similar dungeons in the future. To accumulate points, the type of dungeon task must be a cleaning task, otherwise, he could not freely open doors and lure monsters out. Treasure rooms could also suffice, but the treasure guardians typically numbered only one, and it was uncertain whether the rewards for defeating the guardian would overlap with the overseer task rewards. If they did not, it would be a laborious endeavor with little gain, especially since defeating the treasure guardian already granted a modicum of attribute rewards. Swiftly finishing his meal, Lin Qian carelessly tossed the lunchbox into the corridor and promptly accessed his attribute panel, allocating the two newly acquired free attribute points to his mental prowess. 1 point was earned through the overseer task, while the other was from his salary. Upon surpassing the threshold of 20 points, the true power of his mental attribute began to manifest, greatly enhancing his capabilities, including his health line. With the augmentation of the Stoneheart trait, Lin Qian discovered that he could suppress the brutal curse of the slaughtering knife for at least a quarter of an hour, remaining entirely unaffected in his rationality. However, through experimentation, Lin Qian found that if he chose to suppress the curse, the power augmentation would only maintain a minimal doubling effect. To achieve greater strength, he would need to willingly relinquish his resistance. Yet, with his current strength attribute, coupled with the boost from activating his berserk ability, even a twofold enhancement was a formidable force to be reckoned with. Lin Qian had tested his limits and found that while remaining conscious, he could elevate his current strength attribute to approximately 60 points, though this could only be sustained for a brief duration. Without triggering the brutal curse, his 20 points in physique allowed him to maintain the berserk state for nearly 5 minutes. But if the curse was activated, it would last at most 60 seconds. After a day of relentless activity, it was time to tally his gains. Name: Lin Qian, level 1 overseer, strength, 24. 4 agility, 20. I physique, 23. 3 mental, 22. 9 traits: Stoneheart, abnormal digestion abilities, spiritual fire, 18. Other blood, bloodline demon blood. Ghost eye, berserk evaluation, a seasoned warrior of otherworldly blood, adept at combating the supernatural. Possessing formidable explosive power, his combat capability is sufficient to overwhelm the majority of level 2 overseer hounds. Calculating the totals, he found a strength of 3, 5 and a physique of 3, 1, yielding a mere 6. 6 in total gains. It is worth noting that the number of zombies he had dispatched today was several times greater than yesterday's tally. Alas, the enhancement of attributes was increasingly arduous. The thrill of accumulating points through slaughter was unparalleled. Thus, Lin Qian began to contemplate the prospect of capturing all the evolved zombies in room 605, sparing none, and reserving them for point farming. After clearing a substantial portion of the block, he received no further prompts for cleaning tasks. Lin Qian sighed, uncertain if there would be advanced tasks following the intermediate cleaning. If there were, what would the scope entail? Surely, was he expected to cleanse the entire city? Was he? The thought sent a shiver down his spine. Yet, if such a daunting task were to arise, the rewards would likely be unimaginably generous. Lin Qian added this matter to his to-do list, resolving to engage in such endeavors during his idle moments, confident that he would eventually achieve it. As he pondered, a sudden system notification reverberated in his mind. Ding! The cleaner is about to arrive. Please avoid the area. Overseer. A cleaner? Lin Qian instinctively rose, glancing to the left and right of the corridor. There was no one in sight. Suddenly, an unusual commotion caught his attention, drawing his gaze toward the end of the hallway leading to room 101. With the aid of night vision goggles, Lin Qian observed with clarity that at the end of the passage, a grotesque mass of decaying tissue was inexplicably sprouting from the surrounding walls. The nauseating, squelching sound sent chills down her spine. These putrid masses writhed and coalesced, extending countless tendrils that grew ever larger, swiftly sealing off one end of the corridor. Subsequently, the mass of tendrils began to split open, revealing uneven rows of teeth that elicited a visceral reaction in viewers. Is this what the cleaners look like? Lin Qian's eyes widened in astonishment. Just then, the grotesque mass of tendrils began to move, accelerating as if gliding along an unseen track towards her. Realizing the imminent danger, Lin Qian quickly retreated into the doorway, distancing herself to avoid any potential harm. In an instant, it surged past like a train racing by, and when Lin Qian cautiously peered out again, the cleaner had vanished into the depths of the corridor, taking with it the 2 zombies and the discarded meal box she had thrown. Chapter 66, Quarantine Zone. The new instance, it is no wonder they are called cleaners. They truly maintain an impeccable cleanliness. Lin Qian marveled as he gazed down at the spotless floor. He had not anticipated that the hygiene within the Infinite Building was upheld in such a manner. A faint realization dawned upon him. Common zombies, deemed too weak, could be devoured directly by the cleaners, thus classified by the system as refuse, requiring no further intervention. However, cursed water ghost villagers and evolved zombies, having undergone a transformation in physical strength, were a different matter entirely. The cleaners were unable to handle them independently and could only rely on the overseers to intervene. Thus, could it be said that my role is akin to that of a hazardous waste processor? Lin Qian suddenly grasped this notion. It mattered little. Having a general understanding sufficed. He shrugged. With today's objective accomplished, he was ready to return to his quarters, freshen up, and retire for the night, a familiar routine. Upon awakening, the designated safe exploration time had just commenced. Why are there no overseer points as a reward? Skeptical, he opened the panel for confirmation, and indeed, there were none. Damn, it appears that overseer points differ from cleanup rewards, lacking a minimum guarantee. One must achieve a certain level of strength for them to be allocated. The path to promotion seems a distant dream. With a resigned sigh, he hastily consumed a light breakfast and readied himself with his blade for another venture. Today, he had no intention of laboring in the zombie realm. Instead, he instructed those within to keep an eye out for the locations of evolved zombies, preferably documenting their findings. Transitioning from opulence to frugality is no easy feat, having experienced the meager returns 2 days prior. Lin Qian had completely lost interest in the diminishing yields of the zombie world. Unbeknownst to him, others regarded even the slightest enhancement of attributes as exceedingly precious. Nevertheless, he had not given up. Lin Qian remained intrigued by the higher-tier cleanup task rewards and intended to treat that realm as a retreat, indulging in relaxation whenever time permitted. Confident that he would eventually complete it. Very well, you may proceed. At the entrance of room 611, Lin Qian nodded to the door-opening assistant. Wishing you all the best, Brother Qian. The doorman was elated, having never expected to converse with Brother Qian. He would have quite the tale to tell upon returning. They would surely envy him. Su Mian, being considerate, anticipated Lin Qian's potential need for assistance in opening the door and had dispatched 2 individuals to stand guard at his entrance, solely tasked with facilitating his entry. Behind this door once lay the Death Train instance, the initial station where Lin Qian had formally embarked on his journey. However, as the task had been completed, the room had been reset. According to Su Mion's investigative report, instances of resident deaths, task completions, and treasure chest openings would all be classified as blank rooms, with content being randomly assigned after each round of regional trials. Moreover, cleanup tasks were not all structured like the zombie rooms with multiple phases. Su Mion had previously organized a team to clear a sealed zombie warehouse, which had offered a mid-level reward. Upon returning, he found a room had similarly been reset, indicating that the task line had concluded. As he stepped into the room, his vision was instantly illuminated significantly. As he glanced back, the outline of the door gradually faded against the metallic wall. Yet again, he found himself in a task room from which one could not easily depart. Lin Qian sighed. It was not the peril he feared, but rather the disappointment of encountering a task that was not a clearing mission, thereby missing the opportunity to exploit bugs for points. Surveying his surroundings, he realized he was in a cramped, enclosed chamber, approximately 4 to 5 square meters in size, adorned entirely with gleaming metal. Overhead, several glaring lights reflected off the surfaces, creating an almost blinding effect. The room contained a bed, a metallic toilet, a wash basin, and a mirror embedded in the wall. While above the door, bars were installed, and the lock appeared particularly formidable. Was this not a prison cell? Lin Qian furrowed his brow, surprised that his initial location was indeed a cell. Peering through the bars, he observed a vast indoor space outside, dominated by an enormous elevator door directly ahead, with identical prison doors lining the perimeter. There were over 20 cells, each occupied. Thanks to his agility of 20 points, Lin Qian's observational skills were remarkably sharp. He noticed that 2 others, like himself, were peering through the gaps, seemingly observing their surroundings. What was going on? Were these 2 also survivors? Just as he pondered this, a sudden alarm blared, and the elevator door began to open slowly, revealing a squad of armed soldiers. Fully equipped and masked, their faces obscured, they wielded futuristic weapons, each adorned with a glowing cylindrical object through which blue liquid flowed. In the next moment, the prison doors swung open automatically. "Fall in," a commanding officer, a tall and robust figure, bellowed, his voice echoing through the chamber. All the occupants of the cells hurriedly stepped out, yet Lin Qian and the 2 others moved cautiously, observing their surroundings. "You 3, what are you dawdling for? Move faster." The officer, noticing their hesitation, barked angrily. Quickly, the trio joined the ranks as the officer began his address. "Among you, some are gravely ill and have little time left to live. Others have been sentenced to death and will not survive the month. There are also volunteers who have chosen to participate for a substantial reward. However, now that you are here, you are soldiers. You must obey. Those who defy orders will be shot on the spot." As he spoke, several soldiers began distributing equipment. There were 2 items in total, a spear topped with a blue crystal and a black iron shield the size of a bucket lid. Spirit Crystal Spear possesses the power to touch the supernatural. The shield felt heavy and ordinary, yet upon touching the spear, Lin Qian was surprised to see an item description pop up. Equipment right from the start. He was taken aback. Just then, the long-awaited task prompt finally chimed. Ding. Entering survival instance. Buffer Zone D15. To isolate the subterranean world and prevent unknown creatures from invading, a containment buffer zone was established. On this day, an urgent distress signal was suddenly received. Before communication was severed, the operator managed to catch a fragmented utterance. Fog. Out of control. Death. Help. Return condition. Survive for 72 hours. Ah, a 3-day survival mission. Lin Qian raised an eyebrow. The standards for this task were akin to those of the Eerie Blood School. No wonder Su Mion and his cohorts had ventured to other floors to scavenge for sustenance. Engaging in blind box openings on this floor was indeed a daunting challenge. Without a doubt, this was yet another supernatural-themed instance, and with equipment provided from the outset, the difficulty would undoubtedly be formidable. As Lin Qian pondered, the commanding officer had already concluded his briefing. At his command, the elevator doors slowly opened, and the soldiers began to usher them inside. I don't want to go. I regret this. I want to go home. At that moment, a balding middle-aged man suddenly broke down, discarding his weapon, kneeling on the ground, and clinging to a soldier's leg, pleading in agony. Please, I'm a volunteer. I don't want the reward. Just let me go back. Bang! A gunshot reverberated through the air. A cloud of blood erupted as the man's head was violently shattered, his body collapsing heavily to the ground, convulsing twice before falling still. Move faster, the officer commanded, holstering his pistol with a voice devoid of any inflection. Chapter 67. Isolation Zone. Cannon fodder evidently. The chilling threat of violence deterred the wavering individuals, who promptly abandoned their trepidations and obediently entered the elevator. The elevator was spacious. Even with over 50 individuals within, it remained comfortable. Soldiers lined the sides, subtly encircling the cannon fodder in the center. The commander entered last, producing an identification card to swipe on the control panel, subsequently verifying his fingerprint and password before the descent commenced. Lin Qian, with keen perception, discerned their destination. Isolation zone. Was there more descent to come? Judging by the sensation of weightlessness, the elevator was descending at a considerable speed, yet the journey stretched on interminably, with no signs of the doors opening. Inside the elevator, the sound of uneven breathing intermingled. Some individuals offered silent prayers, while others were drenched in sweat, oblivious to their own distress. Only 3 individuals maintained a semblance of calm, Lin Qian among them. After an indeterminate span, the elevator finally halted. The commander stepped aside, and the soldiers promptly began to shove the cannon fodder toward the exit. As the elevator doors creaked open, they were met with a blood-soaked corridor. The floor was littered with dismembered limbs, blood, and entrails. At the elevator's threshold lay numerous desiccated handprints stained with blood. The overwhelming stench of gore rendered the faces of all present pale as they trembled in fear, hesitant to advance. Move, quickly. The soldiers grew impatient, resorting to forceful shoving, and soon, the cannon fodder were all ejected from the elevator. You, lead 5 individuals over there. The commander began assigning tasks. He took a team of soldiers with him, while the remainder paired off, escorting several cannon fodder to disperse. Coincidentally, Lin Qian found himself teamed with one of the other survivors. The two were prodded forward by the soldiers, and for a moment, neither spoke. This survivor appeared to be in his 30s, sporting a slight beard, not particularly tall, yet possessing remarkably robust arms. His demeanor was somewhat dull, yet he bore an expression of calm, with a flicker of coldness occasionally glimmering in his eyes. As the small teams diverged at the fork in the path, distancing themselves from the main group, the 2 soldiers behind them finally relaxed. Damn it, we're left to handle the dangerous tasks while they reap the accolades. One soldier muttered bitterly. Shut up, mind the listening devices. What is there to fear? There is no signal here. Otherwise, will we have collected not a shred of useful information? Probably the reception devices have been compromised. These short-lived fools, look at their cautious demeanor. Do they truly believe they can survive this ordeal? Hey, keep your voice down. Don't let them hear. What if they do? If they defy orders? I'll eliminate them all. And what about the mission? Don't act rashly. Forget the mission. With the increasing number of incidents in the isolation zones, those creatures might burst forth any day now. Who knows how long we'll survive? As the 2 engaged in their spirited conversation, they suddenly realized the group had halted. Hey, what's going on? Keep moving. 2 soldiers immediately drew their sidearms, aiming at Lin Qian, who had been the first to stop. Lin Qian did not respond, but slowly turned around. Did you not hear my words? I commanded you to move forward. The soldier's tone grew increasingly ominous, his finger poised to pull the trigger. However, in the next moment, Lin Qian suddenly raised his palm, and with a swift motion, hundreds of bloodlines twisted into a blood whip in midair, shooting directly towards the soldier's head. With a resounding thud, the blood whip struck the soldier's face. Although the mask offered some protection, it did not penetrate flesh, yet his neck snapped with a crack, sending him flying several meters, his head hanging limply as he fell. You. Another soldier was paralyzed with fear by Lin Qian's bizarre technique, hastily discarding his handgun meant for ordinary individuals and frantically grasping his energy weapon. You are an underground dweller. When did you infiltrate? He trembled as he pressed the communicator. Anomaly detected. Anomaly detected. Requesting reinforcements. Lin Qian advanced step by step, passing a few stun cannon fodder teammates, drawing closer to the soldier. Don't bother. Didn't I just say there's no signal? Moreover, if your intent is to clear the monsters, why are you acting in disarray? If I am not mistaken, your task is merely to divert the monster's attention. Am I right? Now, tell me, what is the commander's mission? Lin Qian wore a benevolent smile, his pace deliberate. Why you? Stay back. The soldier retreated in terror, yet did not dare to fire. Compared to the elite team members surrounding the commander, these makeshift recruits were hardly trained and lacking experience in handling anomalies. They were uncertain of Lin Qian's capabilities. Lin Qian was unafraid of the soldier's gunfire, not due to a misplaced confidence in withstanding it, but because, with his enhanced perception, he could distinctly sense every minute movement of his adversary. He was entirely confident in his ability to eliminate this individual before he could pull the trigger. Suddenly, one of the cannon fodder realized the peril and dropped his weapon, attempting to flee. Lin Qian raised his hand once more with a swift sound. The blood whip shot forth again, trailing a long streak of crimson in the air, piercing through the heart of the fleeing cannon fodder with a soft thud. What are you doing? Did I not say you could leave? Lin Qian frowned slightly, absorbing the unfortunate soul before the eyes of the onlookers. A foul gas wafting through the air, obscuring the soldier's vision. With a decisive crack, he discarded his firearm, raising both hands high. I will speak. I will tell you anything you wish to know. Please do not kill me. I beg you. The gruesome demise of the cannon fodder shattered his last psychological defenses, and fear compelled him to make the right decision. A moment later, Lin Qian, now clad in a different outfit, stood above the soldier, who had been stripped of all his equipment. The mask was particularly unique, seamlessly connecting to the helmet, with rubber plugs blocking the ears. External sound were transmitted through a receiver, crackling as if the signal was poor, while the lenses over his eyes resembled those of night vision goggles, rendering the entire field in shades of black and white. His voice was muffled by the mask, rendering it somewhat indistinct. Are you implying that the officer's mission solely revolves around retrieving an item from the laboratory? The soldier's lightweight shirt was drenched in sweat, his entire body trembling uncontrollably. It is said, merely a rumor, but I overheard two of his confidants conversing while cleaning in the lounge, though I could not ascertain the specifics of their mission. Lin Qian pondered. No wonder, given the chaos in the quarantine zone, that a mere handful of individuals dared to descend, half of whom were mere cannon fodder. Were they intent on concealing some secret before the main forces arrived? His interest in this place began to peak. Brother. At that moment, a deep voice suddenly resonated. Lin Qian turned to see the short survivor. He gestured towards a corner at the end of the passage. I apologize for the intrusion, but there seems to be a sound of screaming from that direction. Upon hearing this, Lin Qian promptly removed his mask. This wretched contraption was truly a hindrance. The cacophony produced by the fully enclosed mask greatly hampered his hearing. Otherwise, with his agility rating of 20, he would have detected the anomaly sooner. As he discarded the obstructive mask, Lin Qian did not hear any screams, but rather a faint sound reminiscent of the effervescence of soda bubbles. The noise was growing closer. He abruptly looked up. There, at the corner of the passage, a vivid crimson was surging towards him. It was a mist of blood. Chapter 68, Quarantine Zone. The air was thick with a tumultuous blood mist, surging violently towards him, closing the distance in the blink of an eye. Lin Qian furrowed his brow, detecting the sound of frantic footsteps within the crimson haze. Just as he was about to react, the diminutive survivor acted first. He kicked up a discarded spirit crystal spear from the ground and, with a swift motion, sent it hurtling into the blood mist. With a sharp whoosh, the spear struck something within, eliciting a distant, agonized shriek. Yet it was futile. The blood mist merely paused momentarily before surging forth with even greater ferocity, as if provoked. Lin Qian's expression shifted. There was no chance to evade. He crossed his arms defensively before him, invoking his protective aura. With a fierce shout, his hair whipped wildly in the turbulent air, a swirling barrier of energy enveloping him, providing steadfast protection. If you can't withstand it, retreat behind me, he called out. As the blood mist was momentarily halted by his forceful energy, while the remainder swirled around him, advancing towards the rear where Lin Qian stood. Simultaneously, the other two unfortunate souls were caught in the blood mist's grasp, their cries piercing the air as their skin began to rapidly dissolve. In an instant, they were silenced, as something pierced through their bodies, leaving only eerie stillness in its wake. Block. Lin Qian remained unfazed, slowly raising his hand. Bloodline. With those understated words, countless crimson rays erupted like a torrential downpour, crashing through the blood mist with overwhelming force. The sound of flesh being pierced echoed repeatedly. As Lin Qian swiftly pinpointed the entity concealed within the mist, his palm tightening into a fist. With a grinding sound, the scattered bloodlines converged, compressing the mist, which began to retract rapidly. Soon, a creature ensnared by the bloodlines emerged before their eyes. The creature's upper body resembled a grotesque flower of flesh, its petal-like tendrils adorned with barbs, from which the blood mist gushed through a central orifice. Its lower half was akin to that of a hunchbacked dwarf, its misshapen legs struggling to maintain balance. Standing just over a meter tall, it was far from the fearsome beast one might envision. After observing the creature's form and grasping its general appearance, Lin Qian nonchalantly waved his hand, as if wringing out a towel, and effortlessly crushed the violently thrashing creature, absorbing it in the process. Constitution 0-2. Upon hearing the system notification, Lin Qian felt invigorated. What? This feeble creature yields 0-2. He pondered, unaware of the astonished expressions of those around him. Bro. The short survivor stood at a distance, gazing at Lin Qian with awe. You. He opened his mouth, but words eluded him. This individual, a veritable monster, rendered him, who was regarded as the undisputed champion of this zone, feeling akin to a bewildered elementary school student. The situation is rather dire. Cold sweat beads on his forehead. If their strengths were comparable, they could negotiate a collaboration, but it is evident that the other party surpasses him by a significant margin. Thus, he must be concerned about whether this individual might covet his spatial resources. What ability did you just employ? The most worrisome scenario has indeed unfolded. This fellow appears to be exceedingly curious about his powers, which is hardly a promising omen. It is a skill of the type known as vital qi. He swiftly retrieves 2 books from his spatial realm and hands them to Lin Qian. Lin Qian is somewhat taken aback by this person's straightforwardness and accepts them without hesitation. As he silently peruses the contents, a system notification chimes in. Ding. Skill acquired. Vital Qi Ding. Branch skill acquired. Protective Vital Qi. Oh, there are branches to the skills? Lin Qian suddenly recalls having seemingly acquired a dispelling skill earlier. But due to the subtlety of its enhancement in conjunction with his spiritual attributes, coupled with the increasing variety of supernatural methods he encountered thereafter, he had gradually neglected it. Opening the panel, he navigates to the skills section and indeed discovers a new skill has materialized. Dispelling. Level 1 possesses a special effect that damages malevolent entities and spirits. Vital Qi. Level 1. The energy separate from the body, striking down foes invisibly, possessing the effect of interacting with the supernatural. Skill branch. Protective Vital Qi. Just as Lin Qian examines the skill section, yet another system notification resonates. Ding. Fusion of skills detected. Would you like to fuse them? Huh. Lin Qian is somewhat bewildered. This operation exists as well, although there had been a precedent for the fusion of the blood core and the stitching thread. He had not anticipated that skills could also merge. Fusion. There's no hesitation. After all, he had hardly utilized skills prior. Ding. Skill fusion successful. Acquired new skill. Dispelling Vital Qi. Dispelling Vital Qi. Level 1 exhibits formidable lethality against spirits. Skill branch. Protective Vital Qi. 2 skills have amalgamated into one, and the skill description has altered. Lin Qian senses a tingling and swelling sensation coursing through his meridians, as if something is traversing within his body. He attempts to activate the skill, launching a palm strike. A gust of wind howls, and a flash of white light flickers as the dispelling Vital Qi collides with the wall, yet it leaves no trace behind. This is peculiar. Lin Qian glances at the short survivor. This individual's attributes are certainly not superior to his own. Why, then, is their vital chi so formidable, while his feels as ineffective as a mule's flatulence? What level is your vital chi skill? He inquires, perplexed. Level 3, the man replies, somewhat nervously. How did you elevate it to level 3? Lin Qian is even more confounded. With painstaking effort, practicing over and over, the man responds. His expression, one of confusion, yet still candid. Lin Qian falls silent. It appears that skills and abilities differ significantly. They cannot progress alongside attribute points. No wonder his dispelling skill had seen minimal improvement. Who would have thought there was a concept of proficiency involved? As for the slight enhancement of one's mental acuity, it now appears to be more akin to the innate talent one possesses for this particular skill. The higher the attribute points, the greater the advancement with each level gained in the skill. All right, thank you, Lin Qian expressed his gratitude, feigning an intention to toss the book back. You may keep it, my friend. I have another set. The individual gestured dismissively, observing the man's tense and defensive demeanor. Lin Qian couldn't help but feel a sense of amusement. Do relax. I am not one to kill without cause. Moreover, if I truly wish to strike, no matter how vigilant you might be, would you truly stand a chance of survival? This individual likely possessed a commendable agility attribute. Sensing the formidable aura emanating from Lin Qian, a reaction rooted in primal instinct. Chapter 69, Quarantine Zone. Interception. The man named Lin Qian, assigned to zone number 74536, had a digit more than Lin Qian's zone. Like Lin Qian, this was his first encounter with a cross-zone collaboration task. However, there was one striking similarity between the two. Whenever they personally opened a blind box, the difficulty of the encountered instance invariably surpassed that of others by a considerable margin. He surmised that the challenge presented within the door was likely closely tied to the attribute points of the opener. Furthermore, the trials he had endured in his zone were no less formidable, with fewer than 100 survivors remaining. If my conjecture holds true, the trials must also correlate with the attributes of his zone members, possibly averaging them or focusing solely on the strongest individual. My inclination leans towards the latter. Contemplating this matter, Lin Qian couldn't help but feel a twinge of anxiety, releasing a deep sigh. Alas, my strength attribute has already surpassed 10 points. I can scarcely imagine the terrifying instances that await in the next trial. At this moment, he was entirely oblivious to the fact that a certain ambitious youth beside him had quietly shattered, having exceeded 20 in all attributes. Lin Qian wore a grim expression, for his analysis of the information suggested that Lin Qian was likely correct. Yet, this was an unavoidable reality. One cannot forego self-improvement merely out of fear of excessive trial difficulty. It was rather unfortunate for Su Mian and the others, who had undoubtedly suffered great misfortune to be assigned to the same zone as himself. Sigh. Lin Qian also exhaled, his emotions somewhat complex. However, Brother Qian, shall we simply wait here? Lin Qian, being considerably older than Lin Qian, still respectfully referred to him as Brother Qian, a gesture of deference to his prowess. Didn't this fellow mention that there is only this one elevator? Lin Qian pointed towards the trembling soldier nearby. The area is vast. I fear that if we are not vigilant, the officer team may slip away. They do not possess the authority to operate the elevator. And if they complete their mission and ascend to the surface, we would be left with no recourse. After all, we have a full 3 days for this task. There is no need to rush. Lin Qian discerned that Lin Qian was eager to secure the double reward for eliminating the source of danger ahead of time, and thus offered a casual reassurance. Finally, he found someone with whom he could engage in meaningful conversation, lifting his spirits considerably. The two continued to converse, occasionally encountering blood, mist, which Lin Qian effortlessly dealt with. As time flowed by, they remained engaged until, at last, the distant passage echoed with hurried footsteps, accompanied by the monstrous howls and the crack of energy guns. Roar! Rustle! Rustle! Lin Qian yawned and slowly rose. At last, they have arrived at the far end of the corridor. A thick cloud of blood mist was pursuing the remaining 7 members of the officer team. The combat proficiency of these few was evidently superior. In the face of imminent threat, they maintained a methodical response. Grenade. The officer at the forefront clutched a sleek black briefcase with one hand while retrieving a blue grenade from his waist to hurl into the blood mist. Boom. In the next moment, a surge of blue energy erupted, forcing the blood mist back by a considerable distance. Seizing the opportunity presented by the dispersal of the blood mist, Lin Qian keenly detected a notably larger and more robust creature within. Its head resembled that of a fleshy petal, yet its body was immensely powerful, akin to a ferocious beast, with claws capable of embedding deeply into metal walls, nimbly evading the shots from psionic gun. And it was not alone. Intrigued, Lin Qian flexed his hands in preparation. "You lot, get out of my way." From afar, the commander at the forefront bellowed angrily at Lin Qian and his companions. "If you don't want to die, do not obstruct my path." As he spoke, he drew his handgun, clad in military gear, yet not on the designated mission route. This fact spoke volumes. Bang! Observing the other's reluctance to retreat, the commander no longer hesitated and fired his weapon. Lin Qian casually sidestepped, the bullet whizzing past him. "What?" The commander's eyes widened in shock, and before he could fully comprehend, a multitude of crimson threads suddenly shot forth, enveloping his vision entirely. "Do you dare to strike first?" Lin Qian's voice echoed serenely, and in the next heartbeat, a chorus of agonized screams erupted. Crack! Crack! Before the commander could react, he felt his legs shatter, and amid a whirl of chaos, he was propelled several meters away, coming to a halt. Upon opening his eyes, he realized not only was the box missing, but even his hands had vanished. Monster! Monster! He gazed in terror at the figure advancing through the blood mist, stepping over the corpses of his comrades, blood pouring from his mouth and nose. His voice hoarse. Roar. Boom. Bang. Quite vigorous. Amidst the cacophony of fierce combat, Lin Qian's astonished voice could still be faintly heard. "I'm going berserk. Take this blade." Thud. The blood mist rapidly shrank, and a creature, now devoid of its petal-like head, collapsed slowly. Soon after, two more loud crashes echoed as another creature's corpse was kicked out, trailing a torrent of blood mist akin to exhaust fumes, crashing heavily against the wall. Following this, a fierce gust of wind howled as a massive butcher's knife sliced through the air, thunking precisely into the creature's head, the blade's tip embedding deeply into the metal wall, rendering it motionless after a few futile struggles. As the blood mist dissipated, Lin Qian grasped the corpse of a third creature with one hand, while with the other, he forcefully retracted the bloodline entwined around the knife's hilt, reclaiming it. The bloodline spread, beginning to absorb. Constitution 0, 6, Constitution 0, 5, Strength 0, 6. The gains were fairly adequate. These creatures possessed formidable strength, their surfaces covered with a layer of translucent scales, placing them beyond the threshold of being instantaneously dispatched by the bloodline. Nevertheless, they lacked the extraordinary vitality of blood fiends, their weaknesses glaringly apparent. Decapitation would suffice to slay them, making the task rather uncomplicated. After absorbing the three creatures, the side effects of the berserk state and the butcher's knife began to wane, and Lin Qian's previously furrowed brow gradually relaxed, the discomfort fading away. He approached the blood-stained black box, tugging at the handcuffs connected to the severed hand, which remained remarkably sturdy. "What's the password?" Lin Qian inquired, lifting the black box before the struggling officer. "What manner of monster are you? How did you infiltrate here?" The officer demanded sternly, yet the terror in his eyes betrayed him. A creature possessing human intelligence and appearance was unprecedented. "TSK." Lin Qian furrowed his brow, growing somewhat impatient. With a swift motion, the tendrils of blood ensnared the officer's severed legs, burrowing into the flesh through the crevices. His flesh began to dissolve, and smoke wafted into the air, causing the officer's body to arch violently like a cooked shrimp, convulsing in agony. An indescribable pain coursed through him, as beads of sweat fell like rain. "I will speak. I will speak. I beg you. Please stop." At last, he could no longer endure the excruciating torment and chose to capitulate. Chapter 70, Quarantine Zone. The laughing elixir with the correct password. The black box sprang open, releasing a rush of cold air, exuding a distinct sense of advanced technology. As the lid was pushed aside, an array of meticulously arranged test tubes filled with potions came into view. Grasping one, I observed it closely. The vibrant crimson liquid swirled with dark, fibrous particles that moved autonomously, as if imbued with life. Suddenly, the system displayed the item information. Laughing elixir. Upon consumption, strength 2, agility 2, constitution 2, but it will impose irreversible effects on the user's psyche, the extent of which depends on their mental attributes. Maximum consumption limit, 1. Lin Qian was taken aback, surprised that this peculiar item could reveal its information. A potion devoid of digestion requirements, yet bearing side effects, was a first for him. Based on the mental attributes, He hesitated momentarily before uncorking a vial and tilting his head back to drink it. If each attribute were to receive a boost of 10 points, Lin Qian would likely refrain from taking such a risk. After all, the correlation between risk and reward is often proportional. However, given this modest gain, how much more could the side effects truly affect him? Moreover, this item was evidently a product of the laboratory, and the mission of the officer's team was to procure these potions, likely for distribution among other soldiers. If ordinary individuals could withstand it, what fear should a creature with all attributes surpassing 20 points possess? He drank. The chill coursed down his throat, and a pungent metallic taste assaulted his senses. Lin Qian's face contorted in distaste. It was utterly vile. He quickly retrieved a bottle of mineral water to rinse his mouth. Just then, an eerie laughter echoed in his ears, but in the next moment, a wave of coolness spread through his mind, abruptly silencing the laugh as if someone had choked it off. What was that sound that just passed by? Lin Qian felt momentarily bewildered, glancing around and scratching his head. After surpassing 20 points in mental attributes, the qualities of his stone heart finally began to manifest, acting like a firewall against typical mental disturbances that could hardly stir a ripple. Noticing Luo Quan's curious expression, Lin Qian casually tossed him a vial of the laughing elixir. Take a look at its attributes. This potion, which granted a total of 6 attribute points without any digestion requirement, even with its side effects, was non-lethal. Thus, it was impossible to give it away for free. Luo Quan was well aware of this. He hesitated for a moment before rummaging through his storage space. Soon, he produced a grotesque, tumor-like object and handed it to Lin Qian. Brother Qian, I would like to exchange this for a vial of the laughing elixir. The fleshy mass pulsated slightly, appearing somewhat repugnant. Lin Qian reached out to accept it, and upon contact, an item prompt appeared. Blood and flesh relic of the demon monk. Digestion requirement, Constitution 20. Upon consumption, Strength 5, with a chance of being affected by the lingering remnants of the demon monk, the extent of which depends on mental attributes. Lin Qian's eyes brightened. A remarkable item, although it too bore side effects. It came with an additional digestion requirement, and its total attributes were slightly inferior to those of the laughing elixir, indicating a somewhat lesser value. However, there was one aspect that Lin Qian was particularly concerned about. This substance seemed to possess no upper limit for consumption. Luo Quan glanced nervously at Lin Qian, awaiting his response. Fine, it's changed, Lin Qian replied decisively. Moreover, you need not cling to that card. Should I harbor intentions of murder and theft, you would not have time to teleport. His words were truthful. If he truly contemplated such nefarious deeds, Lin Qian would undoubtedly employ the ghost eye to ensure absolute certainty. Luo Quan awkwardly smiled, casually stowing the card he had concealed in his palm into his storage space. The fact that the other party could perceive even such a subtle motion indicated a frighteningly high agility attribute, rendering any need for caution unnecessary. It was merely that he valued something the other party deemed worthless. Lin Qian held the pulsating lump in his hand, feeling nauseated, and decided against ingesting it. The bloodline extended from his palm, swiftly absorbing every last bit. After closing his eyes to sense the effects, he found nothing particularly remarkable. Suddenly, a resounding chime echoed in his ears, followed by a low, buzzing chant. Initially, the sound bore a solemn and sacred quality, but it gradually transformed into something else, ultimately culminating in an overwhelming madness. A familiar chill began to spread within his mind, and the chanting abruptly ceased. Lin Qian wiped the beads of sweat from his brow. This substance was indeed far more potent than the laughing potion. It seemed that he could no longer calculate side effects based solely on attribute additions. Singular attributes were far more terrifying than multiple ones. He shook his head to dispel the dizziness. Fortunately, with the protection of the stone heart trait, he was able to withstand it. Casually finding a place to sit, he ignored the distant screams and began to examine his attribute panel. Name, Lin Qian, Level 1 Regulator, Strength, 32. 4 Agility, 22. 1 Constitution, 26. 8 Spirit, 22. 9 Traits, Stone Heart, Abnormal Digestion Abilities, Spirit Fire, 18. Alien Blood, Bloodline Ghost Blood, Ghost Eye, Frenzy Evaluation, a battle-hardened alien blood warrior, proficient in combating the supernatural. Possessing an impressive explosive power that can completely overpower any Level 2 Regulator's hounds. Agility increased by 2, Constitution by 3. 5, with the most significant increase in strength, totaling 8 points. 1 from the Blood Mist creature, 2 from the Laughing Potion, and 5 from the Magical Monk's Relic. Within less than 12 hours, his total attribute gain reached a staggering 13. 5, and Lin Qian felt an affinity for this place. The only regret was that his evaluation remained unchanged. He couldn't help but feel a tinge of exasperation. When would he finally sever ties with the hounds and officially join the ranks of humanity? Just then, Luo Quan unexpectedly burst into laughter not far away. Lin Qian looked over in confusion, only to see this fellow desperately covering his mouth, his eyes filled with panic. Hee. Ha ha ha. Finally, he could no longer contain himself, erupting into hysterical laughter. Lin Qian immediately became alert. Could he have gone mad? Noticing the shift in Lin Qian's expression, Luo Quan hurriedly waved his hands while still chuckling. Ha ha ha. Don't be tense. Ha ha ha. I found myself utterly helpless as I witnessed his laughter, tears, and snot streaming down his face. Lin Qian couldn't help but feel exasperated. Have you perhaps augmented your mental prowess to dare indulge so recklessly? Luo Quan's expression mirrored a profound sense of despair. Observing Lin Qian drink without consequence, he thought little of it. Who could have anticipated that this individual not only possessed astonishing attributes in strength, agility, and intelligence, but also boasted commendable mental faculties? Did this person truly lack any weaknesses? Luo Quan inwardly lamented. After a considerable time, he managed to suppress his laughter, although a comical expression of restrained mirth lingered on his face. Lin Qian, initially in high spirits due to his bountiful gains, found it increasingly difficult to maintain composure upon seeing Luo Quan's contorted, wrinkled visage. With a sudden burst of laughter, he faltered, unleashing a ripple of amusement that sent Luo Quan's restraint crumbling once more as he clutched his belly and erupted into unrestrained laughter. Ha ha ha. Chapter 71, Quarantine Zone. Laughter after a considerable duration. Laughter was finally subdued. Luo Quan discovered the key to controlling his emotions and began to reminisce about sorrowful memories. Lin Qian approached the terrified officer, signaling to a nearby soldier who appeared greatly frightened. Come here, carry this fellow. The officer possessed the authority to activate the elevator, which was the reason Lin Qian spared his life. The soldier, already petrified by the abilities Lin Qian had displayed, dared not defy his command and hurriedly stepped forward to assist the officer. Lin Qian methodically stripped the deceased soldier of his gear, retrieving it into his storage space. And once satisfied that nothing was amiss, he prepared to commence the official raid of the dungeon. Observing Lin Qian's intent, the stifled laughter of Luo Quan prompted him to naturally follow behind. The duo traversed the corridor, conducting a thorough search, effortlessly resolving and absorbing any encountered blood mists, proceeding without obstruction. Damn it! What in the world is this monster? In one corridor, a man, his face contorted with terror, fled in all directions, incessantly cursing in an attempt to mask his fear. Suddenly, an eerie laughter echoed from behind him, causing the man to tremble, yet a smile involuntarily crept across his lips. Ha! Ha! With a resounding slap, He struck himself in an effort to suppress his grin. Regaining composure, he swiftly turned, aiming the energy gun he had seized from a soldier directly at the figure clad in a white coat, and pulled the trigger. With a crackle, blue energy projectiles struck the figure, creating several gaping wounds that forced it to stagger back. Yet before long, those injuries rapidly healed, and the individual in the white coat continued its pursuit, seemingly unperturbed by the prior attack. At that moment, a massive figure suddenly emerged from the opposite corridor, careening into view as if in a frantic escape, blocking the path. Another one. This creature was colossal, towering over 2 meters, its body cloaked in dark fur. Its back arched, a thick tail trailing behind, and claws sharp as blades. It possessed no eyes, only a pair of upright ears and a gaping maw. Its teeth stained with remnants of flesh. From a distance, it resembled a monstrous rat, chillingly grotesque. The man's spirit sank, a wave of self-loathing washing over him as he lamented his decision to open the door. Was it not preferable to simply clear tasks in a familiar dungeon? Suddenly, he realized something was amiss. This creature appeared to be fearful of something. Fixing his gaze on the creature's movements, his expression hardened. Could it be that there were even more terrifying monsters? Despair engulfed him. What kind of wretched dungeon was this? Just dealing with the blood mist had already exhausted all his resources, and now, the deeper he ventured, the more horrifying the creatures became, defying all logic. With determination, he bit down on his lip and retrieved a translucent card from his pocket. There was no other choice. He had to. Just as he prepared to teleport away, a voice echoed from afar, gradually drawing closer. Mimi? With a soft sound, the footsteps echoed, leisurely as if on a stroll. Yet each step bore a weighty significance. The man, possessing an agile disposition, quickly assessed the formidable strength of the approaching individual. The power exuded was undeniably formidable. His eyes sparkled with recognition. It was one of the 2 survivors. Such extraordinary physical prowess could not possibly belong to an NPC. A chuckle escaped his lips as the black-furred giant rat collided with the figure in the white coat, eliciting a burst of laughter. The rat momentarily halted, its grotesque maw curving in an almost imperceptible smile. The man's heart sank at the sight. This was dire. If the creature was capable of being influenced by the laughter, it would pose a significant threat. Reacting swiftly, he flicked his wrist, revealing a gaping black barrel hidden within his mechanical arm. With a swift motion, a grenade was launched, detonating precisely beneath the giant rat, propelling its massive form into the air along with a white-coated figure. With a metallic clang, he retrieved an energy grenade and hurled it ahead. I have no other means to engage the supernatural. Handle the smiling man while I deal with the black-furred creature, he shouted, attempting to forge an alliance with the other survivor. From his recent attack, it appeared the black-furred beast was not a supernatural entity and could be harmed by physical assaults. However, events did not unfold as he had anticipated. Lin Qian appeared nonchalantly around the corner, casting a distant glance in his direction. What are you thinking? I want it all. As the words left his lips, a multitude of crimson lines erupted like fireworks, engulfing the fallen giant rat. Amidst the hissing sounds, its flesh rapidly dissolved, and after a few futile struggles, the creature fell silent. The man observed in disbelief, his eyelid twitching uncontrollably as he tightened his grip on the teleportation card. Who was this enigmatic figure? Following closely behind, Luo Quan glanced at him, unable to stifle a chuckle. Lin Qian, indifferent to their shared plight, turned his curious gaze towards the smiling man blocking his path. Clad in a blood-stained white coat, his disheveled hair framed a face adorned with an exaggerated, eerie grin. He emitted a strange laugh. Huh? Lin Qian leaned closer, straining to hear. What did you say? Yet, the response remained a cacophony of laughter. Lin Qian scratched his head, perplexed. Little did he know, to the man observing from a distance, the scene was utterly incredulous. Why was he unaffected? The man's eyes widened in disbelief, his astonishment palpable. Luo Quan approached stealthily, struggling to suppress laughter, ready to speak. Yet the man regarded him warily, retreating slightly as he furrowed his brow. You're so far away, and you can still be influenced? Luo Quan paused, momentarily stunned, wishing to explain, but finding himself at a loss for words. Meanwhile, Lin Qian had already begun to scrutinize the smiling man before him. A researcher? He gazed at the name tag on the white coat. Was it an infection that had transformed him into this current state? Lin Qian reached out and pinched the man's chin, causing his laughter to become increasingly indistinct. Suddenly, bloodlines pierced through flesh, invading the body, and the suppressive effect of the cursed blood immediately took effect, erasing the smile from his face. Yet in that moment his eyes were left hollow, as if devoid of a soul, and he was not saved. Lin Qian, unfazed, adhered to the principle of not wasting anything and absorbed every last bit. A physique zero. 3-0. Lin Qian raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised. The rewards were quite satisfactory. His spirits lifted. He grew increasingly eager for the subsequent sweep. Indeed, this instance was quite favorable. Chapter 72, Isolation Zone. After a brief moment of amusement, Lin Qian's mirth quickly dissipated. He had previously augmented his strength points excessively, nearly cleansing the entire isolation zone, yet he received merely a solitary notification indicating an increase in strength. Only a meager 0.1, diminishing his gains to the bare minimum. In contrast, the benefits to his physique were somewhat more favorable, though still not substantial. Having vanquished over a dozen researchers tainted by laughter, he had scarcely accumulated 3 points. From the striking disparities in the physical qualities of these corrupted researchers, Lin Qian surmised that the laughter-induced contamination possessed varying degrees. The longer the exposure, the more comprehensive the bodily transformation became. Regrettably, Lin Qian was pressed for time and could not afford to wait for them to fully develop before harvesting the rewards. The isolation zone proved to be unexpectedly vast, and after sweeping through all the passages, Lin Qian realized that a full day had passed. Noticing that the system still offered no notification regarding the elimination of the danger source, he resigned himself to continue his search through the sealed laboratories. Ding! Authorization successful. Emergency lockdown lifted. With a resonating hum, the door to one laboratory gradually swung open, before the few present could react. A thick mist of blood surged forth to envelop them. Lin Qian frowned, momentarily lacking enthusiasm, yet he steeled himself to confront the sanguine haze, bloodlines shooting forth in response. The men, Jiang Jinshan and Luo Quan, discreetly retreated a few paces, waiting for the blood mist to dissipate entirely before trailing in behind him. The soldiers and officers had perished, victims to a gigantic rat corrupted by laughter. Lin Qian felt a twinge of regret, as he had intended to utilize the officer's authority to access the elevator for further exploration on other floors, which was why he had spared that individual's life. Unexpectedly, this newly encountered survivor turned out to be a talented technologist, claiming he could decipher the majority of access permissions. The man, Jiang Jinshan, was, like Luo Quan, among the strongest in the region. To Lin Qian's surprise, Jiang Jinshan's primary attributes were mental acuity and agility. Most of the dungeons he had previously traversed were within a cyber world characterized by technological upheaval, and his prosthetic arm was the ultimate reward from the regional trials. Based on Lin Qian's observations, Jiang Jinshan's attributes were undoubtedly inferior to Luo Quan's, yet in a life-and-death struggle between the two, the outcome remained uncertain, as the lethality of technological creations was indeed formidable. 3 individuals, one wielding martial prowess, another engaging in technology, and the third specializing in the bizarre, each represented the dominant forces within their respective domains. This served to indirectly corroborate the hypothesis that the attributes of the key holders were correlated with the difficulty of the dungeons. Why didn't you acquire an ocular prosthetic capable of scanning? It would save us the trouble of searching each laboratory individually, Luo Quan casually remarked in conversation with Jiang Jinshan. He appeared significantly improved, though a smile still occasionally flickered across his face. Interestingly enough, such a device does exist, but my mental attribute is insufficient for transplantation, Jiang Jinshan replied, all the while gathering the access cards left behind by the researchers in the laboratory. The laboratory itself was expansive, even featuring designated resting areas and experimental zones, complete with beds and accompanying bathing and kitchen facilities. It seemed these individuals were unable to come and go freely, as only the administrators possessed the authority to unlock the doors. Jiang Jingshan swiftly gathered the data and rendered his judgment. Alas, they are all pitiable souls. Luo Quan felt a complex mix of emotions as he surveyed the surrounding devastation from the dried blood handprints. He could almost envision the desperate struggles of the researchers in their final moments. Lin Qian entered the experimental area, frowning as she scrutinized the various instruments. In the petri dishes, enormous organs pulsated, the remnants of grotesque creatures were encased in glass, and at the center stood an exceptionally large flower of flesh and blood. A skinned giant rat was embedded with instruments, with the flesh and blood flower growing upon its head, now rotting and pallid. What kind of experiment is this? Lin Qian felt a wave of nausea and, lacking any interest in speculation, unleashed her bloodline, consuming all the available flesh and blood. Let us go. On to the next room. Finding nothing of value, Lin Qian turned and departed, as if hastening to an appointment, unwilling to squander a single moment. Luo Quan and Jiang Jingshan followed closely behind, and the trio soon entered a more expansive laboratory. After I had slipped away from the soldiers leading the expedition, I had quietly trailed behind the officers' team, witnessing them enter this laboratory and emerge with a black box. As the laboratory door swung open, a cacophony of eerie laughter echoed from within, some deep, some boisterous, and others frenzied. The two men's expressions shifted, and they quickly recoiled. Lin Qian, however, remained unfazed, even feeling a flicker of interest upon hearing the sounds. Those affected by the laughter seemed to gain a considerable benefit from their physical attributes. Once more, she ventured inside alone, and before long, the laughter subsided entirely. By the time the two men entered, they found Lin Qian standing before a massive, blood-soaked head. Lost in a trance, the head appeared flayed, grotesque, and terrifying, with an eerie grin plastered across its face. Behind a protective glass shield, two bloodshot eyes were fixed intently on Lin Qian. As she shifted to the left, the eyes followed. As she moved to the right, they did as well. What are you staring at? Lin Qian furrowed her brow and questioned aloud. The head seemed to be provoked, its smile becoming even more sinister, as if exerting itself to accomplish something. Ha ha! At last, fragmented laughter echoed in Lin Qian's mind, akin to a poor signal that refused to coalesce. With a stoic expression, she stared at the head through the glass, and after a prolonged silence, she finally made a move. Slowly, she raised her hand and scratched her cheek. Upon witnessing this, the head's expression abruptly shifted, appearing both astonished and perplexed, its grin slightly retracting. Bam! Crash! In the next moment, Lin Qian suddenly struck, shattering the glass, and placed her palm atop the massive head, gripping it firmly. The head's eyes darted in panic, its smile grew more pronounced. Ding! This item cannot be stored in the inventory. The system notification chimed, and Lin Qian raised an eyebrow. Indeed, it is a peculiar entity. After careful consideration, he promptly removed the butcher's knife from his back, encasing the grotesque head in the ghostly skin, securing it at his waist, swaying as if he were carrying a basketball. He then casually retrieved a piece of clothing to wrap the butcher's knife, adjusting it comfortably on his back once more. With his current mental fortitude, he had developed a formidable immunity to the curse of the knife. Thus, as long as he refrained from direct contact, he would not be affected as he had been previously. The grotesquely grinning head, however, was a different matter entirely, clearly imbued with a peculiar power akin to a curse. Although Lin Qian remained unaffected, he prudently opted to employ the ghostly skin as a barrier, ensuring the safety of those around him. Chapter 73, Isolation Zone. Abnormal invasion, such peculiar entities, when brought to an unusual shop, would surely fetch a handsome price. The moment Lin Qian beheld the head, this notion took root in his mind. However, he pondered whether the shop would accept such living aberrations. Yet, it should pose no issue. After all, the scream gun is also a living creature. As he ruminated, he turned around to find two individuals staring at him in stunned silence. "What is the matter?" he inquired. "Nothing. Nothing at all," they both replied, shaking their heads in unison. "Witness that." The audacity cultivated within the eerie instances allows one to boldly take anything away. Following Lin Qian, Luo Quan, and Jiang Jinshan whispered amongst themselves. Perhaps it was their shared plight that elicited a sense of camaraderie. They exchanged words intermittently. Let us not overthink it. We shall simply fulfill our roles as support. Lin Qian mused. I've come to realize that this instance hardly aligns with our attributes. It seems entirely tailored to his. The monsters they encountered were formidable enough to quench his thirst for challenge, while Lin Qian handled them with an ease akin to strolling leisurely. Jiang Jinshan expressed sincere admiration, stating, "This venture has not been in vain. It has profoundly enlightened me on the concept of there are heavens beyond heavens and people beyond people. It appears we must proceed with caution, for encountering an ill-tempered adversary could spell disaster." Luo Quan also reflected on this. In stark contrast to their leisurely exchange, Lin Qian swept through each laboratory, his expression growing increasingly grave. It was not the horrific records of inhumane experiments that troubled him, but rather the absence of any remaining monsters, coupled with the unsettling fact that the system had yet to signal that the source of danger was eradicated. What is going on? A sense of foreboding gripped him. If these creatures did not constitute the danger, it could only imply one thing. The true source of peril lay beyond this layer. The implications of such a realization were vast. It was hardly feasible to venture underground to eliminate every threat. Lin Qian deemed himself ill-equipped for such a task. This instance, labeled as an isolation zone, was ostensibly a clandestine laboratory exploiting the characteristics of monsters for human experimentation. Yet it appeared that, at this juncture, the only truly successful product was the mad laughter potion. The creatures captured by these individuals could not have been overly powerful. That head was indeed strange, but if handled with the right methods, it could be rendered innocuous. The soldiers' masks bore auditory filtration systems, presumably designed to mitigate the effects of laughter. According to Jiang Jinshan's insights gleaned from data records, the chaos within the isolation zone seemed less an accident of experimentation and more a deliberate act. For under the premise of an emergency lockdown, it was improbable for so many monsters to roam the corridors. However, the identity of the instigator remained shrouded in mystery. It was likely that they had perished amidst the calamity they had wrought. Observing the researchers' plight, one could hardly distinguish them from prisoners, and the emergence of a few deranged individuals was entirely understandable. After laboring for the better part of the day, the trio located a clean laboratory and began to replenish their strength. After satisfying their hunger and thirst, Lin Qian glanced at the countdown timer for their mission. There were still over 30 hours remaining. He furrowed his brow slightly, having previously worried about potential oversights. The group had even conducted a rapid search to confirm that no monsters remained on this level. Could it be that this creature, shrouded in ghostly skin, had not been slain? Lin Qian cast a doubtful glance at the grotesque head nearby. If this were indeed the cause, he would have to forego the peculiar gold coins, as the rewards from the mission offered a more direct enhancement to his abilities. Just as he hesitated, contemplating whether to eliminate this entity, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Beep, beep. An ear-piercing alarm resounded, with red lights flashing overhead. Unusual intrusion. Unusual intrusion. Please evacuate immediately. Lin Qian and his companions were startled and quickly rose to their feet. What was happening? Luo Quan's eyes widened, a smile uncontrollably spreading across his face. The entire isolation zone had never exhibited such a commotion before. Jiang Jinshan's expression turned grim. This was the highest level of alert mode, indicating that an unidentified creature had seen through the camouflage below and discovered the existence of the isolation zone. We may have guessed correctly. This dungeon does not adhere to our attributes. Jiang Jinshan turned to Lin Qian. Given our capabilities, the mere loss of control in one isolation zone is already sufficient. There is no need to escalate the difficulty further. He produced a semi-transparent card to express his intention. I apologize, but if it is confirmed later that the dungeon's difficulty is indeed based on your attributes, I must consider relinquishing the rewards of this mission. Jiang Jinshan glanced at Lin Qian with a hint of regret. Just like using a disengagement card during the regional trials, teleporting away during the mission would yield no rewards. This also meant that all his previous efforts would be in vain, as Lin Qian had effectively scavenged nearly all resources within the dungeon, leaving Jiang Jinshan with nothing aside from the 2 sets of equipment and a spear obtained from slaying soldiers at the outset. Yet, he was a man of self-awareness, cognizant of the significance of giving up. Lin Qian did not dwell on it too much and merely nodded. In the next moment, Jiang Jinshan tossed over a permission card. I have hacked into the officer's privileges. With this card, you can use the elevator without my presence or identity verification. Lin Qian reached out to receive it, storing it in his inventory. Thank you. Luo Quan received a similar card, but it was merely a precautionary measure prepared in advance by Jiang Jinshan, not an indication that he was about to depart immediately. Lin Qian speculated that the methods these two possessed for disengaging from the dungeon were likely similar to his own, obtained through other mission rewards in the form of rune cards or tickets, inherently uncertain, and would not be utilized unless absolutely necessary. However, he appreciated Jiang Jinshan's candor in forewarning them of his potential flight in the face of danger, emphasizing that they should not place their hopes upon him. It was a matter of honesty. After all, the bonds among them were not particularly deep, and prioritizing one's own safety was entirely justifiable. With danger looming overhead, it was unwise to linger in this place. Under Lin Qian's leadership, several individuals quickly approached the elevator. The corridor lay desolate, resonating only with the jarring sound of alarms and the hurried footsteps of the group. Almost there, as the elevator loomed closer, Luo Quan could not help but exhale in relief. Jiang Jinshan, too, felt a weight lift off his shoulders. He certainly did not wish to forfeit the rewards of this mission lightly. Yet, Lin Qian's expression abruptly changed, and his pace slowed. A shiver coursed down his spine, as his heightened instinct screamed of impending danger. He slowly turned, gazing into the looming darkness. Drawing the blade from his back, Lin Qian steeled himself for the impending confrontation. The flashing alarm lights began to dim, and the encroaching darkness surged forth like a rising tide. Chapter 74, Quarantine Zone. The woman in the black dress, damn it. Trouble is brewing. At the elevator entrance, Luo Quan felt a cold sweat forming on his forehead as he repeatedly pressed his access card against the recognition panel. Beep. Access denied. The chilling prompt heightened his anxiety. Wasn't hacked. He shouted towards Jiang Jinshan. Damn, someone has locked the program. Even the officer-level authority is insufficient to gain access. Jiang Jinshan hurried over and, after a few moments of fumbling, could not help but curse. That bunch up top never intended for anyone to escape alive. With a mechanical arm, he forcefully pried open the panel and connected several data cables from his palm. I need a moment. Keep an eye on the situation for me. If it gets too dangerous, just withdraw. Luo Quan turned to look at Lin Qian's silhouette. Facing the encroaching darkness, Lin Qian stood resolutely with a knife in one hand, his lean figure unwavering, showing no signs of retreat. Is this what a high-level player looks like? Truly composed. Luo Quan offered a candid assessment. The curse took effect, and a crimson glow flickered in Lin Qian's eyes. His gaze, sharp and cold, pierced into the depths of the darkness. A profound sense of danger enveloped him, as if a venomous serpent were licking at his instincts. He was far from the calm demeanor Luo Quan attributed to him. Is it coming for me? Cold sweat trickled down his cheek. This was the first time he felt such an intense threat after his attributes had explosively increased. A lethal threat. In the darkness, a rustling sound emerged. It seemed as though something viscous was being squeezed out, and soon, a vague silhouette began to rise slowly from the ground. It was a graceful figure, curvaceous yet towering. Beneath a slender waist, a massive skirt spread out, accompanied by the faint sound of something sticky dripping. Drip, drip. The figure started to approach him, moving slowly and silently, like a mollusk in motion. Lin Qian positioned the butcher's knife before him, every muscle tensed, ready to unleash his full combat prowess at a moment's notice. However, as the figure gradually emerged from the shadows, revealing itself to his sight, Lin Qian was left utterly stunned. He had anticipated a horrifying appearance and had mentally prepared himself, yet he never imagined it would be something so bizarre. A door? His heart brimmed with genuine bewilderment. Indeed, it was a door. The eerie woman, emerging from the darkness, stood over 2 meters tall, her black skirt spreading around her, dragging with a viscous sound as she moved. Her excessively pale arms rested gracefully at her sides, delicately holding her skirt, as if she had stepped out from a classical painting. Yet, that face, which should have been beautiful, bore no features, no visage, no attributes, only a door. An old, yellowed, and weathered wooden door. Click! Just as he was momentarily entranced, a clear sound suddenly resonated in Lin Qian's ears. In his line of sight, the doorknob gently turned, unlocking the door. Creak! The grating sound of the door hinges echoed, reminiscent of an ancient door that hadn't been oiled in decades. The wooden door creaked open slowly, drawing Lin Qian's gaze uncontrollably towards it. What lay beyond the door? A profound curiosity surged within him. As the door swung fully ajar, the scene within became increasingly vivid. He beheld a tall, slender silhouette, strikingly familiar. Is that not me? A sense of bewilderment washed over Lin Qian. Soon his focus advanced, revealing another figure standing before the slender form, a woman clad in a black dress. A door adorned her face as well, which began to creak open gradually. Creak! Crack! A sudden, intense sensation of weightlessness enveloped him as Lin Qian's consciousness traversed the second door, revealing an identical scene. He stood before the woman in the black dress, her facial door slowly parting. Creak! Crack! He seemed ensnared in an endless loop, the pace accelerating, his awareness racing through a tunnel like a high-speed train, until the sights before him began to blur, his soul caught in a vortex, gradually being drawn out. Abruptly, a chilling sensation exploded within his mind, forcibly yanking him from the cycle. The properties of his stone heart once again came into play, saving his life. Gasping for breath, he became aware of the cold sweat that drenched his body. Looking ahead, there was no sign of the woman in the black dress. Instead, a frigid touch replaced her presence. Lin Qian's eyes widened, and as he glanced down, he saw a pair of exceptionally pale arms creeping under his ribs. Gently encircling his chest, their movements tender, reminiscent of a lover's embrace after a long separation. Yet, he felt no warmth, only an indescribable dread. With a hissing sound, Lin Qian's skin appeared to be searing away, rapidly deteriorating. A viscous black substance was eroding his body. The suppression of ghostly blood had entirely lost its effect, crumbling under the assault of the black goo. Ghostly eyes, spirit fire, bloodline. The disparity in power was insurmountable. Lin Qian felt as if he were being pinned to the executioner's platform, utterly powerless, unable to employ any of his abilities. He seemed to be gradually losing control over his body. In a final, desperate attempt, his heart sank to the depths, and with his last ounce of strength, a translucent card materialized in his palm. Infinite King of Fists tournament entry ticket. In such dire straits, with no semblance of resistance left, his only option was to flee. However, just as he prepared to utilize the card for a forced teleportation, a system notification abruptly echoed in his mind. Ding! Survivor ID 745368181 has used a summoning card on you. Do you accept the summons? Without a moment's hesitation, disregarding the identity of his summoner, Lin Qian grasped at this final lifeline and made his choice. Accept. In the next instant, his body transformed into a streak of light, vanishing from spot. The woman in the black dress was left grasping at air, her arms crossed before her, seemingly perplexed. She then slowly turned to face the direction of the elevator. Within the confines of the elevator, which had successfully opened, Lin Qian found herself awkwardly collapsed in a corner, her entire being drenched in cold sweat. Her complexion as pale as a blank sheet of paper, and her expression still etched with terror. Do not look at her face. As the woman turned around, Lin Qian quickly raised her voice in warning. Before the control panel, Jiang Jinshan was drenched in perspiration, his mechanical arm moving with the speed of a chef rapidly mincing garlic, pressing buttons with fervor. Hurry, hurry, hurry. The elevator doors began to close slowly, the figure of the woman in the black dress becoming obscured from view. Goodness, that nearly frightened me to death. It was only when the elevator finally commenced its ascent that the two of them, utterly drained, relaxed and sank down onto the floor. However, at that moment, the lights within the elevator flickered ominously, and the shadows in the corner began to creep forward in an eerie manner. The darkness once again surging forth like a rising tide. It's here. It has come again. Chapter 75, Isolation Zone. Panic engulfed the group. Even Lin Qian, in a weakened state, jumped in fright. Shadows. Beware of the shadows. Light. Illuminate. Amidst the chaos, Lin Qian was the first to grasp the crux of the predicament. With a swift motion, he summoned the long-forgotten spiritual fire from his palm, dispelling the surrounding darkness. It worked. Seeing the shadows retreat, the group sighed in relief. In a flash, Jiang Jinshan produced a seemingly industrial floodlight from his storage space. With the flick of a switch, Lin Qian nearly believed he had entered paradise. Set it up. Place all four corners. One light was insufficient. Jiang Jinshan continued to retrieve more while beckoning Luo Quan for assistance. Ha ha ha! In the midst of the tension, Luo Quan could not suppress his laughter. The trio quickly arranged the floodlights, and to avoid casting shadows that would enlarge their silhouettes, they lay down in a row on the ground. For a moment, the atmosphere in the elevator resembled that of a morgue, and combined with the blinding lights, it felt somewhat akin to a crematorium. They remained silent, fearful of disturbing anything, each clutching a teleportation card, ready to flee at a moment's notice. Breathless, the tension lingered in the air. After what felt like an eternity, Jiang Jinshan finally dared to speak. It seems they haven't followed us. Although he uttered these words, the group remained vigilant. Thank you. Lin Qian expressed his heartfelt gratitude. Had it not been for Jiang Jinshan's timely intervention, he would have been left to gamble on the outcome of the boxing tournament. In recent days, his abilities had surged, and coupled with the lack of worthy opponents, he had indeed grown somewhat arrogant. Perhaps this visit was not in vain, a reminder to remain humble. As he spoke, his tone had softened considerably. He casually retrieved 2 bottles of laughing potion and handed them to Jiang Jinshan as compensation for the law summoning card. Jiang Jinshan declined. I am far greedier than you assume. With a smile, he continued, this time, you accepted my summon. Next time, I hope you will not refuse. This was akin to a gamble, with the wager being Lin Qian's acknowledgement and the investment being the formidable strength of this individual. Should he win this gamble, a card would yield a promise of assistance from a boss-level figure, a profit beyond measure. Take it. In the future, just call on me if you need assistance. Upon Lin Qian's words, Jiang Jinshan realized his gamble had paid off. He accepted the laughing potion without hesitation. Luo Quan looked on enviously, lamenting his ignorance of what a summoning card entailed. Earlier, when Jiang Jinshan inquired about Lin Qian's number, he had been perplexed as to the purpose of such a question. This guy is truly fortunate. Luo Quan chuckled in frustration. The elevator ascended rapidly, and their breathing gradually steadied. Realizing that the woman in the black dress would not catch up anytime soon, Lin Qian then began to assess his injuries. A sight most distressing, Lin Qian's entire back was devoid of healthy skin, the inky blackness having seeped into his flesh, clinging to him like asphalt. Gritting his teeth, he painstakingly peeled away the dark substance with his bloodied fingers, simultaneously retrieving crocodile meat from his storage space to commence the healing of his wounds. Alas, given his current physical condition, the blood and flesh of the crocodile offered insufficient energy. Even after consuming it entirely, it would merely be a drop in the ocean. Inquiring with the other 2, they both shook their heads, indicating they had no raw meat stored. Just then, a chime echoed, and the display screen signaled that they had surpassed the initial prison floor, rapidly descending towards the ground. The elevator swayed, and the lights flickered. They attempted to force the elevator to stop. Jiang Jinshan extracted a translucent tablet from his pocket, a cold smirk gracing his lips. If I am not mistaken, a welcoming ceremony must have been prepared for us. Lin Qian casually ripped away his tattered shirt, corroded beyond recognition, revealing muscles as solid as if hewn from stone. And with a flourish, he brandished his cleaver. Perfect, he had pent-up fury to unleash Ding. At last, they reached the ground, and the elevator doors slowly parted. Their eyes beheld a throng of armed soldiers, all poised with weapons trained on the trio. Can we have a word? Jiang Jinshan raised his hands high, a smile adorning his face, making one final attempt. Rustle, 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 rat-a-tat-tat-tat. In response, a relentless barrage of gunfire erupted. There were energy weapons as well as conventional firearms. Jiang Jinshan was instantly forced back, the shield he held rapidly warping under the onslaught. Damn it! Seeking death. He cursed, suddenly swinging his mechanical arm. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Boom! Boom! Several grenades were launched, their terrifying power cleaving a gap through the wall of fire ahead. Seizing the fleeting opportunity, he forcefully tossed his palm. In the next moment, a scene that filled all soldiers with dread unfolded. A massive shipping container inexplicably materialized before them, hurtling toward the squad with the momentum of Jiang Jinshan as throw. Sizzle, sizzle. The container scraped against the ground, creating sparks, and the three seized the cover to dash forth. Attention, they're coming out. Annihilate the monsters. With a hum, a blue laser suddenly shot from a distance, aimed directly at the trio. Lin Qian's gaze sharpened as he instantly spotted a turret-like weapon outside the building. He flicked the bloodline, ensnaring the shattered glass structure, and with a powerful tug, propelled himself into the air, his figure soaring forth. Something is coming. The soldiers guarding the turret immediately went on high alert, opening fire at the airborne Lin Qian. Yet in the next second, whoosh, crack, sizzle. Lin Qian spun through the air, swinging his cleaver with precision, striking the glowing core of the turret dead center. The energy source of the spiritual crystal was shattered, causing the turret to abruptly lose its offensive capability. In the next moment, several crimson lines in the air tightened suddenly, as Lin Qian, leveraging the force, descended rapidly and crashed into the midst of the crowd. A monster! A wretched wail echoed as the red light flickered, mercilessly reaping the lives of the soldiers. Simultaneously, Lin Qian's injuries were healing at an astonishing pace. Inside the building, Jiang Jinshan had already positioned himself atop a shipping container, where an advanced, oversized machine gun was set up before him, its base firmly embedded within the metal container. I can't deal with bizarre creatures, and I certainly won't be intimidated by you, he roared, simultaneously squeezing the triggers. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat. Each round of high-caliber, high-tech ammunition violently tore through the ground, creating massive craters and violently uprooting the metallic surface, sending debris flying. Brush against it and sustain injury, collide with it and meet death. Someone stealthily approached beneath the container, intending to ambush Jiang Jinshan. Suddenly, a fierce gust swept through, and before the attacker could discern the assailant's visage, he was hurled away, skidding several meters before his head tilted and he fell silent. Luo Quan withdrew his stance, dissipating the aura. He glanced at the frenzied Jiang Jinshan above him and the rampaging Lin Qian outside, suddenly enveloped by a sense of despondency. In comparison to these two, he felt as powerless as an ordinary citizen. I remember I was quite strong. Unwilling to concede, he continued to search for a target. As his feet met the ground, his aura erupted, and his figure instantaneously vanished from sight. Chapter 76, Quarantine Zone. Away from the scene after the fierce battle. The aftermath was a scene of utter devastation. The three had mercilessly decimated nearly all the soldiers, and by the end, only those paralyzed by terror remained. Yet there was no pursuit. It was unnecessary. Their intent was merely self-preservation. Had they not been mistaken for monsters, the bloodshed could have been avoided. However, according to Jiang Jinshan, these soldiers were hardly virtuous. They had forcibly or deceitfully sent numerous researchers and test subjects into the quarantine zone, with few managing to escape. Lin Qian surveyed the battlefield, adhering to the principle of waste not, want not, as he began to eliminate the evidence of the slaughter using bloodlines, while also collecting intact combat suits and firearms. Jiang Jinshan, on the other hand, was far more intrigued by the damaged spirit crystal cannons. If he could transport these back to his technologically advanced world and have them modified, their power might increase several-fold. He called out to Lin Qian, preparing to dismantle the spirit crystal cannon for transport. Lin Qian had no objections. He could not repair such devices himself, so they were of no use to him. There are plenty of spare ammunition and bombs. Luo Quan's voice echoed from a distance, where numerous supply vehicles were stationed. The personnel within the building had long been dispersed, and it appeared that these soldiers intended to detonate the site, burying the quarantine zone underground. Fortunately, they had arrived just in time. The cleanup crew had yet to commence their operations, or else calamity could have ensued. The trio divided the spoils. Lin Qian took the majority of the individual equipment: protective gear, psionic guns, and spirit crystal ammunition, while Jiang Jinshan opted for some larger apparatus, including spirit crystal raw materials. His storage space was astonishingly vast, ultimately allowing him to load 2 supply trucks. Don't worry, once we have results, I'll reach out to you. We'll all benefit from the good finds. His excitement was palpable, clearly eager to return and delve into research. They had exchanged identification numbers long ago, but could only add each other as friends upon returning to the Infinite Building, leaving them uncertain if they could contact each other across zones. Nevertheless, the presence of summoning cards assured they would meet again in the future. Soon, after careful selection, their storage spaces were filled with various trophies of war. Glancing at the time, they noted over 20 hours remained until the mission's conclusion. A large force is approaching. Shall we retreat? Jiang Jinshan reported, having received feedback from the drones he had deployed earlier, looking towards Lin Qian. They could continue their slaughter if they wished, but it seemed pointless. Lin Qian's injuries had healed, and with his storage filled, the flesh of ordinary soldiers held little value for him now. Let us go. With a nod from Lin Qian, the trio swiftly vanished from the scene. By the time the armed forces arrived, they found only a desolate battlefield, littered with destruction and devoid of life. Report: the source of contamination has escaped. Request to seal off the area. A heavily armored officer disembarked from the transport vehicle, leaving deep imprints on the ground. Where are the bodies? Where have their corpses gone? Someone shouted, but received no response at all. The flow of information has been obstructed, and all surveillance footage has been eradicated, leaving only fragmented accounts from terrified and shattered deserters. They speak of red threads, terrifying monsters, and martial arts masters, disparate claims that seem to lack coherence. They have been tainted, their minds clouded, and are now isolated for observation. Following a directive, the deserters have all been taken away, their fates destined to be anything but gentle. Several hours later, within a bustling chain restaurant at a gas station, Jiang Jinshan navigates through the throng, carrying a large assortment of food. Excuse me, coming through. The atmosphere is abuzz with life, every seat occupied, with some patrons opting to dine directly on the steps at the entrance. Though it has been but a short while since entering the Infinite Building, Lin Qian feels as if he has been transported to another world. It has been ages since he has experienced such vibrant vitality. Much like on the death train, these individuals are so vividly alive, completely devoid of the NPC essence. I am faring well, having previously spent time in that cybertech realm, where the sewers were teeming with people, far more lively than this. Jiang Jinshan sets down his tray and takes a seat across from him. Where did you acquire the funds? Luo Quan inquires, eyeing the lavish spread before them with curiosity. I swiped a card. It was rather easy to bypass. Jiang Jinshan waves a black card in the air. Among the 3 of us, I can't shake the feeling that I am the least useful. Luo Quan grumbles, stuffing a burger into his mouth to stifle a reluctant smile. Lin Qian, though not hungry, proves to be the one with the most appetite. The group swiftly devours the food before departing the gas station. What a stroke of luck it is that there are no area restrictions. Otherwise, it would have been quite troublesome. Jiang Jinshan, having pilfered a vehicle from an unknown source, steers them toward the city, deliberately distancing themselves from the D15 quarantine zone. The memory of that terrifying woman in the black dress lingers, still instilling dread within him. As the only one among them who has directly encountered the horror, Lin Qian fully comprehends the creature's formidable power. Had it not been for the pivotal moment when the trait of Stoneheart activated, restoring his sanity, he would have likely perished within this scenario. It seems we are unlikely to face any further dangers here. I find myself intrigued by the technology of this world and intend to investigate further. What say you both? Upon entering the urban area, Jiang Jinshan casually parks the vehicle and poses the question to Lin Qian and Luo Quan. From prior intel, He has discerned that quarantine zones are typically established in remote areas to prevent uncontrollable incidents from affecting nearby residents. I shall pass. I prefer to wander around nearby. Lin Qian replies, his interest in technology waning as he exits the vehicle. For now, he simply needs to bide his time to complete the task at hand. Without much to deliberate, he is somewhat curious about the backdrop of this world. In terms of technological advancement, it appears comparable to his original world. Yet the existence of an underground realm has introduced a dimension of psychic energy technology. Naturally, such advancements remain inaccessible to the average person. From the news information extracted from Jiang, it appears that the occurrences in the subterranean world have been effectively concealed by the official organizations of this realm, and there seem to be no large-scale incidents of chaos. Luo Quan has chosen to accompany Jiang, feeling a considerable disparity in strength between himself and Lin Qian, leaving him somewhat at a loss for conversation. Lin Qian meanders alone through the urban streets, navigating the alleys, yet the familiar surroundings offer him no sense of belonging. This area seems to be a slum, with appalling sanitation conditions. The surrounding buildings are dilapidated, and a persistent foul odor lingers in the alleyways. Suddenly, a piercing scream of terror resonates from a distance. Huh? Lin Qian furrows his brow, turning his gaze toward the source of the sound. At the corner of the alley, a figure clad in a hooded sweatshirt emerges in a frantic escape, glancing left and right before ultimately choosing to flee toward Lin Qian. Chapter 77, Quarantine Zone. Lin Qian detected a pungent scent of blood. Glancing at the man's cuff, he noticed a knife discreetly concealed within. The hooded figure hurriedly bowed his head, seemingly anxious to avoid drawing attention, occasionally stretching his shoulders as if engaged in physical exercise. Just as he brushed past Lin Qian, a hand suddenly clapped down upon his shoulder. Are you seeking death? The man jolted as if startled, and in a reflexive panic. He drew the knife and lunged towards Lin Qian's abdomen. Lin Qian, momentarily speechless, never expected that someone would resort to using a blade against him. He suspected that, given his current physical prowess, even if he stood still and allowed the man to stab him, his life would not be in imminent danger. A crisp sound echoed through the alley, reverberating repeatedly. Lin Qian did not flinch or evade. Instead, he acted swiftly, delivering a resounding slap just before the knife descended, causing the hooded man to stagger and ultimately collapse to the ground. When the haze of unconsciousness lifted, the hooded man raised his head, his gaze slightly clearer. Lin Qian crouched down, pinching the man's cheek, scrutinizing the bloodshot eyes that bore signs of distress, his brow furrowing in contemplation. The man's pallor was striking, his cheeks gaunt, and his teeth stained yellow. He resembled a drug addict. What is this strange aura? Lin Qian pondered aloud, but before he could voice any inquiries, the hooded man suddenly broke down. I was wrong. I was wrong. I didn't mean to, he pleaded, grasping Lin Qian's pant leg desperately. I have no courage to kill. It must have been his product. There is something wrong with what he gave me. I truly do not understand what transpired. I was high, and when I opened my eyes, she was dead. Please, don't send me away. I have a daughter. I have a daughter. In a frantic bid, he began rummaging through his belongings, seemingly in search of a final lifeline. However, Lin Qian was not concerned with the man's personal plight. His curiosity lay in uncovering what could have led an ordinary person to be tainted by such an eerie presence. This individual likely committed murder under the influence of some sinister entity. Was it another case of human transmission? Lin Qian recalled the letter from Xie Min concerning the haunted blood in the campus. While this man's affliction was not as life-threatening as ghost blood, it posed a direct risk within the city limits. Can you identify the supplier? Lin Qian interrupted the hooded man's pleas, directing his inquiry with intent. Yes, I can. The hooded man exclaimed with fervor, rising to his feet without a moment's hesitation. That guy has been conducting business on Bar Street at night. If we stake out ahead of time, we're sure to catch him. He leaned closer to Lin Qian and whispered, Does this count as good behavior? Can it reduce my sentence? The man seemed to perceive Lin Qian as a police officer. Enough of your chatter. Lead the way, Lin Qian replied, disinterested in further explanations. He kicked the hooded man, who promptly fell silent and took the lead. As night fell upon the bar street, the atmosphere was vibrant with neon lights and flamboyant revelry. However, due to the city's underdeveloped economy, there is a distinct lack of extravagance, replaced instead by an aura of grit and weariness. The neon lights flicker as pairs of flirtatious figures brush past one another. Lin Qian once again rebuffs several advances, frowning as he glances at the hooded man. Where's he? He's been waiting for quite some time. Ah, there he is. Suddenly, the hooded man perks up, pointing at a youth clad in a loose-fitting t-shirt. This young man is quite trendy, even donning sunglasses late at night, and appears to be well acquainted with those around him, greeting others as he walks. I got my goods from him. Wait, what are you doing? Seeing Lin Qian stride directly towards a youth, the hooded man hurriedly grabs his arm. There are so many people here, many of whom know him. You have no evidence. It will be difficult to take him away. Lin Qian looks at him with exasperation. Does he really think he is a police officer? Get lost. With a dismissive flick, Lin Qian strides purposefully towards the youth. He does not require evidence to accomplish his task. Hiss, who are you? The young man, momentarily taken aback by Lin Qian's impassive demeanor, lowers his sunglasses, racking his brain to recall who this person might be. I need to ask you something. Lin Qian cuts to the chase. Who gave you that deadly drug? Initially bewildered, the youth's expression shifts dramatically upon hearing this. What are you talking about? I don't understand. As he speaks, he attempts to flee. Lin Qian wastes no time, stepping forward and delivering a swift kick. Crack! A scream erupts as the youth collapses, his knee twisted at an unnatural angle. Gasps ripple through the crowd, and those who recognize the youth rush forward to intervene. Hey, why are you hitting him? Suddenly, the crowd falls into a deathly silence. Lin Qian does not turn around. Instead, he draws his gun and aims it at the speaker. One must admit, this weapon proves far more effective than reasoning. Let's find a place to talk. With one hand gripping the gun and the other clutching the youth's collar, he drags him down the alley like a lifeless dog. Brother, I have money. The youth, sweating profusely from the pain, pleads desperately. Please, let me go. Yet, no matter how fervently he begs, Lin Qian remains unmoved. Entering the dim alley, Lin Qian carelessly throws the youth against the wall. Show me the goods. His tone is icy. What goods, brother? The youth continues to feign ignorance. Slap. Lin Qian employs a different form of persuasion, delivering a forceful slap. That should suffice. With half of his face swollen and several teeth knocked out, blood flows freely from the youth's mouth as he stammers, offering Lin Qian a small vial. Lin Qian twists open the vial, pouring out dark red pills, his nostrils flaring slightly. Indeed, they contain some peculiar substances. Not much, but enough to affect an ordinary person. Crushing the pills, a faint line of blood emerges, infused with the essence of bizarre creatures, akin to spectral blood. After a personal tasting, Lin Qian reached a conclusion. Who provided you with this? He inquired of the youth. The big pot. I truly cannot disclose it. People will die. The young man knelt in supplication, tears streaming down his face. Lin Qian withdrew his pistol, aiming it at the center of his forehead. Speak. I will tell you, he exclaimed with a sigh. Lin Qian felt a twinge of weariness. Interacting with this group of indigenous people was exhausting. It required constant intimidation, unlike the survivors, who were much more understanding. A mere display of strength prompted their compliance. They answered every question without hesitation. The authorities? With the answer in hand, Lin Qian found himself even more perplexed. The authorities are involved in such matters? He furrowed his brow, scrutinizing the youth. You are not deceiving me, are you? The young man anxiously rubbed his hands together, pleading fervently. The big pot. I swear I am not lying. The ones who supplied me are indeed from the authorities. I was released early, and the condition was this. Through my channels, we must promote this medication. The more, the better. Chapter 78. Return, blood mist ding. Survival task completed. Return option available at any time. Contribution reward obtained. Blood mist ability crystal. Rewards received. Free attribute points 8. Storage space upgrade card 1. Inside the office, chaos reigned. Upon hearing the system prompt, Lin Qian slowly lowered his weapon. The balding middle-aged man across from him breathed a sigh of relief, believing he had evaded disaster. only to find a crimson ray piercing through his vision the next moment. With a splutter, now that the task had been accomplished, Lin Qian had no desire to linger in this world to investigate further who sought to spread the bizarre. After all, there would undoubtedly be another opportunity to return. Retrieving the bloodline, he gazed down at the lifeless body of the middle-aged man without even a thought of absorption. The rancid stench of decay and wriggling maggots spoke of utter disregard for life in pursuit of profit. The blaring alarm echoed, signaling that the commotion could not remain concealed. "Return," Lin Qian uttered calmly, and in the next instant, he vanished from the spot. This marked his first survival task, not exceeded. Yet the rewards remained exceedingly generous. With 2 days' worth of regulator salary added, Lin Qian now possessed a total of 10 free attribute points. Without hesitation, he allocated all 10 points to his mental attribute. This time, he truly grasped the significance of the Stoneheart trait. According to the balding creature from room 777, the higher the mental attribute, the more potent the Stoneheart characteristic became. Previously, Lin Qian had contemplated saving the free attribute points for a critical moment when he might need to allocate them suddenly. After all, it had become almost certain that the difficulty of the instance would fluctuate based on one's attribute strength. Conserving points might allow him to circumvent the instance's detection system. However, after the incident with the woman in the black dress, Lin Qian altered his perspective. When true danger arises, there is no time to allocate points. Every second choice could determine life or death. Moreover, he could not rely indefinitely on random opportunities. Some cleanup tasks belong to an open world, and he might encounter formidable threats beyond his level. More critically, his understanding of the Infinite Tower remained superficial, making it difficult to ascertain the dangers outside the instances. Thus, he resolved that rather than perish with a vast inheritance, he would embrace the challenge from the outset. After all, if necessary, he could always use a car to teleport. Opportunities would always present themselves. This instance had indeed yielded considerable gains. Following the allocation of points, his attributes experienced a transformative surge. Name: Lin Qian, Level 1 Regulator, Strength, 33. 1 Agility, 22. 1 Constitution, 31. 5 Mental, 32. 9 Traits: Stoneheart, Abnormal Digestion Abilities, Spirit Fire, 10. Blood of the Abyss, Bloodline Ghost Blood, Ghost Eye, Berserk Evaluation, a battle-hardened blood warrior, adept at combating the supernatural, possessing formidable explosive power. He can now triumph over 2 Level 2 Regulator Hounds in direct confrontation. Good news, evaluation has improved, and his rank has ascended from 1 dog to 2 dogs. To this, Lin Qian had grown accustomed, too indifferent to offer any further commentary. After surpassing 30 points in strength and physique, the benefits derived from flesh and blood began to decline sharply. The creatures within the laboratory yielded merely 0. 1 in returns, and the ordinary soldiers fared even worse, collectively providing only a fraction of that. Lin Qian speculated that he had crossed a certain threshold. To gain greater benefits, he would need to seek out more formidable flesh to absorb. Ding! Storage space upgrade card used successfully. Having employed the upgrade card awarded for a task, Lin Qian's storage space expanded significantly once again. After witnessing Jiang Jinshan's remarkable maneuvers, Lin Qian suddenly gained a new understanding of the storage space. This tool not only served to store items, but, when utilized effectively, could yield unexpected advantages. He resolved to have Su Mian pay closer attention to the storage space upgrade cards, aiming to maximize the area, thereby enabling him to create advantageous terrains at will. Blood Mist Ability Crystal. Without even needing to consult the item description, Lin Qian could surmise the purpose of this item. The contribution rewards, were they calculated based on the number of monsters slain? The other 2 likely would not receive this reward, as he had effectively dispatched all the creatures himself. Holding the ability crystal in his palm, the bloodline swiftly enveloped it, initiating rapid absorption. Soon, the process was complete. Ding! Fusion property detected. Blood Mist. Do you wish to proceed with the fusion? The prompt for fusion of the ability reappeared. Yes, the fusion was completed swiftly, and a new characteristic, Blood Mist, was added to the ability. Bloodline Ghost Blood Blood Mist. Blood Mist transforms blood into mist, significantly enhancing perception within the covered area. Upon triggering the absorption ability, it can gradually corrode and dissolve weaker life forms, flesh and blood, converting them into part of the blood mist, thereby increasing its range and concentration, though attribute point returns cannot be acquired. After glancing at the ability description, Lin Qian opted to release the blood mist, eager to experience the effects of this new power firsthand. He closed his eyes and spread his arms wide. In the next moment, a torrent of blood mist surged forth, rapidly enveloping the entire room. Lin Qian reached forward, and the blood mist instantly transformed into a colossal hand. Mimicking his gesture, with an enhancement in his mental attributes, abilities like the bloodline, which required mental control, became markedly more agile, shedding the previous clumsiness. When fully unleashed, the blood mist effortlessly filled the entire room. With his eyes closed, Lin Qian perceived his mind as if it had been endowed with a holographic map. The locations and contours of every item within the room were vividly clear. This clarity stemmed from the blood mist's feedback, which, as a part of Lin Qian's being, seemed to possess an intrinsic sense of touch, allowing it to intricately map the terrain of the covered area, more comprehensively than mere sight could offer. The hidden corners beneath the bed, the crevices of wooden planks, the gaps between furniture, all spaces that the blood mist could reach were laid bare before him. Lin Qian casually tossed a wooden block from his storage space, and instantly, a trajectory of its descent appeared in his mind, including the angle of its bounces and its final resting position. He opened his eyes, retracted the blood mist, and his expression lit up with delight. Excellent. This ability is truly remarkable. With this newfound ability, he seemed to possess a second pair of eyes, navigating effortlessly even in the most shadowy of environments. His agility, enhanced by the perception granted by the blood mist, manifested in extraordinary ways, allowing him to detect even the faintest of movements in an instant. Glancing at the time, he noted that there were still over 3 hours remaining until the designated exploration period concluded. In high spirits, he stepped outside, greeted once again by the familiar corridor of the building. Oh, Qian, Brother Qian. At the entrance stood 2 individuals, engaged in hushed whispers, who suddenly fell silent upon noticing the door open. Where is Su Mian? Recognizing their faces, Lin Qian directly inquired. Brother Mian is on another floor, likely engaged in a dungeon run. I will summon him immediately. With that, one of them produced a summoning card. All right. It's not a matter of great urgency. Lin Qian quickly interjected, realizing that even if it were, one should not waste resources frivolously. He cast a curious glance at the two. Are you both here specifically to open the door for me? Chapter 79. The Screaming Gun. Storage Space Upgrade Card X2. Summoning Card X2. Room Expansion Card X3. Room Facility Card. Floor-to-Ceiling Window X1. Room Facility Card. Window View. Cybernight Scene X1. Door Access Permission Card X1. Observing the 2 individuals busily emptying their belongings as if pouring out beans. Lin Qian disregarded the other miscellaneous items and picked up a stack of cards that was nearly the size of a poker deck, examining each one meticulously. The storage space upgrade card required no deliberation. He chose to use it, significantly expanding the area once more. Subsequently, he selected the most distinctive golden card. Door Access Permission Card. After use, increases the daily door opening count by 1 goodness. Lin Qian exclaimed, gazing at the 2 in astonishment. Where did you acquire this? They shook their heads like rattles, replying, We are not quite certain, but we heard it was seized by Brother Mian. Lately, we have frequently encountered survivors from other regions in the world behind the door, leading to several conflicts that resulted in numerous fatalities and considerable gains. Ah, I see. Lin Qian was not particularly surprised. He casually sifted through the pile of spoils. There were indeed numerous items, including firearms, grenades, and various weapons, as well as equipment and armor with system descriptions, though Lin Qian found little of use. For instance, the tiger bone armor had only been tried on once and remained in use thereafter. This was primarily due to the extreme capabilities of the opponents he had encountered thus far. Either he could easily crush them, or he would be effortlessly crushed himself. Encounters of equal strength were a rarity. This was, after all, a characteristic of the bizarre instance, where one first contended with a level of bizarre abilities. If one could not prevail, escape was the only recourse. I have no use for these items. Let Su Mian allocate them, Lin Qian decided, opting to take the card and some food, losing interest in the remainder. Upon choosing to use the door access permission card, sure enough, after it transformed into golden light and dissipated, the remaining door opening count on the panel changed to 2. Have Su Mian come find me. I have matters to discuss. He instructed the two before making his way towards room 777. Qiange. Greetings, Qiange. As he passed by the zombie room, Lin Qian noticed numerous unfamiliar faces busily transporting items out, including firearms and a considerable amount of canned food. It appeared this group had thoroughly scavenged the interior. Ding-gling. The familiar chime echoed as Lin Qian re-entered room 777. The counter was unoccupied, and Lin Qian remained unhurried, casually unfastening the ghostly hide from his waist and placing the items upon the counter. In an instant, with a soft puff, the familiar scene unfolded once more. The bald, grotesque shopkeeper emerged from the shimmering light, plopping down onto the chair behind the counter. It regarded Lin Qian. I did not expect to see you so often. What brings you here this time? Lin Qian unwrapped the ghostly hide, revealing the bloodied, bizarre head within. Do you accept this? The bald creature immediately grasped the grotesque head, leaning in closely to scrutinize it. Ah, the ominous aura. Lin Qian's eyelids flickered slightly as he keenly observed the smile on the head's face vanish the instant it was touched by the balding creature, replaced instead by an expression of palpable terror. This fellow, completely unfazed, he gazed at the balding creature, which was inspecting the head as if it were a mere plaything, and couldn't help but feel a sense of lamentation. Indeed, none of the beings from the leopard room could be considered benign. This creature, unlike the fearsome entity from room 666, appeared daunting, yet its true capabilities remained uncertain. When he had previously mentioned room 666, his tone bore no hint of trepidation. Rather, it was laced with the casual mockery one might reserve for an unlikable colleague. 3. After a considerable moment, the balding creature completed its inspection and extended 3 wrinkled fingers towards Lin Qian. Lin Qian raised an eyebrow. With the ghostly skin, it amounted to exactly 5. I wish to purchase that screaming gun. Lin Qian pushed the ghostly skin forward. Aha, you guessed it. The balding creature deftly snatched the ghostly skin, and the 2 items vanished instantaneously. Immediately thereafter, it placed a weapon resembling a trumpet upon the counter. It is yours. Lin Qian reached out to receive it, surprised by its unexpected weight. Ding. Acquired a peculiar item. Screaming gun. The system's notification echoed in his mind. Screaming gun. A large-scale mental attack device crafted from childhood screaming worms. Note, it does not distinguish between friend or foe, and each use necessitates a lengthy recovery period for the screaming worms. This item cannot be stored in your inventory. As anticipated, this item could not be relegated to his storage space. Lin Qian brushed aside any concern, casually slinging the screaming gun at his waist, filled with a sense of satisfaction akin to that of having purchased a long-coveted item. Do you have any new products? He casually inquired. None at the moment, but there will be soon, the balding creature replied with a sly grin, rubbing its hands together, resembling a cunning merchant. Very well, I shall return in due time. Lin Qian turned to depart. Thank you for your patronage. The balding creature's voice resonated behind him. It was not until Lin Qian had exited and the door closed that the creature's smile faded, its enormous eyes glinting with intrigue. A second shadowy presence? This lad is indeed quite popular. After muttering to itself, with a soft puff, the light dissipated, leaving the counter once again devoid of company. Doctor! 2 doctors, quickly! Just as Lin Qian exited room 777 and prepared to return, he suddenly heard a raucous shouting from behind. The familiar commotion prompted him to turn, just in time to see Duan Feng rushing out with a blood-soaked individual in tow. Soon, 2 others arrived, retrieving a stretcher from their spatial storage and assisting Duan Feng in laying the injured person down. These individuals are medical personnel that Su Mian has strategically positioned in the corridor, ready to provide assistance at a moment's notice. Leading the group is a familiar face. accompanied by several novices from other floors, all possessing medical skills, who are engaged in rescue efforts. With the addition of some therapeutic tools produced by the system, the likelihood of successful treatment is remarkably high. Not only Duan Feng, but Lin Qian also recognizes the figure on the stretcher, for he is none other than the man previously reprimanded by Old Wu. If Su Mian is to be believed, his name appears to be Dashin. How did these two end up together? Curiosity piqued, Lin Qian approaches Duan Feng. Just then, the door swings open once more, revealing a robust man wearing a straw hat and wielding a fishing spear, his body similarly stained with blood, yet remaining composed, with a vibrant red beast hide draped over his shoulder. Lin Qian squints. Is that Old Wu? When did he acquire a fisherman's outfit? It suits him quite well. How is he faring? Old Wu furrows his brow, glancing towards Dashin, who is being carried into the room. He was just groaning a moment ago. He won't perish. Duan Feng waves dismissively, suddenly noticing Lin Qian approaching. Wow. Qiangu. Chapter 80. Dividing the Spoils. Wow. Brother Qian, your home is truly magnificent. The view outside the window is absolutely stunning. Duan Feng marveled at the vibrant, technologically infused nightscape outside the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows. He couldn't help but exclaim in wonder, much like a child experiencing a hotel for the first time. After utilizing 2 expansion cards, the room's area had reached 100 square meters. With a mere thought, the scenery outside shifted, returning to a blanket of white. The decorative scenery card functioned akin to a wallpaper at the window, allowing for effortless transitions. Monsters? Lin Qian and Old Wu sat at the dining table, the door ajar, with the occasional delivery of meals from the outside. The two were discussing the new dungeon that Old Wu had encountered in recent days. Indeed, and it is a type of quest I have never encountered before, hunting missions. Moreover, I feel this dungeon shares a narrative world with a previous task involving the cursed villagers. I have gathered numerous rumors regarding curses from the villagers I passed by in recent days. Hunting missions? Lin Qian recalled having seen references to hunting grounds in the channel, but he had never personally encountered them. I heard from Su Mian that another floor has quite a few hunting mission dungeons, though most of the targets are mutated beasts. Old Wu added, what are the combat capabilities of the monsters you encountered? Lin Qian inquired, intrigued, as he was currently in need of high-quality flesh. Very strong. Old Wu replied solemnly. We were in a place called Eerie Song Mountain, where it is said 5 great monsters reside. We spent several days laying in wait and setting traps, and ultimately, at the cost of one serious injury among us, we managed to slay just one, and it was the weakest of the lot. He retrieved a desiccated, skinned corpse from his storage space, the state of which indicated it had been drained of moisture by a cursed fish spear, a grim sight indeed. Red-skinned fox demon reportedly possesses decades of cultivation and the ability to bewitch the heart. That fellow from the mountains fell victim to its charm, resulting in his grievous injury. However, its primary mode of attack is still hand-to-hand combat. Firearms and similar weapons can be effective against it, making it far easier to deal with than other bizarre creatures. Lin Qian was somewhat surprised that Old Wu had considered this aspect. Without hesitation, he extended his hand to absorb the essence, leaving only a bare skeleton on the table. Yet he awaited the system prompt in vain. Too weak, he lamented in disappointment. But then again, how strong could a monster that Old Wu and his companions could defeat possibly be? Can it be lured out? Lin Qian began to ponder another question. Difficult. Old Wu shook his head. Monsters possess intelligence. It is said that some with profound cultivation can even speak human language and take human form. Lin Qian nodded, a vague plan beginning to take shape in his mind. Brother Qian. At that moment, a voice suddenly emerged from the doorway. Looking up, he was surprised to see Su Mian. The man donned a suit of pitch-black protective gear, exuding an aura of advanced technology that transformed his appearance entirely. Oh, you've arrived? Komin, Lin Qian beckoned. Su Mian, wearing a smile, entered the room. I heard Brother Qian was looking for me, so I hastily set aside my tasks and rushed over. Brother Wu and Brother Duan are also here. Su Mian exhibited utmost courtesy towards those surrounding Lin Qian. I wonder what instructions Brother Qian has for me this time? Curiosity flickered within Su Mian, given Lin Qian's previous demeanor. He usually left messages in private for any matters at hand. This was the first occasion he had been summoned for a face-to-face discussion. Feeling somewhat anxious, he feared that the items he had recently provided did not meet Lin Qian's expectations, and hastily began to explain, Brother Qian. There have been frequent encounters with survivors from other regions lately, resulting in a rather chaotic assortment of spoils that I have yet to organize. However, he was quickly interrupted as Lin Qian raised a hand. I am not here to reprimand you, Lin Qian stated in a neutral tone. He preferred to keep the conversation succinct. With a swift gesture, a cascade of items poured forth from his storage space. Energy guns, individual protective suits, energy crystal spears, shields, energy ammunition, grenades, a haphazard pile of assorted gear that rendered Su Mian momentarily speechless. This, he stammered at a loss for words. Yet, that was not the end of it. Lin Qian produced a sleek black box, placing it on the table. With a beep, he entered a password, and the box opened to reveal neatly arranged vials of potions within. He tossed one towards Su Mian, urging him to examine its properties, while also considering Brother Wu and Brother Duan. Upon discerning the attributes of the frenzy potion, the typically composed Su Mian suddenly exclaimed in astonishment, Brother Qian. This. His hands trembled momentarily, his eyes widening as he beheld nearly 100 identical vials within the box. Indeed, they are all the same, Lin Qian affirmed with a nod. Su Mian took a deep breath, rapidly restoring his composure, yet a glimmer of excitement lingered in his gaze. As a leader, he was acutely aware of the value of this potion in the current phase. Through numerous interactions with survivors from other regions, everyone had felt the oppressive weight of the 3-point attribute suppression, particularly among members who recklessly piled their strength. Their performance was markedly pronounced. This potion could enhance each individual's total attributes by 6 points, a prospect that was nothing short of extraordinary. The pressing question remained, what price would Su Mian have to pay to acquire such a treasure from Lin Qian? He had always believed that no windfall fell from the heavens without cost. Under Lin Qian's protection, their only obligation was to contribute a portion of their resources, which already felt like a significant boon. Thus, whenever selecting items, Su Mian harbored no intentions of hoarding. He was determined to offer only the finest to this influential ally. For Lin Qian would undoubtedly dismiss anything less than exceptional. Su Mian found himself at a loss, pondering what further contributions he could possibly make to Lin Qian. There's no instruction, just take it and share it with others. Lin Qian's words left Su Mian in a state of bewilderment. No instructions. Just taking it for free? It felt somewhat surreal. Lin Qian noticed that Su Mian's gaze was almost entirely fixated on the laughing potion, seemingly oblivious to the pile of items on the ground, and could not help but offer a reminder. By the way, those guns and weapons possess attributes related to the supernatural. I suspect you will find them useful, so take a few more back with you. The power of the psychic guns was utterly insignificant for someone of Lin Qian's caliber, yet they should still hold some value for Su Mian and his companions. Old Wu, standing nearby, was equally astonished. He never anticipated that Lin Qian would return after just 3 days, bringing back such a substantial haul. Did you completely loot the instance? Chapter 81. The evolution of the cleaner. Su Mian departed from the room, burdened with an array of bestowed items. As he gently closed the door behind him, tears welled up in his eyes. Boss, what did Qingge say? The 2 young subordinates at the entrance felt a twinge of anxiety. After all, Lin Qian seldom summoned Su Mian directly. Su Mian glanced at the 2 burly men and suddenly felt that having these robust figures guard Lin Qian's door belied the reverence he held for the esteemed figure. You too, don't come tomorrow. Join them in the dungeon instead. The unexpected news struck them like a bolt from the blue. What is wrong, Miange? Does Qingge have grievances against us? Cold sweat beaded on their foreheads as they frantically replayed every interaction with Lin Qian in their minds, immediately beginning to introspect. I told you not to be so casual. The boss shows great respect to Qingge. What are you trying to portray? Suddenly, they began to bicker. Their reaction was understandable, as this opportunity was indeed rare. Not merely because they could reap generous resources without labor, but because they could become somewhat familiar in Lin Qian's presence. Stop speculating. Qingge didn't say anything. I just think you two are too unattractive. I fear it might affect Qian Ji's mood. At this remark, their spirits plummeted, their faces losing color as an overwhelming sense of despondency enveloped them. The side effects of this potion are not lethal, but I recommend you both bolster your spirits before consumption. Lin Qian advised Lao Wu and Duan Feng within the room. The image of Luo Quan's tortured attempt to stifle laughter flashed in his mind, prompting Lin Qian to slap his forehead in realization. I almost forgot. He quickly opened the panel and navigated to the private chat interface. 2 application requests lay quietly, marked with the identifiers of Jiang Jinshan and Luo Quan. After selecting Agree, his private chat interface was adorned with 2 more avatars. It appeared that even in different areas of the building, communication was possible. He noticed that Jiang Jinshan's avatar appeared dim, indicating he was not currently in the vicinity. This fellow is quite busy. Has he already returned to the dungeon? Most likely to study those psychic weapons. After closing the interface, Lin Qian allowed Duan Feng and Lao Wu to select 2 sets of equipment before he stored the remaining laughing potion and weapons. Although he had no use for them, they could serve as bargaining chips should he encounter survivors from other areas. Nevertheless, compared to investing in Su Mian and his companions, the return on this group as strength would yield greater benefits in the future, as they would undoubtedly borrow items once their power grew. Consequently, Lin Qian felt no remorse in distributing a substantial quantity of resources. Moreover, the next trial would inevitably become a hellish challenge due to his involvement, and he wished to minimize casualties among this group. As night fell, Lin Qian returned to his former vocation, farming points. The door to room 605 swung open, and Lin Qian, akin to pulling a string of candied hawthorns, forcibly dragged one evolved zombie after another out of the room. A total of 10 creatures, both large and small, one of which is a grotesque zombie bear, its body infested with repulsive growths, possesses immense strength, roaring like a wind instrument. The giant bear emits a thunderous bellow, its throat decayed as if a chunk of flesh had been gnawed away by some creature, yet this does not diminish its vitality. Gripping the bloodline, Lin Qian begins to dispatch them one by one. With a splatter, the noise around him diminishes slightly. Ding! Freedom attribute 0.1. Upon hearing the system prompt, Lin Qian's spirits soar as he casually slays another. However, he furrows his brow in confusion. Something is amiss. This zombie is evidently more formidable than the one from a few days prior. Why is there no notification? Doubtful, Lin Qian eliminates 2 more, yet still no response. Only the giant bear yields rewards, the others do not. This is illogical. Could it be that the criteria have been raised? As he contemplates this perplexity, a sudden system alert announces the imminent arrival of the cleaner. He retreats to his room, gazing distantly towards direction 101. Before long, a familiar scene unfolds, as the wall at the corridor's end begins to swell with a multitude of fleshy tendrils. Soon, the cleaner's form coalesces, still recognizable by its tentacles. A massive maw lined with sharp teeth and eyes. Observing the enormous eye, akin to a basin, on the cleaner, Lin Qian's brow furrows. It didn't have eyes last time, did it? Moreover, it appears that there are fewer tentacles than before, but they are significantly more robust. Is this not the same one? Just as Lin Qian ponders this, the cleaner's colossal form accelerates towards him, whizzing by in an instant, like a flesh and blood locomotive. It moves at a speed far surpassing its previous encounter. Lin Qian dodges nimbly, clearly witnessing the moment when those evolved zombies are instantaneously obliterated. He steps out of his room, observing the cleaner vanish into the distance. It must be the same one. Lin Qian surmises the underlying issue. The cleaner, too, can evolve and grow through consumption. The last time he earned a reward from a common evolved zombie was merely because that particular zombie had exceeded the cleaner's kill threshold. Now, the cleaner is evidently much stronger, and its threshold has risen correspondingly. It seems that the difficulty of farming points will only escalate from here on. With a sigh, Lin Qian reflects on his former fantasies of luring hordes of zombies for mass harvesting, envisioning a swift ascent to divinity, sweeping through various dungeons. Little did he anticipate that the system's loophole would be swiftly followed by an evolving patch, shattering his dreams. Henceforth, if he wishes to continue farming points. His growth rate must surpass that of the cleaner S evolution. Truly disheartening news. As he gazes upon the now immaculate corridor, Lin Qian deliberately stomps on a few dirty footprints, reminiscent of a student enacting petty revenge during their duty days. Having vented his frustrations, he prepares to return to his room to rest. The 3 days spent in the dungeon had left him sleepless, but fortunately, his mental points are sufficient. So fatigue is not overwhelming. Nonetheless, one must eventually rest. As Lin Qian arrived at the threshold of his home, preparing to unlock the door, an unexpected chill coursed through the nape of his neck. The familiar sound pierced the air. It was Brother Snake. Initially startled, Lin Qian soon relaxed upon recognizing the unmistakable flicker of a tongue. He swiftly turned around, and indeed, a colossal, pitch-black serpent head loomed before him. It had been an age since their last encounter. Gazing at this once fearsome creature, which had once instilled such trepidation in him that he dared not venture out at night for days, Lin Qian felt an inexplicable warmth in his heart. He recalled how Brother Snake had gallantly intervened during the incident with the pig headman, saving his life and inadvertently allowing him to seize the cursed butcher's knife. It was thanks to that very knife that he had survived and triumphed in the sinister Blood Campus dungeon. Undoubtedly, Brother Snake held a significant place in Lin Qian's esteem, especially considering the care he had once received. However, gratitude aside, the serpent's head drew ever closer, its obsidian tongue nearly brushing against Lin Qian's cheek, the acrid scent flooding his nostrils. Tension gripped him as his back pressed firmly against the door, desperately evading the encroaching serpent. Beads of sweat beginning to form on his forehead. Brother Snake? Chapter 82. The new map, Eerie Mountain in silence. A man and a serpent remained locked in a tense standoff for what felt like an eternity, until at last, the serpent turned to depart. It seemed to have something to articulate, but could only flick its tongue repeatedly, unable to voice its thoughts. Lin Qian breathed a sigh of relief, wiping the sweat from his brow and discreetly stowing away the teleportation card. Moments ago, he had braced himself for an attack from the serpent, even preparing to flee. Acknowledging the enigma of this colleague, Lin Qian was acutely aware that he was no match for the serpent in his current state. Amidst the familiar rustling sound, Lin Qian gazed at the serpent's slowly receding silhouette, pondering what might have prompted such strange behavior today. Suddenly, an astonishing scene unfolded before him, causing his eyes to widen in disbelief. The serpent's towering figure began to sink gradually into the darkness, as if stepping into a quagmire, and soon vanished from sight. This bizarre spectacle instilled in Lin Qian a sense of eerie familiarity. The woman in the black dress. He abruptly recalled the terrifying figure from the quarantine zone, who had emerged from the shadows in a strikingly similar manner. One was emerging, while the other was submerging. The thought of the serpent's inexplicable approach towards him stirred something deep within Lin Qian. Could it be that the serpent and the woman in the black dress were somehow connected? Wait, a sudden realization struck him. If that were the case, it would imply that the serpent could sense the aura left by the woman in black. Does this also mean that she could perceive the serpent's presence? Contemplating this, Lin Qian felt a wave of enlightenment wash over him. This could elucidate why a boss-level creature had appeared within a low-tier dungeon. Recalling the door on the face of the woman in black, he was still left with lingering trepidation. It was utterly terrifying. Yet, why would the creatures within the dungeon be linked to the serpent? With a hypothesis forming, a multitude of questions arose. Could it be that the serpent was once a creature from that world? How then did it ascend to the role of a regulator? Unable to unravel these thoughts, Lin Qian decided to set them aside. The information at hand was still woefully insufficient. The mysteries of the Infinite Tower had only just begun to reveal their secrets. To draw more accurate conclusions, he required further insights. If only there were a means to communicate with the serpent. In the future, once he had grown stronger, he could return to the D-15 quarantine zone to seek out the woman in black. Perhaps fortune would favor him with unexpected discoveries. With a plan forming in his mind, Lin Qian temporarily set aside these considerations. Upon returning to his room, he indulged in a soothing hot spring bath to wash away the fatigue of the day before retiring to bed. Upon awakening, he glanced at his watch. noting that the safe exploration period had only just commenced. Lin Qian was in no rush. He first savored a hearty meal before stepping out with his weapon in hand. Qian. As he opened the door, he was taken aback. Flanking either side of the entrance stood 4 guards in uniform, their expressions stern, clad in pristine white gloves, with every detail of their attire impeccably arranged. What sort of occasion was this? He felt somewhat overwhelmed and quickly sent a message to Su Mian, requesting him to refrain from positioning anyone at his door. Currently, he had 2 opportunities each day to open the door and could also stop by to solicit assistance whenever he wished, which was sufficient. Upon reaching the entrance of room 792, he found that someone had been waiting for quite some time. Qiange. Duan Feng was the first to notice Lin Qian. Waving cheerfully, Lao Wu nodded in acknowledgement, while the man beside him, Deshawn, appeared puzzled, unable to comprehend why everyone seemed to harbor such fear of Lin Qian. Having spent time with Lao Wu recently, he had often heard rumors about Lin Qian's formidable prowess. But how strong could he be? No matter how strong he was, could he surpass Wu Ge? If Lao Wu were to catch wind of Deshan's thoughts, he would undoubtedly be moved to tears. My brother, you truly hold me in high regard to compare me with Lin Qian, Deshan mused. He was a firm believer in seeing to believe, and while he recognized that Lin Qian had achieved his current status through some skill, he could not fathom that this slender young man could be extraordinarily powerful. In his view, physical strength was far superior to any technological advantage. This belief also explained why, despite being defeated by Su Mian's group, he only respected Lao Wu. He speculated that Lin Qian must be relying on external forces. Oh, you've recovered so quickly? After greeting Duan Feng and Lao Wu, Lin Qian began to scrutinize Deshan. The latter appeared radiant and spirited, a far cry from his dismal state the previous day. Hey, looking fit, what can I say? Deshan boasted, raising his arm and rolling up his sleeves to showcase his muscles, revealing a set of perfectly white teeth. Lao Wu could only shake his head in bemusement, choosing not to intervene, for he understood that Lin Qian did not crave the reverence of others. Duan Feng stepped forward to open the door, bowing and extending a hand in a formal welcoming gesture. Qiange, please, after you. Lin Qian entered first, followed closely by the others. Once inside, the environment shifted dramatically. A cloud of gloom swept by, accompanied by the chirping of birds. They found themselves in a dilapidated ancient temple nestled within the mountains, with leaves strewn about, crumbling walls, and a decapitated stone statue on the altar. Its surface marred with cracks, appearing as if it could collapse at any moment. Stepping out of the temple, they were greeted by a vast expanse. The mist in the mountains had yet to dissipate, and sunlight poured through the clouds, illuminating the verdant landscape. Lin Qian closed his eyes and inhaled deeply, reflecting on how the recent dungeons he had entered were increasingly oppressive, unlike this place which lifted his spirits. Let's take a moment to relax. As if on a vacation, instead of opting for another intense blind box challenge, Lin Qian chose to explore the dungeon that Lao Wu had opened, bringing with him a mindset of leisure. Feel free to carry on without me, he signaled to the others. All right, we shall proceed with our tasks, Lao Wu replied. Having already formulated a plan to hunt the second beast, Lin Qian had initially intended to assist, but his offer was declined. He was pleased with this arrangement. Given Lao Wu's recent enhancements and the formidable cursed fish spear, he believed they could manage without his help, as long as they did not encounter an overwhelmingly strong adversary. After parting ways with old Wu and the others, Lin Qian leisurely chose a direction to stroll, passing through a coniferous forest. He casually picked some wild fruits and took a bite. Ugh, the sourness overwhelmed him, as if he had donned a mask of agony. In a fit of rage, he kicked the fruit tree, shattering its thick trunk, causing it to crash down with a resounding thud. Suddenly, a ferocious tiger's roar echoed from a distance, startling a flock of birds into flight. Intrigued, Lin Qian gazed towards the source of the sound, confirming it was not the commotion caused by old Wu and his companions. Curious, he quickened his pace. Chapter 83. The Tiger Demon and the Blood Saber. In the valley, a chilling wind howled, accompanied by the incessant cries of tormented spirits. A young man dressed in black wielded his sword with precision, unleashing torrents of crimson energy that repelled the hovering, vengeful souls. Yet, it was evident that he was nearing exhaustion. At this rate, death was merely a matter of time. How infuriating! Lin Qian stood resolute, gritting his teeth as he glared at the enormous black-furred tiger in the distance. He realized he had fallen into a trap. This tiger demon was not merely a creature of decades of cultivation, but rather a terrifying beast with centuries of power. Such a formidable foe was beyond the capabilities of Lin Qian alone. Even if the entire constabulary of Qinghe County were to converge, they would likely find themselves as lambs to the slaughter. The tiger demon not only possessed immense strength, but also commanded a legion of over 100 vengeful spirits, enough to instill fear in the hearts of any who dared approach. These wretched beasts, he cursed bitterly. To eliminate me, they concoct such vile lies. If I, Lin Qian, manage to return alive, I shall ensure that each and every one of you pays dearly. His eyes burned with fury as he once more swung his long blade. Yet the crimson energy was visibly waning, and he was approaching his limit. From a distance, the black-furred tiger demon suddenly sprang into action. It leapt down from a boulder, and with a shake of its body, stood upright like a human. Its eyes were clouded, its fur matted and patchy, revealing grotesque sores. It appeared unkempt and foul. It had been ages since I encountered such fresh flesh. As it approached, it extended its blood-red tongue to lick at the fur around its mouth, emanating a stench that mingled with the scent of blood, yet no insect dared to come near. The overwhelming malevolence radiating from it was sufficient to deter most creatures. Thus, the valley lay desolate and silent, littered with bleached bones, devoid of any other signs of life. As the tiger demon drew nearer, despair gripped Lin Qian, and he understood that there was no escape. Even in death, I shall not allow you, this vile demon, the satisfaction of feasting upon my flesh. In a sudden burst, he expelled crimson energy to repel the vengeful spirits, then retrieved a gourd from his waist and crushed it with force, releasing a rich aroma of liquor into the air. Crimson fire palm. He drenched himself in the liquid, soaking his black attire, and extended a hand, gathering searing energy within his palm. He would rather endure the agony of burning than allow his flesh to serve as sustenance for this beast. Oomph! The tiger demon, sensing the shift, crouched low, ready to pounce with utmost speed to claim Lin Qian's life. Just then, a cacophony echoed from above the valley, as if something approached with great haste. The tiger demon looked up, and in the next moment, a figure leaped forth, trailing a streak of red light, swiftly descending towards it. Reinforcements. Lin Qian noticed the figure in the air, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes as he hastily dissipated the searing energy in his palm. The figure descended gracefully, their garments billowing in the wind, until the taut red light snapped, causing a nearby tree branch to crack and the figure's descent to accelerate. Thud! With a resounding thud, Lin Qian plunged into the ground like a nail, his feet sinking 2 inches deep. A thunderous crash followed as a broken tree trunk fell behind him, creating a tremendous noise. Dust swirled around him as Lin Qian stood tall, his expression calm as he surveyed the tiger demon and Lin Qian in the arena, casting a glance at the vengeful spirits swirling above. Indeed, this was the place. In the distance, Lin Qian's eyes widened in disbelief, nearly popping from their sockets. Wait, wasn't this person just now not employing any lightness skills? He simply plunged downwards? Such terrifying body refinement. The tiger demon also sensed a faint yet undeniable threat emanating from Lin Qian. Who are you? The tiger demon demanded. Oh, you can indeed speak. Lin Qian raised an eyebrow, having only heard about this from Old Wu and the others. This was his first time witnessing it in person. Seeking death, are we? Feeling Lin Qian's unabashed disdain, the tiger demon was instantly enraged. It sprang forth, roaring as it struck out with a paw. Its sharp claws aimed directly at Lin Qian's throat. Lin Qian narrowed his eyes, noticing the dark, malevolent energy enveloping the tiger's claws, and immediately prepared to respond. He crouched to evade the strike, effortlessly drawing his cleaver from his back, and with an upward slice, aimed for the tiger demon's jaw. The tiger demon reacted swiftly, leaning back just in time to narrowly evade the cleaver, quickly rolling away to create distance. What remarkable agility! Both combatants simultaneously entertained this thought, their attitudes shifting to a more cautious demeanor as they entered a genuine state of battle. The tiger demon, indeed cunning, sensing that Lin Qian was an enigma, unleashed its customary tactics. With a thunderous roar, the legion of vengeful spirits instantly redirected their attacks towards Lin Qian. Ah, how tragic! I am so miserable! Don't eat me! Don't eat me! In an instant, layers upon layers of wails and cries filled Lin Qian's ears, crashing against his mental defenses like a relentless tide. Yet, Lin Qian's reaction was entirely unexpected for the tiger demon. He remained unperturbed, even nonchalantly digging in his ears. What is happening? The tiger demon felt genuine trepidation now. How could a mere body-refining martial artist have such formidable spiritual resilience? As an old demon who had survived for many years, it understood the wisdom of preserving strength for future endeavors. Sensing something amiss, it contemplated retreat. However, just as it prepared to flee, it suddenly noticed Lin Qian raising his hand. The tiger demon tensed, fearing Lin Qian was about to unleash a deadly move, only to find him simply rubbing his fingers together, producing a sound reminiscent of calling a dog. TSK, TSK, TSK. The tiger demon was momentarily taken aback. Then fury consumed it. Never had anyone dared to treat it with such contempt, seeking death indeed. With a thunderous roar that echoed through the valley, the tiger demon dropped to all fours, its back muscles taut, its form swelling ominously. It bared its yellowed teeth, heavily circling Lin Qian in search of an opening to strike. "Brother, I come to assist you." At that moment, Li Zhen's voice rang out from afar as he brandished his sword and charged forward. "That won't be necessary." Lin Qian, while speaking, retrieved a peculiar firearm, entirely black and shaped like a trumpet. The malevolent spirits, shrouded in a haze of despair, were a sight most unsettling. Moreover, as Lin Qian had yet to wield this scream gun, he was eager to experiment with it. "In return, allow me to reciprocate," he declared, fixing his gaze upon the tiger demon with a sly grin, his finger poised on the trigger. The tiger demon felt a jolt of trepidation, an ominous premonition washing over it, but it was already too late to evade. The trumpet-like muzzle of the scream gun unfurled, and from it emerged a headless worm, its eyeless visage adorned with a mouth brimming with razor-sharp teeth, emitting an agonizingly piercing shriek. Chapter 84. Descent from the mountain, a piercing scream resonated through the valley, causing the vengeful spirits lingering in the air to dissipate as if shattered by a tsunami. Li Zhen sprinted halfway, gathering the scant amounts of vital energy for a surprise attack, only to be struck directly by the sonic wave. His eyes rolled back, and he collapsed to the ground. Lin Qian, too, was affected by the shrill cry of the insect, yet he merely experienced a brief moment of dizziness. Shaking his head vigorously, he swiftly regained his clarity. Looking at the tiger demon, it swayed unsteadily, struggling to maintain its form as though intoxicated. Lin Qian, unwilling to wait for its recovery, advanced swiftly, his blade slicing through the air with a fierce whistle. Roar! Blood splattered forth as the excruciating pain jolted the tiger demon back to awareness. It emitted a mournful growl, fearfully gazing at Lin Qian, who was already poised to strike again. In the next moment, a surge of dark, malevolent energy erupted from its body, enveloping it in a protective shield. The blade cleaved through the dark energy, yet Lin Qian could feel a distinct resistance, causing his momentum to wane, which allowed the tiger demon to evade successfully. This human harbors great malevolence. I must flee. The tiger demon, paralyzed by fear, resolved to unleash all its strength and escape. Thinking of fleeing, Lin Qian discerned its intent and, without hesitation, unleashed his control skill. Ghostly Eye. In an instant, a flash of crimson light surged forth. The tiger demon felt its entire body stiffen, as if its blood had been frozen, abruptly halting its flow. What is this? Its wide white eyes were filled with terror as the black malevolent energy surrounding it spiraled out of control, rapidly dissipating. With a cold snort, Lin Qian thrust his blade fiercely into the tiger demon's chest. With a sickening sound, it pierced through flesh, and without pausing, he plunged his hand inside. The blade's tip emerging from its back. Bloodline. With a thought, the bloodline detonated within the tiger demon's body, spreading wildly and voraciously consuming the rich flesh and blood. Li Qian, groggily regaining consciousness, recalled the battle and abruptly lifted his head. He beheld the tiger demon trembling violently in Lin Qian's grasp. Soon, its filthy pelt visibly shriveled until it collapsed entirely. What kind of divine power is this? Such a terrifying technique. He swallowed hard, astonished that the tiger demon, which he could not contend with, was so easily dispatched by the man before him. Li Qian hastily rose, brushing off the dust from his clothes, sheathing his blade, and taking a few steps forward to bow respectfully. I am Li Qian from Qinghe County, and I thank you, Senior, for saving my life. As he spoke, he bowed deeply. However, Lin Qian paid him no mind, focusing instead on the system notification. Ding. Target eliminated. Tiger Demon. Hunting reward. Free attribute points 3. Tiger Demon Essence Blood 1. Tiger Demon Essence Blood. After digestion, gain pure yang physique. Digestion requirement. Constitution 10. Pure yang physique? Lin Qian raised his eyebrows in surprise. He casually retrieved the drop of Tiger Demon Essence Blood, which entwined with the bloodline and was absorbed instantaneously. Upon opening the panel, Lin Qian was surprised to find that the pure yang physique was not listed under the traits. Instead, it appeared under the category of blood abilities. Exotic blood, bloodline, ghost blood, blood mist, pure yang blood. Pure yang blood possesses the ability to intimidate lesser malevolent entities. It merely added a buff with no remarkable features. In contrast, the 3 additional attribute points brought Lin Qian greater joy. Combined with the points and rewards from the colossal zombie bear encountered the previous night, he now had 5 free attribute points to allocate. Without hesitation, he invested them all into his mental attributes. The panel underwent another update. Name, Lin Qian, Level 1 Regulator, Strength, 34 Agility, 22. 1 Constitution, 32 Spirit, 37. 9 Traits, Stone Heart, Abnormal Digestion Abilities, Spirit Fire, 10. Exotic Blood, Bloodline Ghost Blood Blood, Mist Pure Yang Blood, Ghost Eye, Frenzy Evaluation, a battle-hardened warrior of exotic blood, highly adept at confronting the supernatural, possessing formidable explosive power and control methods. He is now capable of defeating 2 Level 2 Regulator Hounds in direct confrontation. In addition to the attribute points, his strength had increased by 0.9 and his constitution by 0.5, primarily derived from absorbing the benefits of the tiger demon, with a minor contribution from the giant bear encountered last night. Lin Qian's assumptions were correct. He now required more advanced flesh and blood. This truly is a splendid location. He surveyed his surroundings, feeling a refreshing clarity, until he noticed Li Qian still maintaining a bowing posture beside him. "Oh, what are you doing?" Li Qian, with a serious expression, rose, seemingly unperturbed by Lin Qian as a momentary distraction, and bowed deeply once more. All right. Lin Qian interrupted his expressions of gratitude. His involvement in this matter was primarily for the purpose of hunting and sustenance, though he harbored some ulterior motives as well. "I see you possess quite a few martial skills." Lin Qian assessed Li Qian, recognizing his considerable strength, which seemed comparable to Luo Quan. From his previous observations above, Lin Qian had nearly concluded that this world was the same martial realm Luo Quan had traversed. Although there were some differences, the red aura Li Qian had just employed should also be a form of martial energy. Acknowledging this, Lin Qian became intrigued and directly made his request. "I'm a martial enthusiast, deeply interested in various martial arts from around the world. Do you possess any martial arts manuals that you have personally practiced? It wouldn't be unreasonable to borrow a couple of skill books in gratitude for saving my life." "I apologize, Senior, but I'm currently on an external mission and did not bring any books with me." Li Qian clasped his fists apologetically. Observing Lin Qian's disappointed expression, he hastily added, "However, if the Senior does not mind, I could return to the county town with you and present my martial arts for your review. Alternatively, I could fetch them now and return as swiftly as possible, though the journey is long and would require you to wait for some time. Lin Qian scratched his cheek, feeling somewhat tempted. How far is the county town from here? 20 li of mountain road. All right, you lead the way, and I shall quickly gather up the beast skins and follow. He resolved to accompany Lin Qian on his journey, but prior to that, he needed to stow away the tiger skin. What could this be? Once Lin Qian had ventured far enough, Lin Qian casually tucked the tiger skin and bones into his storage space. When he opened his palm, a peculiar white stone lay quietly within, irregular in shape and no larger than a fingernail, subtly glimmering with an inner light. Clearly not an ordinary impurity. What of it? If nothing else, he could take it to a peculiar shop and see if it might fetch a few gold coins. After securing the stone, Lin Qian hastened towards the direction in which Lin Qian had departed. This young man moved with the grace of a swallow. He must possess some form of lightness technique. Lin Qian maintained a scientifically sound, sprinting posture as he navigated through the forest, feeling a profound envy for Lin Qian's effortless elegance. Deep within, he resolved, no matter what, he must acquire that technique for himself. Chapter 85. Acquiring skills. The bustling town of Qinghe County, though modest in size, thrives with life and activity, primarily due to its possession of the sole magistrate's office of demon suppression within the range of Mount Eerie. In recent years, as demons have wreaked havoc, this office stands as the only bastion against their onslaught. Ordinary weapons prove futile against these malevolent beings. Only the martial practitioner's cultivated qi can withstand their might. To join the demon suppression office, one must be a martial artist. Lin Qian was transferred here this year. According to him, it was a punishment for having offended his superiors at his previous post, deliberately banished to this desolate locale. With his straightforward demeanor, it is easy to surmise he would be unwelcome wherever he goes, despite possessing genuine skills. However, he never anticipated the extent of animosity harbored by his colleagues, who seemed intent on his removal. These imbeciles. The thought of it makes Lin Qian grit his teeth in frustration. They failed to consider why he had managed to leave the capital unscathed after offending his superior, merely suffering the fate of exile. They should have inquired about the identity of his master. Lin Qian listened absently to his complaints, her gaze drifting over the passing crowd. It was a peculiar sensation, almost as if she had stepped into a television drama, enveloped by a strong sense of unreality. To her surprise, she noticed that many individuals sported short hair, predominantly common merchants, while those clad in finery, like Lin Qian beside her, retained long locks. It seemed that the notion of honoring one's parents through the preservation of one's hair did not hold sway here. As they advanced further, the throng diminished, and soon they entered a narrow alley lined with tidy, private courtyards. They had arrived. Lin Qian halted before the furthest courtyard door and knocked twice. "Agoué, open the door." The sound of hurried footsteps approached, and the lock was undone with a creak as the door swung open. A plump little girl, her round face brimming with delight, gazed up at Lin Qian. "Lin Qian, you're back." The girl appeared to be around 10 years old, with large, glistening eyes, her chubby frame suggesting she was well fed. Her mouth bore remnants of grease, indicating a hearty appetite. "You've been sneaking food again. That chicken is meant for laying eggs." Seeing Agoué in such a state, Lin Qian felt a headache coming on. "Oh, what does it matter? It was bound to end up in my stomach eventually. I noticed it seemed rather glum these past few days, and I couldn't bear to let it suffer." Agoué crossed her little arms defiantly, spouting her nonsense with conviction. "Enough, enough. We have esteemed guests today, and I shan't waste my time arguing with you." Lin Qian playfully kicked Agoué, then quickly gestured for Lin Qian to enter. "Senior, please come in." The courtyard was simple, featuring a vegetable garden, a chicken coop, and a ground littered with feathers, yet devoid of chickens. Lin Qian entered the house in search of martial arts books, inviting Lin Qian to follow, but she chose to meander curiously in the courtyard. With a crunch, she plucked an unappealing cucumber, rinsed it in the water vat, and took a bite, savoring its refreshing taste. As I turned around, I found a chubby girl, Agoué, curiously gazing at me while munching on a chicken leg. I inquired, "Are you an official?" She mumbled a response, then shook her head. It was evident that with Lin Qian's temper, no matter how high-ranking the official, he would never treat anyone with such courtesy. Her eyes sparkled with realization. I understand now. You are a master. Lin Qian admires those who are stronger than him. Ha ha! How clever am I? Ague triumphantly pointed the chicken bone at Lin Qian, her expression one of pride, as if she had uncovered a great truth. Lin Qian, crunching on a cucumber, found her little adult demeanor quite amusing. Ague! A furious roar echoed from the room, causing Ague to retract her neck in fright and hurriedly scuttle inside. Moments later, Li Qian emerged with several books in hand, his face filled with regret. I apologize, esteemed elder. Ague lost her parents at an early age, and I've been too busy to properly discipline her. It's all right. She's rather endearing. Lin Qian waved his hand dismissively, settling down at the stone table, wiping his hands and browsing through the books. Swish, swish, swish. Just as Li Qian was about to pour tea, he suddenly saw Lin Qian flipping through the books at a speed akin to a money printer, rendering him momentarily dumbfounded. Elder, what are you doing? Quantum reading method. You wouldn't comprehend, Lin Qian replied nonchalantly, not looking back, as he quickly finished one book. Ding! Skill acquired. Breezy steps. Breezy steps. Level 1 mobilizes internal energy, reduces 1's weight, steps like the wind. His objective was clear. He immediately opted to delve into lightness techniques. Regardless of their practicality, it was best to learn them first. Embracing a mindset of openness, Lin Qian opened the second book. Ding! Skill acquired. Blood slaughter blade technique. Oh, a blade technique. I wonder if a slaughter knife can unleash its true power. Ding! Skill acquired. Crimson fire palm. Ding! Detected similar attribute skills. Can consume fire seed to alter skill characteristics. Such a thing exists? Lin Qian paused, waved his hand, and a crimson flame appeared, which he casually slapped down onto the ground. With a whoosh, a wave of heat spread, igniting the withered grass beneath. How weak! Even if it were changed to spiritual fire, it would merely tickle strange creatures. Lin Qian's assessment was quite objective. This was weaker than a Molotov cocktail. However, skills could be upgraded, and whether they would undergo a qualitative transformation and development remained to be seen. His casual attempt, however, startled Li Qian standing nearby. Esteemed elder. Li Qian's eyes widened, his voice trembling slightly. What? Haven't you seen a genius before? Lin Qian asked casually, his tone dismissive. Don't be so surprised. There are many geniuses like me. I'll introduce you to some another day. He was not lying. Everyone in the infinite building possessed the ability to learn skills in an instant. Were they not all geniuses? What? There are many? Upon hearing this, Li Qian stood up in shock. Lin Qian, uninterested in explaining further, finished browsing through the last book. Ding! Acquisition of skills. Blood Fiend Chi. Another Chi skill? He promptly summoned the skill panel and discovered a new entry, Blood Fiend Chi, appearing directly beneath the original Breaking Fiend Chi. Blood Fiend Chi. Level 1, the essence of killing intent materializes, capable of tearing through energy defenses, inflicting a measure of harm and intimidation upon malevolent entities. Branch, Blood Fiend Blade Technique. Following a prompt sound, the Blood Fiend Blade Technique seamlessly fused into the branch of Blood Fiend Chi. Energy defenses? Lin Qian recalled the layer of black malevolence enveloping the tiger demon, which had indeed obstructed the swing of his blade. Had he possessed this Blood Fiend Chi at that moment, would the outcome have been different? He refrained from testing the skill further in front of Li Qian, lest he frighten the poor fellow. Having thoroughly perused all 4 volumes, his skill panel was now significantly enriched. Yet, Lin Qian was not content with merely this. He had further plans in mind. I have a small request, he said, as he retrieved a digital camera from his pocket. Chapter 86, The Assassin Crack. Crack. On the stone table, Lin Qian meticulously captured the essence of martial arts, page by page. Li Qian watched in bewilderment, utterly perplexed by the proceedings. A gust of wind stirred the pages, and suddenly, a chubby little hand reached out from the side, pressing down on the fluttering sheets and leaving behind an oily imprint. Ah, young one, you possess quite the discerning eye, Lin Qian remarked, somewhat taken aback. Ague nonchalantly tossed aside a chicken leg, gesturing for Lin Qian to continue with his task. exuding an air of sophistication that belied his youth. Meanwhile, Li Qian's eyelids twitched in distress. That was a unique manuscript passed down from his master, now sullied. How could he explain this upon its return? Agui, allow me, he interjected hastily, stepping forward to replace Agu, assisting Lin Qian in steadying the pages. After a considerable time, all the pages had been recorded. Li Qian's expression was conflicted. Though he was oblivious to the nature of the brilliant flashes, he deduced that Lin Qian was transcribing the texts. Senior. The other techniques were obtained from the Demon Suppression Division and are inconsequential to disseminate. But the Blood Fiend's aura and the Blood Fiend blade techniques are exclusive to my master, while he never expressly forbade sharing them. It would be prudent to avoid making them widely known. Lin Qian waved his hand reassuringly, but suddenly paused. Wait a moment. He caught the crux of Li Qian's words. Obtained from the Demon Suppression Division. Are you implying that there are other martial arts manuals within? Li Qian blinked, nodding slowly. Indeed, the Demon Suppression Division is filled with martial artists, and naturally, there is a reservoir of techniques. This should be common knowledge. How is it that such a powerful senior is unaware? How many? Lin Qian's excitement was palpable. At least 100, though most are introductory level. The 2 I borrowed are among the elite, Li Qian added, anticipating Lin Qian's thoughts. Not a problem. I'm not picky. Lin Qian waved his hand exuberantly. Quickly, lead the way. His eagerness to explore the amalgamated skills from the system was insatiable. However, Li Qian's expression turned troubled. I apologize, senior, but borrowing from the Demon Suppression Division's martial arts manuals requires specific conditions. Given my rank, I can borrow a maximum of 2. I've already reached my limit. Lin Qian rubbed his nose. Borrow? Did I ever mention I wish to borrow? At that moment, a loud knocking echoed from outside the door. Li Qian! Li Qian! A shrill voice called from afar. Someone was forcefully pounding on the door. Upon hearing this voice, Li Qian's brow furrowed as he stepped forward to open the door. Oh, you really returned? The newcomer, clad in a black uniform similar to Li Qian's, looked rather unappealing. With a conspicuous set of yellowing buck teeth that paled in comparison to Li Qian's handsome visage. Perhaps it is precisely for this reason that the gaze directed at Li Qian by this individual is always tinged with a hint of jealousy. Sergeant Han, what brings you to me? Li Qian's demeanor was cold, clearly indicating his disdain for the man before him. The visitor, surnamed Han, held the title of sergeant, a rank recently assumed by Li Qian as well. In the Demon Suppression Division, titles are straightforward. The number indicates the command over that many individuals. For instance, a squad leader commands 10, while a 1,000-man leader oversees 1,000. Do not underestimate these figures. Unlike ordinary soldiers, they lead warriors, and a larger number exponentially enhances the team's strength. However, despite being called a sergeant, Li Qian, a newcomer, had no subordinates at all, which was precisely why he had to venture alone to Eerie, Song Mountain, nearly losing his life in the process. In contrast, Sergeant Han had spent over a decade ingratiating himself within the Qinghe County government, establishing deep roots and colluding with other officials, thriving in his position. The entire Demon Suppression Division in Qinghe County boasted fewer than 10 warriors, a matter the court was unwilling to address, leaving them ill-equipped to handle the surrounding demons. Yet here was Li Qian, a stubborn idealist, disrupting the comfortable lives of those who prefer to indulge in corruption and exploitation. What do you want? Han sneered. I was curious, Sir Li, since you accepted the task of eradicating the tiger demon. Why are you found here? Surely you haven't fled in fear of the tiger demon's formidable strength? He pointed an accusatory finger at Li Qian. You coward. You disregard the lives of thousands in Qinghe County to save your own skin and still think you deserve to remain in the Demon Suppression Division. Li Qian, splattered by the spittle of the tirade, felt a flash of murderous intent. His hand subtly moved to the hilt of his blade. Seeing his posture, Sergeant Han instinctively recoiled. He had heard whispers of this young man's fierce reputation and reckless determination. He quickly took 2 steps back. W, what are you doing? Are you really going to draw your blade against a colleague? Regret flooded him for his earlier arrogance. Though both were sergeants, their strengths were worlds apart. Li Qian was a formally trained warrior, far surpassing those of Han's ilk, who had come from the streets. The tiger demon is dead, Li Qian gritted through clenched teeth, suppressing his murderous rage. What? Sergeant Han's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at Li Qian. No, that cannot be. He was aware of Li Qian's strength, but firmly believed that the latter could not possibly overcome the tiger demon. They were simply not on the same level. You cannot have defeated that tiger demon. With those words, Han essentially admitted to his own wrongdoing in undermining Li Qian. At that moment, Li Qian could no longer contain his fury. He drew his blade in a swift motion, aiming directly at Han's face. With a slicing sound, Han barely managed to draw his own weapon halfway when his head was cleaved in two, blood and brains erupting forth. Ah! Sergeant Han's eyes reflected an utmost terror, and his throat emitted a final, indistinct gasp before his body crumpled to the ground. Oh! Lin Qian, taken aback, stepped forward to examine the corpse outside the door. Did he truly kill him? He raised his thumb in admiration towards Li Qian. Quite efficient. Li Qian, with a grim demeanor, sheathed his blade after wiping it clean, casting a disdainful glance at the lifeless body. A parasitic existence he had previously deemed unworthy of his attention, yet he had the audacity to conspire against me. My master once imparted wisdom. Do not let grievances linger beyond a night. He turned to Lin Qian, apologetically stating, I hope I have not caused you any embarrassment. Lin Qian regarded him, then glanced at a Gui, who remained unfazed, leisurely gnawing on a chicken leg in the courtyard. Suddenly, he sensed that these two individuals were rather extraordinary. Their tempers were quite to my liking, though their prowess left much to be desired. He mused silently.